Cultivation of immortality. My eyes can see the length of the elixir. Chapter 1, Progress Bar in the Medicine Garden. 3,000 Mountains. Green Cloud Sword Sect. Green Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Courtyard. Knock. 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 Youth-like Taoist. Full of joy knocking on the wooden door. The wooden door is not closed. Along with knocking to reveal the doorway. A woman. Disheveled and unimaginative. Lies on a bedpan reading a talking book. The youth hurriedly reached out and pulled the wooden door tight. Master. I'm at the peak of the 9th level of chi cultivation. I can build my foundation. Door open. The woman stretched her back. If you can build a foundation. You can build a foundation. What's all the noise about? The youth was choked and flabbergasted. And said in a small voice, Master. You don't mention notes. Insights. Or anything like that? That thing? The manifestation pavilion is full of it. What's there to say? Go see for yourself. The woman said, taking out a wine jug from inside the cabin and shaking it. By the way, after foundation establishment, the annual chivalry. Stop helping Granny find the sheep. The youth immediately said with a straight face, Master. I am afraid that disciple is not able to do it. The medicine garden needs to be taken care of. The woman waved her hand. Chivalry is to rise my Qingyun prestige, gather my Qingyun hearts. Are not contributing, who still worship in the Qingyun sword sect. The 10 great immortal doors which is not active. At the beginning of the accept you. Also think this lazy nature quite suitable for my disciple. But this are looking for 20 years sheep. The teacher also want to face. Always have to eliminate demons and do some serious things. The youth muttered. You are truly lazy. Disciples practice hard every day. The woman looked to the youth with a glare in her eyes. The youth hurriedly changed his words. No. No. Master. What I mean is, it's been 20 years. You've only taught your disciple a single green cloud chi practicing determination. Is it possible to whip him a little? The woman was disdainful. The master leads the door. The cultivation depends on the individual. Have you seen which master was taught? Youth. I just have a feeling it hasn't gotten to the teaching step. However, the woman slowly walked out of the bamboo courtyard. With her hands behind her back. Hooking an empty wine jug with a shake. I'm going to go sneak around the corner. Hurry up and finish building your foundation so that you can go down the mountain to do your chivalrous deeds. The youth looked at the master's back and smiled bitterly. Master. Feng Yuqin. 20 years ago. When she chopped off demons and hurt her original body by mistake. Jiang Yining traveled from the blue planet and was taken as her disciple. For the descent. Jiang Yining was 100 times unwilling to do so. Ever since he crossed over and recognized this world of immortal cultivation. He had made up his mind to seek immortality. What's so good about going down the mountain? Demons. Devils. Evil and dangerous. Can you live forever by fighting and killing? Stay quietly in one of the top 10 immortal sects. Qingyun sword sect cultivation is the king. Suddenly, he remembered something and ran into his wooden house. Carrying a small bucket of fluorescent green juice to a spiritual field next door to the bamboo courtyard. This is the fruit of his 20 years. In the entire spiritual field, there was just one herb planted. Scorpion grass. One of the main ingredients of the chi practicing pill. Over the years, Jiang Yining had relied on dumping scorpion grass. 1 elixir a day. To complete the 9th level of chi cultivation. Honestly, the cultivation talent is just not that great. Jiang Yining's luck was in his eyes as he stared at a scorpion grass. and a number began to appear in his eyes, 65%. Then he scooped a spoonful of juice to irrigate. After doing so, Jiang Yining looked at the other scorpion grasses again. And the numbers in his eyes shifted. He keeps repeating the act of irrigating. But each plant is irrigated differently. Either a drop, a spoon, or a scoop. This was an ability that Jiang Yining relied on. He could see each herb's growth like a progress bar. 20 years. Also learned some spirit medicine cultivation. The liquid in the barrel. With Blue Star's understanding is fertilizer. But it is spirit fertilizer. Ever since he knew that he could see the growth progress of herbs, Jiang Yining gradually worked out a cultivation theory. It's about a set of fertilizers for the material. Like people. There are thousands of people who need to be taught according to their abilities. Even for the same type of elixir herb. You can't generalize about how much fertilizer to apply. Too much. Some herbs' ripening speed instead of slowing down. It's almost like a deficiency. And once the growth progress exceeds 100%, the spirit herb will increase its vintage. Such as 10 years portion into 100 years portion. And 100 years portion into 1,000 years portion. This was faster than Blue Star's greenhouse planting and ripening. Of course, there are also spiritual herbs that, no matter how much fertilizer is applied to the material, its growth value is just fixed and doesn't grow. For this pendulum swing scenario, it's just a case of selling before it's too late. Unconsciously, Jiang Yining fertilized the last plant. It's also one of the most discreet. Simply because its length of maturity has reached 99%. This is a 100-year portion of scorpion grass. And once it reaches 100%, it will be cultivated into a 1,000-year portion. And that's worth a lot of money. Jiang Yining purposely took a bamboo strip and dipped it into the spirit fertilizer. Applying the fertilizer drop by drop. 11 drops in total. This is a long experiment. 11 drops is its optimal amount of growing fat. Just like the amount of alcohol a person consumes. It is better to be slightly drunk than to buy drunk. After doing everything, Jiang Yining did not leave. Instead, he sat perched on the edge of the medicinal garden, glancing at it from time to time. For more than 2 hours. The 99% growth progress finally broke through 100%. And then became 0% again. Jiang Yining's face revealed joy. Fixing his eyes on it. This scorpion grass stood out from the others in the medicinal garden. An inch taller as far as the naked eye could see. And lavender lines appeared on the stems and leaves. It's done. 1,000 years of scorpion grass. Jiang Yining immediately got up and, without hesitation, picked it. This is the first time in 20 years that a 1,000-year portion of the elixir has been cultivated. It wasn't that a 1,000-year portion was difficult. The point was that the level of scorpion grass was here. Jiang Yining's understanding. This is a genetic problem. Just like a mortal living a good life. It is difficult to live to 200 years old. Therefore, Jiang Yining wants to pull up his upper limit of life. Such as building a foundation. And can live until he is 300 years old. Soon to build a foundation. Which is a thing worth celebrating. The only thing is to have a master who is too lazy to coach. The misfortune of all misfortunes. Soon, Jiang Yining packed up 5 scorpion grass plants. 1,000-year-old and 400-year-old. He couldn't help but bring the 1,000-year portion back up to his eyes to take a look at it. Happily slipping out of the bamboo courtyard as he did so. La 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 la. I'm a little connoisseur of selling grass. Blindly a few bar to plant. Blindly a few bar to sell. You come to buy. I'll sell. Green Cloud Sword Sect. Alchemy Peak. Dan Hall. Jiang Yining was prepared to exchange spirit stones before going to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. just stepping into the threshold. An old man slumped in front of the counter laughed. "Jiang kid. Here to sell scorpion grass again." Elder Wu. Over the years, he had come to the Dan Hall the most, and had long since become a familiar guest. Elder Wu rambled. "Let me see. How many 100-year-old plants are there this time? All said you have the heart to cultivate spiritual medicine. Or talk to your master. Come to our alchemy peak. A large medicinal garden." "Ha? 1,000-year portion?" He didn't finish his sentence and stood up straight violently, looking at the herbs and staring intently at Jiang Yining again. "You bred it?" Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow in a godly manner. "That's right. The kid is lucky. Wu Lao. You first see how many spirit stones can be exchanged?" Elder Wu didn't put down the herbs until he stared at him uncomfortably. "Kid. I'm serious. Come to Alchemy Peak. I'll find someone to talk to your master." Seeing that the other party did not seem to be joking, Jiang Yining quickly declined. "Elder Wu. The kid still prefers Green Bamboo Peak. It's quiet." Wu Lao did not have a good gas, but continued to persuade, "Qingzhou Peak what is good? Feng Yu Qin. Qing Yuna hegemony. Fighting is a good hand, but really is not a teaching disciple material." "Jiang Yining, master. What brings you here?" Wu Lao's face changed, immediately glancing sideways. Then he slapped Jiang Yining on the head. "You kid. I'm serious with you. And you're making fun of the old man. In the Alchemy Peak, you have to breed a 1,000-year-old portion of Ganoderma lucidum or something like that. The rewards are all enough for you to cultivate for a journey." Elder Wu kept blah blah blah. Jiang Yining, however, is not concerned. A hand of fertilizer. Where can not be planted? The key is that no one cares about Green Bamboo Peak. How comfortable. Elder Wu. You might as well help me count the spirit stones. Wu old face are serious for a few minutes. Millennium portion of scorpion grass. Do you know what it means? Sort of summer and fall destiny. After the winter. Broken destiny enhancement. Can see your talent in breeding spirit medicine. Don't waste. Come to Alchemy Peak. The two are wide-eyed. In the end, Elder Wu sighed with some rottenness. Hey. It doesn't make sense. Forget it. You'll regret it later. The scorpion grass itself isn't worth much. Plus a 1,000-year-old portion. Counting a total of 200 spirit stones for you. Jiang Yining, alright. Elder Wu. You can exchange another foundation building Dan for me. One foundation building pill 100 spirit stones. Elder Wu. Can't it be cheaper? Wu Lao didn't have a good temper. Still too expensive. The clan in order to cultivate you. All in the realm-breaking aspect of the elixir. Are wide open the door of convenience. Placed outside. 500 spirit stones are not necessarily to buy. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Wu Lao was settling. When he suddenly thought of something, kid. Take me to take a look at your spirit field. If it's okay, let's Alchemy Peak pay a high price to collect it. How about it? He guessed that perhaps it was the problem of the spiritual field. After all, broken life enhancement. Not only talent can be solved. Jiang Yining listened. The mind immediately lively up. Their spiritual field cannot have any special. All rely on the ability to see the growth value. However, now that he had met a nobleman and sent the spirit stone to his door, there was no reason to push it out. He was secretly happy in his heart. But his face showed a difficult expression. Elder Wu. It's not very good. Chapter 2, Selling the Spiritual Field Medicine Garden. Green Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Courtyard. Feng Yuqin is in the courtyard. Seems to dance drunken boxing. Gourd from time to time towards the mouth to pour a mouthful. Master. It's time to move your muscles. Jiang Yining led Elder Wu into the small bamboo courtyard. Feng Yuqin skimmed and frowned. What's the point of bringing an old man to Green Bamboo Peak? Master. This is Elder Wu from Alchemy Peak. I'm not blind. I can see. Wu Lao laughed dryly twice. Feng master. Sort of a greeting. Although privately he could make up a few sentences about Feng Yuqin. But in person he was still from the heart. Jiang Yining hurriedly pulled his master to one side and explained in a low voice. Master. I brought Wu Lao to look at the spirit field. Alchemy Peak might be interested. Go. Go back where you came from. This is my Green Bamboo Peak. Paid. Feng Yuqin's eyebrows twitched. Oh. Turning his head to look at Old Man Wu. Old family. Old Man Wu. This is my territory. Jiang Yining hurriedly interrupted. Elder Wu. It's true that, as my master said, I can't just make decisions. He looked a little embarrassed about it. Elder Wu nodded his head in understanding. Can you show me the spirit field first? Jiang Yining turned his back. Master. Then I'll show Elder Wu first? Feng Yuqin hesitantly nodded when she saw Jiang Yining's vigorous wink. Jiang Yining hurriedly led the way. Elder Wu. This way, please. In fact, Wu Lao has long been surveying. The medicinal garden is right next to it. And you can see it at a glance. Like a few ridges of vegetable land. 40 to 50 scorpion grasses askew. And not even a decent fence. Wu Lao walked into the medicinal garden. East to sea. West to sea. From time to time squatting down to use his fingers to plow the soil. Crushed. In the tip of the nose to sniff. Highlight a specialty. Gradually. A hint of disappointment seemed to show on his face. Jiang Yining secretly said that it was not good. Lifting the barrel on one side. A scoop of green spiritual fertilizer was splashed out. Tada! It splashed all over Wu Lao Mang's legs. He ducked out of the way and patted his pants. Is this how you usually apply spirit irrigation? Or what? Jiang Yining said with another scoop. When you have plenty of money on hand, you use a scoop and spread more. When you don't, you use a spoon and spread less. And when you're really strapped, you just have to water. Old Man Wu frowned. Seeing Jiang Yining scooped out another scoop. He hastened to stop. Let me take a look at it first. It's just a mess. I thought you kid had some breeding talent. But it turns out you don't know a thing about it. Jiang Yining understood in his heart. But put down the barrel with a puzzled face. Elder Wu. The Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden doesn't apply spiritual fertilizer like this? Nonsense. There's a lot to learn. Old Man Wu said 2 sentences and then shook his head. Forget it. I can't talk to you for a while. Don't interrupt yet. Let me take a closer look. With that, he crouched down again and continued a flurry of expert research. Feng Yuqin, who was next to her, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yining, revealing a questioning look. Jiang Yining read the meaning of it. Your kid is not usually fertilized like this. He blinked hurriedly, shaking his head slightly. Old Man Wu's frown deepened. A quarter of an hour later, he got up with a flourish. Kid, I don't see anything special about the spirit field. But I can arrange for someone to try it out. Name a price. Jiang Yining looked at Feng Yuqin with difficulty. Old Man Wu, Peak Master Feng. What do you mean? Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining and then at Wu Lao. 2,000. Master. Jiang Yining's voice went up a degree. Then whispered again. It's going to be too much. Feng Yuqin glared at him with dissatisfaction. Jiang Yining ignored it and turned to look sincerely at Elder Wu. Elder Wu. Don't mind me. My master knows nothing about breeding. I've at least been fiddling with this for nearly 20 years. Or I'll name a price. Elder Wu looked at Jiang Yining and nodded. Okay. You're also considered. You know a little bit about it. Being the middleman is most suitable. Make a price. Jiang Yining rubbed his head and looked at his master teacher. Then at Elder Wu. Feng Yuqin, asshole. This is my territory. Master. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me first. Alchemy Peak has also paid a lot for my Chongyun. If the spirit field is really useful to them, it's also considered a small contribution from our green bamboo peak. We can't ask for that much. Feng Yuqin snorted coldly, but didn't say any more. Wu Lao touched his beard and revealed a smile. You kid is good. You have awareness. Jiang Yining saw that both of them were looking at him. And his face looked even more sincere. Then I'll fold a medium. Or else. 20,000? Ha! Times 2. The two chiefs let out a question at the same time. But then looked very different. Feng Yuqin was the one whose eyes lit up. Wu Lao smiled but stiffened on his face. This compromise? More or less not quite understand. Kid. I didn't hear you. Say it again. Jiang Yining, $20 million. My master does want more than that. It's not worth it. I mean 20,000 is fine. Feng Yuqin hurriedly echoed. Yes. 20,000. Just think of it as my green bamboo peak doing its part as well. Yes. Master. $20 million is indeed excessive. Wu Lao looked at the master and disciples. Opened his mouth. Desperately trying not to let the curse words break out. In the end, he only dared to look at Jiang Yining disdainfully. He. Kid. When you think the old man is 3 years old? Jiang Yining was puzzled. Elder Wu. You know best how many 100-year portions of scorpion grass I've sold in these 20 years. Next. Not to mention the fire Ganoderma and other elixirs. After I build my foundation, I'll save up a few spirit stones and start breeding the Bixia triple flower. Conservative estimate. 10 years 20,000 spirit stones is not too much. Anyway, randomly planting all sorts of things does not take energy. Does not delay things. Furthermore, for the Dan Hall, after the elixir becomes a pill, compared to me, the payback time is at least doubled. Elder Wu's brows furrowed again as he listened to his quick explanation. Kid. I admit that you're right. But that's based on the output of a 100-year portion of other spirit medicines as high as the scorpion grass. You can guarantee that? Jiang Yining shook his head. I can't. Elder Wu. If it can be guaranteed, it won't be at this price. Wu Lao understands that it's the truth. He hesitated, looked at the barrel beside Jiang Yining, and finally opened his mouth to make an offer. 5,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yining, 19,000. 5,500. 18,500. 6,500. Can't go any higher. 17,500. Can't go any lower. 7,500. The highest. After all, my alchemy peak doesn't lack spirit fields. 16,500. The lowest. After all I've worked hard to irrigate for 20 years. In the end, the price of the deal. 10,000 spirit stones. Delivery complete. Wu Lao looked at Jiang Yining in a bad mood. Don't mess with the spirit field for me. I'll take care of it myself in the future. Jiang Yining smiled sincerely. Don't worry. Elder Wu. Green Bamboo Peak still has this bit of credibility. Elder Wu was a bit of a misfit. Before leaving, he added, "Kid, I used to think that you are diligent and earnest. And you are a very good person." Actually, the old man looked away. Feng Yuqin weighed the spirit stone in his hand, looking like he was in a good mood. "Kid, Master was wrong about you even before." "Very well. For the sake of Qing Yun, keep it up." Wu Lao, who had just left the small courtyard, could not help but hum. "For Qing Yun? You're just like that. Stay away from him." Zhang Yining withdrew his gaze from accompanying the good man and looked at the spirit stone in Feng Yuqin's hand. "Master, I have cultivated the spiritual field for 20 years. And said that it was sold. Is it also necessary to share some with the disciple?" Feng Yuqin waved his hand. "Don't worry. You'll get 30%. Zhang Yining hurriedly tugged at the hem of his shirt and pedaled. 10. 20. 50. After 300 spirit stones? Feng Yuqin put the storage bag directly into the Sumeru bracelet. Zhang Yining was surprised. 300? You mean you are 97%? Feng Yuqin glanced at Zhang Yining. More? Zhang Yining hurriedly shook his head and twisted the hem of his shirt up. He was truly afraid that this master would reach out and copy one back. Not much, not much. Disciple just feel too much. Holding inconvenience. Master. You see there is no idle unused Sumeru bracelet. Reward disciple A? Feng Yuqin wiped at the bracelet. There's no bracelet. But there's a ring. Here. It was just a casual remark. And Zhang Yining didn't expect it to be true. This cheap master. 20 years also did not give himself a piece of magic weapon. It seems that you have to ask for it yourself. After receiving the Sumeru ring, he hurriedly continued. Master. Then do you still have any unused flying swords? Magic treasures and the like. Chapter 3 Perfect Foundation Establishment. With everything settled, Zhang Yining immediately went to Qingyun Peak, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. It was late afternoon when I returned. He understood the method of foundation building thoroughly, and also read the experience of many elder brothers and sisters. As he understood it, building a foundation was like laying a foundation for a house, practicing qi was digging the foundation and making preparations. And building a foundation was congealing the foundation. But there was a difference in whether you ended up making the foundation out of wood or pouring it with reinforced concrete. When it comes to houses, it's about how tall they can be built later. When it comes to cultivating immortality, it involves going well and far in the future. So, Zhang Yining found a new problem. Perfect foundation building. When he approached Feng Yuqin for advice on this issue, Feng Yuqin put down his words. Just you? The face of Qin Yun's generation. Others build their foundation in 3 years and Jindan in 10 years. You've only started to build your foundation in 20 years. And you still want to build your foundation perfectly? The immortal sect. A century is a generation. Zhang Yining just happened to belong to the new disciples who would be initiated within 100 years. The new generation of Qing Yun. Feng Yuqin continued. Perfect foundation establishment true qi is more robust. A layer can be equivalent to the ordinary foundation establishment's second layer. Or even the third layer. But later on the cultivation of the required spiritual qi is also more. Which will make you foundation establishment ninth layer breakthrough slower. Not everyone is suitable. With your talent. I'm afraid that when others have become Yuaning, you still haven't formed a Dan yet. Wasting your time for nothing. Zhang Yining laughed dryly. Master. I want to try. Time. Just break through in 300 years. Not fast. Stable and long life. Feng Yuqin crossed his eyebrows. I'm just giving you a reminder that cultivation depends on the individual. Since you've decided, I won't interfere. Jiang Yining AI nodded. The big thing about aura is that it relies on spirit pills to replenish it. I'm confident that I still have a hand in cultivating spirit pills. Or else I wouldn't be able to bluff Elder Wu. Speaking of this, Feng Yuqin's eyes lit up. In the past, you were less disciplined. I didn't expect to have this talent. In the future, the financial power of Green Bamboo Peak will be released to you. Jiang Yining froze at hearing this. Bitter smile ensues. Discipline. And the finances. For the moment? Does Green Bamboo Peak have finances? Feng Yuqin looked at him and laughed. Don't worry. Just enough to pay for Master's wine, she said, her eyes brightening even more. Why don't I help you make a piece of land tomorrow and we'll sell it again? Jiang Yining looked at his master's expression and suddenly realized that perhaps all along, he had misunderstood his master somewhat? The green cloud sword sect, in order to encourage cultivation and a new generation of disciples, holds a 13 Peaks battle every 3 years, with generous rewards for the top 10. Remember, the first time as the master to encourage their participation suffered a small injury. As a result, she actually fought on Chaoyang Peak for justice because of it. From then on, he was a little famous among the new generation of disciples. And no one was willing to compete with him anymore. So he was happy to be free. But at first, for Feng Yuqin this kind of calf protection behavior really moved himself a hand. Now that I think about it, maybe she simply wanted to blackmail Chaoyang Peak for a sum of spirit stones? Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining as she was a bit out of her mind, and lightly chirped. What are you thinking? Master is talking to you, hear me. Jiang Yining hastened to smile. Oh. Master. This matter has to be discussed in the long run. You can first give my disciple a lecture on perfect foundation establishment. Feng Yuqin lost interest for a moment, but still said quickly. What's there to say is to keep practicing qi. Keep expanding your meridians and qi. Remind me once more. Expansion is the work of water grinding. No less than practicing qi from the 1st to the 9th level over and over again. All peaks only recommend perfect foundation building for disciples with cultivation talent. If you want to build your foundation perfectly, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the qi practicing realm for another 20 years. Feng Yuqin said with a slight frown. Staring at Jiang Yining. You're not still looking for 20 years of sheep. Jiang Yining dry smile, Master. See what you say. That is also chivalrous. More mainly still need to take care of the medicine garden. This is not the disciple to take over the financial power of our Qingyun Peak. The next day, Jiang Yining woke up and realized that Master had already used his mighty power to clear an open space in front of the courtyard. It's something that she's positive about. But when Jiang Yining went out, he went straight to Alchemy Peak. Dan Hall. He entered the door and bumped into Wu Lao. Kid. Just in time. Go to your Green Bamboo Peak together. I'll take care of that spiritual field myself. Jiang Yining hurriedly said. Elder Wu. Wait. I've come to buy some seeds of the Bixia 3 flowers first. As well as the qi condensation pill. A bottle of qi condensation pill. 10 pills. 300 spirit stones. Small packet of Bixia triple flower seeds. 50 spirit stones. Large bag of spiritual fertilizer. 50 spirit stones. Out of the Dan Hall. Not a single spirit stone left from yesterday's field and medicine sales. Road. Wu Lao couldn't help but ask. You kid. You only bought the foundation building Dan yesterday. And you haven't seen foundation building? Why did you buy the qi condensation Dan? Of course for the sake of practicing qi. The effect is better than the qi practicing pills. Elder Wu looked Jiang Yining up and down. You can't help but want to build a perfect foundation. Not I say. You kid do not have that talent. Force is not blessed. Qinju peek on your only seedling. Feng Yuqin also do not care about it? I told master. Sure enough. The old man was right. With that virtue of hers, she can only mislead people. The two of them had a word or two and soon arrived at Green Bamboo Peak. Elder Wu skimmed the open space in front of the courtyard. Yo! You kids are quick! He finished ignoring it and went straight to the spirit field he bought yesterday. Jiang Yining did not say much. Took out a hoe next to the yard. And began to plow the ground in the open space in front of the yard. Wu Lao looked up. Kid! What are you talking about? Insisting on plowing into a ridge? Jiang Yining angled his head. Isn't it always like this when old farmers grow vegetables under the mountains? Wu Lao. Never mind. Pretend I didn't ask. Soon. Jiang Yining cleaned up the vegetable field. And dug out rows of small holes on the monopoly plow. So that he could sow seeds. He opened the seeds of the 3 flowers of Bixia and locked his eyes. A progress bar immediately appeared in his eyes. But there were only 2 values, 1% and 0%. This was Jiang Yining's way of distinguishing between dead and living species. In fact, he was able to pick out all of the live seeds. It's just that Dan Hall doesn't sell seeds in bulk. In the past, he would have thrown out all the dead seeds. But now, Jiang Yining looked at old man Wu over there and decided to be conservative. The survival rate of 100% could not be explained. The key? The previous life familiar with the emotional intelligence. Like this situation, have to take care of the emotions of the big customers. In case the land is still collected in the future it. After scattering the seeds, Jiang Yining raised his head and prepared to stir the spirit fertilizer. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. A branch of mangosteen on the edge of the spiritual field, near the yard, surprisingly showed a progress bar, 1%. He hurried over, somewhat incredulous. Could it be that mangosteen is also a spiritual medicine? You know, the Green Bamboo Peak. The mountain is full of this kind of mangosteen. The thickness of the little finger. The height of a person. Green Bamboo Peak gets its name from these wild bamboos. It's all elixir. Won't it make you rich? Without moving, he got up and carefully surveyed the manzanita around him. Yet none of the progress bars appeared. What? Jiang Yining was a bit confused. He quickly poured some spiritual fertilizer. And then walked towards Wu Lao Ling Tian. This kind of time, it is necessary to consult an expert. Chapter 4, Spirit of Heaven and Earth. Elder Wu. What are you growing here? White moon bone flower grass. A spirit that can be used for conjugation. Jiang Yining casually owed a couple of sentences. And then began to edge his own doubt. Elder Wu. You are a professional senior. Do you think that if you apply spiritual fertilizers everywhere on this mountain of flowers and grasses, will there be some unexpected harvests? Hearing this, Elder Wu stopped his hands and glanced at Jiang Yining. Don't be whimsical. You kid. Do you really think you're growing wild vegetables? Jiang Yining smiled nervously. Just thinking about it. Do you think that if I were to use spiritual fertilizer to nurture a 1,000-year-old portion of weed, it would be considered a spiritual medicine? Wu Lao also no longer despised him. Purely as idle chatter. It sort of counts. But what's the point of putting so much effort into making weeds break their lives to enhance them, when the effect isn't as good as a 10-year-old scorpion grass? Of course. Many spiritual herbs and grasses were also weeds at the beginning of their discovery, only to be nurtured into spiritual treasures in certain special environments. This is also the magic of the nature of heaven and earth. Jiang Yining's heart stirred. And he couldn't help but look at the mangosteen with the progress bar again. Spiritual treasure. Not spiritual medicine? Elder Wu snorted lightly. Your kid has been planting spiritual fields for 20 years. And you're really just fooling around? Read more cultivation books and you wouldn't be so ignorant of this. Although he disdained it, he couldn't help but expect more and more from his spirit field. He then explained. There are 5 classes of heaven and earth spiritual treasures: mortal, spiritual, wondrous, precious, and Tao treasures. Jiang Yining hurriedly fawned and picked up. Elder Wu. You specifically said. Let the kid long insight. Wu Lao snorted. A simple example. The iron ore in the mortal world is mortal, purple gold ore. Even if it's a spiritual object. The 100 refinement peak standardized flying swords are refined from purple gold ore. As for strange treasures, have you heard of shadowless sand gold? It is also a mineral naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. Up to this level, it's considered an unattainable heaven and earth spiritual treasure. Not to mention the treasures and Tao treasures. To this extent, they may contain a hint of Tao laws that can help 7th realm cultivators break through to the 8th realm. Elder Wu's specialization had instantly given Jiang Yining a rough idea of heaven and earth spiritual treasures. He continued. Spirit medicinal herbs also belong to the category of heaven and earth spiritual treasures, but are not nurtured by heaven and earth, belonging to man-made breeding. So the degree of preciousness is adjusted downward by 1 grade. Herbs nurtured by heaven and earth are considered to be mortal for less than 10 years. 10 years have become spiritual objects. And 100 years have become wondrous treasures. As for the ones we breed, 10 years portion is considered mortal. 100 years portion has become a spiritual object. 1,000 years portion is a miraculous treasure. 10,000 years portion is a precious treasure. And 100,000 years portion is a Tao treasure. The 1,000-year portion of scorpion grass that you bred before, if it was naturally contained in heaven and earth, it would be a treasure and worth a fortune. A 7th realm powerhouse would be willing to pay a high price. Elder Wu could not help but sigh. This is also considered a peck and a drink, with its own heavenly determination. After all, breeding elixir less time precipitation. Jiang Yining listened to nodding. For this point, he understands. In his previous life in the Blue Star. But also the native agricultural products are expensive. Hyped cheaper. KFC's 45-day-old chickens are really not as tasty as farm-raised chickens. Elder Wu. Then according to your meaning, all the flowers and grasses in this mountainous area, which were born and raised in heaven, can be classified as mortal objects? Wu Lao stopped the work in his hands for a moment. Straightened his waist. You kid want a fart eat. Mortal goods. At least also attributed to the heaven and earth inside the spiritual treasures, such as the iron ore. Although it is immortal, but also after the precipitation of time to come. A weed. By what? Jiang Yining thought about it and secretly pondered. What situation did that mangosteen belong to? All the other mangosteens don't have progress bars. But it does. Is it proof that it has broken through to the level of a mortal object itself? It's also the only way to see the progress bar for yourself. But what about the seeds of herbs? Under 10 years is not considered mortal? You can see the progress bar yourself. Elder Wu. Breeding 10-year portions is only considered mortal. That seed is not even considered mortal. And it's still sold at such a high price. Wu Lao disdained. Yo! So your kid is using this crooked idea. Let me ask you. The seed is scattered in the mountains no matter what. Grows out and becomes mortal. It itself is this level. It is only breeding to catalyze maturation, so that the grade corresponding to the year drops. A packet is only sold for dozens of spirit stones. Still too expensive? Jiang Yining smiled fawningly in succession. But it made him certain that as long as he could see the progress bar, it was the mortal level. The situation with the mangosteen is roughly certain. I was so happy that I thought I'd come across a treasure. But it was just an ordinary thing. See how far you can breed. Jiang Yining then carried out a recliner from the cabin and dragged it to the shady part of the yard. Elder Wu heard the commotion, glanced at it, and couldn't help but ask, "You brat! Is this the way to plant spiritual herbs?" "Yeah. Or what?" Jiang Yining said, and also stuffed a chi condensation dan into his mouth. Lying back on his back and crossing his legs, it was reasonable to at least sit in meditation to help absorb the elixir. But before practicing Qi Dan tried, transport or not, the effect of the difference is negligible. Perhaps it is the talent is too poor. He simply is eating sugar beans. It should be said not to say that the effect of the Qi condensation Dan is at least 10 times that of the Qi practicing Dan. Under the natural absorption, the body's true Qi a trace more. Suddenly, a manhwa crane landed in the courtyard. Jiang Yining hurriedly got up. "Brother Xianhe. Trouble," he said, taking the bamboo tube held by the crane, which slanted its head to look at the bamboo courtyard and then at the old man in the spirit field. Then spread its wings and flew away. Jiang Yining drew one from the bamboo tube. Newspaper. Immortal Gate Stargazer Report. Under the 10 Immortal Sect, the Starry Night Pavilion's industry, specializing in the report of the cultivation of the world's big and small things. 3 days a period. Every issue, the Starry Night Pavilion will give the top 10 Immortal Sects 10,000 copies free of charge. But for the top 10 Immortal Sects below, a Spirit Stone a copy. And crane delivery, which is a no-cost deal for the Green Cloud Sword sect. 5 Spirit Stones for a monthly package. Although Jiang Yining didn't like going down the mountain, he was still very attached to the world of immortal cultivation. After all, wherever there were demonic cults, demonic scourges, and ghosts infested, one tried to go around them as much as possible when descending the mountain. For the famous monks and novices, they also try to be in the right place and follow good advice. And Jiang Yining recognized the Starry Night Pavilion's approach, highlighting one hand to be refined and specialized. It has emerged and flourished under the 10 great immortal sects. After all, under the top 10 immortal sects, there are countless small sects. 3 or 5 people. A Qi practicing method. Or become a clan. Or even wild cultivation. Jiang Yining sat down again. And before he could lie down on his back, Feng Yuqin came out of the wooden house with a smile on his face. "Let's see. Is there any news for the master in this issue?" Jiang Yining hurriedly unfolded the Immortal Sect Starry Night report. Qing Yun, a victim of the East China Sea, has made a mess of the seawater on Penglai Island. Huge headline. Front page. The corner of Jiang Yining's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The protagonist was none other than his own master. Feng Yuqin obviously saw it as well, and angrily laughed. "Bastard. I went to get rid of the auger dragon that was devouring the mortals on the seashore. How dare you make a big deal out of slandering this honored one?" Jiang Yining immediately asked weakly. "Master, where's Jiaolong?" Feng Yuqin was exasperated. "Letting it escape. I followed it all the way and bombarded the nearby sea. I think it was hurt badly." Jiang Yining listened and quickly scanned through the text. "This Elder of Penglai Island doesn't seem to contain blood. What did you say?" Feng Yuqin's eyes glared. "Jiang Yining, master. Look. He said that you triggered huge waves in the waters near there. And Penglai Island saw it all. It doesn't look like he knew you were exorcising demons." Feng Yuqin didn't say any more and whooshed the imperial air to leave. Jiang Yining looked at his master's back and shook his head slightly. Panglai Island. Condolences. He sat down in his recliner and continued to read. The Liang dynasty. At the same time, 13 cities were slaughtered. The Kunlun mountain suspected to use the Kunlun mirror to determine the swallowing heaven sect. All the disciples out, but pounced on the empty. Kunlun Mountain declares that it will eradicate the heaven swallowing cult. Jiang Yining was shocked. This was big news. 10 immortal sect. 4 sects. 3 mountains. 2 temples and 1 temple. In no particular order. The Kunlun Mountains are precisely one of the 3 mountains. Kunlun Mirror is today's immortal door. Ranked first immortal treasure. Can monitor the world. It's just that the slaughter of the 13 cities still allows the matter of the master to dominate the headlines. I'm afraid that the Starry Night Pavilion has people she has offended. Chapter 5 Mangosteen. At noon. Wu Lao left. Jiang Yining hurriedly got up from the recliner. Carrying the spirit fertilizer. He headed for the manzanita. Pouring a spoonful of it first. Then wait. An hour later. Jiang Yining realized that the progress bar had become 3%. Useful. And it's even shorter than the time interval for spiritual herbs, which are generally fertilized at intervals of about 2 hours. Then, Jiang Yining hurriedly continued. This time with 2 spoons. But after waiting another hour, he realized that the progress bar was instead only at 4%. 2 scoops of spiritual fertilizer is too much? For the third application of fertilizer, switch back to 1 scoop again. Just after getting it done, Jiang Yining realized that Elder Wu had also come to Green Bamboo Peak carrying a wooden barrel. Kid, you're not casting spirit liquid? Just about to get it. Jiang Yining said as he picked up the wooden bucket and walked to the edge of the spirit field. And a scoop of spirit fertilizer was sprinkled out. Day. 5 or 6 scoops in a row. Then he switched spoons and went up to add some more. Elder Wu looked at everything and asked, Kid, what's the point of scooping and spooning? Of course there's something to be said for the fact that where a ladybird is used to sprinkle, it's almost always a dead seed. The ones that use spoons are almost always living species. But that wasn't what Jiang Yining said on his lips. What? A few scoops go down. And where it's not watered, make up a little bit. After all, spiritual fertilizer is also expensive. If your old man provides me with some spiritual fertilizer for free, I'll pour a scoop of it into each seed. Do you think you want? Elder Wu let out a cold snort and turned his head towards his spirit field. Jiang Yining laughed wordlessly and sat down on the recliner again, looking at the manzanita from time to time. Half an hour later, Elder Wu left again. Waiting for an hour. Jiang Yining once again looked at the manzanita. And this time the progress bar was still 4%. No change. Jiang Yining frowned. A spoonful was also too much. It shouldn't be. The first time it clearly grew by 2%. He circled the manzanita a few times before a sudden realization dawned on him. The mangosteen is not a water-loving plant. And continuous watering is too much water. This is also some basic common sense in breeding elixirs. Adjusting the concentration of spirit fertilizer appropriately according to the different habits of the elixirs. Drought tolerance and moisture preference. Thinking of this, Jiang Yining hurried into the house and took out a small bamboo cup. This time, only a small amount of spiritual fertilizer was blended. But it was very thick. And after it was blended, the manzanita was once again doused with a spoonful. Waiting for. After an hour, Jiang Yining was pleasantly surprised to find that the mangosteen progress bar became 14%. Adding 10% at once. Wild into spirit. So fierce? With 20 years of elixir breeding. The highest growth value. Which is a 5% increase at a time. Jiang Yining hurriedly continued, this time turning it into 2 spoons. After doing so, he looked at the spiritual field and realized that some seeds had turned into 2%. Taking advantage of Elder Wu's absence, he hurriedly came up with a precise dosage. That's where he comes in. As soon as there is a change in the progress bar, the next fertilizer application can be made. Precise timing. The most efficient hypnosis. After waiting for an hour again, the mangosteen progress bar became 30%. And this time the growth progress was even more exaggerated, increasing by 16%. Jiang Yining was truly shocked. The interval was short. So wouldn't it be a day's worth of life-breaking enhancements? Go ahead. 3 scoops this time. Unfortunately, the exaggerated speed didn't continue to increase. And after an hour, the growth value of 43% only increased by 13% this time. Jiang Yining began to reduce as appropriate. 2.5 spoons. When you are done, give Rata 1 more time as appropriate. When the mangosteen growth value changed again, it had become 61%. This time an increase of 18%. Jiang Yining once again reduces at his discretion, almost on the verge of finding the optimal amount of fertilizer for mangosteen. In the evening, when the sky was hazy and about to fall into night, Elder Wu once again came to the spiritual field and looked at Jiang Yining on the recliner. The traces of being splashed by Jiang Yining with a dipper in the morning were obvious. And it was obvious that the fertilizer hadn't continued to be applied later. You boys, not ready to fertilize? Do not blame him for arbitrariness. Jiang Yining from the beginning to the end of a look of planting vegetables. The spoon precise search for the amount. And really do not see any traces. But Jiang Yining still explained. Laughed, watered. Spirit fertilizer to save a little use well. All with a spoon to make up a little meaning. It's enough to sprinkle once a day. As for what Wu Lao thought, he couldn't care less. Only to hear Elder Wu give a ha. He walked straight towards his spiritual field. Jiang Yining also got up to follow. Elder Wu, how many times do you water this day? Are you still coming at night? 3 times a day is enough. Too often is not good. Jiang Yining skimmed his mouth. In his opinion, with the changes in the growth value of the white moon boneflower and grass, can be accurate to an hour and 50 minutes to fertilize once? But it is not good how to remind. The next morning, Jiang Yining sprinkled a piece of mangosteen with spirit fertilizer. Make do. Because you can see the growth value of the mangosteen. After Jiang Yining's efforts for one night, has long exceeded 100%, has entered the centennial share of 29%. Today it is even thicker than a thumb. 3 feet taller than the surrounding wild bamboos. Breeding mangosteen to 100 years old. The rate of growth after fertilizing plummeted. The optimal amount of fertilizer was increased to 3 scoops. And it only grew 6% at a time. But keep it up like this and you can get into the millennials in 2 days. Terrible growth. So Jiang Yining hurriedly watered the surrounding wild bamboos as well, so he could explain. Then, Jiang Yining sought the precise measurements in the spirit field once more. The fastest one, Bixa triflora, has already sprouted. Length of maturity, 7%. Just after doing so, Wu Lao came to Qingzhou Peak. Jiang Yining saw the situation. A few scoops of spiritual fertilizer was sprinkled to those dead seeds. Elder Wu looked at it and couldn't help but let out a soft eep. Your kid's spirit seeds actually sprouted in one night? Jiang Yining put down the barrel and laughed. You see? I told you. Cultivating spirit medicines is no trouble. A few scoops of spirit fertilizer every day. If you supply spirit fertilizer for free, I can reclaim half of Green Bamboo Peak. Wu Lao disdained. Shay. It's just luck. After saying that, He walked towards his spiritual field. Jiang Yining, however, hurriedly shouted, "Elder Wu, take a look at this mangosteen. Has it become a spirit? I casually splashed a few scoops of spiritual fertilizer yesterday after hearing your introduction. And I didn't think it would be like this in one night. Instead of actively mentioning it, it comes more naturally." Oh. It was then that Wu Lao noticed the mangosteen and walked over to survey it twice. "You kid. You've really gotten lucky." Jiang Yining feigned excitement. "Elder Wu. Then how did this thing grow so fast? One night, even if it breaks the life enhancement?" Elder Wu skimmed him. Slightly sigh, "Heaven and earth nature is so magical. Perhaps this mangosteen has been through the weather. Just lack of aura. You a scoop of spiritual fertilizer just make up for this. It's a peck and a drink. The front end is just being bred and growing fast. But it should gradually slow down later." The old man's judgment did correspond on. Jiang Yining released. "I see. Then he no longer bother Wu Lao. Self-centered idle in the recliner. A chi condensation dan into the mouth. No wonder he did not want to go down the mountain. This day is really comfortable. Cozy cultivation of immortality to seek eternal life. 2 days in a row. Wu Lao came to Qingzhou Peak 3 times a day, staying half an hour each time. And finally a medicinal herb drilled out its shoots. While on the contrary, Jiang Yining's spiritual field was already half germinated. Chapter 6, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. On a new day, Wu Lao arrived on time. Jiang Yining was gathering around the mangosteen. And when he saw him, he shouted excitedly, "Elder Wu, Elder Wu. Take a quick look at this mangosteen. Elevated to a 1,000-year portion. It's become a miraculous treasure. Mangosteen has been 3 fingers thick. More than 10 feet high. Compared to the surrounding wild bamboo. Cranes. Elder Wu. Is this worth anything?" Elder Wu came to the mangosteen and reached out to flick his finger. Dang. Knock. Knock. He pondered for a moment. Go to 100 Refinement Peak and ask. At least it can refine flying swords. It should be better than the standardized flying swords made by the Purple Gold Mine. 200 to 300 spirit stones is still worth it. Jiang Yining's face immediately fell. Just this? Didn't your old man say that when it comes to the level of chi treasure, it's unattainable? Elder Wu blew his beard and glared. And said without a trace of anger. The mangosteen itself is only at this level. Would you say that a 1,000-year portion of Ganoderma lucidum can have the same value as the 1,000-year portion of scorpion grass you bred before? It's the reasoning. Jiang Yining fawned and smiled. Then what if I breed to 10,000 years? Mangosteen is now growing at a 3% rate. And is now growing 1% at a time with 5 scoops of spirit fertilizer. If it keeps going so well, within 10 days, it can be bred to 10,000 years. There is hope. Wu Lao, oh. See if you have that life. Really to 10,000 years. Step into the precious treasure. Even a weed has a big value. May contain a trace of the Tao. Furthermore, bamboo types are already tough. Let Feng Yuqin help you refine and absorb it. It will also be of great help to perfect foundation building. Jiang Yining's eyes lit up when he heard. At that moment, a silhouette rode the air and landed in the bamboo courtyard. It was Feng Yuqin. Jiang Yining, master. You're back. Did everything go well? Feng Yuqin laughed. After a few days of reasoning and compensating 5,000 spirit stones? The defamation of my teacher is too lazy to pursue. She had a generous demeanor. Jiang Yining can imagine. Panglai Island to pay out the spirit stone. Must be extremely suffocating. A belly full of bitter water to drink. When Feng Yuqin entered the wooden house, Wu Lao patted Jiang Yining. He pointed at the spiritual field. Kid. Don't say I didn't remind you. The strange fragrance of the 3 flowers of Bixia will invite flying birds to destroy it. You'd better go and buy a formation to cover the medicinal field. A simple shielding formation won't cost you more than a few spirit stones. Jiang Yining, thank you. Elder Wu. Elder Wu waved his hand and turned to ask. You added something else inside your spiritual fertilizer? No. Jiang Yining shook his head straight. Elder Wu looked at him suspiciously. Then the growth in your spiritual field is so good? It's only been a few days. And the best one is 3 or 4 years old. Jiang Yining hurriedly lifted the barrel containing the spirit fertilizer over to Elder Wu. Nah, it's the spirit fertilizer from the Dan Hall. You guys? For most spirit herbs, a scoop of spirit fertilizer to 3 scoops of water is best. I'm a bit more strapped for cash. I blended 4 scoops. Wu Lao looked at Jiang Yining. And the barrel. His eyebrows deeper and deeper. Is 1:4 better? Jiang Yining knew that his statement, again, posed a problem for the experts. Do not bother him. Directly find the master borrowed 100 spirit stones. By isolation array to go. The expert's opinion still has to be listened to. 100 Treasure Peak. It is a small peak outside of the 13 peaks of the Green Cloud. Because it is not far from the 13 peaks. There are always Qingyun disciples setting up stalls here. Gradually forming a place for trading within the door. 13 peaks. In addition to Alchemy Peak and 100 Refinement Peaks pills and flying swords, which were in greater demand and had their own business halls. The rest of the peak's disciples' miscellaneous treasures were traded at 100 Treasure Peak. Here, it's like a small market town. Jiang Yining was no stranger to this. Because every time he came down the mountain to buy a few divine traveling talismans before he went down to do his duty. The disciples of the Qi practicing stage still don't know the sword royalty. In and out of the 3,000 mountains. The divine walking talisman genus is a must. And their bodies are as light as swallows. Jiang Yining wandered quickly through the land of set stalls. He had a clear goal, which was to find the disciples of the Flowing Cloud Peak. The disciples of Luyun Peak majored in the art of formation and sword. So if they wanted to look for formations, of course they had to find them. Soon, Jiang Yining was standing in front of a stall. The stall was green with foot-long wooden swords with various patterns carved on them. Before he could speak, the stall owner enthusiastically introduced. This senior brother. What kind of formation do you need? I have a full array of formation swords. Attack. Defense. Hiding and concealment. Everything. Jiang Yining looked at the other party. The cultivator couldn't judge his age from his appearance. He seemed to be similar to himself. This senior brother. Is there a shielding array? Both of them called each other senior brother. The other person froze. Then enthusiastically said, Yes. Yes. He immediately handed out 3 wooden swords and quickly introduced them. This set is extremely effective. Cultivators in the Jindan realm can be concealed. 10 spirit stones are placed at each sword formation. And it can last for a day. A must-have for going out to hone your skills. With my defensive and offensive sword formations, outsmarting Jindan is no problem. Jiang Yining smiled. This guy blows the sky. Senior brother. I don't need such a good one. The simplest shielding sword formation will do. Shrouding the spiritual field and preventing birds and beasts only. Oh. The stall owner paused for a moment. Senior brother is a disciple of the Alchemy Peak? He once again sized up Jiang Yining twice and smiled even more enthusiastically after seeing the Sumeru ring on Jiang Yining's finger. Jiang Yining smiled and didn't answer. The other party picked out 2 wooden swords again and smiled. This set. And it meets senior brother's requirements. 2 sword formations with a spirit stone on each. Can last for 3 days? And only consume 20 spirit stones in January. Suitable for opening all year round. And can encompass a 3-foot radius. Jiang Yining nodded slightly. This sword formation was indeed good. Senior brother. How many spirit stones? The other man held out 2 fingers and compared them. Jiang Yining, 20? Senior brother is joking. 200. Jiang Yining twisted his head and left. Although he wasn't sure about the market. But Wu Lao could have said that it wouldn't take more than a few spirit stones. Seeing this, the other party immediately crossed the stalls and pulled Jiang Yining by the hand. Senior brother. Don't be in a hurry. If it's expensive, there are others. Jiang Yining was pulled back. The other party immediately picked out 2 sword formations again. This set of 50. Cost-effective tops. Same effect. It's just easy to destroy. But senior brother is caging the medicinal garden. Not for fighting. This is just right. More suitable. Jiang Yining couldn't see much difference anyway. The only thing? The wood color is different than the previous 2. But the price is not so outrageous that it can be negotiated. 25? The other party waved his hands repeatedly. Senior brother. You're cutting too hard here. It took me a month to make it. In that case, today is my first order of business. So I'll give senior brother a 10% discount. 45. 30. My Lincoln product. Absolutely fine. Senior brother can't buy it to lose. Our first time dealing. I'll let it go one step further. The friendship price is 40. Can't be any less. 35. No more. The 2 men were at a standstill for a moment. In the end, it was still a 35 spirit stone deal. After Jiang Yining put away the wooden sword, he pointed to the next door. Is this also senior brother's stall? Lin Kong's eyes flickered. What does senior brother look at? Just take your pick. It's all the loot I've harvested from fighting to the death out there. Jiang Yining did have his eye on a few items. 5 lotus seeds. 20 years of reading a lot of books on spiritual medicine. He just happened to recognize the lotus seeds of the iceberg snow lotus. 2 of them to be exact. The other 3 are dead seeds. To be able to breed and make a killing. Chapter 7, Sword Formation. Jiang Yining didn't hide it and asked directly. Senior brother. How do you sell this lotus seed? Lin Kong's eyes lit up. Senior brother has a good eye. This is the lotus seed of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. 100 per grain. Not sold in bulk. Jiang Yining glanced at the other party, not expecting the other party to recognize him as well. Elder brother. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus blossoms and bears seeds in 100 years portion. Just the seeds. It is not considered precious. Even if it is cultivated and not in 1,000 years portion. It is not considered a good medicine. And this is obviously 100 years portion of iceberg snow lotus. Shedding lotus. If 1,000 years portion of shedding. There is still some role. I think senior brother should have been to the Dan Hall. 30 a grain will not accept. Lin Kong laughed dryly. Senior brother is worthy of being a senior disciple of Alchemy Peak. He did go to the Dan Hall. 5 grains together for 100 spirit stones. Originally, it was also a stall to take a chance and sell at a high price in case it happened to be urgently needed. Jiang Yining seemed to hesitate. In that case, 50 spirit stones. I'll pick 2 to try my luck. Lin Kong quickly shook his head. Senior brother. Either together. Picking a few left over is even worse for me to sell. Packing them up for the Dan Hall also has 100 spirit stones. He directly stated the reserve price. Jiang Yining frowned. 20 spirit stones per capsule was indeed considered a high price. The lotus seeds. in particular, have not been visible for long enough to be shed, making it difficult to have living seeds. It might be a good idea for Danton to spend a little money to try it out. This makes himself difficult. Not enough spirit stones in hand. But how can you give up when there are clearly 2 living seeds? Jiang Yining raised his head and said to Lin Kong, "Senior brother, I really don't have so many spirit stones in my hands right now. How about this? I'll give senior brother 2 chi condensation pills. Plus 50 spirit stones." Lin Kong's eyes seemed to become sultry for a moment as he looked at Jiang Yining and shook his head. "I'm not as affluent as senior brother. I usually just use spirit stones to cultivate." Jiang Yining was puzzled. "Aren't spirit stones containing aura too refractory?" Lin Kong, taking some effort to refine it is just a bit more troublesome. But comparing it to a Reiki elixir of the same value, the amount of true chi cultivated is slightly more instead. Put it this way. Jiang Yining was embarrassed. He had used spirit stones to cultivate himself in the past. Troublesome not to mention that he didn't feel the difference in the amount of chi. This seemed to reaffirm the fact that one's own cultivation talent was extremely poor. Elder brother. Then another way. I'll offer 150 spirit stones. But I can only pay 50 in advance. And give you the remaining 100 within a month. Lin Kong was happy for a moment at first. Then looked at Jiang Yining with some hesitation. Jiang Yining hurriedly continued to persuade. "Elder brother, don't worry. You can take a trip back with me to recognize a land. And if I don't give it to you within a month, you can pull up my medicinal garden." Line. When Lin Kong arrived at Qingzhou Peak with Jiang Yining, Lin Kong was surprised. "Senior brother. Not a disciple of Alchemy Peak?" Jiang Yining smiled. "I am the chief senior disciple of Green Bamboo Peak." Lin Kong stood at the entrance of the courtyard, a little hesitant, and said in a small voice, "So is your master around?" "Brother Lin. Don't worry. My master doesn't eat people. Look. We still have the steward of the Dan Hall here." Jiang Yining said and greeted Elder Wu. "Elder Wu, the formation has been bought back?" "Ha! The kid from Luyun Peak." Lin Kong obviously recognized it as well and hurriedly called out, "Elder Wu." Jiang Yining looked at the two with a smile. "Elder Wu. You know each other." "It just so happens that I plucked a few lotus seeds of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus from senior brother Lin." Wu Lao straightened up, somewhat playfully. "You're quite big-hearted." The Dan Hall was all set to just smash a few spirit stones in the first place and listen to the sound of the water. "Kid. Let me remind you one more time. Prepare to breed Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. You have to come back to buy another set of formation. With the power of ice and cold. Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. It has to be planted in the frozen soil." Jiang Yining suddenly awakened. "Is this rationale? Spiritual plant breeding? To meet the basic requirements of the environment. Put this point ignored. It seems to have to bleed." Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong with a bitter smile. Lin Kong frowned. "There's no one with pure icy cold power. But the Ice and Fire 2E sword formation. I can make it. It can also be adjusted to merely fulfill your frozen earth requirement, no problem. But this belongs to an attack formation and costs at least 300 spirit stones. Jiang Yining is difficult. Breeding Iceberg Snow Lotus does not reach 1,000 years of copies." Bendu was afraid of not being able to return. He mused for a moment. Twisting his head, he looked at the Bixia 3 flowers in the spirit field. With a clench of teeth, he said to Lin Kong, "No problem. But there's still more trouble for senior brother Lin. Can the spirit stones wait for a month?" "Don't worry. I'm breeding all the Bixia 3 flowers. Or most of the packet of seeds. Even if I can't grow the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, it's enough to pay back your spirit stones." Lin Kong subconsciously necked back and looked at Jiang Yining. Still coming? This belongs to the empty glove. He was clearly unwilling to participate. Jiang Yining hurriedly said. Even if there aren't enough herbs in the spirit field. The big deal is that I'll find my master. Feng Yuqin appropriately stepped out of the cabin and stretched. Yo! My good disciple. 20 years. Finally made a friend in Changyun? Lin Kong hurriedly said respectfully. Senior Feng. Feng Yuqin waved his hand. There's no need to be formal. It's rare for my disciple to bring a friend to Qingyan Peak. You guys talk. I'm going to slip out. Lin Kong had a constipated look on his face. He came to Green Bamboo Peak and had to pour in a few hundred spirit stones? His face changed for a while. Feng Yuqin's big name in the Qingyun but loud and clear. The key? This one is also unrestrained. Put down the stature in Junior's reasoning. Being remembered by her is not a good thing. Jiang Yining laughed silently, having reason to suspect that Master was helping himself. The timing is stuck on point. Looking at Lin Kong's expression, he knew it was probably a done deal. Unsurprisingly, Lin Kong eventually let out a long breath and smiled bitterly at Jiang Yining. Don't worry. Senior brother. I'll go back and make it. And bring it to you as soon as I'm done. After that he gritted his teeth. But it's got to be extra. After all, it's risky for me too. Add 200 more spirit stones after a month. Jiang Yining agreed with a full mouth. And since he decided to do it, he didn't hesitate. Really need to come out with a 1,000-year-old portion of iceberg snow lotus. Everything comes back. Afterwards, Lin Kong shot out 2 wooden swords and inserted them on both sides of the spiritual field. Simply teaching Jiang Yining to set up an isolation formation, where the wooden sword handles are located. 1 spirit stone is stuck in each. The operation is quite simple. In an instant, a masked gas covered the spiritual field. Like a greenhouse, it can block the wind and rain, but not the sun. Lin Kong, senior brother. The array has been set up. I'll return the sword array I sold you earlier. Ha! Jiang Yining looked at what Lin Kong had laid out for himself. The very same set of you that had previously shouted for 200 spirit stones. It was instantly clear that what was perishable was not perishable. It was all a ruse. He pulled out the 2 sword formations he had bought earlier and deliberately queried. Wasn't the one senior brother set up for me the expensive one? Lin Kong a moment to react. Embarrassed to smile. Just now the old consideration of padding spirit stone thing. Put this overlooked. He hurriedly took the 2 wooden swords in Jiang Yining's hands. I'll go back first and prepare the ice and fire 2 sword formation for you. For 2 days in a row. Jiang Yining diligently tended to Ling Tian and Shan Zhu. The millennial mangosteen has been very stable, reaching 26% of its adult length. Each of the Bishia triflora plants within the spiritual field also found the optimal amount of fertilizer. One of the best growing plants is up to 79% and will be in its 10th year in 2 more days. The location of the dead seed. Jiang Yining is even in front of Wu Lao's face. Brightly resowed once. On the 3rd day, Lin Kong arrived as promised. He brought with him the ice and fire 2 sword formation, 4 wooden swords, and helped Jiang Yining quickly set up in the newly opened clearing. The layout is actually simple. There were 2 wooden swords with 1 spirit stone each and another 2 with 5 each. Lin Kong meant to regulate the power of ice and cold to the maximum to achieve the desired effect. It was only slightly more expensive. With the array continuously open, it would cost 12 spirit stones per day. This caused Jiang Yining to seek out his master and borrow some more spirit stones. For the spiritual field business, Feng Yuqin was very supportive. After everything is done, Lin Kong said with some meat pain, Jiang's senior brother. The spirit stone I have left can all ride in. The next 2 years cannot be able to cultivate peacefully. It depends on you. Senior Brother Lin. Look at what you're saying. It's not like I'm not going to pay it back. It's only for a month. Don't worry. Jiang Yining patted his chest. After a few moments of small talk, Lin Kong left. With everything complete, Jiang Yining took out the 2 living seeds of the iceberg snow lotus. Chapter 8 Treasure, 10,000 Years of Mangosteen. Within the sword formation, the cold wind whistled. The ground is gradually showing permafrost. Jiang Yining buried the 2 living seeds into the soil. Observed for a day after fertilization. It took a full 6 hours for Jiang Yining to realize that the growth value had become 2%. The fertilizer application interval amounted to 12 hours. You can only fertilize twice a day to promote growth. Wu old evening when he left. But also teased some, boy. A day also do not see you fertilization. You this kind of planting method. Do not spirit stone flowers. Water ringing cannot hear a sound oh. Time passed like a white horse. And it was 5 days. After 10 fertilizer applications, Jiang Yining probably found out the optimal amount of fertilizer for the 2 iceberg snow lotus plants. 7 scoops in 1 plant. 4% growth at a time. Now 20% total adult length. A small half scoop. Growing 2% at a time. Now 14% total. At this rate, if things go well, a fast-growing plant will be in its 10-year portion in just 10 days. The millennial portion of the mangosteen has been going well, with 86% of the adult length already reached. Bixia 3 flowers within the spiritual field. 3 plants entered the 10-year portion. The strain that started to grow the best was instead stuck at 99% and not rising. Jiang Yining was prepared to wait 2 more days for it to still swing and rot. Then pull it out. In the morning, as soon as Elder Wu arrived at the bamboo garden, he stared at the iceberg snow lotus and said in amazement, "Kid, both plants have sprouted? You're really a traitorous shitluck." The first thing he did in the bamboo garden every day now was to look at the 2 ice mountain snow lotus plants that Jiang Yining had bred. Jiang Yining laughed. With luck, maybe the lotus will shed for less than a year. Wu Lao sneered. You kid know what? Lotus shells have become gray-green. Less than a year? Jiang Yining said unconcernedly. Maybe it's only just come off for a year too. Regarding this point, Elder Wu did not refute it. Whether the lotus seeds have just fallen off for a year, 5 years, or 10 years, they're all one color. And it's impossible to tell the exact time frame. Looking at the germination rate of the 2 grains planted, odds are it's just over a year old. I can only say that Jiang Yining is lucky. Jiang Yining laughed. There are still 3 grains left. It's good to be able to breed a 1,000-year portion of a plant. Elder Wu. What experience do you have in breeding iceberg snow lotus? Give the kid a few pointers. Elder Wu shook his head. I can't talk about experience. I've read about it in books. But someone from Alchemy Peak has bred it. How about this? 300 spirit stones. Give me all the remaining 3 lotus seeds. I'll take them back and let someone else breed them. Jiang Yining's heart fluttered, waiting for these words. And yet, it can't be shown so soon. Elder Wu. I also got some of your teachings. So it's reasonable to sell you. But in case these 2 beads are messed up by me, I still want to keep trying to try. Look. Is it okay to sell you 1 grain for 100 spirit stones? When Wu Lao heard it, it was a good idea. He hastened to advise. Kid, it's a bit of a waste for you to take this to learn from experience. Besides, it's not so coincidental that all 3 grains are living seeds. So if I want to collect them, I'll take all 3 together. For you also save the loss of encountering dead seeds. And if you breed it out, It might as well be a 100-year portion. Or even a 10-year portion. 300 spirit stones you don't lose. He has long regretted that when Lin Kong went to the Dan Hall, 200 spirit stones were collected together. How good. Now known to have 2 living seeds. Elder Wu continued. I'm also giving you such a high price now because I'm also betting on the high probability of the other 3 living seeds. Seeing as the 2 you planted are both living seeds. Otherwise, 30 spirit stones is too expensive for me. He was persuaded one way or the other. Jiang Yining's face gradually became difficult. And he finally let out a long breath. All right. Your old man has said it all. So I'll let you have it. Then, I'll take 200 spirit stones. As a way of thanking you for the grace of your teaching during this period of time. When Wu Lao grunted, he immediately blew his beard. Kid, who are you looking down on? It's only 100 spirit stones, he said as he pulled out a cloth bag. Nah. 300 spirit stones. One is not less for you. As soon as he did, he shoved the cloth bag into Jiang Yining's hands. As if he was afraid that he would back out. Jiang Yining handed over the lotus seeds with extreme reluctance. Wu Lao's spiritual field was not even tended to before returning to the Dan Hall. Jiang Yining eyes reluctant to accompany the escort. Elder Wu. What a good man. Feng Yuqin walked out from the wooden house and squinted at Jiang Yining. Kid, did you cheat the old man out of money again? Jiang Yining immediately retracted his gaze and said with a straight face. Master, I'm cutthroat. What do you mean by cheating? Is a disciple that kind of person in your eyes? Feng Yuqin let out a laugh. I didn't really realize it before. But from the time I started selling spiritual fields, I knew that your kid had a crooked mind. Master, you really misunderstood. Feng Yuqin stopped it. No need for sophistry. She pointed at the spirit field in front of her yard. Hurry up and think of a way to sell this piece of land as well as the right thing to do. You're in charge of the finances now. You have to slowly dish out the assets of Green Bamboo Peak before you can do so. Jiang Yining. 2 days later. Jiang Yining was a bit nervous today. The Millennium Mangosteen was 99% of the way through its growth progress. And it was about to break through. But it stopped growing. It makes the heart claw like a cat. And don't continue to fertilize indiscriminately. Today's mangosteen is 3 feet tall and as thick as a baby's arm. 3 more days passed in torment. Early in the morning, a splash of fish white had just appeared in the sky when Jiang Yining suddenly heard a swish. He rushed out of the cabin. Ooh! 1,000-year-old mangosteen pulls up 3 feet with the naked eye. Jiang Yining hurriedly made luck in his eyes. 0%. All at once he shouted out in excitement. It's done! It's done! Feng Yuqin also opened the wooden door upon hearing the news. What a racket in the morning! She had just finished speaking when she saw what appeared to be a ray of haze in the sky, which disappeared into the mountain bamboo in a flash. Skyfall spiritual rhythm? Feng Yuqin narrowed his eyes. The mangosteen gradually becomes fluorescent green and translucent, resembling jade. You've been raising mangosteens for 10,000 years. Jiang Yining, still in a state of excitement, nodded heavily. Suddenly, Feng Yuqin rose up in the air and stopped over the small courtyard. Speaking aloud, he said, My Green Bamboo Peak is a natural treasure. A bamboo is just a mountain bamboo. There is no need to make such a big fuss about it. It can only be viewed from afar. As she finished speaking, a powerful pressure spread out in all directions. Jiang Yining then realized that the surrounding sky, gradually more than a dozen figures, far away from watching the mangosteen. But most of them left after a glance. In just a dozen breaths of effort, there were almost hundreds of figures coming and going. Jiang Yining didn't expect a mangosteen to have such a big impact. They're almighty. Qingyun has such a strong heritage. Worthy of being a top 10 immortal sect. It was the first time Jiang Yining had seen this kind of spectacle. A white-haired old woman arched her hand at Feng Yuqin from afar. Peak Master Feng. I wonder if this mangosteen can be bartered? Feng Yuqin faintly said. I have my own use for this. The old woman smiled and did not pester. And left. When everything was quiet, Feng Yuqin fell into the courtyard. Jiang Yining hurriedly asked. Master, are these all seventh realm powers such as yourself? Feng Yuqin was disdainful. A strand of heavenly descending spirit charm. It still can't attract so many seven realms. Mostly heaven and earth realm. Sixth realm cultivators. A few fifth and seventh realm. Jiang Yining gave an oh so subtle sound. It made no difference to himself. 9 realms of immortal cultivation, Qi practicing realm. Foundation establishment realm. Jindan realm. Yuanying realm. Divine intent realm. Heaven and earth realm. Suo Dao realm. Origin realm. And immortal. He himself wasn't even a foundation builder. So whatever 5, 6, 7. They were all too far away. Jiang Yining returned to his senses and excitedly touched and looked around the mangosteen again. Wu Lao came in a hurry and saw the change in the mangosteen at a glance. Really? Jiang Yining smiled in return. Elder Wu revealed an envious look. You kid. You're really lucky. He also circled the mangosteen for a while, stroking. 10,000 years. Are you really going to use it for perfect foundation building? It's a bit too big to use. Feng Master might even use it. Jumbo. Jiang Yining hadn't had a clear concept before. But the hundreds of figures in the sky just now gave him an intuitive knowledge. He looked at his master. But Feng Yuqin spoke directly. You decided long ago to build your foundation perfectly. So you have a mountain bamboo to become a treasure. This is your chance. No need to let it. Now Master will help you refine it? Jiang Yining nodded. Looked at the manzanita. And shook his head again. He still wants to try and see if he can continue to cultivate it. In case he achieves 100,000-year-old Dao treasure. Wu Lao could see his intention. Kid. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Do you still want to cultivate it into a Dao treasure? You won't even have a place to cry if someone steals it tomorrow. Feng Yuqin snorted coldly. Don't worry. For the master recently also do not go out. Who dares to come to steal? You have the idea to boldly try. Jiang Yining would smile. Thank you. Master. Feng Yuqin waved her hand casually and turned to enter the cabin. Where she could be seen in the doorway. Having picked up the talking book. Chapter 9 Perfect Foundation Establishment. Time passed like a white horse. And it was another 5 days. In the past few days, no matter how Jiang Yining controlled the amount of fertilizer, the growth progress of the Wanyan mangosteen was always 0%. He no longer dwells on it. Even the fast-growing iceberg snowdrops, which are well into their 10-year portions, decided to refine the mangosteen. It was also a rare event. An old man who came early to watch. It also caused him to sigh again and again. Kid. In the netherworld. You may be the one with great luck. The 2 snow lotus you picked are living seeds. My 3 have been 10 days and have not yet sprouted. I'm afraid they are all dead seeds. The same goes for the spiritual fields. You just plant any kind of growth. He didn't doubt the others. After all, Jiang Yining could see the progress of growth. Something that no one would believe if they said it out loud. Jiang Yining just smiled politely. Her mind was now on the mangosteen. Watching Feng Yuqin uproot the mangosteen as soon as he, holding it up in the palm of his hand. Jiang Yining couldn't help but ask. Master. How do I refine it? Feng Yuqin, however, did not reply and directly wrapped the mangosteen with his true qi. Then she flicked out a finger, and a wisp of golden flame attached itself to the bamboo, instantly covering the entire bamboo. Sun Essence Phoenix Flame. Zhang Yining knew that this was the master's unique true fire. Feng Yuqin possessed a phoenix bloodline and was a 7th realm fire Dao cultivator. Of course, Zhang Yining didn't know much about it. Only that it was particularly powerful and different from ordinary danfires. One could only see the mangosteen shrinking with the naked eye as it was attached to the Sun Essence Phoenix Flame. While explaining, Elder Wu said, "Refining, simply put, is to incinerate the useless impurities, removing the dross and leaving the essence. It's just some special techniques." Zhang Yining nodded his head and asked somewhat absent-mindedly, "Below the Jindan realm, if you encounter a heaven and earth spiritual treasure outside, won't you be unable to devour it? It's also difficult to take it away. Like this bamboo. My Sumeru ring can't hold it. How dangerous it is to carry it." Elder Wu was amused by his jumpy thinking. There are some heaven and earth spiritual treasures that don't need to be refined and can be taken directly by cultivators, such as the 10,000 years Lingji, the 3 Qing earth milk, and so on. Taking a step back, you can also gnaw the whole mangosteen as long as you have good teeth, and the effect will be the same. It's just that at the precious level, even with the impurities, you'll have trouble digesting it. Zhang Yining skimmed a grudging glance at Elder Wu. Wu Lao said lightly, "You're the one who joked first. Do you really think you can pick up treasures anywhere you want?" The two have a chat. The mangosteen is getting smaller and smaller under Feng Yuqin's refining. Gradually softened and transformed into a viscous turquoise slurry. Until finally, it turned into a bowl-sized mass of jade pulp. It was only then that Feng Yuqin retrieved the Sun Essence Phoenix Flame while looking at Zhang Yining. "Open your mouth." Zhang Yining immediately followed the master's instructions. Ah! Flying jade pulp, which seems to have dark green silk threads swimming around. In the mouth. A wave of refreshing. Instantly, a coolness rises throughout the body with a numbing itch. Seeing this, Old Man Wu pulled out 2 bottles of qi condensation pills. "Kid, take them all together. Now is the best time for you to expand your qi hai and meridians. Take notes first." Zhang Yining made no pretense. Said thank you. Took the pill bottle. Swallowed the qi condensation dan as much as he could. And then immediately sat down on the ground to run his energy. This is still the time to be mindful. Swallowing too many qi condensation pills at once. Immediately the qi hai and meridians appeared distended, followed by coolness and itching repeatedly. When Zhang Yining opened his eyes, it was already evening, and he had spent the entire day sitting in meditation in the courtyard. The master is long gone. Elder Wu was doing his last labor of the day in the spirit field. He realized that Zhang Yining had gotten up and immediately asked, "How's it going? How much more has the qi si and meridians expanded?" Zhang Yining felt it. 3 times. Old Man Wu scared for a while. It's really different. Expanding the sea of qi with precious treasures is really rare. Ordinary people who have perfected foundation establishment will only expand twice as much under normal circumstances. When you complete your foundation establishment, I'm afraid that your true qi will be thicker than that of an ordinary disciple at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. He finished with a sigh. Then he added, "Fortunes and misfortunes. I don't know if it's good or bad for you. I'm afraid I'll be stuck under the Jindan for the rest of my life." Zhang Yining smiled and bowed sincerely. "Thanks to Elder Wu's help. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach this level." Elder Wu waved his hand. At that time, it was just the easiest time to expand, saving you a year or 2. You kid really want to thank In the future, this piece of spiritual field helped me planted. Your seed. Spiritual fertilizer, I help you out. The several times I pay out of my own pocket. Just want to quickly return to the capital. How about it? Jiang Yining immediately answered with his mouth full. No problem. Not only return the capital. I'll help you plant for one day when I'm at the Green Bamboo Peak. As you said. Just pack my seeds and spiritual fertilizers. Wu Lao was also happy to smile. That's a good feeling. Count on your kids still having some conscience. You reside in Qi. The harvest may be better than if I planted it myself. Old man Wu clapped his hands. All right. Then from now on the spiritual fields will be given to you. If you need spiritual fertilizers and seeds, go directly to the Dan Hall and look for me. But what the Dan Hall sells are all regular seeds. Like the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus and the like are not available. You kid also hurry to build the foundation. Maybe the mangosteen can still play some supporting role. Also, remember to return the money for the 2 bottles of Qi condensation Dan to me quickly. The next day, Jiang Yining went out, refreshed, slacked off last night and didn't jam the fertilizer. However, the powerful Qi Si and the huge amount of true Qi made the foundation building a success. Perfect foundation establishment was not only a large Qi Si, but at the same time, the Qi Si and meridians were also strong and incomparable. Between Dharma moves, the power generated by 1 move to wield a sea of air was different from 10 moves to wield a sea of air. However, the prerequisite was that the Qi Si and meridians could withstand the instantaneous burst of true Qi. Otherwise you will hurt yourself before you hurt your enemy. Therefore, cultivators with wide and solid Qi Sis and meridians were able to cultivate some real Qi consuming techniques in advance as killer techniques. This is the advantage of perfect foundation building. The true Qi was also gradually transforming into a liquid state. The amount of true Qi that the body can hold, compared to the Qi practicing stage, has increased 100-fold. Jiang Yining was about to take care of some spirit fields when Feng Yuqin landed in the bamboo courtyard. Finished building the foundation? It looked like she was drinking to her heart's content. The previous 5 days, in order to care for the mountain bamboo, Feng Yuqin almost never stepped out of the bamboo courtyard. Yesterday, after refining the mountain bamboo, the knight did not return home. This somehow still warmed Jiang Yining up a bit. He hurriedly fetched a basin of water and brought it over. Master, wash your face first. Feng Yuqin casually cupped a few handfuls of water and slapped it on his face. Now that you've built your foundation, don't forget to go down the mountain to be chivalrous and do something serious. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Master, you see that the current medicinal garden is flourishing right now. It is not advisable for me to go out for a long time. Feng Yuqin skimmed him. Without good humor, he said, immortal cultivation is about competition. Competition with the sky. Competition with the earth. Competition with people. Competition for wealth and treasures. Competition for the law and the destiny. And competition for the way. You this nature. If you want to hide your leisure, the master will give you a direction to go and seek out a few senior brothers and sisters on your own. And when they grow up, explain to them to do it. Feng Yuqin moved his neck and continued. But the words are in front. You are in charge of the finances of Qingyun Peak. And if you want to take in senior brothers and sisters, you are responsible for the resources. Don't count on me, Jiang Yining. But there's no denying that Master Sister is a one-size-fits-all method. Chapter 10 Chung Cheng 10,000 Sword Gang. Jiang Yining seriously pondered. Just stay away from Qingyun this time? Looking for a few senior brothers and sisters. And by the way, also serious chivalry once. The master, although not forcefully forced, but also mentioned a few times, Master. Disciple is preparing to get ready to go back down the mountain again and find you a few disciples on the way.
Jiang Yining finished staring at Feng Yuqin's chest.
Feng Yuqin let out a heavy nasal sound.
And his eyes became dangerous.
Where are you looking?
Jiang Yining froze and hurriedly explained.
Master. Your Phoenix Crystal Chalcedony is also a top-notch magic treasure. Disciple may run far away this time. Why don't you lend Disciple protection? Feng Yuqin was suspicious. Was looking at it? Eyes regaining their lightness.
He plucked a pendant-like pillar of blood-colored jade from between the peaks and arches.
This isn't very useful to the average person.
It has to be used in conjunction with my Phoenix Flame True Chi.
Then, she took out another jade bead from her Sumeru bracelet. When in danger, crush it. Within 500 miles of Qingyun.
I'll be there within half an incense stick. Jiang Yining took the jade bead and viewed it for a while.
Heart calculations. An incense burner about an hour. Half an incense burner is half an hour. Really need danger. Waiting for the master to arrive. Their own bodies are cool.
He felt the need to push the master's potential.
Master. Can you be more specific? Within half an incense burner. Half and a half burn incense counts. Or half and a half burn incense is also included?
Feng Yuqin frowned for a moment before slowly saying.
Half an incense burner with 5 going to 4. This is the limit. After all. To go to a fight. To stay in peak condition. Ooh. Jiang Yining gave Feng Yuqin a grudging look. Where's my master teacher? Shouldn't you be thinking of saving lives? And stay on top to fight?
At the same time, there is a general bottom.
Half an hour. 5 to 4. That is 6 minutes. This is a range of 500 miles. One does not go out 205. Then she can arrive in 3 minutes. So think about it. It is still more reliable. What else is wrong? Feng Yuqin looked ready to go into the cabin to lie down.
Jiang Yining hurriedly said. Disciple has only just built the foundation. The royal sword art can go to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. It's just that I don't have a flying sword yet.
Does Master have an idle flying sword? Feng Yuqin shook his head.
I use my fists.
Not my sword.
This said Jiang Yining, another stunned.
We Qingyun is not a sword school? But it's also true that I've never seen Master with a flying sword. Feng Yuqin thought for a moment. You used precious perfection to build your foundation. But you can learn a dharma in advance.
The 10,000 sword deity of Qingyun. Qingyun's cornerstone sword skill and one of the town's sword duels.
Jiang Yining, keystone sword technique? Feng Yuqin explained.
The Green Cloud 10,000 Swords formation that Luyan Peak majors in is the fusion of the formation on the Sword Dipper. The Green Cloud 10,000 Swords Talisman of Deluo Peak is also the fusion of talismanic arts on the Sword Dipper.
Even 100 Refinement Peak is trying.
Refining the Sword Gang into a magic treasure. That's why the Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Deity is a very creative sword skill.
Its own power is not bad. Although the Sword Dipper is condensed from true Qi. The hardness is no less than ordinary standardized flying swords. So the Sword Dipper can also be used as a flying sword. If you can achieve 10,000 sword diameters in unison, it will be enough to open another peak and become the 14th peak of Qingyun. Jiang Yining nodded. It sounded, well, impressive. Green Bamboo Peak. That is, the master's strength is enough to open a peak. Jiang Yining thinks she is purely do not want to send under the people. Seeking a comfortable. The 10,000 swords of the Big Dipper can be comparable to the master's? He hurriedly asked. Then I'll go to the manifestation pavilion now. Feng Yuqin, however, shook her head and directly took to the air. Wait. The Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Deity is not something a disciple can casually flip through. I'll go fetch it for you. It's only half a moment to go. Feng Yuqin threw 2 jade tags to Jiang Yining. The green cloud 10,000 sword deity was one of them. And the imperial sword art was also taken for him in passing. Feng Yuqin then entered the wooden house. Jiang Yining rushed to check the details. Half a moment later, Jiang Yining opened his eyes. No wonder Master said that he could cultivate the green cloud 10,000 sword deity in advance. Simply put, to condense the sword dipper, you need spiritual chimes. And by devouring the mangosteen yourself, you happen to have a strand of spiritual chimes. Otherwise, it would have to be the 5th realm, divine intent realm, to gather one's own spiritual chimes in order to cultivate it. The Green Cloud 10,000 Swords Gang is divided into 4 realms. The first level, condensing the sword dipper, is an introduction. Level 2, 100 Swords Gang. Level 3, 1000 Sword Dipper. Level 4, 10,000 Swords Gang. At the end there is even a line, 10,000 swords come out. Heaven and earth move. Relying on external objects to cultivate. One strand of spirit charm can condense 10 sword diameters. Relying on oneself. The divine intent realm. The stronger one's own spiritual charm, the more sword deities one can condense. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. If purely by devouring treasures, to 10,000 swords all out, is not to thousands of treasures. No wonder Master said that achieving 10,000 sword daggers in unison would be enough to open another peak. Even if he is a waste, devouring so many treasures, his own strength can't be bad. With the Dharma decision, the next, it depends on Jiang Yining's efforts to condense the sword astral. 3 days later, Jiang Yining stood in the small courtyard. 10 orange-colored sword diameters surrounding his body. Like real 10 flying swords. The 10 sword deities have been formed. Jiang Yining kept commanding the sword astral. The sword astral flying like an arm. It's quite amazing to say that the sword astral is condensed by the true qi. And the inspired sword astral can be recondensed even if it dissipates. In which how to use the spirit-rhyme relationship. Jiang Yining didn't understand the principle, but didn't look deeper. The sword dipper had been formed. And the next step was to try out the sword royalty technique. He took a step forward and stood on top of a sword dipper. Slight excitement in his eyes. The art of the sword. Go! Whoosh! Jiang Yining's sword dangle shot out from beneath his feet. He missed his footing and was instantly taken out into a backflip, landing head first on the ground. Jiang Yining hurriedly climbed up and patted the dust on his clothes. Feng Yuqin's disdainful voice came out from inside the wooden house. Do you want to kill me stupidly? Luck on the feet. Stabilize your body. Jiang Yining laughed dryly and summoned another sword dipper. Stepping on again. This time, according to the master's words, make full preparations. The sword art rises again. Whoosh. Ugh ugh ugh. A silhouette in the air. Crooked and twisted. Like a tightrope walker. His hands drawing circles haphazardly. In a flash. It was another 5 days. Jiang Yining is making final preparations. Since you are serious about practicing chivalry, you should be well prepared and purchase some sword formations and talismans, so you can be prepared. Therefore, Jiang Yining was in the spirit field, plucking 600-year portions of the Bixia 3 flowers in a row, preparing to exchange them for some spirit stones first. Today, one of the fastest growing iceberg snowdrops is 10 years old, 54%. After 10 years, the growth rate becomes slower. The best, 3%. Twice a day fertilization to promote growth can only increase 6%. If things go well, it won't be long before it becomes 100 years old. A slow-growing plant with 90% maturity. About to enter its 10th year.
Jiang Yining expected both Ice Mountain Snow Lotus plants to grow successfully. Or else he owed too many spirit stones.
Lin Kong. The lotus seed plus the formation. 400 spirit stones. In addition, he clearly wants to charge 200 more. The total is 600 spirit stones. Elder Wu. 2 bottles of qi condensation pills. Also 600 spirit stones. Masters for now.
Now all that was left on his body was the 300 spirit stones he had sold to Elder Wu.
The 3 dead seeds.
The total debt is 900 spirit stones.
A huge sum. Like Lin Kong said. Foundation stage disciples. Refining and absorbing 1 spirit stone a day was enough for 2 or 3 years. While this was happening, a paper crane landed in the yard.
Jiang Yining hurriedly picked up and checked.
Lin Kong's letter. Concerned about caring about the accounts. The two really do have a heart of gold. Jiang Yining hurriedly entered the wooden house and returned 4 words, "See you at 100 Treasure Peak." Sending back the paper crane,
Jiang Yining plucked a 100-year portion of white moon bone flower grass in the nearby spiritual field.
Gotta let Elder Wu see the results. After everything was done, he invoked a sword astral and sent the sword away. 5 days of practicing.
The art of the imperial sword has become proficient.
Chapter 11, Sword Formation and Sword Talisman. Dan Hall. When Elder Wu saw Jiang Yining arrive, he immediately laughed. "Kid, why are you here today? Not enough spirit fertilizer again?"
Jiang Yining pulled out the white moon bone flower grass from his sumaru ring first.
"No. Here to show you the results. Your century-old portion of herbs." Elder Wu hurriedly picked up the herbs to take a look. "Boy. Can you? But why are you pulling it out for me now?" he said and waved his hand again. "Forget it. Since it's left to you to take care of. Harvest what you think should be harvested." Jiang Yining smiled. "Don't worry. I won't spoil your spirit field. I'll pull only the ones that I think are growing badly." At the same time, he pulled out 600-year portions of the Bisha 3 flowers. Elder Wu. "What price?" Elder Wu looked at it and casually said, 20 per plant. 120 spirit stones in total. Pay me back? Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. "You can allow me to slow down again. I have to make a trip down the mountain. I'm in need of spirit stones right now." Elder Wu smiled. "All right. I won't rush you with the time. Consider it as a favor for helping me take care of the spiritual fields," he said, taking out 120 spirit stones. Jiang Yining hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, help me exchange 3 bottles of qi practicing pills. You still need to use the qi practicing pill when you've built up your foundation? You have to take the qi condensation pill." Jiang Yining shrugged. "No way. Now pour. Better than nothing." Elder Wu also stopped talking and took out the pills. 3 bottles of qi practicing pills. 60 spirit stones left. Keep them all. Then Elder Wu, you go ahead and get busy. I still have to go to 100 Treasure Peak. Jiang Yining packed up the pills and spirit stones. Then bid farewell to Elder Wu. "Hey kid, remember that my spirit field more with care. Forget it. Your own spirit field is also idle planting. 100 Treasure Peak." Jiang Yining had just landed on the ground when he saw Lin Kong walking towards him. "Senior brother. You have cultivated the green cloud 10,000 sword deity?" Lin Kong looked at Sword Dipper with an envious expression. Jiang Yining smiled and nodded. "Senior brother Lin. I'll pay you back 200 spirit stones first. And for the remaining 400, allow me to hold off a bit longer." Lin Kong received the spirit stone, but he didn't say anything more. Jiang Yining continued. "Senior brother, let me ask for advice. I'm going to take a trip down the mountain. Is there a cost-effective sword formation? preferably one for defense or escape. 3 talents sword formation. Offense and defense in one.
Foundation stage is also more suitable for escaping.
Looking for Dalapeak disciples.
Wind and Thunder Sword Talisman or something like that.
It's fast and suitable for escaping. Lin Kong blurted out. Obviously very experienced. Hadn't fought outside much. He pulled out 3 wooden swords from his storage bag. 80 spirit stones. Actually, it's best if you refine the 3 flying swords yourself. And I'll help you burn the 3 talents sword formation.
Jiang Yining shrugged. But I don't have a single flying sword. Lin Kong hesitated for a moment. You've cultivated the Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Dipper.
You can actually learn sword formations on your own. It's better to burn them onto the dipper.
The Sword Formation 10,000 Methods Pavilion has it to learn.
Jiang Yining was puzzled. Doesn't that make it your Luyun Peak's Green Cloud 10,000 Swords formation? Teaching so casually?
Lin Kong shook his head.
Below the 100 sword formation. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion has them all. Above the 100 sword formation.
You have to come to our Luyun Peak to exchange them with spirit stones.
How about it? Do you want to buy a set of wooden swords from me? Or do you want to learn on your own?
I don't know if it's the debtor's reason. Or worry that Jiang Yining owes it again first.
He gave Jiang Yining a clear explanation this time. Jiang Yining hesitated. Then I'll go to the manifestation pavilion first later? Contact Senior Brother again if you need to. Then he asked. Senior Brother, is there any familiar disciple of the Great Luo Peak? I'll take a look at the sword talisman. One thing.
The Luo Peak's Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Talisman can also be a sword dipper and talisman in one.
You've already cultivated the sword dipper. So there's really no need.
Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. His own path in the future seems to be very wide.
But that was also later. Seeing this, Lin Kong added. Come with me. I'll show you first. Soon. The two came to a stall. On the stall, pressed against a stone, was a sheet of gold-colored paper. Palm-sized. Cut in the shape of a sword. Floppy. The breeze lifting the tip. The stall owner, a fat senior, was napping. Lin Kong greeted. Fatty Luo. Aya. Senior Brother Lin. It's been a while. Going down the mountain again? What sword talisman is needed? Fatty Luo, as his name suggests, is as fat as if he had no neck. And when he smiles, his eyes squint into lines. He was obviously very familiar with Lin Kong. Lin Kong pointed at Jiang Yining. This brother of mine, take a look. Fatty Luo immediately looked towards Jiang Yining and said enthusiastically, what is this senior brother's name? And what type of sword talisman do you need? Since he's a friend of Senior Brother Lin, I'll definitely give you the biggest discount. Jiang Yining smiled and also acted very politely. Senior Brother Luo. My surname is Jiang. A sword talisman for escaping. Understood. Fatty Luo ably picked out a paper sword. Blistering Wind's sword talisman. Lasts for 10 breaths. 10 breaths and 10 miles. Can briefly get rid of Jindan cultivators. 10 spirit stones apiece. How many does Brother Jiang want? Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow. The heart roughly calculated. A breath of 2 or 3 seconds. According to 3 seconds. 10 breaths is 30 seconds. 30 seconds 10 miles of land. A minute 20 miles. Indeed faster than today's own imperial sword. Sword runes, which are cheap compared to sword formations, seem to be quite superior in effect. Lin Kong seemed to see Jiang Yining's thoughts and explained in a low voice. Sword talismans are different from sword formations. They are disposable consumables and are destroyed when they are used up. Jiang Yining nodded in understanding.
but the sword runes fit their current situation well.
Senior Brother Luo. Where are the sword talismans for attack and defense?
Fatty Luo's eyes once again smiled into slits as he quickly took out 2 sword talismans and introduced them.
Explosive sword talisman. The power is comparable to the 9th level of foundation establishment or above, and is considered the strongest strike under Jindan.
Xian Shield Sword Talisman. It can barely withstand a Jindan strike. These 2 types of sword talismans are both 50 spirit stones apiece.
Jiang Yining was a bit surprised. It worked so well? He skimmed over Lin Kong with suspicion. Seeing this, Fatty Luo immediately laughed. Hey! We're all senior brothers of Qing Yun. And friends of senior brother Lin. I could still cheat you.
Lin Kong also said.
Sword talisman because it is a one-time consumable.
So powerful still seems cheap as an illusion.
A battle with a dozen or so you will have a sense of it.
The sword array is a few times more expensive or even 10 times more expensive.
But it can be used for a long time.
He seemed to explain. But he meant to justify the sword array.
Jiang Yining hesitated a little and came to a decision. Senior Brother Luo. 1 explosive sword talisman. 1 Xian Shield sword talisman.
And 3 blistering wind sword talismans.
Together can they be cheaper?
Luo Fatty waved his hand.
No problem. 110 spirit stones. As a gift of 2 blast wind sword talismans to you. So refreshing that even Jiang Yining was too embarrassed to continue to cut the price. Senior Brother Luo. Why don't we just make up a whole? Luo Fatty flabbergasted for a moment. Immediately laughed and said. Okay. 100 spirit stones. The first time is a right to make a friend. In the future to take care of more brother business. Look at that. That emotional intelligence. Friend. Brothers. Immediately became acquainted.
Jiang Yining was also quick to deliver the spirit stones.
Chill out and leave.
Lin Kong seems to be ready to say something.
Hesitated and did not speak.
This debtor's gaze has been accompanying the delivery, causing Jiang Yining to turn around and pat his chest when he started his sword, so that he could rest assured.
Jiang Yining stayed in the manifestation pavilion for a few hours. Back at Green Bamboo Peak. It was already almost evening.
He took a detailed look at the sword talismans and sword formations.
Simply put, it is a branch of runes and formations.
Because of the characteristics of the Green Cloud 10,000 sword deity.
In order to fit the sword deity, the predecessors of the Green Cloud, over the years, had groped for and created branches of talismans and formations.
Sword talismans and sword formations have their own advantages and disadvantages. If one were to learn the Flowing Cloud Peak's Green Cloud 10,000 Swords formation and the Great Luo Peak's Green Cloud 10,000 Swords talisman on top of the Green Cloud 10,000 Swords deity.
Sword charms. A little more simple. Only need to learn one kind of sword talisman. One by one in the sword astral fusion. And so on 10.
000 sword astral into.
Can cast 10.
000 sword talisman.
Let's say Fatty Luo just sold the explosive sword talisman.
If it does the Green Cloud 10,000 sword talisman, 10,000 swords come out in unison.
It can easily flatten 300 large mountains. And the sword array. With the sword astral formation. 10,000 sword array.
The power of the ghosts and gods.
According to reason.
Then the 10,000 sword talisman is stronger than not a star.
But so far,
the Peak Master of Luyun Peak has only created the 1,000 sword formation.
Undoubtedly, condensing the same number of sword asters
with a suitable sword formation.
The Green Cloud 10,000 swords formation is undoubtedly more powerful. However,
the sword formation was not that coincidental.
And it just happened to utilize all of the sword dipper. Under the 100 sword dipper.
Jiang Yining had only seen the 3 talents sword formation,
9 swords extreme young formation, 36 thrilling thunder sword formation,
and 72 infinite sword formations in the 10,000 lost pavilion. He himself now had 10 sword deities. And even if he learned the 9 swords extreme young formation, he could only utilize 9 sword deities. And 1 sword deity was vacant. And as the more sword deities there were, one had to keep learning new sword formations, as opposed to learning a sword talisman once and for all. Perhaps do both. Do both. Sword formation with sword talisman? As soon as this idea was born, Jiang Yining had trouble extricating himself. When he reaches great success, a sword will crush the world. Thinking about it is exciting. When I have time later, I'll stay in the herb garden and practice slowly.
Chapter 12 Immortal Master enters the city. The next morning, Jiang Yining then found Feng Yuqin. Master, I'm going down the mountain to be chivalrous. And I'm looking for a few disciples for you in the meantime. You help take care of the 2 ice mountain snow lotus. Fertilize them once every 6 hours. And I've written down the specific dosage on the paper. He pulled out a page in passing. Feng Yuqin leaned back against the bedpan and was looking at the talking book. Impatiently, he waved his hand. Put it on the table. Go, go, go. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly and rose up with his sword. Feng Yuqin's voice came from behind him again. Remember, don't help the old man look for sheep this time. Guanxia Peak, one of the old main peaks of the 13 peaks of Qingyun, has been responsible for matters related to the Qingyun sword sect in the Qing dynasty, managing tens of thousands of outer disciples. At the same time, some serious, active chivalry quests will also be issued. Jiang Yining had just fallen from the sword dipper when he spotted a familiar face. Lin Kong. Lin Kong also looked moved when he saw him, and immediately took the initiative to step forward. Senior brother Jiang is also coming down to the mountains to perform chivalrous deeds? Senior brother Lin too? Lin Kong looked around. Alone? Jiang Yining nodded. Lin Kong hurriedly said, then together. Jiang Yining was a little hesitant, although he promised the master. But he also had to pick the short among the tall. The simpler the better. Senior brother Lin. I'm not prepared to do a mission that's too dangerous. Lin Kong, don't worry. My Lu Yunfeng's 3rd senior brother foundation peak. In order to return the favor to protect people to do the task. Water Life City in addition to the devil. 5 people task existing 4 people. Just vacated a position. Later I will give my senior brother. When Jiang Yining heard this, it was a good sentiment. And he hurriedly clasped his fists. Trouble brother Lin. Lin Kong was helpless. I just don't want anything to happen to you. This debtor of his could be considered extremely attached to Jiang Yining. Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures came with their swords. The leader, with a country face and short hair, was followed by a man and a woman. Senior brother Lin. Did you take the quest yet? Senior brother Wang. Catch it. Lin Kong immediately ran over, then whispered to senior brother Wang for a while. Jiang Yining saw a few people look at him before Lin Kong waved at him again. Senior brother Lin. Yes. Jiang Yining immediately stepped forward. Lin Kong gave a brief introduction. Jiang Yining hurriedly greeted them one by one. Good day. Elder brother Wang. Good day. Elder brother Sun. Hello. Senior sister Li. The stance was put very low. He had just built his foundation, and it was right to call him elder brother and sister. Wang senior brother and Sun senior brother are just nodding. Only Li senior sister smilingly, I just built the foundation. Senior sister dare not be. The only disciple of Phoenix senior of Qingzhou Peak. Jiang's senior brother is also considered to be a little famous. Oh. Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. Elder brother Wang, however, refrained from pleasantries. All right. Let's go. The crowd had sacrificed their flying swords and rose into the air. Jiang Yining was the only one who condensed out his sword dipper, attracting attention at once. Senior brother Wang was slightly surprised. Senior brother Jiang then cultivated the green cloud 10,000 sword deity. Jiang Yining hurriedly responded. His own cultivation talent is poor, and it's all up to his master to cultivate him. Li Shishir smiled. Jiang's senior brother. It is said that Senior Feng honors the old and loves the young. Really treats his disciples very well. It's really enviable. Jiang Yining can only laugh dryly. For the first time, the imperial sword descended down the mountain, overlooking the whole of Qingyun, with the great mountains whizzing by around him. It is said that there are 3,000 great mountains, but it is estimated that there are only 1,000 or so peaks of various sizes. Along the way, Lin Kong fell behind to accompany Jiang Yining. A few people were also detailed. Li Shishir, giant sword peak disciple, has an elder brother Li Shuya. Qingyun new generation of top 10. Wang Shishir Wang Ji. It is to return the favor of her elder brother. Sun Xuetong, third level of foundation establishment, grandson of the elder of Luyun Peak. Jiang Yining asked. Senior brother Lin, what about you? How many levels of foundation establishment? 4 layers. Jiang Yining gave an oh-so-quiet sound and continued to ask. How far is Shueisho City from Qingyun? What exactly is our mission? 300 miles. Does senior brother know that the Diliang dynasty was slaughtered by the heaven-swallowing demon sect some time ago by 13 cities in a row? Jiang Yining thought about it and nodded. In that issue of the immortal sect Stargazer, Senior was still the front page headline. Lin Kong, all of Kunlun Mountain went out, but it came up empty. Now these devils are hiding everywhere. Shueisho City has suffered 21 consecutive tragic deaths with their blood drained. It's very likely that it's the work of these devils. Jiang Yining, so we have a clear goal? The first time you do something proper, you ask questions if you don't know what you're doing. Lin Kong, first go to Waterlife City's Qingyun Pavilion and ask to see if there are any relevant clues. Jiang Yining was puzzled. Qingyun Pavilion? Lin Kong revealed a strange look and hesitated slightly. Senior brother Jiang hasn't done a similar mission before? Jiang Yining embarrassed smile. This question is not good to answer. Did it and did not do it completely. That is, in the foothills of the outskirts of Qingyun, looking for sheep for 20 years. Lin Kong saw this and didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. Luckily we're together. The Qingyun Pavilion is the Guanxia Peak's office in the secular world. All of them are Qingyun outer disciples. And there are almost all of them in all of the cities and pools of the Qing dynasty. Jiang Yining's eyes twitched as he heard this. Green Cloud is so close to the world? All the cities have Green Cloud pavilions. 20 years. Their own world under the mountain also have some concern. Know that the Qing dynasty and the Qingyun have relations. But also just stop at the surface. Unknown specific. He curiously said. Senior brother Lin. Why do our Qingyun place such a high value on the world? Lin Kong seemed to have read this senior brother. Not hearing anything outside the window with both ears. Only cultivating the sage immortal. This time, he explained quickly. The Green Cloud Sword sect and the Qing dynasty can be said to be interdependent. Or perhaps the 13 great dynasties of the divine state and the immortal sect behind them are also intertwined. Qingyun cuts down the demons and protects the great celebration. Stabilizing and peaceful. And the earth flourishes and people prosper. The great celebration helps the green clouds. Spreads immortal might. Gathers people's hearts. And attracts gifted sons and daughters.
Jiang Yining was even more puzzled. As a top 10 immortal sect, the acceptance of an apprentice should be crowded by people.
Right. And still need the dynasty to push the envelope? Lin Kong shook his head undeniably. I've heard masters say that 3,000 years ago,
the predecessor of the Great Qing,
the dynasty was in internal strife, falling apart in warring. And 30,000 intersect disciples of the Qingyun went to various places to save the people. But in the face of the number of 10 billion people, the force is not enough. In the end,
more than half of the 10 billion luminaries were killed or injured, resulting in several successive generations of disciples in Qingyun,
the green and yellow,
almost falling outside the top 10 immortal sects. He glanced at Jiang Yining and continued after a slight pause.
Among ordinary people, there are no one in a million who have the spiritual roots to cultivate immortality. And among them, those who are gifted are even more rare. Once the talent withers for a long time, it will create a crisis for the immortal sect. If Qingyun doesn't gather people's hearts, it might let other immortal sects take advantage of the situation. Maybe it's just traveling, passing through Daqing,
and happens to find a gifted immortal cultivator,
and then takes him away as a disciple.
Therefore, Qingyun Pavilion has a great task of needing to test spiritual roots and recruit disciples every year.
In this way, Jiang Yining understood. In the previous life of Blue Star, there was a popular saying, in the 21st century, talent is the most expensive.
He smiled and muttered secretly, I didn't realize that the 10 great immortal sects would also build dreams for ordinary people.
Daqing helps Qingyun, spreads the power of the immortals and gathers people's hearts.
It's just a dream for the people of Daqing. If I can cultivate immortality,
I will enter the green clouds. What? Are you one of the top 10 immortal sects alongside Qingyun? Sorry. Never heard of it. All the way to the east. Without realizing it,
Suisho City had arrived. Senior brother Wang took the lead.
Go down. He shot away,
but did not enter the city directly,
but landed over the city gate. 5 figures in a row. Imperial swords in the air. Instantly attracted all eyes around the city gates.
Senior brother Wang showed a token and then waited indifferently.
Someone at the top of the city seemed to have shown a mirror at the 5.
And then immediately an armorer respectfully shouted,
Immortal Master Qingyun, please enter the city. Instantly, it exploded all around. It's Immortal Master. Immortal Master Qingyun. Immortals. 5 Qingyun immortals. Mother.
Another green cloud immortal has descended to earth. Jiang Yining cannot help but smile.
This momentum created. Chapter 13, The Way of the Human Emperor. Inside the city. Merchants. Travelers. Jaguars. Peddlers. Drunken swordsmen. Qing officials and prostitutes. Young and old. Women and children. All kinds of people. None of them looked up and noticed. A few people, led by senior brother Wang, were low in the air,
flying their swords and seeking towards the green cloud pavilion,
completely becoming the center of attention.
Jiang Yining subconsciously straightened her chest.
Again.
He couldn't help but whisper,
Senior brother Lin, do all green cloud disciples have to manifest their sainthood like this when they enter the city? He looked at senior Wang in front of him. In fact, he didn't finish his sentence. If we make the whole city know about it, the murderer will have run away long ago. Besides, it's fine for a moment. It's always being watched by so many people. Unnatural.
Lin Kong smiled and explained.
That's not true. Too much illumination. You can land outside the city early, but you can't directly enter the city with a sword. You have to go through the city gates.
And every city has a mirror treasure refined by Qingyun,
slightly imitating the Kunlun mirror,
which can identify most of the demons, devils and evil cultivators of the devil's path.
Jiang Yining frowned.
So what if he recognized it?
Relying on mortal armorers to catch demons?
Without waiting for him to issue a query, the Green Cloud Pavilion had already arrived. A 3-story attic. The location of this place
in the city is not impartial, but the surrounding is exceptionally prosperous. The crowd entered the first-floor pavilion hall,
and before they could reveal their identities,
they were already warmly received. But Senior Brother Wang's crowded frame?
An old man with flowery hair and a middle-aged man showed great respect.
Obviously,
they had long since received the news from Guanxia Peak. Senior Brother Wang did not exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Tell us the specifics.
A total of 21 people were killed. All women. Unmarried virgins. Starting 3 nights ago.
Each of the dead had a grimace on their faces, and appeared to have encountered great horrors before their deaths. The old man with the flowery hair quickly explained what he knew.
After hearing this,
Senior Brother Wang directly asked,
can the scene still be preserved? In the last 7 cases,
the sites were well preserved and manned.
Go on.
Check it out.
The crowd rolled through several compounds one after another. The bodies that were last together are still intact. Crowd viewing.
As the old man said, the face was horrified to the point of grimacing and the pupils were dilated. His whole body was so white that it was oozing,
and there wasn't even a trace of blood left in his body. Senior Wang frowned.
Not a single trace of blood at all the incidents.
And the same elsewhere?
The flower-haired old man immediately nodded his head.
Because of this, we rushed to report it to the inner sect.
Elder Brother Wang, such tactics must be an evil cultivator. It was at this moment that 2 silhouettes entered the courtyard.
A blood python man and a young scholar. Old Mr.
Who?
I heard that your immortal master Qingyun has arrived. The one who asked was the big man. Instead,
the scholar directly greeted the crowd of Master Wang.
Greetings, immortal masters. Respectful but not condescending.
The flower-haired old man hurriedly introduced.
Senior brothers.
These 2 are the Daqing Zhengyiting demon beheading lieutenants.
Senior Wang nodded to the 2. Can you trace the clues?
He seems to know something about the loyalist court.
The scholar clasped his hands in salute. I need the immortal master to help me.
Senior Wang nodded and directly poured his true qi into the scholar. Jiang Yining looked at the several senior brothers and realized that he was the only one who was puzzled.
The scholar brooded for a moment, stared angrily and let out a whisper.
There should be bloodstains of the dead here. Jiang Yining was surprised to find that the sound of the book finished drinking. The illusory blood was slowly presented to the dead man, and then whooshed and broke through the air.
After only 3 breaths before and after?
The scholar was panting violently,
and beads of bean-sized sweat overflowed from his forehead. The big man helped the scholar, looked at the direction the blood shadow left, frowned and thought. The east. Maybe it's Ningtua Valley?
Senior Brother Wang said. I'll go with my senior brothers first.
How far is it exactly? Hu Lao hurriedly said. About 50 miles to the east. Elder Brother Wang is exceptionally dry. Directly Imperial Sword. Jiang Yining. Several people also hurried to follow. Before leaving,
Jiang Yining glanced back at the scholar again and asked Lin Kong in a low voice.
Senior Brother Lin. What's the situation?
Lin Kong smiled and laughed. Vastly talented scholar and life-establishing martial artist. Then he quickly explained.
Wearing a crown as a ruler,
one receives the fortune of the people and bears the chi of the Emperor of Man. He who wears a crown as a ruler goes straight into the 8th realm of the origin realm and cultivates the way of the human emperor. Jiang Yining was surprised that the king of a dynasty was even more powerful than his own master. Lin Kong didn't care what he thought and continued to explain.
Human emperor. The way of the emperor. What the Tao commands cannot be bent.
And this is the reason why the dynasty is not directly under the immortal sect.
When the king is set within the dynasty,
there will be the birth of hoary scholars and life-establishing martial artists like that scholar and the blood python man,
who count as half cultivators. A system unique to the human emperor's way.
It's no problem to deal with ordinary small demons and small devils and chi cultivators. It's also successful to surround and kill Foundation establishment cultivators in the army. The military formation formed by lifelong wushu,
relying on the sea of people, can even fight with Jindan cultivators?
And of course, Jindan cultivators can't stop them if they want to go away. So the dynasty is not without force.
At least we can't ignore it yet. Jiang Yining silently recited. Vast scholar. Lifelong martial artist. That's how I realized that identifying demons at the city gates is really capable of beheading demons. Mundane. And it doesn't seem mundane. Soon after the group left Shueisho City in the east, they found a valley, which should be what Dahan called Ningtua Valley. Senior brother Wang led the way with his sword. The valleys are narrow, densely wooded, and fern-tempered. The crowd moved forward slowly. All be careful. Senior brother Wang walked at the front. Jiang Yining subconsciously locked in his eyes, sweeping over various weeds and wild plants. Soon, his eyes lit up. Growth value, 63%. Ha! Gold Cloud Durham. The crowd looked toward Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining pointed to a half-meter tall wild plant in front of him, with 3 leaves wrapped around an eyeball-sized green fruit. I prefer breeding spiritual fields. And I happen to recognize this spiritual grass, with cloud-like leaves and fruits that turn golden when ripe. It is one of the ingredients for refining the strong body and medulla pelletizing pill. He hadn't spent 20 years farming for nothing. And he had seen almost all the types of spirit herbs in Alchemy Peak once. He didn't just go ahead and dig for it. After all, he's still a dabbing team. Senior brother Wang casually said. Since senior brother Jiang is good at breeding spiritual plants, let's take it. If he speaks, others have no objection. The key is that body-strengthening elixirs are not attractive to the vast majority of cultivators. Jiang Yining didn't make any pretense and jogged over, condensing the sword dipper and digging out the golden cloud durian to collect it into the virtual ring. Just the moment he got up, Senior Wang softly shouted, "Watch out! Snake demon!" Jiang Yining looked up and saw a 10-meter green python, bucking between the vines, opening its bloody mouth and biting at himself. When he panicked, 10 sword asters shot out in unison. Continuous retreat. The sword gang shot the snake demon, but also do not care if the sword gang has not collapsed. The initiative to dissipate, and then flush another round of. The instant continues. Another round. The snake demon has been shot into a sieve and keeps convulsing. Li Shishir's eyes widened. 3 breaths. 3 rounds. And 30 sword asters. And Jiang Yining didn't even kick his breath. Senior brother Jiang, are you just building your foundation? The crowd looked at him as well. Jiang Yining retrieved the blast sword talisman that he had secretly taken out into his Sumeru ring, explaining, "It's all thanks to Master's cultivation that I was able to perfectly build my foundation. So my true chi is a little bit stronger." Li Shishir had a look of envy and jealousy. It's great to have a master who favors you. This time, even Sun Xuetong, looking at Jiang Yining, shone inexplicably. Perfect foundation establishment was often an option only for those with superior talent. And even if there were many disciples who had forced their way into it, overall it was 1 in 10. Lin Kong said quietly. Elder Feng seems to be at odds with the rumors? Jiang Yining smiled and nodded, unable to discredit his master. Senior brother Wang hesitated for a moment and said, Senior brother Jiang, if you encounter a small demon afterward, let senior sister Li practice first. The few of you will help her press the battlefield. He chaperoned out for the sake of Sister Li and returned her elder brother's favor. Chapter 14, The Devil Cultivator. The crowd traveled through the narrow valley for half an hour. When they encountered the little demon again, they let Master Li make the first move as requested by Master Wang. A wagon-sized pig demon with long tusks rushed towards the crowd. Li Shishir's flying sword was different from normal people. As she held the 8-fingered broadsword in her hand and rushed forward with a dainty cry. Chop! Only the broadsword in her hand rushed out an illusory sword shadow that rose against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10 or so foot prime sword. The sword shadow chopped at the boar as if it carried 10,000 pounds of force. Touch dash. The ground shook 3 times and the pig demon was smashed to a bloody pulp. As the sword shadows collapsed, Li Shishir slung the broadsword over his shoulder as he turned back to the crowd and smiled. How's it going, senior brothers? Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Kong, who returned a smile. That's the way the giant sword peak fights. Jiang Yining expressed his understanding. If most of the disciples of Qing Yuan are mages who play with flying swords, the disciples of Giant Sword Peak are warriors who are good at getting in close. The road behind. But wherever encountered small demons, all Li Shishir's prime sword shadow crushed. Gradually, the crowd entered the narrowest part of the canyon. A mountain stream just big enough for 2 people to pass through side by side. After the crowd cautiously moved forward for half a moment, it opened up, presenting a huge round valley in front of them. Jiang Yining's first thought was, lollipop? The mountain stream connects the valleys like the shape of a lollipop. The crowd was still looking around. Suddenly, 2 flying swords broke through the air and shot sharply. Look out! Lin Kong slapped at his storage bag and 3 flying swords flew out. This time it wasn't the wooden swords he usually sold. It was all flying sword treasures. The flying swords were in a pin shape in front of the crowd, supporting a huge triangular curtain of light. Ding ding ding! The opponent's flying sword shot at the light curtain, making a jingo sound. The light curtain then shattered like glass. Senior Wang rebuked. What kind of demon? Only 2 figures appeared in the valley. Blood-colored red robes and black masks. Senior Wang grunted coldly. It's really the heaven-swallowing demon cult, being ousted by the Kunlun Mountains and fleeing in all directions. How dare you come to my Qingyun range to do evil? His mouth was dismissive, but he was always alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, a black shadow flew out from the side, and senior brother Jiang hurriedly put his sword fingers together and pinched the spell. Divine Thunder Sword Technique. Blast! Only a thunderous light appeared on his flying sword and shot sharply towards the black shadow, followed by an explosion. Boom! Senior Wang retrieved his flying sword, but his face was grave. The black shadow is safe and sound. It was actually a dark skull. Hey! Hey! Qing Yun? Just a few juniors. How dare you go wild? Lord Holy Demon Envoy. The 2 demonic cultivators said respectfully to the visitor. The Holy Devil's Envoy. The crowd was in a slight uproar. Jiang Yining did not hesitate to crush the jade beads for help given by his master, but also pinched all the sword talismans in the palm of his hand. He still knew about the simple division of the heaven-swallowing demon sect. Above, the ordinary congregation were divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow-level messengers, numbered holy demon envoys. And even the lowest yellow-level messengers were all in the Jindan realm. Senior brother Wang stared at the other party closely.
then gently shouted to the crowd.
Don't panic. He's been injured. Or else it's not for me to block a Jindan strike.
The holy demon envoy disdained.
Humph. So what if it is?
Just a few stray fish. All be the dead souls under my black bones. He condensed a palm seal and swung it at the skull. Only to see the skull rising against the wind, biting rapidly at the crowd to swallow them in one gulp.
In its mouth, black gas filled the air, as if there were thousands of evil spirits.
Elder Brother Wang changed his fingers.
In his storage bag, flying swords came out. No more. No less. 36 of them.
Once the flying swords came out, they were in the position of the 8 poles,
echoing each other,
and seemed to be hooked up with thunder and lightning.
Chop!
Master Wang's sword finger waved. 36 flying swords met the skeleton.
Jiang Yining gazed at 36 thrilling thunder sword formation? The 10,000 methods pavilion is roughly understood. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd only felt a constant roar, like spring thunder attached to their ears. The skeleton was blasted back by the sword array, and the evil spirit in its mouth seemed to be annihilated quite a bit by the lightning, emitting an oozing scream. Senior Wang quickly said,
My thunder law sword technique combined with the thundering thunder sword formation is just enough to restrain him.
Together.
The holy demon envoy grunted coldly.
Let's see how many times you can block it.
He waved his hand.
And another magic treasure, resembling a green leaf,
bounced off like a sliver of green crescent moon,
shooting towards Senior Wang. Seeing this,
Senior Brother Wang hurriedly touched his storage bag, and a small golden bell was in his hand, which surged against the wind and covered the crowd.
Clang!
The green crescent moon crashed into the golden bell with a heavy sound.
The golden bell did not affect the inner crowd sight,
and they all offered flying swords to help.
2 congregations saw this and got involved. For a time, flying lights and swords.
Senior Wang's sword formation against the skeleton and the golden bell against the green leaf were passive, but he was barely able to cope with the holy demon envoy. He lowered his voice. You guys take care of the 2 congregants first.
And make it quick.
With the protection of the golden bell, the flying swords and sword daggers of Lin Kong's few people boldly shot at the congregation. Only Li Shishir is a little anxious, holding the 8-fingered broadsword in her hand. The golden bell restricts her fighting style.
The 2 congregations were not weak,
and they were able to fight with all their might, fighting 2 against 3 with ease.
Seeing this,
Lin Kong softly chirped.
Senior Brother Jiang Stall. Senior Brother Sun. The 3 talents sword formation is dominated by me. Help me.
Jiang Yining exerted his full strength.
10 sword diameters shot in unison, regardless of consumption, round after round, only to see Lin Kong's side,
controlling 3 flying swords.
The finished type spiral. Then Sun Shuaton's 3 flying swords joined in.
Lin Kong waved his sword finger, and 6 spiral flying swords shot out like poisonous dragon drills.
Look out!
No sooner had Congregation A uttered a word of warning than Congregation B's protective spell shattered and was drilled across the waist.
A backed away in a hurry. But he was rebuked by the holy demon envoy. Come back and help me.
Armor cannot break the defense of the golden bell. Flying swords can only shoot at the sword array of Senior Brother Wang.
But Jiang Yining 3 people can as he wishes. The holy demon envoy grunted coldly. Heaven swallowing sword technique.
Congregation A seemed to hesitate for a moment, and called forth another chorus. Only then did he slap his palm on his chest.
3 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row, spraying on the flying sword.
His body staggered and almost didn't stand still. After the flying sword sucked in the essence blood, it instantly burst into bloodlight. It rushed straight at Senior Brother Wang's 36 thrilling thunder sword formation.
Snap! The sword formation crackled and exploded, causing the thunder to dim a few points. Skeletons spit black smoke, one after another. After a few moments of stalemate, the sword formation was finally broken before the black smoke ran out. It took a bite out of the golden bell. Good thing the Admiralty held up. The skeleton doesn't give up, gnawing one after the other, making scraping, grinding noises. Sun Xuetong was anxious. Senior Brother Wang, can't the golden bell move with us? I'm okay on my own. The implication was that Senior Wang could actually run. His face was pale, slightly hesitant. Don't worry. The other party is not yet healed. I guess I can't break my golden bell. Those who have the means, hurry up and call for help. Jiang Yining looked at the skeleton. His mind had been silently calculating. Master, you hurry up, or I'm going to have no bones left. G. The holy demon envoy burst into a strange laugh. Little fish, you're very conceited. No hurry. Soon you'll know how to die. He glanced to the side with some anticipation. Jiang Yining subconsciously looked in his eyes and looked to the side of the holy demon envoy. Progress bar. Chapter 15. A demonic and strange flower, resembling a black face. The soil around it was surprisingly all soaked in blood. 82%. 83%. Growing up so fast. Jiang Yining was shocked in his heart, and dared to be certain that it was what the holy demon envoy was looking at. Quick! Destroy that strange flower. The crowd followed Jiang Yining's pointing. The holy demon envoy moved a few steps sideways to block in front of the strange flower. Oh! You actually recognize it. But it doesn't matter. The evil spirit ghost flower is almost ripe. The blood of a virgin in a state of extreme terror will raise my first evil spirit. And you are all honored to be witnesses to it. Ha ha! The more he talked, the more excited he became. And the corners of his mouth seemed to be grinning behind his ears. A winning demeanor. Destroy it! Senior Brother Wang sacrificed his flying sword, and the crowd made their move. The holy demon envoy didn't panic and held up a black umbrella above his head. The black umbrella scattered a black curtain. Flying sword stabbed at the black curtain, but couldn't destroy half of it. The holy devil's envoy is gradually revealing his temperament. Jia. Just resign yourselves to your fate. Senior Brother Wang took a deep breath and changed his finger technique, once again using the Divine Thunder Sword technique. The flying sword's power increases steeply, and the thunder light appears. Boom! But the black curtain just ripples. The holy demon envoy was disdainful. Heck! It's still not dead. Senior Brother Wang gritted his teeth and was just about to continue when the golden bell trembled. He stopped in a hurry, already at the end of his strength. At that moment, Jiang Yining's 10-sword dagger shot out once again. Holy demon envoy Jia, strange smile. See? I like to see you so-called righteous cultivators. Dying struggles. He didn't finish. His eyes suddenly glazed over. Touch dash. There was a loud bang. A explosive sword talisman was attached under the Big Dipper, not living up to what Fatty Luo had blown. The strongest strike under the Jindan. The airwaves turned to the sky. At least the movement was quite big. The black curtain, though still not breached, pushed the holy demon envoy back a few steps. As soon as he retreated, he revealed the evil spirit ghost flower. And Jiang Yining immediately operated the sword astral that followed it and chopped it down by the roots. How dare you! The holy demon envoy shouted angrily. But the evil spirit ghost flower had already been chopped off by the roots. And in Jiang Yining's eyes, the final length of completion was stuck at 96%. Bastards! Die! All of you must die.
I'll make your soul suffer for eternity," he said, fighting to urge the skull.
Crunching.
At the same time, he flung out the green moon and kept hitting the golden bell. Jiang Yining immediately asked,
"Senior Brother Wang, how long can we hold out?"
Senior Brother Wang's face was ugly.
"Half a moment at most."
Jiang Yining sighed with relief.
"Enough. It doesn't take so long." He returned a look and didn't know if the other party understood. Master should be on his way here. If you're not drunk?
Jiang Yining thought of this.
Suddenly nervous again. Not too.
Sun Xuedong looked at the skeleton struggling outside the golden bell and suddenly shouted,
"My grandfather will be here soon.
You're waiting for death if you don't leave yet."
Humph. The holy demon envoy did not pay any attention.
Jiang Yining was speechless. And it was obvious that Senior Sun's horrified emotions betrayed him.
The golden bell can still resist for a moment and a half.
There really is a Qingyun power to rescue. Now it is even more important to be silent,
lest the other party run away.
Such as himself. Li Shishir was silent for a while. Then suddenly raised his greatsword. "Senior Brother Wang,
hurry up and escape.
You can still avenge us later." Senior Brother Wang looked at her and then skimmed Jiang Yining.
"No need.
You're Senior Brother Li's sister.
Even if I fight to the death to hold you back, I have to let you go."
TSK.
Jiang Yining secretly sighed. Senior Brother Wang is highly emotional.
He had obviously read his own eyes before. Just as the holy demon envoy laughed coldly and repeatedly,
a phoenix cry came faintly from the sky. Jiang Yining finally reveals an indulgent smile. Master driving.
The devil's cultivator, transformed into a smear of flying ash, made his final contribution to nature. Feng Yuqin scoffed with all the smell of alcohol.
"Yo! You really almost got yourself killed when you did the right thing."
Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile.
Yes. It's thanks to your timely arrival. Master. Just add in your mind that it's a good thing you're not drunk."
After the few people from Senior Brother Wang saluted Feng Yuqin, they stood to the side in a restrained manner. Only Li Shishir steals a glance at this unconventional and put upon status senior one after another,
even wanting to go up and strike up a conversation.
Feng Yuqin unscrewed the gourd and filled a large mouthful.
Squinting at Jiang Yining. "Return to the mountain with me?" Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment. No. I haven't found a disciple of Master's yet." "Yes." Feng Yuqin did not talk nonsense and directly rose up in the air.
"Ha!
So dry." Jiang Yining hurriedly shouted. "Hey Master!
My jade bead for help is gone.
You give me another one ah." However, Feng Yuqin did not stay.
Only her response was heard from afar.
"No more. Turn around and refine another one for Master." It came fast and went even faster.
As soon as Feng Yuqin left, Li Shishir immediately said excitedly,
"Senior Brother Jiang,
I didn't expect Senior Feng to treat you so well that he consumed divine intent to refine the sensing bead for you.
And even Grandpa's son didn't prepare it for him."
Jiang Yining looked at Senior Brother Sun. The other party did not retort. Couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile.
So to speak, Master's son is actually not bad for himself. For a while, it felt kinda cozy. Shueisho City. Qingyun Pavilion. Jiang Yining and the others handed over the masks of the 3 demonic cultivators to Qingyun Pavilion.
This is what Feng Yuqin purposely left behind.
Senior Wang spoke.
The 3 heaven-swallowing demon cult fiends have all been ambushed. With that, everyone pulled out their own native jade tags for Old Man Hu to record.
The benevolent jade medallion,
as Jiang Yining understood it, was the Qingyun identity card. All disciples would take a drop of essence blood and refine it when they worship Qingyun. When the Qingyun Pavilion sends the news of the mission back to Guanxia Peak, the disciples can collect the reward with their identity. Outside the city. On the occasion of parting, Senior Brother Wang said, "Senior Brother Jiang. This time it's me who is obliged. If you need help in the future, you can look for me." Jiang Yining hurriedly said, "Elder Brother is overstating the case. You were the one who was supposed to lead everyone to complete the mission." Senior Brother Wang waved his hand. "No need to say much. Find me if you need anything." Jiang Yining secretly said that people with high emotional intelligence were different. Li Shishir also laughed. "Senior Brother Jiang. If you have time to go to the Giant Sword Peak to play. Or I'll go to your Green Bamboo Peak to play." "Okay." Jiang Yining smiled helplessly. One could only be emotionally intelligent for a second, of course welcome. "Senior brothers. All of you go to Green Bamboo Peak as guests when you have time." A few pleasantries. The people were all riding their swords. But it was Lin Kong who stayed behind. "Senior Brother Wang. You guys go back first. I want to go back to my mundane humble abode." Senior Wang nodded and sent his sword away. Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong. It was hard for immortal cultivators to tell how old they were. Not thinking that he still had relatives alive. Or the Golden House? Jiang Yining was curious, what is Senior Brother Lin's seniority this year? Fast 40. According to the vulgar. Jiang Yining let out an "oh." "That's true, Senior." Lin Kong bristled. "Cultivators don't care about years. Jin Dan can live 800. Even if I wait one more year to achieve Jin Dan, I'll still be a bit of a dragon in tiger youth." To this, Jiang Yining could not deny it. This is also exactly what one seeks: longevity. The first baby can live for 3,000 years. And the divine intention realm is 8,000 ageless. Where is Senior Brother's secular residence? Lin Kong, however, asked directly in return. Together? Jiang Yining froze for a moment and immediately reacted. Patting his chest. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. There's no problem with the spirit stones. But of course it's better to have a senior traveling with you. One more guarantee of safety." Jiang Yining hurriedly added. "Good. Together. I'll go to that city over there to find an apprentice on behalf of my master again." Lin Kong, Jiang's senior brother. "You are cultivating the sacred sage immortal. Looking for disciples cannot go to the city. Qingyun Pavilion long-term test. People near the city can go at any time. Can cultivate immortality? Has long been included in the Qingyun. Less talented. Also became the outer disciples." Jiang Yining frowned. "Forgetting about this. Lin Kong, if you're looking for an apprentice, you'll have to go to some remote mountain villages, where the roads are inconvenient and the news is closed. So you might be able to pick up a good seedling." Jiang Yining thought for a moment and smiled. Talent is not important. Being able to cultivate is enough. The key needs a few senior brothers and sisters. They are also miscellaneous spiritual roots. The big deal is to share some spiritual grass to them in the future. But the proper chivalry, on their own. Continue to look for sheep without delaying the planting. Lin Kong looked at Jiang Yining and hesitated for a moment. Slightly honored urged. "Senior Brother Jiang. If that's the case, I have a fellow senior brother to help. Don't worry. There are immortal roots. It's just that the talent is unusual. I've been trying to get him into the inner sect, not into the outer sect. Still not a Qingyun disciple." Jiang Yining raised his eyebrows, which was convenient for himself, but still asked, "How old? What's the personality?" He also didn't want to find a woeful spirit and make Green Bamboo Peak uneasy.
Feng Man is 14 years old and has a simple character. So I'll show you first. If it works out. Not to mention the spirit stones. If you need a sword formation in the future, just look for me. I won't say no. Lin Kong's words were very sincere. He hoped that the immortal journey with relatives, or live a few 100,000 years. Unattached, also bleak. Kindred spirits don't talk about it if they don't have immortal roots. And since they do, they have to work on it. Okay. As long as the personality is okay, it's all good. But then again, you two are so different? After I entered the green cloud, my parents had less to think about and gave birth to another, counting it as a child in my old age. Jiang Yining froze. Then if he also enters Qing Yun, wouldn't your father have to continue? Fight for his life? Lin Kong smiled awkwardly. Senior brother. What you say? No. They are old. I usually go down the mountain more often to accompany them to enjoy their old age peacefully. Chapter 16, The Ghost. Before the two of them set off, Lin Kong pulled out 3 more gold finger rings from his storage bag and handed them over to Jiang Yining. What's going on? What do you mean? Jiang Yining was puzzled. Lin Kong explained, ordinary finger ring. Senior brother all wear. Whitewash a little. Otherwise, someone with a heart can guess at a glance that senior brother is wearing a Sumeru finger ring. And both of our cultivation levels are not high. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yining's palm again. The Sumeru finger ring. It usually belongs to something that only the top of Jindan can afford. Jiang Yining nodded. Take the rings and put them all on. Instantly had a thuggish air about it. What to say or not say should reduce the suspicion of some people with ulterior motives. A storage ring is just a storage ring. And it's still coveted? The storage bag is also. 30,000 spirit stones to start. Lin Kong made Jiang Yining shut up with just one sentence. It then explained. The storage bag is subject to materials that are unstable. And it needs to be protected with distraction during battle. Or else it will be affected by the waves. And it will easily explode the items all over the place. Jiang Yining's mind immediately appeared Blue Stars 1/999. Equipment exploding all over the place. A sense of vestigial vision. I'm sure there is a fellow senior who is experienced. At the same time, Jiang Yining gave his master another mark on his merit. Say, how do you carry around so many gold rings? Lin Kong's lay family business is in Shanzhou. It's over 300 miles from Suweisho City. Thankfully, with a change in direction. Within 500 miles of Qingyun, the two of them rode their swords over the mountains. On the way, however, whenever we came across a village, we checked it out. But with no luck. Black Mountain Village. The 8th small village already passed through was in the middle of the mountains, with only a thorny path leading out. Over 50 miles from the nearest town. There are only 8 or 9 families in the village. There was a little girl child, who was lying on her back in the grass and teasing. Jiang Yining's 2 imperial swords came down. And she immediately climbed up in shock. Mother! Mother! There are immortals. Uncle and Uncle Jr. I saw flying fairies. The two smiled and slowly followed the child. In no time at all, the small village was surrounded by several men. Old farmers and women. Jiang Yining directly condensed 10 sword asters. A juggling act in front of the villagers. It's experience. Showing your 2 hands directly is much more efficient than opening your mouth to explain. As expected, the white-haired old man at the head of the group plopped down on his knees. Immortal. Really immortal. The others were led to kneel in fear and trepidation. A wave of Jiang Yining's true qi lifted the crowd up. The old man bowed his head, not daring to look squarely at the two. and said with a trembling voice, "The small farmer dares to ask what is the immortal's great honor? I'm afraid the hospitality is not good." Jiang Yining laughed. "Old man? No need to panic. Just saw the little girl child. Want to measure whether she has immortal destiny." When the old man heard this, his lips began to tremble. His voice was excited. And he uttered 3 good words in a row. "Two immortals? This way, please. His eldest uncle. Hurry up and call the baby's father back." The 2 men arrived like stars at the gate of the courtyard where the girl had entered. Through the courtyard door. But the hall door was closed. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Where his mother? Where his mother? Hurry to open the door. There is a fairy." He shouted twice with no response and was about to enter the courtyard to knock on the door. But Lin Kong stopped it. "Old man. Just wait outside. We'll go in ourselves." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The little farmer is confused. "Immortal, please." Afterward, Lin Kong discreetly gestured. And the 2 of them entered the small courtyard together and closed the door. Jiang Yining whispered doubtfully, "Yin Chi is filled with ghosts and monsters? Is that the girl child?" He asked a series of questions. Lin Kong shook his head uncertainly and directly pulled out 4 wooden swords from his storage bag and threw them into the air. 2 flew towards the back of the house and 2 landed back in the courtyard. Instantly a curtain of light wrapped the entire small courtyard. "Show yourself." Both were a little cautious. Exchanging glances, Lin Kong once again shouted, "If you don't come out, you'll burn this house." Still no movement in the house. Lin Kong tapped his storage bag and 3 magic flying swords flew out and hung in front of him. "Get in there." Jiang Yining hesitated and hurriedly condensed the sword dipper, incidentally pinching both the Blast Wind Sword Talisman and Xian Shield Sword Talisman in the palm of his hand. Lin Kong saw this. "Don't worry. It shouldn't be a big deal." When he finished, he took the lead and pushed open the door of the hall. Jiang Yining only felt the coldness of the air coming over his face, and there was an inexplicable sense of gloom in the room. The 2 had just entered. LOL. The door to the hall behind them closed on its own. Turning around, a red shadow struck. Lin Kong snorted coldly. And the 3 talons sword formation instantly took shape. The red shadow hit and made a nuisance sound. Surprisingly, a white smoke came out. Jiang Yining's sword dipper followed suit, whistling through the red shadow. And the other party let out a miserable cry, begging for mercy. "It's a woman. Ghost. 2 immortals. Little woman has not harmed anyone else. Please, immortals, let the little woman go." She was kneeling and crouching on the ground, looking like she was in her 28 years of age, with all the red makeup and cape. But it was actually a wedding dress. The female ghost covered her shoulder with a look of pain, which was exactly what was injured by the sword dipper. Jiang Yining scolded, "Where's the girl child?" The big dipper approached. The woman quickly cried, "Child, she is not guilty. And I have not harmed anyone. Immortal, let us go. Let us go." "What's going on? Her baby?" Jiang Yining and Lin Kong exchanged glances and wouldn't easily believe it either. "Take us there." The woman pleaded even more. Jiang Yining once again shocked. "Hurry up. Or else I'll let your soul fly away now and we'll find it ourselves." The woman then quieted down, lusting for tears. He had no choice but to lead the 2 into the side room. "The little girl is slumbering." Jiang Yining hurriedly ferried over a stream of true qi. The girl's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be sleeping in a bit of a daze. And after looking at Jiang Yining and the 2 of them for a while, she suddenly danced around. "Immortals. Mother. Mother. These two are immortals. Your strange disease can be cured, she said excitedly to the woman. Are they really mother and daughter?
Jiang Yining gave Lin Kong a puzzled look and withdrew the sword dipper. The woman once again kneeled down, the two immortals.
The little woman really did not want to hurt people. The little girl also do not know my situation. Just for self-preservation. Only boldly to the immortals shot. Please immortals, let us go, said crying again. The girl child was very understanding and immediately knelt at the sight. Immortals, save you, beg my mother.
Mother just got a strange disease.
Not intentionally scare you. Look. I can't even hold my mother.
Her small hands kept passing through the ghost lady's body,
desperately trying to prove her words. Jiang Yining was helpless.
And with a smile on his face, he squatted down to help her up.
How old are you? Little doll? 6. Called what? Zhang Xiaoya. The two had questions and answers.
Jiang Yining turned a trick, suddenly turning over a palm-sized bead in his hand,
causing the little girl's eyes to light up. Little Ya, if you want to cure your mother's illness, first play a game with your brother. Come on. Put your hand on this bead. He decided to test the female child's immortal roots first.
If she was qualified to be her own senior sister, the ghost mother might have to take care of it.
And if she wasn't qualified, as long as she really hadn't hurt anyone,
she wouldn't bother with her own business.
Brother immortal, will playing the game cure my mother?
The little girl said and cupped her hands around the beads.
Jiang Yining immediately urged his true qi. And the beads actually emitted a purple shimmer. It's really got fairy roots.
I didn't even have high hopes myself.
White, yellow, purple and gold. The color of the measuring bead of immortality is divided into 4 colors.
In the beginning one was the least talented white.
Lin Kong laughed. He. Congratulations, senior brother. You really met a good seedling.
Jiang Yining also revealed a smile. This trip down the mountain hadn't been in vain after all.
If he added the Lin senior brother sibling, Green Bamboo Peak would have 2 more disciples at once. Xiao Ya,
if you want to cure your mother's strange disease,
you have to learn the skills yourself. Do you want to follow your brother to learn the skills of an immortal? Yes. Xiao Ya wants to cure her mother. The little girl speaks very seriously. Chapter 17, The Good Girl. How could the ghost lady not understand? And one after another, she bowed her thanks to the two. The one thing she couldn't let go of was her daughter. And now she had even been spotted by an immortal and taken as a disciple. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master.
Jiang Yining's true qi lifted her up,
his attitude a few points better. Know about Chang Yun?
The ghost lady froze and shook her head.
The 10 great immortal sects. The Green Cloud Sword sect. The female ghost still shook her head. 2 immortal masters. The little woman has only heard rumors of immortals and does not know where they are. She finished and looked at the 2 men again with restraint. Lin Kong frowned. Then how did you cultivate the ghost Dao? Jiang Yining stared at the other party as well. The female ghost saw the situation. Once again nervous, little woman really do not know. By the way, the flower. One wakes up in the flower. The other really don't know. That flower is in the backyard. Whenever I feel tired, I go to sleep by the flower and wake up in better spirits. She tried desperately to explain. Puzzled, the 2 men let the ghostly lady lead the way. And across the hall was the backyard. It's this flower. I loved flowers when I was alive. So my husband used to dig some wildflowers back from the mountains and plant them in the backyard. The ghost lady was referring to a tricolor flower. Red petals. A ring of black lace around the edge. and dark silver stamens. Without looking closely, the black color of the edges of the petals. I thought it was starting to rot. Lin Kong frowned. But very pure in chi. Elder brother doesn't recognize it either? Jiang Yining has luck on his eyes. Length of success, 3%. It was actually a celestial spirit plant. Front yard. In the end, the two did not move that three-color flower. After all, Xiaoya's mother relies on it. And so back to the mountain to figure out in the decision. Lin Kong withdrew his sword formation. And the courtyard door was slammed open by a thin man at once. Mother! What have you done with my mother? The Hanyu actually didn't have the slightest regard for the two immortals and ran straight into the hall. De gang! Don't rush the immortal. The old man followed in on his crutches mournfully. And when he saw Jiang and Lin, he saluted again. Villagers lying on their backs at the gate of the courtyard to eat fairy melons. The old man looked at the parlor and was a bit overwhelmed. Wah! They. Jiang Yining smiled. Old man. Take it easy. Wait for them to come out on their own. The old man then quieted down. It was only after half a moment that the thin man, the female ghost, and the little girl's family appeared in front of the crowd. The Hanyu obviously knew everything, and paid his respects to Jiang and Lin for a while. Jiang Yining beckoned to Zhang Xiaoya. Say goodbye to your parents and go with your brother. The old man reacted quickly and looked excited. God bless. The Zhang family is actually going to produce an immortal. Immortal ah. There was also a clamor from the villagers at the entrance to the courtyard. Where's mom? What are you still standing in the hall for? Hurry out and send off the immortals. After the old man's excitement, when he saw that the two immortals seemed to be leaving with their waifs, he hurriedly waved his hand at the house and suddenly let out a light eep. Daughter-in-law, why are you still wearing a wedding dress? Still back to spring young? His eyes do not seem to be very good. A few steps forward. The result of a moment of shock back to sit on the ground. This time, the villagers also noticed and stirred in alarm. Immortals. Ghosts. What a ghost. Sister-in-law turned into a ghost? Luckily, he didn't flee in terror. Thanks to the presence of the immortals. The thin man hurriedly assisted the old man, explaining toward the crowd. Father. Big brother. Second brother. It is not what you think. Shall we? She has not harmed anyone. Jiang Yining had no choice but to clarify a sentence as an immortal. Everyone can rest assured that Xiaoya has immortal destiny and her mother won't harm anyone. After all, you'll have to make use of your senior sister in the future. He finished looking at Lin Kong. Lin Kong immediately condensed his fingers and a green-colored sword seal struck out, not entering the ghost lady's body. It's a deal. It's on you. The Qingyun sword seal, simply put, was a certificate given to the goblins and ghosts within the Qingyun territory, who were willing to cultivate at ease. Other immortal sects met and would submit to Qingyun by default. The disciple who grants the sword seal has to report to Guanxia Peak afterwards. And in the future, if the demon who grants the seal commits a crime, the person who authorizes the sword seal has to be responsible to the end. Especially for the demons, ghosts and elves that mixed in with the mundane. Guanxia Peak would arrange for the nearest Qingyun pavilion to visit every once in a while. Jiang Yining naturally wouldn't authorize the sword seal method, so he let Lin Kong cast the decision. These, all of which Lin Kong spoke with him in detail a few moments ago. As everything settled down, Jiang Yining looked at the crowd. Xiaoya will follow me to Qingyun. He finished condensing a sword astral, holding the little girl and standing up. Immortal. Will Xiaoya come back? When she has completed her cultivation, she can naturally return if she wants to.
Jiang Yining did not say a specific time frame. The little girl's tearful eyes were hazy. But she remained strong and said, "Don't worry, father and mother. Xiaoya has learned her skills and will soon return to cure mother." Jiang Yining was just about to get up his sword and looked at the ghost lady to remind a sentence, "There are many demons in the world which can easily make your soul fly away. So it's best to stay at home in peace. And don't go out. Since you've been granted the Qingyun sword seal, in case of trouble, you can go to the nearest city, Qingyun Pavilion, and ask for help." Little woman takes note and will follow the words of the immortal master. The ghost lady bowed again. Jiang Yining looked at the little girl's father again. People and ghosts have different paths. You have to exercise moderation or you won't live more than 3 years. The skinny man's face rubbed a reddish color. His hands and feet going nowhere. Immortal. Immortal master. Xiaoya is counting on you. After saying that, he also hastened to kneel and bow. Jiang Yining no longer linger. Looked at the forest air. Sword finger up. Imperial sword up. Xiaoya Yining's parents waved goodbye. Below, only the villagers are left looking longingly to send. Continue on to Mountain State. On the way, Jiang Yining brought the little girl with him, and still needed to protect her with his true qi all the time. So the imperial sword wasn't fast. The little girl was a little down for her first time away from home, but experienced flying and soon became excited. After passing through half a dozen small villages, no more ferry routes were found. As the sun set, several people finally arrived at Shanzhou City. This time, it fell far away and then lined up to enter the city. Inside the city, in front of a flowery building, pavilion outside the eaves of the corridor. The woman charming, green, red, willow green, haunting. From time to time to the passing crowd dropped a silk handkerchief. 2 youths. 1 girl stood for a long time. Brother immortal. The sister here is so pretty. Little ya. I've told you a few times. You have to call me eldest senior brother from now on. Or else I won't teach you your skills. Yes. Brother de Xian. Jiang Yining shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Lin Kong. This is Brother Lin's residence? And made a special trip to Shanzhou to have a lover? Lin Kong was embarrassed for a moment. No. My parents are old and always hung up on my life's work. So I hired the last one to go back and do a play. A kind of good-natured lie. He said inside, children traveling thousands of miles mother worry. Even when they step into the immortal path. Jiang Yining was skeptical. Don't change the subject. It's fine to find a senior sister or junior sister to do the drama. Lin Kong, here are all good girls who speak well and can make the old man happy. Jiang Yining waved his hand. Forget it. Brother Lin will go and return quickly. Just don't keep us waiting. Lin Kong probed at his storage bag and had 4 more golden finger rings in his palm. The same as the ones he had given to Jiang Yining earlier. Senior. Give me one back first. It's not enough. Jiang Yining. The gold finger ring works here? Let's just say, how could Lin Kong carry around some mundane gold softness that was useless to cultivators? It's just that this rationing. 5 at a time. That's a small fortune for a mundane. Soon. Rincon then came out with his good girl. The 2 of them arrived in front of Jiang Yining with an air of intimacy. Lin Kong introduced. Xinger. This is senior brother Jiang and his little sister. Senior brother. This is Miss Qinger. The woman saluted Jiang Yining. Greetings. Immortal master. Jiang Yining just nodded. The woman did not seem to be rushed by the so-called green cloud immortal masters. Perhaps there was one right next to her who had made deep friendships and looked down on them. She then softly said,
Lin Lang. I still have many good sisters. Do you want to help Master Jiang find one as well?
Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong and secretly bristled.
You're telling me this is called theater?
Qingyun disciple's identity shakes clean.
And
All Qingyun immortal master.
but also spend money. A good girl does not go up the pole to pour paste? In the past,
It was felt that Lin Kong Jianghu was experienced.
could it be an illusion? Little girl, you're so pretty. Sister. The woman laughed with a floral smile. Little fairy master. You're prettier than your sister.
Lin Kong has a saying that is not wrong.
A good girl does talk well. Will compliment people? Even children are not spared. Chapter 18, Return to the Mountain.
The immortal master's mansion.
It's not uncommon in the Daqing dynasty. 1.
A mansion established by certain Qingyun disciples whose relatives are alive.
2. Some disciples are not gifted and realize that there is no hope of breaking through.
So they simply lower themselves to outer disciples and return to the secular world to establish a family business. All of these were given the name of the immortal master's house.
Of course. Generally under the Jindan. Above Jindan. Even if you return to the mundane world, the sect convening must return. After all,
Qingyun cultivated you.
Therefore, in certain cities and towns,
Qingyun immortal masters were easier to see.
Unlike Waterlife City, which was so sought after. The Lin Mansion, then,
belonged to the first category of immortal master mansions.
Lin Kong returned home.
The immortal master returned to his house.
And there was an endless stream of visitors.
But they were all rejected one by the Lin Mansion.
Jiang Yining was happy to be free.
He didn't bring up the words of accepting a disciple on behalf of his master at the first opportunity, but instead secretly observed Lin Yuan,
Lin Kong's younger brother. 2 nights in a row in the Lin Mansion. Indeed. As Lin Kong said, it should be more naive.
Although Jiang Yining thought to himself that within a short period of time,
he couldn't fully judge a person's goodness or badness. But more or less, you can tell something about the heart. Lin Yuan,
who looks like a tiger with a tiger's head in old age, does not look like someone with a deep heart. After Jiang Yining and Lin Kong confirmed it, Lin Kong quickly explained the reason with his relatives.
The next morning,
a group of 4 people prepared to return to Qingyun. In front of the flower house,
Jiang Yining held his forehead intolerantly. Qing'er covered her face and wanted to cry. Lin Lang, you're already an immortal master.
I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for long.
AI. Izzy is haggard and pathetic. Jiang Yining looked at the toothache. Came to come. Words outside the words to seek immortal destiny.
Only Lin Kong seemed to have a heart to spare.
Miss Qing'er, take care. Then with a clench of teeth, he turned and left,
leaving the good girl alone in the same place with teary eyes.
Jiang Yining hurriedly followed. Only after walking away did he whisper a reminder. Brother Lin, there's a difference between immortals and mortals. Don't take it seriously.
Lin Kong smiled bitterly.
I know.
That's why I insisted on giving some gold and soft every time.
I just don't want to leave behind any entanglements. Jiang Yining,
I'm afraid some things are out of your hands. Although Jiang Yining is also inexperienced.
But in his last life, Blue Star experienced the era of information explosion.
He had eaten more melons than the sword formations Lin Kong had made.
Don't tell me. If there's an issue of the Immortal Star News, Master Qingyun encounters Qingwan songstress. P. U. A. Definitely hot. Jiang Yining didn't have to laugh,
shaking the thoughts out of his mind. Looking at the senior brothers and sisters behind him, he turned to attach his head to Lin Kong's ear and asked in a low voice.
Brother Lin,
You gave your first sword to her? Lin Kong first froze for a moment and immediately reacted,
his face instantly turning crimson. Without him having to say more, Jiang Yining already understood.
The little girl curiously said,
Brother De Xian, what are you guys talking about? At noon,
on the outskirts of the 3,000 Great Mountains, 2 men rode their swords,
each with one person. Brother Lin, go down and rest for a while, Jiang Yining shouted,
and fell towards the village below with the little girl in tow. Lin Kong also hurriedly followed.
Landing,
the two slightly panting,
rushed all the way.
Indeed, some of the food is not consumed. The key has to continue to output true qi to protect the too small.
Senior Brother Jiang, is it possible that you still want to seek a disciple on behalf of your master? Jiang Yining shook his head. And before he could say anything,
he saw 3 or 5 children running over.
Brother Jiang, you're here again? Jiang Yining revealed an exaggerated smile. Fat baby. Cry baby. Ha! Little monkey. Haven't seen you in a year.
You've grown so tall.
You need to let your parents give you a daughter-in-law. Lin Kong froze, not expecting Jiang Yining to be so familiar with the small village. Senior, are you from the village? Jiang Yining shook his head. No. This is close to Qingyun.
And I've been down here a few times in past years.
Lin Kong was puzzled. How many times were they so familiar? But without asking too many questions, he followed him into the village. Ooh! This entry into the village is even more lively. Almost all of the villagers recognized Jiang Yining and greeted him. Jiang Wazi, come to find sheep for the group again? Don't worry. Haven't lost a sheep in years. Folks, listen up. All give yourself a talk. Jiang Wazi is here. Prepare a few roasted whole sheep.
Lin Kong then realized that sheep were everywhere in the village,
permeated with the smell of sheep. And it seemed to be a village where sheep were circled for a living. In broad daylight, Lin Kong watched Jiang Yining singing and dancing with the enthusiastic villagers. The 2 little ones actually blended in. Especially the little girl, holding up a large piece of lamb leg meat, leaping up and down in the crowd,
chasing around the bonfire with her village pals.
Subsequently, Jiang Yining gave the villagers nudging. Surprisingly, was ferrying real qi? Especially some old people.
Or have injuries in the body of the Han. It wasn't until the setting sun was soft that the 4 of them once again rode their swords towards Qingyun.
Lin Kong couldn't help but be curious. Senior Brother Jiang, it doesn't seem like you've only been here a few times. Jiang Yining smiles and laughs. Green Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Courtyard. Master, I'm back.
Feng Yuqin opened the wooden door and stretched.
Just come back. What's all the noise? I've returned from finding a disciple for you. After Jiang Yining finished speaking, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and whispered, Master, at least I'll be the eldest disciple of Green Bamboo Peak in the future. So you'll give me some dignity in front of my junior siblings. Feng Yuqin just grunted twice. Jiang Yining hurriedly said, Master, I've found a good seedling this time. Spiritual root test. Purple. Feng Yuqin let out an O. Then you'll have to work hard in the future. They're relying on you. Jiang Yining, hurrying to turn around, he pointed at the 2 little ones and introduced. Master, Lin Yuan, 14 years old. Zhang Xiaoya, 6 years old. Xiaoya is a purple spirit root. This is our master. Hurry up and pay your respects. Master. ×2. Master is so pretty. Even prettier than Sister Chinger that I saw at the bottom of the mountain. Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. Feng Yuqin just gave a faint hum. Let your eldest senior brother teach you first. Anything can go to your eldest senior brother first. For master to go out and sneak around, she said, and walked out of the small bamboo courtyard with her hands. 3 people were left, confused in the wind. The little girl was a little aggravated. Big fairy brother. Does senior not like us? Lin Yuan also touched his head. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. Don't think too much. Master is this nature. 20 years. And only taught me a Qing Yun Qi practicing technique. If there's anything you need in the future, you'll have to fight for it on your own. Remember, elder brother taught you the first rule of immortal cultivation. To cultivate immortality you must contend. Contend with the sky. Contend with the earth. Contend with people. Contend for wealth. Contend for treasures. Contend for the law. Contend for the destiny. And contend for the way. Not to say. Repeat. The master reprimanded his own words is quite a feeling. Is it possible that I am a good teacher? Jiang Yining, remember? The 2 little ones nodded their heads in a hurry. Don't worry. On the path of immortality, senior brother will also help you as much as possible. In the future, remember to listen to senior brother's words. Tell elder brother in a loud voice. Understand? Eldest brother. Got it. ×2. Jiang Yining smiled. He may have to be busy recently. You guys stay in the courtyard first. Elder brother will build you 2 huts. There are quite a few large trees in the mountains. Jiang Yining Imperial soared back and forth. After working most of the night, he eventually built 2 small huts across the spirit field. And in a flash, the whole yard looked doubled in size. Jiang Yining wiped his forehead. Luckily, I've learned the green cloud 10,000 sword deity. Tonight use elder brother's bedding to make do. Tomorrow elder brother will prepare new ones for you. This is our home in Qingyun. In the future, if you need anything else, feel free to talk to senior brother. He fell back on his responsibilities as a big brother. Chapter 19, The Withered Fields of the Spiritual Fields. The next day, Jiang Yining gave the 2 little ones a bottle of qi practicing dan each. It took some more effort to guide the little girl to practice qi. But it was good that Lin Yuan didn't need to. Lin Kong had secretly taught him long ago. After the 2 of them settled down, Jiang Yining finally had the time to take a look at his spirit field. Master was not lazy. And the 2 ice mountain snow lotus plants were growing happily. 3 days down the mountain, one of the fastest growing plants has been a 10-year share, 63%. The slowest strain, also entering the decade, is only 1%. The Bixia 3 flowers in the spiritual field didn't change much. Jiang Yining hurriedly precise all of them, and then took out the golden cloud pomegranate harvested in the valley and planted them as well. After doing this together, we went back to Wu Lao's spiritual field. But the result surprised Jiang Yining. What? White moon bonewort. Surprisingly, it's all dead. Jiang Yining hurriedly looked in his eyes to see if he could still salvage it. As he swept around, the spirit plants were already dead to the world, and none of them could be seen at an adult length. There was a sudden soft eek. Instead, there is a 1% in the middle of the spiritual field. Jiang Yining rushed over and plowed through the surrounding soil. The digging was not right, and it turned out to be a palm-sized piece of gray soil. If it weren't for the fiery eyes that see into lengths, who cares? Thinking it's just unusual soil. What's the situation? Jiang Yining rubbed her eyes to make sure she hadn't read it wrong. Length, 1%. Is this also a heavenly creature? Master. Master. Jiang Yining shoveled up the square of gray soil and went to knock on Feng Yuqin's door. Door open. Feng Yuqin was not in a good mood.
You kid came back from a trip down the mountain and became so eventful.
Jiang Yining couldn't care less. Master. Take a look. Do you recognize this? Feng Yuqin's eyes glared.
Full of anger, the mountains are full of dirt.
And you're disturbing my dreams for this?
Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile.
No. Master, you look more carefully. Feng Yuqin let out a cold snort and looked patiently. Ha? It's a spirit?
She seemed unsure. Jiang Yining hurriedly nodded his head.
Master. Do you know about soil-related spirits? Feng Yuqin frowned and thought about it.
I only know about the Tao treasure resting soil. And this gray soil block is not
found anywhere?
Jiang Yining pointed to the side. It's the spirit field that was sold to Elder Wu. His spirit plants all died. And then I found this piece of gray soil. Feng Yuqin skimmed towards Ling Tian and lost interest again. You go to the Wanfa Pavilion to check the relevant records of heaven and earth spirits.
For Master to sleep again. Pounds.
Gate closed. Jiang Yining immediately will gray soil collection storage ring.
Imperial sword away.
When he returned to the bamboo courtyard, his brows were furrowed.
Manifestation Pavilion. There weren't many spiritual objects about the soil category.
There were 4 of them.
Thousands of miles of red rock and sun-destroying divine sand. Strictly speaking, 1 rock and 1 sand.
Neither of which belongs to the soil.
The other 2.
The resting soil and the deciduous heavy soil. Resting soil, ancient rumors of a soil that can grow on its own and never diminish.
Can be large or small. Can carry all living beings. And although it is a Taoist treasure, it transcends Taoist treasures.
Decapitated heavy earth, precious treasure. 1 side of £1,000,000 pounds.
The spirit of the mountain.
The grey clods do not match either account. Jiang Yining muttered to himself.
Hasn't he grown to the appropriate level yet? But this isn't a spirit plant type spirit. How do I have to cultivate it? It's a tough one.
Being able to see growth values.
Ignore and ignore? Jiang Yining was not willing to do so again. Both the soil and the absorbing the essence of rock and soil? He thought about it. Changed the place and buried it. Always have to try. In case it works. Do everything.
Jiang Yining hurriedly reseated Wu Lao's spiritual field.
In case you come over one day and are discovered. It is not good to deliver. One day. The 2 little ones practiced qi successfully.
The little girl is purely gifted. Lin Yuan is playing a long-time bass. After being stuffed with a bottle of qi cultivation dan by the generous senior brother, he swallowed 3 pills a day.
Jiang Yining, leisurely lying in the recliner, actually commanded them to fertilize the spiritual field.
But one person is only responsible for a few plants, so that they are watered regularly and regularly.
It seems like everything is back to the same old thing.
What makes Jiang Yining happy is that the 2 iceberg snow lotus,
the slower growing one, after entering the 10-year portion,
even doubled its growth rate.
1 fertilization, 4% growth, and 8% growth in 1 day. With the meaning of the later. In the evening,
looking at his master teacher who was moving his muscles in the courtyard,
Jiang Yining suddenly remembered something. Hurry up and walk over. Master.
Little sister's mother has become a ghost.
Oh?
Feng Yuqin came to have the slightest interest.
Tell me in detail.
Jiang Yining rushed to unfold the details.
All through the narrative again. Feng Yuqin's eyebrows rose as he listened. Go on. Check it out. Then. Bring little sister along as well? Feng Yuqin nodded.
When Jiang Yining called for the little girl, Feng Yuqin held her before looking at Jiang Yining.
Gather the sword dipper. Jiang Yining. And that's making yourself a laborer? However,
He still hurriedly followed his master's instructions.
Feng Yuqin, bigger. Jiang Yining. Bigger.
Jiang Yining smiled bitterly.
Master.
My true qi is not enough to consume. Feng Yuqin led the little girl up to the sword gang.
Cut the crap. Stand firm. Let's go.
Okay.
Wow 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 wow.
Jiang Yining hurriedly shut up. Her true qi protecting her body. And the cold wind was about to blow her lips over. I don't know what means the master used. The sword gang is as fast as flowing light.
In less than half a moment,
the three of them had appeared in Black Mountain Village. Jiang Yining rubbed the numb face.
The real gas protection body almost did not suffer.
Xiaoya didn't expect to go back to Black Mountain Village so soon. And got excited all of a sudden.
Mother! Mother!
She ran to the front of her yard and kept rapping on the door.
Soon,
there was a sound from the courtyard.
Door open. Yeah. What are you doing back here?
The one who showed up first was none other than the ghost lady,
followed by the lean man who ran out while tying his sash.
Jiang Yining looked at the two and seemed to have a flushed face. Shaking his head, he looked at the little girl's father. I told you long ago that people and ghosts have different paths.
You have to exercise moderation and restraint.
I'm afraid I won't be able to live for 3 years.
Feng Yuqin coldly grunted.
Still 3 years? 1 year is difficult.
It was only then that the ghost mother and the father of man saw the two. Immortal master.
Please come in.
Please come in. Xiaoya introduced to the two. Mother. Father. This is my master.
And my brother is my great immortal brother.
Jiang Yining explains his intentions.
The ghost lady rushed to take them to the backyard. Jiang Yining pointed at the 3-colored flower.
Master. Do you recognize it?
Feng Yuqin frowned and took a closer look,
contemplating for a moment before saying, the precious pea.
Inborn flower.
At least 1,000 years old. Absorbing the moonlight and being born.
It is a great tonic for ghost cultivators. But it only takes effect on women. It can enhance a woman's cultivation speed.
And it's also your little sister's chance. After taking it,
even if it's not comparable to the golden spirit root,
it's not far off.
Her meaning was obvious. This thing had to be taken by her little sister. Jiang Yining glanced at the ghost mother next to him. What will she do without the precious prana in life flower?
After all, it's little sister's mother. The ghost lady was just about to open her mouth.
Feng Yuqin curled his fingers and flicked out a flash of golden light,
which did not enter her forehead. This is a method of ghost cultivation. Spend it and I'll take it away. Although the ghost lady was uncertain,
she immediately knelt down and bowed.
Little woman thanks immortal elder for giving me the law. After some obeisance,
she seemed to hesitate before looking at Jiang Yining.
Please still ask immortal master to save my husband. Earlier,
when he heard what the two immortals had said,
he had been hesitant,
only to end up not daring to open his mouth to Feng Yuqin,
and perhaps become a little more familiar with Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining shook his head. I've reminded you guys. You don't listen. Ghost lady blames herself. Blame me. It's all my fault. Couldn't help the pleas of my husband. Begging for the immortal master. Begging for the immortal master.
Feng Yuqin grunted coldly.
The human body is balanced between yin and yang. Ghost cultivators are lonely in seeking yang. The human-ghost relationship. This is the price he himself has to bear. Although Xiaoya didn't understand,
she also begged along with her mother.
Master, you save my father. I will definitely be filial to you in the future. Feng Yuqin, there's nothing I can do. The human father, however, just looked at the ghost lady with fascination. Xiao Hui. It's okay.
I'd rather go to the Yellow Springs with you. Feng Yuqin shook her head. You dare to think. She has all by chance mistakenly entered the ghost path. Waiting for you, only soul flying away. Go away. Take care of yourself and cherish your last moments. If it were not for the parents of the little sister. She is lazy to say so much. Chapter 20, Ghost Cultivator. Back to the bamboo yard. The little girl was preoccupied. Jiang Yining had to comfort. Don't blame Master. Master can't do anything. Want to save your father? Try to learn the skills. When you skills, then Master can save your father. Kind lies. It took a while to comfort the little girl before she went back to the cabin and fell asleep. Jiang Yining shook his head. This master's sibling is also not good to bring up. On behalf of the teacher to find the apprentice feel is to seek their own trouble? Luckily Lin Yuan doesn't need to bother himself too much. Jiang Yining watched as his master teacher even seemed to be dazed in the courtyard. A rare occurrence. He walked over. Master. What is a ghost cultivator? Feng Yuqin seemed to be called back to his senses and glanced at Jiang Yining. Ghost cultivation. That's a long way off. Do you know about Mount Busan? Jiang Yining shook his head. Feng Yuqin, at the northern peak of the divine state. There is a high mountain called Buxian Mountain. Up to the gates of heaven. Down to the underworld. Jiang Yining was startled. Heaven's Gate? The underworld? Blue stars fabricated heavenly realm and hell. Do they really exist in this world of immortal cultivation? Master. How come I've never heard of it before? And I've never seen it in the Immortal Sect's Starry Night report. Feng Yuqin, however, said. Bring me my wine gourd. Jiang Yining hurriedly complied. Anxious to hear the rest. Feng Yuqin took the gourd and poured a large mouthful of spirits before continuing. Rumor has it that 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly immortals fought the underworld and wreaked havoc on the earth. The 10 great immortal sects teamed up to exorcise the gods and demons. Not the 10 great immortal sects of today. At least at that time, the 10,000 Beast sect and the Witchcraft sect had not yet risen to prominence. In that battle, the 9th realm on earth, the immortal realm experts lost everything. The 10 great immortal sects won miserably. And eventually, with the treasures of each immortal sect's township, all of them more powerful than the Kunlun mirror, they formed the heaven sealing array, sealing the unimaginable immortal mountain. From now on, no one will go up to the immortals, and no one will go down to the 9 specters. As Jiang Yining listened intently, Feng Yuqin leisurely poured another mouthful of spirits. Today's 10 great immortal sects send people to reinforce the seals all year round. Up to the immortal, said the immortal sect today. No one has broken through the 9th realm, the immortal realm. Perhaps it's caused by the blockage of the 3 realms and the incompleteness of heaven and earth. Lower than the 9 ghosts is the beginning of ghost cultivation. And from that time on, ghosts and monsters abound on earth. Don't you seek immortality? Entering the immortal realm. The first problem in front of you is to unseal the unimmortal mountain. Jiang Yining froze. And there was really nothing going on. Is this a thrill? Is this for me? I can't even think about cultivating immortality and peace to seek a long life. Jiang Yining laughed bitterly. Unsealing the unimaginable mountain and battle immortal underworld. It's really an ambitious goal. But if it does go that far, what's the point of trying? If you break my path to immortality, the celestial immortals and the underworld will have to step aside. Nowadays, it seems that the Green Cloud 10,000 Swords formation and the Green Cloud 10,000 Swords talisman must be learned. It is just that I don't know if the sword formation, the sword conforms to 1. And if it is qualified to subdue the 3 realms with 1 sword. Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining as she clenched her fists and smiled disdainfully. Casually talking to you. But still serious?
With your talent, you don't have to think that far ahead. Jiang Yining laughed dryly, looking down on people. Right? Feng Yuqin continued. Ghost cultivators are divided into two categories. The first category. Ordinary people coincidentally enter the ghost path. Do not know the cultivation method. Absorbing heaven and earth refuted yin qi. Negative emotions complicated. Mostly fierce and severe appearance. Another type. The cultivator's soul has not been destroyed into the ghost path. Although he knows the method of cultivation, but counts the death once. The character has changed greatly. Also is also good and evil. She finished staring at Jiang Yining. None of them are good. So since you've granted the ghost maiden the Qin Yun sword seal, keep an eye on it and don't cause me any trouble. Jiang Yining was helpless. And was indeed asking for trouble. Master. Then where did you get your ghost cultivation technique? Not Immortal Mountain at the beginning of the seal. There are 9 ghost cultivators stopped on Earth. Ghost cultivation techniques in the millions of years naturally also has long been spread. And there are also after the ghosts of the newly created method. It's not difficult to obtain. When you kill a ghost cultivator, you may also be able to find it. Jiang Yining smiled. Just casually asked. Did not want the art of ghost cultivation. On principle, non-essential. Do not go down the mountain. When I come out of the mountain, the ghosts and gods will cry. No! Scare you all to death. The next day, Jiang Yining tended to the ice mountain snow lotus. Then immediately looked through the gray soil. Unexpected joy. 2%. It can really grow. Jiang Yining looked at the soil around him. There was a change and it seemed to be unchanged. But the surrounding weeds are starting to wither. Indicating soil is losing its essence. Jiang Yining hurriedly buried it again. Perhaps he would have a chance to breed another treasure. Afterwards, after tending to the 2 spiritual fields, he took his senior brother and sister out to familiarize himself with the Qin Yun. 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Dan Hall. Flying Sword Hall. Guanxia Peak. And 100 Treasures Peak. Go through all the processes of stocking, eventually landing at the 100 Treasure Peak. He prepared some ordinary, divine walking talismans for each of the 2 little ones. After all, the 2 little beginning cultivators. It wasn't easy to let them go back and forth between the peaks by themselves. Jiang Yining's trio had just arrived at Senior Luo's stall. But they coincidentally ran into Li Shishir. Senior Brother Jiang. What a coincidence. You're here to buy a sword talisman too. Hey. Helped Senior Feng find a disciple? Well. Senior Sister Li. This time, the senior sister was called smoothly. Perhaps after returning to Qin Yun, there was a master covering her. And she unconsciously set her mouth straight. Hurry up and call Senior Sister Li. Hello? Senior Sister Li. ×2. Senior Sister Li is so beautiful. This had almost become Xiaoya's greeting. Jiang Yining had reason to suspect that at a young age, she had already stepped onto the path of emotional intelligence. Li Shishir smilingly touched Xiaoya's head. Little sister. You are also pretty. As in the same thing. It reminded Jiang Yining of the good girl from Lin Kong. Elder brother Luo's eyes had long been smiling into slits. And only after they had made small talk did he ask. Brother Jiang. What do you want this time? Fatty Luo. Elder brother. Here are 20 divine walking talismans. All right, Lu. Brother Jiang, keep it. 20 spirit stones. Brother Luo didn't let the small business slow down his enthusiasm. Do you need anything else? No need for now. This is my senior brother and sister. Take them to recognize the road. They will need sword talismans in the future.
I still hope that Senior Brother will take care of them.
Thumbs up to Fatty Law for his wave of emotional intelligence.
Brother Jiang is benevolent for bringing his senior brothers and sisters to look after my business.
Don't worry, Brother Jiang.
Jiang Yining turned to the two little ones.
Hurry up and call Senior Brother Luo. Hello? Senior Brother Luo. ×2. Luo Senior Brother, how are you drifting? This time,
the little girl closed her mouth. After a few moments of small talk and their respective greetings,
Jiang Yining prepared to return to Green Bamboo Peak. However,
Li Shishir hurriedly said,
Senior Brother Jiang, do you want to take your senior siblings to the Giant Sword Peak to have some fun?
Jiang Yining hurriedly shrugged it off.
No. I've only just returned to the mountain. There's a lot going on lately. Next time. Oh. So I'll go to Green Bamboo Peak for a while? Last time, I didn't say that I was welcome to be a guest. Jiang Yining. This senior sister doesn't know what politeness is? It's an honor that senior sister Li is willing to visit. Hurry up. Please. Master Li, just in time. Also call up Master Lin, Master Sun, and Master Wang. Jiang Yining, yes. Yes. More or less against. Happy. Green Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Courtyard. A few paper cranes fell. Jiang Yining opened Lin Kong's reply right away. Master Lin also ripped open 2 paper cranes and shook them at Jiang Yining.
Master Wang and Master Sun also have time.
Come immediately. Jiang Yining secretly said. Hide. There is no way to hide. Senior sisterly. You sit down first. I'll be right back. He didn't wait for Li Shishir to reply. Whoosh. Directly Imperial Sword left. Straight to the 3,000 Great Mountain outskirts of the town. He thought that Bamboo Garden could not find any hospitality. And a cup of tea was not. In order to avoid awkward conversation, hot pot is the best choice.
But also wants to do all the host friendship.
This is the human feelings that I learned in my last life at Blue Star. Chapter 21, Hot Pot with Gossip.
Jiang Yining used the 2 gold rings Lin Kong had given into exchange for a series of pots and pans, including hot pot materials and condiments. When he returned to the bamboo courtyard, the crowd had already arrived. Jiang Yining hurriedly greeted him warmly. Senior brothers. Green Bamboo Peak is usually just me and my master. It's a bit simple. Said to take materials on the spot. The rough wood left over from last night's construction of the wooden house for the senior brother and sister. Chopped off a few sections with the sword astral. And used them as seats. Sit down and chat. Senior brothers. Try my handiwork later. Let's eat hot pot. Jiang Yining said as he took out implements from his storage ring. Senior brother Wang was curious. Oh? Senior brother Jiang can also make hot pots. A specialty of the Shidu dynasty. Li Shishir, senior brother Jiang. Have you been to the western capital? Jiang Yining shook his head. Of course he hadn't been there. The Shidu dynasty. Belonging to the top 10 immortal sect Shushan territory. And how does a senior brother do that? I saw it on miscellany. Don't worry. We'll all try it later. It's sure to be delicious. Jiang Yining is still confident in her cooking skills. And she didn't stay at home and make her own hot pot when she was at Blue Star. The crowd didn't react much. In fact, the cultivators didn't care much about food and drink anymore. Of course, there are also monks who occasionally come down to the mountains to play with their teeth. As Feng Yuqin. A sullen atmosphere seemed to have settled over the courtyard. Well, at this time, a crane landed in the bamboo courtyard with a bamboo tube in its mouth. Senior brother Lin. Help fetch the immortal sect Starry Night report. Lin Kong hurriedly removed. The crane tilted its head to look at the crowd.
spread its wings and left.
Li Shishir immediately laughed.
Senior brother Jiang. You even ordered cranes to deliver the newspaper? Check it out.
What's hot and dynamic information in this issue?
Lin Kong displays the astrological report in front of the crowd.
Ha! Senior sister Sue has reported it.
The top 10 contemporary fairies selection.
The crowd gossiped around the astrological newspaper.
Zhang Yining was busy on the sidelines. Half an hour.
The fondue was served on a table that was a giant log cut into pieces.
Various side dishes plus Zhang Yining's homemade seasoning. Senior brother Lin. Help light a fire.
Lin Kong had no choice but to cast the ice and fire Tui sword formation and ignite the charcoal. It should be said not to say. The cultivator in some aspects or fast.
Just with the dishes. Zhang Yining did not use the sword gang as a knife. Sharp and precise. Brother de Sien. Brother de Sien.
I want to eat slices of lamb's leg. The little girl is the most careless. Zhang Yining helped her to scald it. And the little girl dipped it in the seasoning and swallowed it with a big mouthful.
Ahem. Brother de Sien. Spicy. So spicy.
Xiaoya rushed around looking for water to drink, causing the crowd to laugh and the atmosphere to melt slightly.
Elder brother.
Elder sister.
Taste them all. By the way, what were the 10 great fairies that senior brothers were talking about just now?
Li Shishir instantly became interested and stuck out her thumb.
Our Qingyun's senior sister Su,
crowned with the name of Cold Moon Fairy,
is ranked 4th. Marvelous.
Senior Wanghund.
If you ask me, it's still Fairy Ren Xin of Manhwa, who's even more charming. Zhang Yining, oh? Elder brother has seen it? Had the honor of meeting once.
Senior brother Wang continued. The Qing Bodhi Fairy of the 10,000 Buddha Temple also has a different flavor.
Elegant.
He used his words with slight discretion.
Zhang Yining was surprised. The 10,000 Buddha Temple was also selected?
One of the 2 temples in the 10 great immortal sects.
Shouldn't they all be high priests? Lin Kong explained. There are female bodhisattvas too.
Zhang Yining drifted off and looked at Master Wang.
Female bodhisattva. That is indeed elegant. Talking about the name of the fairy.
The several brothers and sisters were even a little more cordial. Sun Shuatong shallowly tasted a mouthful of bok choy and looked at Li Shishir.
According to me,
what the top 10 fairies? Senior sister Li also has the appearance of a fairy. The crowd immediately looked at him. Sun Shuatong was slightly unnatural and smiled dryly with a hard head.
Ha! Ha! Did I say something wrong? That's right. Just. The lick is too stiff and not silky enough. Zhang Yining before also wondered.
Sun brother in his own words have not said a few words.
How also a call to?
It turned out to be interested in senior sister Li. Li Shishir big grin, sun brother lift.
We say Su's sister. All brothers know.
Her teacher formerly rated Qing Yun Guanghan Fairy. So Su's sister is considered a lineage. It was at this moment that Feng Yuqin opened the wooden door.
Stretching and frowning. Kid. Eating alone? Don't call on your master.
She carried her gourd up to herself. Zhang Yining hurriedly gave up his seat.
Master. Please. Feng Yuqin unceremoniously sat down. Not caring about the status in the slightest. Hot pot accompanied by strong wine.
In front of the juniors to eat that comfortable.
Nice touch. Kid.
She even commented on it as she ate it. I haven't been to the Shushan region for a long time.
And it actually has a different flavor. Don't be formal. Eat. Eat together. As you can imagine, the crowd was not comfortable eating. Coincidentally,
there was a visit from the bamboo yard.
Uncle Feng. Su Baiwe begs. You? Come on. Eat together. The visitor was dressed in a white dress, with a fairy's arms fluttering. Li Shirshir whispered. Senior sister Su? Jiang Yining strange. Just also chat people gossip it? Su White Moon. This name? With dress is very white moonlight ah. Su Baiyue's face was clear and cold, senior uncle. I. Feng Yuqin beckoned and interrupted. Come. Sit down and talk while you eat. Jiang Yining hurriedly pulled the two small ones apart. Senior sister Su please. Su Baiyue hesitated for a moment and moved to the table, nodding slightly to the various brothers and sisters before sitting upright. The brothers and sisters are not familiar with her. Close observation. White is also white. Skin like snow. Crystal clear, moon is also moon. Budding. Peak lawn double moon. She had been sitting upright, and the bowls and chopsticks that Jiang Yining had prepared for her hadn't moved a muscle. Hello. Eat it all, eat it all. The whole table was just Feng Yuqin whooping and hollering. She looked up and took a sip of her drink, then asked, Luna, what was that about? Everyone looked at Su Baiwei, but she didn't answer immediately. Feng Yuqin, it's fine. They're all my disciples' best friends. Just say it. Su Baiwei still didn't say anything. A short silence. Jiang Yining's heart fluttered. She was afraid that the aroma would be so overwhelming that it would cause her mouth to swell, and she would not be able to swallow or speak easily. Jiang Yining hurriedly said, Senior sister Su, hurry up and eat something first. Try Qingzhou Peak's craftsmanship. My master said it's good. Give enough steps. Sure enough. Su Baiwei seemed to hesitate, but she picked up her chopsticks and caught a vegetable leaf. Lightly sip and swallow, before opening her mouth. Senior uncle. Late generation heard that senior uncle got a precious bamboo. I would like to beg to use it. Senior said that you can exchange it with 10,000 years of firelingji. Mangosteen for fire primrose is a huge profit. But Feng Yuqin waved his hand. No more. Disciple used it. Kid. Show your senior sister. Jiang Yining had no choice but to condense the sword dipper. Seeing this, Su Baiue's cool face did not fluctuate. Nodding to the crowd, she was about to take her leave. Senior uncle. In that case, then the late generation will leave first. Don't rush. Eat before you go. Good guy. This meal, the crowd is not to leave. Not to stay. Just watch Feng Yuqin eat wine and rice. Finally, Feng Yuqin got up. Kid. In the future, if master wants to beat his teeth in, it's up to you. With one foot on the wooden stool, she tilted her head back and downed as much of the drink in her gourd as she could. Guru, guru, guru. No image to speak of. She is holding half of the moon in her breasts. The crowd is sitting upright, not daring to look away. Feng Yuqin burped. All right. You guys continue. She followed suit and entered the cabin, lay down on her back and fell asleep. Jiang Yining rushed over and helped her bring the doorway tight. And in a short while the sound of faint snoring could already be heard. At the same time, Su Baiwei also got up to say goodbye. The crowd looked at each other and the atmosphere was finally at ease again. Jiang Yining laughed. Senior brother Wang. Senior brother son. Eat. Let us continue. Li Shirshir looked at the departing Su Baiwei and then at Feng Yuqin's wooden house, a light of gossip rising in her eyes. She fluffed her head and whispered. Senior brother Jiang. Aren't Green Bamboo Peak and Condensation Peak at odds? It doesn't look like it. Is there an inside story?
A sentence that drew the ears of all the senior brothers to listen.
Jiang Yining?
Li Shishir lowered her voice even further. Your master and sister Su's master.
They once had a big fight. And, in their time, they also raided the two fairies of Qingyan Ice and Fire. Fiery Phoenix Fairy and Broad Cold Fairy. Jiang Yining was puzzled. How does senior sister know so well? After I returned to the mountain last time, I purposely collected information about Elder Feng's past. Saying that,
Li Shishir revealed an adoring look.
In their era, Elder Feng led the contemporary era alone, powerfully subduing the group,
pressurizing the contemporary era so much that no one could raise their heads.
It's just a shame that just because of acting style,
later removed from the top 10 fairies.
Chapter 22. The next day, Jiang Yining plowed to see the gray soil. As a result, the adult length is still 2%. Not enough soil extract in the neighborhood?
Jiang Yining took the gray soil and buried it in another place.
Can't find the specific reason. Can only keep trying. Afterward, he tended to his spirit field before heading out and going to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion to pick out a sword talisman method. As for the sword array, after yesterday's hot pot, has said goodbye to Lin Kong.
Lin Kong promised to do free drudgery
to help Jiang Yining in the sword astral burn 9-sword swimming fish array. When he returned from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion,
Jiang Yining had already picked out his sword talisman.
Thunder Sky Sword Charm.
Not on par with Explosive Sword Talisman.
Foundation disciples can practice.
The power of thunder had a restraining effect on certain demonic cultivators or ghosts.
So Jiang Yining chose it to be prepared.
Lin Kong had long since arrived.
Jiang Yining hurriedly greeted. Trouble, Brother Lin.
Lin Kong shook his head. It's me who has to thank Brother Jiang. Lin Yuan has already succeeded in refining qi as soon as he came to the mountain.
Furthermore, the sword dipper doesn't fear damage, so I can cast it boldly,
allowing my perception of sword formations to improve rapidly as well. The two men were polite to each other.
Jiang Yining directly condensed the sword astral,
allowing Lin Kong to start playing with it.
In this way,
there was no need to worry about the matter of the sword formation. The only thing that needed to be done was to consume true qi all the time to keep the sword astral. Jiang Yining then felt at ease as he learned to make sword talismans.
The days are finally relaxing again. Jiang Yining, from time to time to direct the two small fertilization. In a flash, it is 5 days.
Lin Kong stayed in the bamboo courtyard these days,
almost day and night, and rested crammed into Lin Yuan's hut.
Jiang Yining got up in the morning and looked at the tired-looking Lin Kong and smiled.
Brother Lin, today you also rest and take a break. Don't hurt your mind.
He did not have a clear conscience and gave free labor a holiday.
Instead, something came up today. For 5 days,
Jiang Yining figured out the pattern of the gray soil and buried it in a different place every day,
growing by 1%. This gave him a sudden thought. Would the Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden also have gray earth born? Therefore, he was prepared to make a trip to Alchemy Peak to explore.
Jiang Yining first plucked a dozen or so spirit grasses in the spirit field, all of which were centennial points.
The first bumper harvest since breeding the Bishia 3 flowers. On the way,
I went to exchange some qi practicing pills.
Now that I added the 2 little ones, the consumption was a bit high. Took the treasure prana yin shang flower of the little girl. Just a few days surprisingly broke through the second layer of qi practice. This talent, on the contrary, this big senior brother of his, after building the foundation, the qi practicing pill didn't stop. But his cultivation didn't grow in the slightest. Dan Hall.
Elder Wu smiled when he saw Jiang Yining and asked,
Another harvest from the spirit field?
Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly.
Not so fast. Your white moon bone flower herb is more advanced. He didn't dare to say anything about the spiritual fields withering away.
It's mainly because I have some harvests from my spiritual fields to exchange for some pills,
Jiang Yining uttered, pulling out the Bisha 3 flowers from his storage ring. Elder Wu froze. Yo!
Surely there is great luck. Even though it's only 100 years worth of portions.
It's a large amount. Jiang Yining smiled. Elder Wu.
You'll give me 10 bottles of chi practicing pills in exchange for the rest for spirit stones.
Wait. You kid is also up on my spirit field. Jiang Yining, see what you're saying?
You've done me a great favor.
I can't treat you differently.
Elder Wu smiled while totaling
16 plants, 320 spirit stones,
10 bottles of chi practicing pills, 200 spirit stones, 120 spirit stones left.
All put away.
Jiang Yining handed 100 of the spirit stones to Elder Wu. First return 100 spirit stones to your old man.
Then,
he whispered,
Elder Wu,
why don't you take me around the Alchemy Peaks medicinal garden so that I can learn from the experience?
Also,
the soil in the medicinal garden that has been watered with 1,000 years of spiritual fertilizer.
Can you let me dig a little?
He finally stated his purpose.
It might make Elder Wu's spirit field grow better. Wu Lao disdain, Kid. Don't think of anything wrong. Do you know that soil and mud lose their essence? Jiang Yining's heart stirred.
You old man said. A piece of spiritual field planted for a long time.
Or because of long-term fertilization.
Causing the soil properties to change.
There will always be a time of depletion. Which is the loss of essence of soil and mud. Jiang Yining was appalled. Elder Wu. Do you mean that a lot of the spirit fields in the medicine garden have dried up? Elder Wu nodded. Yes. Many spirit fields have been depleted.
And then they can only be shoveled out of the soil that has been watered with spirit fertilizer for a long time.
And then refilled. This made Jiang Yining's heart even hotter. To get rich. Wouldn't it be a lot of gray earth? Elder Wu. Can you show me the chant?
Jiang Yining tried to keep his voice as calm as possible.
Wu Lao's eyes glared. You kids still don't believe me?
Playing with the idea of these waste soil.
The alchemy peak can't be utilized. You can still grow flowers, can't you? Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Wu Lao. Take me to grow experience.
In case my spiritual field has problems in the future.
I also know the reason. Besides,
your spiritual field has been planted for 20 years.
Come on. Just take you to the medicinal garden and grow up. Jiang Yining hurriedly fawned and assisted him. Alchemy Peak. Pill Garden. Disciples in 2s and 3s greeted Elder Wu.
Jiang Yining had long ago looked in his eyes. And to his eyes,
the dense growth values.
Elder Wu stroked his beard.
This is just a piece of the Alchemy Peaks medicinal garden. And all that is planted are some unusual medicinal herbs. How? Your kids digging up a piece of land and playing house. Jiang Yining said yes repeatedly. Elder Wu. What about those depleted soils? Take the kid to see them as well? So many herbs you don't observe. Favoring that wasteland. Go over to the medicinal garden.
The two of them slowly walked through the medicinal garden.
And Jiang Yining couldn't wait to fly over. See? There's a bunch over there. Jiang Yining froze. Like a small mountain. That much? Elder Wu was unimpressed. What did you expect? For millions of years, any spiritual fields that appear to wither are all shoveled out and refilled. This is still just one of them. The 7 pill gardens of Alchemy Peak. Each of the nearby pieces of the pill gardens has a pile like this. Jiang Yining was shocked in his heart. How much of this was there if it all gave birth to gray earth? Elder Wu. It's feasible for me to get some waste soil and try it back? Wu Lao was helpless. Look at the pile of waste soil. There is not a single weed on it. Hey! Go go go! Really don't turn back until you hit the south wall. Jiang Yining smiled. Weedless. He was more than sure that there was grime. These days, every time after burying the gray soil in a different place, the following day, I would notice a tendency for the surrounding grass to wither. In front of the pile of waste soil, Jiang Yining gathered qi in his eyes. And in the next moment he condensed 10 sword asters and began to plow the soil. Wu Lao hurriedly blocked. AI, you just take the soil. Don't plow it all over the place. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Elder Wu. I'm not just trying it out. Picking it out slightly. Wu Lao helpless, line. As you. The movement is small. Do not get scattered. He continued. Do you know why the waste ground was not disposed of? Jiang Yining looked towards Elder Wu. Could it be that the alchemy peak had also discovered the gray soil? Elder Wu explained to himself. Rumor has it that these wastelands have been infested with spiritual fertilizers for a long time. And that the quality of their properties have changed. Possibly giving birth to treasures. Jiang Yining froze. Treasures? It's also a rumor left behind by Senior Qingyun. But I've never seen a heavenly descent of spiritual rhythms. And I don't know if the rumors are true. Jiang Yining was excited. Really? It must be true. He was incredibly sure of that. Because the gray earth had a growth value. Jiang Yining asked cautiously. What about spiritual objects and strange treasures? Have they been found? Elder Wu shook his head. About 300 years ago or so. He even arranged for his disciples to rummage through it. And found nothing. Jiang Yining secretly sighed in relief. Disciples rummaging? He was a bit dismissive. She just found the gray soil herself and brought it to her master. She all just thought it was ordinary soil. Or she repeatedly reminded her that she only found the soil was different. Jiang Yining continued to dig and plow. Try to maneuver the Big Dipper to carefully scrape and plow as much as possible in order not to damage any grime that might be there. That's a lot of work. A few moments later, Wu Lao became impatient. You kid. Just take some waste soil is. But also 1,000 choices. Really think you can grow flowers? Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Since we're trying something, of course we'll pick it out properly. Why don't you go and get busy first? Don't worry. I won't touch a single point of anything else in the medicinal garden. Humph. That I'm not afraid. Give you the courage you also dare not. Come on. You yourself slowly consume. I do not have time to accompany you. Remember. Do not get all over the place. Wu Lao finished his speech, carrying his hands, and left leisurely. Don't worry about your old man. I'll pack it all back on top of the mound of dirt for it after I'm done with it. Jiang Yining smiled. This is more convenient for himself. Chapter 23 Solutions. The whole day. Waste soil pile only plowed away 1/10 of the. When Jiang Yining was on the verge of doubting his life, the length of completion finally appeared in his eyes, 1%. Jiang Yining was overjoyed. This time the soil is not gray. Rather, it is grayish-brown and palm-sized. Higher level? Jiang Yining felt his heart beating faster. Hurry to put the earth treasure into the storage ring. Some of the feeling of stealing the alchemy peak treasure. The wasteland in your eyes is the treasure in my eyes. Along with that, he also intentionally collected 2 squares of wasteland and stuffed his storage ring. Leaving Jiang Yining to the Dan Hall to inform A. Only said to go back to the experimental experiments. Wu Lao also did not ask more. Green bamboo peak. Jiang Yining thought about it and finally buried the 2 pieces of soil together. He wanted to see if they would devour each other and grow faster. The next day, Jiang Yining's first order of business was to plow through the burial site. It really melted into one piece. Grayish-brown. 11% of adult length. Gray earth blocks are devoured. Brown earth blocks grow 10% at a time. Jiang Yining's head spun rapidly. Make a rough guess. The dirt is gray and considered spiritual. And grayish-brown and considered a chippy? Then wouldn't he soon become a treasure if he was allowed to absorb a few more pieces of gray earth? Think fast. There has to be a valid reason. The wasteland of all 7 herb gardens must be plowed through. No. There are still 6 herb gardens left. And this earth treasure will devour each other. And a pile of waste soil is estimated to be just one piece. The grayish-brown soil becomes a strange treasure. Perhaps as a result of the gray soil devouring each other. When you get earth treasures in the future, you can't let them devour each other. And you can grow slowly by burying them all over the mountain. When you think about it that way, wouldn't there be 6 more earth treasures waiting for you? 3 days in a row. Jiang Yining was all thinking about what reason to find to plow through the waste mound. The buried gray-brown soil block. 3 days have not risen a little into length. The withering of the surrounding grass and trees proved that it was continuing to absorb the essence of the land. But the range was limited to 10 feet. Jiang Yining once again gave Lin Kong a vacation. Take the earth treasure to the surrounding 3,000 mountains. You can't always hobnob at the green bamboo peak. This passes for 7 days. Jiang Yining traveled through the mountains every day. And also discovered some patterns in the growth of earth treasures. Buried in different locations. Earth treasures have different lengths of maturity in a day. Peak tip green rock. Dense forest rotting ground. Pebble ground next to stream. Certain places that can grow can 5% at a time. But you can't keep burying them in the same environment or else. The next day, the length of the growth doesn't grow again. Jiang Yining quickly figured out the key. Meat and vegetables. More nutritious. With different environments and different earth genera, the earth treasure could absorb different earth essence chi and grow faster. Tupperware is now in length 33%. Mountain shuttle for 7 days. Averaging over 3% growth per day. Today's Jiang Yining sits peacefully in the courtyard and passes a paper crane to Lin Kong. Start work. The sword array has to continue. It's not a good idea for the key to keep skulking around the mountains. Too delayed. These days, apart from the 2 ice mountain snow lotus plants that were taken care of once in the morning and once in the evening, the other herbs were neglected. Especially with newly planted seeds. You also have to find the optimal amount of fertilizer and cardinal irrigation intervals, which no one else can replace. Burying earth treasures in the mountains. If you don't guard it and worry, in case it's coincidentally collected by a fellow disciple, it's a big loss. Sword talismans and sword formations also fell. In short, it's not cost-effective to delay too much for this. One's reliance is to be able to see the growth value. And the spiritual field cannot be slacked off. Not putting the cart before the horse for a piece of earth treasure. After seeing the key, Jiang Yining decided to take care of Wu Lao's spiritual field as well. And with the results, he took the opportunity to say that it was the credit of the waste soil. And plowed through the waste soil piles of the other medicinal gardens as well. Directly let the earth treasures devour each other and be done with it. Only so I woke up today. And there was another thing. Seeking senior brother and sister back to the mountain. Has been a full 13 days. 2 beads of ice mountain snow lotus have broken through 100 years of copies. The only bad news. The first ones that grew fast have swung since they entered the centennial portion and are always at 1% of the centennial portion. Today, another plant had also broken through. And Jiang Yining had been staring at it. See if it grows out of it. 8%. MO moment. The growth value finally changed. Jiang Yining rubbed himself up. Not swinging for the fences and continuing to grow. Not just relieved, but a little surprised. Remember, this iceberg snow lotus grows 2% per fertilization and ripening when it is under 10 years old. After 10 years, it was 4%. Now it's 100 years old. And it's 8% at a time. Double the growth rate. The spiritual fertilizer also absorbed more than the other plant. Starting with a small half scoop. Jiang Yining smiled. Did it also know how to build a foundation first? And then develop strength later? And then amaze everyone? If it goes well. 2 times a day to promote ripening is 16%. 7 days will be able to enter the millennium portion. At that time, at least a small amount of money can be earned. The chi practicing Dan has long been eaten tasteless. It is time to change the Dan. Tian stared at spirit sky. Jiang Yining resumed his days of idle immortal cultivation. I practiced sword charms when I had nothing to do. Also asked Fatty Luo senior brother to teach him a few times. Instead, he was bright and open and clearly marked the price. 10 spirit stones for a question. Which made Jiang Yining have to harvest the Bisha 3 flowers a few times in advance. Li Shishir came to visit the door from time to time. And the hot pot was eaten twice. Mainly because the master's request could not be refused. Time passes like a white horse. 7 days passed in a flash. Lin Kong had always been fighting the 9-sword swimming fish formation and had never completed it. However, the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus did not let Jiang Yining down. Smoothly breaking through the 1,000-year portion. Most encouragingly, the growth doubled again. 16% at a time and 32% a day. Posthumous without a doubt. After 4 days, it finally got stuck at 99% of the millennium copies. Jiang Yining waited patiently for 2 days. And the result was still the same. It made him suffer and hope for a miracle walk. Stuck at 50%. Or 80%. Or even 90% or whatever. This 99% is very difficult. While he was fuming, Lin Kong appeared. Brother Jiang. Fortunately, the sword formation is finally burned to completion. Jiang Yining suddenly realized. Oh. Then reacting, he hurriedly thanked Brother Lin. It's been really hard these days. Thanks a lot. Lin Kong's eyes were covered in blood and he waved his hand. A small matter. Although these days have been hard, I've gained a lot. Jiang Yining didn't answer as if she hadn't heard. Seeing this, Lin Kong was ready to take his leave. Brother Jiang. Then I'll go back and rest first. Jiang Yining subconsciously looked toward Lin Kong. As if he had made some kind of determination. Brother Lin. Wait. Lin Kong? Ice and fire 2-element formation. Can you adjust it for me? Don't go all cold-based. Alternate between hot and cold. Lin Kong was puzzled. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus doesn't continue to grow? It's not growing quite well. And last time it was said that it had been bred for 1,000 years. Jiang Yining quickly explained. Kind of. But I want a blast of blazing heat to blow on the snow lotus. But preferably without destroying the tundra. It was his idea to wrestle and drug and do the opposite. Doesn't healing also involve fighting poison with poison? It's already 1,000 years old anyway. Lin Kong oh. Anyway. Do not understand these. But the matter of the array has a program, adjustment is possible. But need to blazing hot air directed to blowing the snow lotus. I'm afraid to cooperate with the astral wind array. The Big Dipper. The Big Dipper. The speaker doesn't have a heart. But the listener does. Jiang Yining was startled. Right. How can I ignore this point? Permafrost is the growing environment of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. That ice mountain above. The lingering cold wind is also the norm. Is also the growing environment. Brother Lin.
There's no need to adjust it. Just the Big Dipper array. Just help me add the Big Dipper array to it. The spirit stones that I should ask for. Slow me down for a while and give them to you all together. Lin Kong hesitated. No need. Jiang Yining immediately interrupted. Don't. 400 spirit stones before. Counting Ling Yuan's past. I'm cheeky enough to take advantage. In the future. We are brothers to each other. It's not about Ling Yuan. You don't have to specially want to return anything. Lin Yuan is originally my Green Bamboo Peak senior brother. Otherwise, in the future, I'd be too embarrassed to look for Brother Lin to burn a sword formation. And as you can see, the growth of my spirit fields are all very good. So I'm confident that my breeding talent is okay and I won't be too short of spirit stones. Lin Kong nodded his head in agreement. He said, but the sword dipper engraving formation came to me. I'll continue to burn it for Brother Jiang for free. After all, I've gained something myself. Turning to him, he continued. An ordinary degree of mountain and river astral wind is not difficult. I can give it to you in the evening. If you want a particularly powerful astral wind, I'm afraid I won't be able to produce it. Jiang Yining thought for a moment. It's enough. Perhaps the astral wind is not even necessary. As long as it can bend the strength of the wild mountain bamboo and bring along the cold air, it will naturally become a lingering cold wind. Chapter 24, 10,000 Years of Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. The next day, Jiang Yining knocked on his master's door early in the morning. Without waiting for Feng Yuqin to whine, he hurriedly said, Master, you shouldn't go out these few days. Yo! Being the eldest senior brother for a few days has made you proud. And you've come over my head. Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile. Master, my Ice Mountain Snow Lotus is already 1,000 years old. Depending on the growth trend. With a bit of luck, it might be able to break through 10,000 years old. The last time the manzanita entered the 10,000 years, the silhouettes were still fresh in his mind. So he greeted his master in advance. Feng Yuqin immediately raised his interest. Are you sure? Not sure. Jiang Yining is just looking forward to joining the astral wind formation last night. It is also said that it is this change that has become it. Feng Yuqin saw the situation. Hesitation, although the teacher does not understand the spiritual medicine breeding. But 10,000 years of treasures. It is not to say that the achievement into. If you this is 100 years not. It's hard not to I will not go out. A month at the most. Jiang Yining smiled. Many thanks. Master. 1 month Snow Lotus does not break through. One does not have to dwell on it. Tending to the spirit field at ease. Step by step. But that's how good luck is. When it comes to it. Only 3 days later. Jiang Yining, together with his senior brothers and sisters, was accompanying his master to eat hot pot. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was sinking. A wave of heaven and earth's smite came whistling straight at the green bamboo peak. The crowd was shocked. Feng Yuqin flashed and hovered over the bamboo courtyard. Jiang Yining was ecstatic. It's done. It's really done. 10,000-year-old iceberg snow lotus. Transparent shadow. Flickering. Spiritual rhythm descended from the sky. A full 11 channels. And it didn't enter the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. As you can see, its nature is so much higher than that of the mangosteen. Jiang Yining looked at the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, which gradually became crystal clear. Like an ice flower. This time, Jiang Yining didn't wait for his master to speak. But he had already seen the silhouettes emerging from the void. In just tens of breaths, there were over 100 silhouettes. Feng Yuqin had already released her might. But this time someone came directly to her side.
Jiang Yining's eyes shrank. Middle-aged elegant man. This one he still knew.
Qingyun sect leader.
Chang Shengnian.
Sect Master Chang said to Feng Yuqin.
Recently,
your green bamboo peak has had a streak of good fortune. Feng Yuqin withdrew his might and changed back to a lazy look,
humming lightly as a response. Chang Shengnian didn't care. Instead,
he looked at the three disciples below with a smile on his face.
Then, figures appeared around the two in succession. Just 13. Jiang Yining couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
The 13 peak masters had actually gathered over the ice mountain Snow Lotus. Feng Yuqin snorted coldly.
Don't even think about it. I'm useful. Someone was disgruntled. What use can you be as a fire seeker?
To say that letting Peak Master Wan refine the pills,
or Peak Master Lang absorb them, is only a reasonable utilization.
We all belong to the same Qingyun. So it's just to use the same treasures to exchange with you.
The speaker was an old man that Jiang Yining was not familiar with. Feng Yuqin unceremoniously disliked back. My green bamboo peak stuff. Use it is use it. Use it and disciples. Use you to arrange?
There is no need to open your mouth as the great righteousness of Qingyun. Are all 7 or 8 realm cultivators, who has no number in his heart,
rely on treasures? Do not devour 180 can be of great use? Said like you can use a treasure to let people break the 8 realm like. To really so? This respect today generously let out, and what is the harm? Chang Shengnian laughed. Well, Peak Master who is also for Qingyun. And we are not here to rob you of the Snow Lotus. We are mainly here to see what is so magical about Qingju Peak. Giving birth to treasures one after another. When these words came out, everyone looked at Feng Yuqin. Feng Yuqin disdained. Don't ask me. See for yourself.
The old man who spoke before shook his head and left directly.
Feng Yuqin scoffed even more. Leave as soon as you've finished watching and don't bother me with the hot pot.
13 Peak Master helpless.
Can only take a look around and leave one by one. In the end,
only Sect Master Chang and a cold woman remained.
Chang Shengnian looked around and faintly said, all disperse individually. It was only after this that Green Bamboo Peak was completely quiet. Afterward, Chang Shengnian and the woman, along with Feng Yuqin, fell into the bamboo courtyard. Feng Yuqin changed his normal state and enthusiastically pulled the woman into a seat. Hurry up. Su Lan. It's rare for you to come to my green bamboo peak. Quickly taste it. My disciple's handiwork is quite good. The woman, however, grunted coldly. Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. However,
he still took the bowls and chopsticks handed over by Feng Yuqin. Sect Master Chang sat himself down.
Junior sister. Won't you ask senior brother to taste it? Feng Yuqin disliked back. If you want to eat, do it yourself. Sect Master Chang didn't care. And waved at Jiang Yining. Hurry up.
Don't give the Sect Master a pair of bowls and chopsticks yet.
Jiang Yining reacted. Oh. Mom. Yeah.
He really didn't know that his master was actually the sect leader's senior sister.
Sect Master. Please use it.
Chang Shengnian took the bowl and chopsticks and tasted it.
Not bad.
Then he looked at Feng Yuqin with a smile.
Junior sister. Just tell elder brother the truth. With your temperament,
not to mention 10,000 years of Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, you can't even grow 10 years of portions.
Feng Yuqin was dissatisfied. Humph. What do you mean by my temperament? Come on. Count me wrong. It's your kid who planted it. Right? He's been breeding spiritual fields for 20 years.
Sect Master Chang said without asking Feng Yuqin. Looking directly at Jiang Yining.
Kid. Isn't it? Jiang Yining was surprised,
not realizing that the sect leader had been paying attention to himself.
No,
It should be paying attention to Master Sect.
back to the sect leader. My disciple had a fluke. Did you also breed mangosteen before? Back to the master. Pure luck. Feng Yuqin interrupted.
There's no need to be so formal.
Just call out to senior uncle. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Chang Xingyan, a talent for breeding is not bad. Jiang Yining was terrified.
Just afraid to let himself say something 258 out.
That would be a problem.
He is completely by virtue of a pair of fiery eyes.
Not much breeding axiom. It was good that Chang Xingyan didn't pursue the matter.
The woman suddenly said to Feng Yuqin.
This snow lotus is still going to be taken by your disciple? Feng Yuqin smiled.
His own chance.
Instead,
the woman looked at Jiang Yining. Kid, I have a 10,000-year-old fire Ganoderma here that's useful to your master.
And I'll trade it with you.
The tone was nonchalant, it was a question. But it was like making a decision. Jiang Yining hurriedly bowed respectfully.
It's all up to master to decide. If the master is useful,
of course he has no problem with it. She is his biggest backer.
The stronger the better.
He also probably guessed the identity of the woman. A look of 10,000 years of Snow Mountain.
Lang Ning Peak Master. Long Su Lan. Su Yue Guang. No. Su Baiyue's master.
Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining.
Think about it. You'll have to absorb it. The spirit rhyme is enough to allow you to step into the 100-sword deity level. Jiang Yining sincerely said. Master. You led me into the immortal sect. As long as you can use it, you don't have to consider disciple.
100-sword dipper is just 100 swords.
Disciple has confidence. Feng Yuqin didn't make any pretense. All right. Then I'll switch to the fire Lingji. Peak Master Lang grunted coldly. Before I asked you to use the mangosteen, you were still unwilling to do so. But now you're willing. Feng Yuqin directly leaned over.
Fishing for her waist, not afraid that you are too disadvantaged.
At least the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus is still somewhat useful to you. Behave yourself. Peak Master Lang grunted coldly once again. Taking advantage? You've taken advantage of me even less. Feng Yuqin cheerfully. Just a hard to fish her, yes. Yes. Don't be so serious. Do not add a illusory spirit gold pill to my disciple. Peak Master Lang slapped Feng Yuqin's hand away and looked at Jiang Yining. You're quite devoted to your disciple. I didn't even use it for you, she continued after a slight pause. Let this kid go to the sect competition with Yuer in 3 years. And I'll give it to him now.
Feng Yuqin did not hesitate.
No problem. I'll take it. Jiang Yining. You are not a problem. Or slightly consider whether the disciple is a problem or not.
Peak Master Lang stared at Feng Yuqin for a moment.
Don't loiter all day. It's good to train up disciples. Or else I won't let Yuer stay back when the time comes. After she finished speaking, she directly took out a jade bottle and threw it at Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining caught it blankly. Just lie down like that? Inexplicable awe. Chapter 25, The Ghost Lady Disappears. Finally, when the two elders left, Jiang Yining hurriedly asked. Senior. The appointment in 3 years. Senior Lang is talking about Su Yu. Senior sister Su Baiyue? Right. Jiang Yining laughed bitterly. Sister Su was the contemporary face of Qingyun. 3 years to build the foundation. 10 years Jindan. I can't beat her even if I don't eat or drink and practice hard for 3 years. Could it be that Master Su is preparing to secretly train me for 3 years? Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining with disdain. Winning the fight? Why do you need to fight to win? This really put Jiang Yining on the spot. Feng Yuqin waved his hand.
When the time comes to go through the motions and get a illusory spirit gold pill, for nothing first.
No good? The rationale is this one. Jiang Yining hesitated.
This does not become cheating, Senior Ling Dan.
What do you mean by cheating?
It's paying a price in exchange for it.
When you get there,
let that girl shall you beat her up hard. The worse the better.
It's always not as bad as taking your life. Jiang Yining had a constipated expression on his face.
But it's time to say no to this logic. There are closed loops.
He snapped out of it,
nearly mistaking himself,
and stuck out his thumb. Ginger is still hot.
Feng
Yuqin's eyes became dangerous.
Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile.
No. What disciple means is that master teacher is powerful. And that one should learn from master teacher.
Feng Yuqin grunted coldly.
In the future, you should cultivate how you want. And you should plant your fields.
Jiang Yining hurriedly nodded his head in response.
In a few words, the master and disciple completely put the appointment behind them. Feng Yuqin continued. Eat the golden elixir. I'll protect you from absorbing it.
Jiang Yining immediately took out the jade bottle.
Master, what exactly is the use of this illusory spirit golden dan?
Listening to the previous chat from the Cold Peak Master,
I knew it was top quality. Feng Yuqin, enhance your cultivation.
You can take it to at least directly break through the 4th level of foundation establishment.
Of course, this is still secondary. The key can be strong divine soul. Jiang Yining took a deep breath. Directly breaking through the 4th level of foundation establishment? I knew it was good. But I didn't realize it was this good.
He subconsciously said.
Then why don't we cheat more? Get some?
Feng Yuqin grunted coldly.
You think it's sugar beans? And get more. This dan if tube enough.
The 10 great immortal sects will save most of the talented disciples of the bitter cultivation.
Enhance the divine soul. Help to enter the divine intent realm. Under years and years, they might even dare to unseal the unimaginable immortal mountain.
Okay.
Swallow quickly. Jiang Yining laughed dryly,
tilting his head back and swallowing it in accordance with his master's words.
Boom. In an instant, a popping sound appeared within the body. Within the sea of qi, it was as if a 10-step tsunami had been set off. Swelling. Just this one feeling. Jiang Yining feels immediately going to burst his body and die. Run the circumference.
Feng Yuqin suddenly let out a soft chortle, hearing a soft shout from his master.
Jiang Yining hurriedly collected his mind and entered the cultivation state. Open your eyes. It was already the 2nd day. Jiang Yining sensed something.
The 4th level of foundation establishment.
Master was indeed right. Just a single elixir had allowed himself to break through 3 layers in a row. Excitement bubbled in his eyes. Get up when you're done absorbing.
Only then did Jiang Yining realize that his master teacher had been guarding him as he sat on the wooden bench behind him, and had just retracted the palm that was resting on his shoulder.
He got up in a hurry. Master, it's been hard work. Take a break. Feng Yuqin waved his hand and asked instead. Recently, I see that you've been learning sword charms and sword formations? Jiang Yining smiled. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Watch.
Feng Yuqin didn't talk nonsense and waved his hand to condense a sword dipper.
Master, you also know the Green Cloud 10,000 sword deity. Cut the crap. What's it feel like?
Jiang Yining looked toward the sword dipper and was just about to step forward when he felt
hot. An intense blazing heat. He couldn't help but take a few steps back.
The surroundings of the sword dipper unexpectedly began to distort,
as if an invisible force was burning the surroundings. Jiang Yining was appalled and couldn't help but look at his master.
Feng Yuqin also does not beat around the bush.
Directly opened his mouth to explain, stimulate the spirit rhyme. This is the sword astral should have the power.
You are now using it purely as a flying sword. Jiang Yining hurriedly asked for guidance.
Master, what should I do? Different people's spirit rhyme is different.
The effect of the sword dipper is also different.
You are absorbing treasures to obtain the spirit rhyme. You can't inspire it yet. When you enter the divine intent realm, you can.
Jiang Yining felt that Master Teacher was seeking his own amusement.
Divine intent realm.
Saying it is equal to saying it in vain.
He was a bit grumpy. By all accounts,
his master was not such a person.
So he thought there must be an afterword?
Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining's appearance and mocked. Master is reminding you that skill is in refinement, not in variety. Method is in quality, not in quantity.
With your talent, it's even more important to concentrate and focus. Being versatile,
that's what those with superior talent should do.
Jiang Yining,
just say it. You have to belittle yourself and look down on people.
Don't you? Feng Yuqin, it's all the more important for you to pour your energy into rapidly raising your cultivation now.
Of course.
As always, the reminder is mine.
The decision is yours.
Make your own way. Feng Yuqin finished speaking and got up.
I'm going to the top of the back mountain to meditate for a few days and devour the fire spirit Ganoderma.
Don't disturb me without anything important.
After she finished speaking,
she left in the air. 5 days in a row.
In addition to tending to the spirit field, Jiang Yining practiced sword charms. Once again spending spirit stones to ask senior brother Luo for advice a few times. Although he knew that his master was doing it for his own good. But his own talent was there.
Relying on bitter cultivation was simply nonsense.
It also depends on fire eyes plus getting high. So in his spare time, the sword talisman and sword formation could not be put down.
Speaking of getting high, the illusionary spirit gold elixir is awesome. Jiang Yining thought. Have to go to the Trip Alchemy Peak to inquire about.
If the raw materials themselves can produce.
Is not the Jidan in the hope? Boom. A loud bang interrupted his thoughts.
Jiang Yining's hair stands on end.
Face scorched. Unfortunately, all touching the edge of success. Practicing charms really can't be distracted.
He was practicing sword charms and could be said to have made small progress. That's the advantage of learning sword charms.
Sword talismans, which were independent individuals, could be made by concentrating on refining one type of sword talisman. Sword formation is individual formation based through the power of heaven and earth hooked. Composed of interconnection. Interaction of the whole. Any formation base has a problem.
The whole plate is collapsed. He had been prepared to make a trip to Alchemy Peak first. But now he had instead stirred up Jiang Yining's great fighting spirit.
This focus until the evening. Suddenly, Jiang Yining swung out a sword talisman,
turning into a golden sword shadow that shot high into the sky.
Boom!
There was a roar and thunderous light. Jiang Yining excitedly shook his fist.
It's done! Next,
it was the sword talisman melting the sword dipper.
Relatively easy. By virtue of the true chi void as a talisman. Into the sword astral.
Purely by practicing 1,000 times. This is also the sword array.
Sword talisman. And the difference between the sword astral fusion. At this point,
the Thunder Sky Sword Talisman of the Green Cloud 10,000 Swords Talisman was considered 90% complete.
He. The Emperor is not responsible for the people who have the heart la 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 ya.
Jiang Yining unconsciously brought out the Beijing accent and turned into the children's song channel.
The sun shines in the sky. The flowers smile at me.
The birds are all over me one by one blind. A few barks.
Suddenly,
A golden light fell into the bamboo courtyard, interrupting his self-importance.
Ha! Summon the golden crane. Jiang Yining hurriedly went over to catch it.
The golden crane belonged to the official Chang Yin issued.
In fact,
it was similar to the paper letter flying crane between disciples.
Just faster. The difference between civilian and military. Open the golden crane.
The order letter from Guansha Peak, Qingyun granted the seal.
The female ghost of Black Mountain Village is missing. Quickly check. Jiang Yining couldn't help but rub his forehead.
It had only been a short time since the granting of the seal, and trouble had found its way to the door so quickly.
No choice but to write back, received.
Then put back the golden crane.
Then,
he quickly sent out a paper letter flying crane, asking for help from Lin Kong, who had granted a seal that could sense faint guidance.
After doing so,
Jiang Yining hesitated and climbed to the top of the green bamboo. A giant crimson rock stood upright at the top of the mountain. Feng Yuqin closed his eyes and crossed his knees on it. Hair fluttered in the wind.
Jiang Yining took a look. Not to mention,
such a master teacher still had a bit of immortal flavor.
Around the boulder, some vegetation burrowed tenaciously out of the rock crevices.
Jiang Yining subconsciously gathered chi in his eyes.
This look was astonishing. 3 plants? All 3 plants have progress bars. Like the mangosteen.
A purely wild spirit.
Something? Feng Yuqin suddenly spoke out, interrupting Jiang Yining's thoughts. Uhu master. The demon lady is missing. Feng Yuqin frowned. Then why are you looking for me if you're not going to take care of it?
Jiang Yining rubbed his hands and quickly explained. The last time the distress jade bead was used. Didn't you say before that you would give the disciple another refining one? Well,
he didn't expect his master to make a move. But going down the mountain, the distress beads can't be missing.
Feng Yuqin then touched at the bracelet and curled his fingers.
A sensory bead flying towards Jiang Yining. Get on with it and leave me alone.
Jiang Yining nodded his head alas and quickly said before walking.
Master, don't hurt the flowers and plants around. Wait for me to come back.
Feng Yuqin frowned and looked around suspiciously.
Then at Jiang Yining's departing back. Jiang Yining returned to the bamboo courtyard.
Lin Kong has long been waiting.
The two immediately set off. Chapter 26, The Bear King Marries. 2 figures that cut through the night sky.
Jiang Yining practiced drawing talismans in the void as he rode his sword.
Brother Jiang, have you learned the sword talisman? Jiang Yining smiled. Barely.
Lin Kong continued to look at him.
Cultivation broke through as well?
Master cultivated and sought out a illusory spirit golden pill. And now it's only the 4th level of foundation establishment in the district.
Just catching up with Brother Lin.
Lin Kong's breathing visibly stuttered. No wonder it easily caught up with his own imperial sword speed. No reason for a wave of heartache to fill the heart. Then no longer speak.
Out of nowhere, he heard Jiang Yining shout. It's here!
Lin Kong returned to his senses and together they fell into the Black Mountain village.
When the 2 landed,
they found that the village of Black Mountain was hung with white silk. Jiang Yining hurriedly found old man Zhang and asked about the situation.
After learning about it, I realized that Xiaoya's father went into the mountain 3 days ago and did not return in the middle of the night. And the ghost lady went to look for him, only to find that the ghost lady had disappeared as well. The next day,
the villagers are over 2 small mountains,
in a depression to find the human father, but already a corpse. Due to the disappearance of the ghost lady, the villagers began to talk that it was the ghost lady who killed the father. Old man Zhang won and all pleaded with the immortals for justice. Jiang Yining was helpless. Whether or not it was done by the ghost lady, there was no doubt that there was a difference between humans and ghosts. And she had succeeded in her first crusade. The 2 men followed the villagers pointed out and went into the mountains overnight. Arrived at the depression. According to the traces. Roughly find the location where the human father was lying dead. Brother Lin. See if there's a ghost maiden sense. Lin Kong quickly sword finger get trick. Then frowned, very vague. Like east, like west, like south. Only not the north. And then into the mountain inside try. Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong with intriguing eyes. That's too vague. Southeast. Northwest. And covers all three sides. Seeing this, Lin Kong said in a bad mood. You can also try. The Qing Yun sword seal doesn't recognize people. Within 100 miles or so. As long as you know the sword seal Dharma decree, you can sense it. Jiang Yining naturally shook his head. I wouldn't. Who has nothing to do but ask for trouble to confer the seal. After he finished speaking, he found Lin Kong looking at himself grudgingly. And immediately reacted. Brother Lin. What I mean is that the ghost maiden was an accident. And she's the mother of the youngest sister. And I definitely won't be able to care about the other goblins and ghosts. So there's no need to learn the sword seal Dharma decree. He said and hooked Lin Kong's shoulder. Come on, come on. Let's go look inside. Whoosh. The two of them rode their swords and crossed over a few hills. Lin Kong once again performed the sword seal technique. Much clearer. Continue south. The two flew and stopped until they crossed 50 or 60 hills and finally landed. One of the higher hills was surprisingly brightly lit. The two were far from hidden. Jiang Yining couldn't hide his surprise. Demons also set up a seat to discuss the Tao? There are no less than 300 to 400 demons here. Lin Kong whispered. Maybe all the demons from the surrounding mountains are gathering here. Jiang Yining was puzzled. How do I feel? Like it's a wedding. With all the lights and colors. Brother Lin. Are you sure you sensed it correctly? The ghost mother is here? Lin Kong nodded affirmatively. What now? If there's a big demon, we'll definitely be accounted for here. Jiang Yining stared. It was difficult. Great demon. At least corresponds to the level of Yuaning cultivator. The master is cultivating. It's best not to disturb her now if you don't have no choice. Cultivators practice Qi, God, and Dharma. Demons practice blood, bone, and body. Demons are part of the non-stop powerful flesh and blood that goes all the way to the top and is immortal in flesh and blood. So the grade division is simple: small demon, big demon, Dan demon. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower, which just corresponds to the 9 realms of cultivators. However, it is inferior to cultivators of the same level. Because the demon all the skills in the body. Cultivators have a variety of means. With the help of magic treasures. Often can kite. Hanging. This is the advantage of human wisdom inheritance. Dan demon is not a cultivator's gene Dan. But the practice of blood into Dan. Marrow into Dan. And body into Dan. More rare than the immortal sex great cultivators. Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong. Brother Lin. You're more experienced. Take note. Lin Kong thought for a moment and analyzed. Brother Zhang's perfect foundation establishment. With his sword dipper combined with the 9-sword swimming fish formation. The upper grade lesser demons should all be able to barely fight. I myself also burned a set of 9-sword swimming fish formation. Even though it's a wooden sword, it should be able to barely save my life in the face of a top grade small demon. Let's first catch 2 weaklings and probe. If there are only upper grade small demons, we might be able to give it a try. If there are big demons, just go or ask for help. Jiang Yining nodded. Alright. Do as Brother Lin wishes. The middle grade small demon can half transform into a human body and spit out human speech when it is equal to a foundation building cultivator. A few lower grade small demons can also do it. such as the fox demon. So, the two targeted the outermost small demons that had fallen off the grid, approaching slowly underneath a convex rock. The two were cautious, and when they suddenly heard a movement, Lin Kong made a shushing gesture. For a moment, two lines of water fell from the convex rock. Wow! Zhang Lin duo rushed to cover their mouths and noses. Old bull! Have you seen the Bear King's step-forward wife? A human woman. That watery one. What's the point of a human woman? Cow brother, this will not understand. Human body delicate. When rushing easily begged constantly. That feeling will let you give birth to a pride. As if the undefeated war god. Oh, there's such a thing. At the foot of my cave, there is a village that worships me as a god. And the women in the village are available to me at any time. So I'll take you to try it out after drinking the wedding wine here in the Bear King? Ha ha. Many thanks to Brother Clam for being an adult. And you know what? I heard that the bride is a freshly initiated female ghost cultivator. The old horse said that the female ghost in that aspect of the kung fu. Even more people can't stop. I don't know if it's true or not. He. That must be true. Otherwise, how could Boss Xiong be interested? Boss Xiong is the only top-grade demon exalt in our 30,000 mountains. Jiang Yining disdain. 30,000 big mountains. Why not say 300 million big mountains? The only upper-grade demon, Duke? I'm afraid it's an upper-grade minor demon. A ghost woman. Maybe it's the ghost lady. The two listened to the two demons discussing and had a general judgment. Half a moment later, a toad head and a cow head, assisting each other, walked into a broad cave. Dozens of round tables with stone piers, demonically full. Each person with a demon head. Drink 5 confused. Old ox. Why are you two going so long? Okay. The Minotaur shook his head and shook his head. Okay. Why not? Hey. No, I have to go again. Toadhead hurriedly assisted. Go. Old ox. I'll accompany you. Old ox. You don't be fascinated by Boss Bear's beautiful girl. Today so quickly can't. Be careful, Boss Bear cut your ox root. Ha ha. Come on. Don't mind these two goons. It's rare for the brothers to take advantage of this gathering. We must have a good drink today. The toad and the bull's head. Wandering around the group of demons. Walking and leaning. Seemingly unsteady on their feet. Suddenly, drilling into a cave path with no demons. It was none other than Jiang Yining and Lin Kong. After the two men plundered the cow demon and toad demon, they tortured them and learned that there is only one upper-grade small demon in the whole mountain. The Bear King in the mouth of the group of demons. According to Lin Kong, an upper-grade lesser demon. As long as Jiang Yining stalled for a moment, he would be able to save the ghost Niang. Therefore, the two killed the demon to take the skin. True chi filling. Dress up a bit. Mixed into the group of demons. The first to find the location of the ghost mother. Lin Kong quickly performed the sword seal dharma once. It's in there. The two men acted like they were drunk, but tried to keep their footsteps as light as possible. After a series of passes through several forked cave corridors, all of which were decorated with lights, suddenly, a fox demon and a pig demon walked up to them. Under the watchful eyes of the two demons, Zhang and Lin pretended to be drunk and exchanged veiled glances. Then continued forward without moving, quickly staggering at the wrong moment. The fox demon stopped suddenly. If in doubt, with a low halt, muzzle, the two men stopped, ready to kill instantly with a single blow. Jiang Yining shook his head. And in order to distract the other party, he intentionally shouted a garbled sentence. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Okay. Let's go. Remember, this is the inner palace of the great king. Don't trespass. What? How can you get that right? What a fucking stroke of luck. The sword dipper was almost about to instantly come out. And it was hardened and retracted. The fox demon no longer cares and leaves with the pig demon. Jiang and Lin smiled heartily and continued to go deeper. Not taking a few steps, when another chortle came from behind them. Stand still. Muzzle. The two turned their heads. And it turned out to be the fox demon and the pig demon encountering cross-examination. The fox demon carried her hands behind her back and said with incomparable confidence, "The Heavenly King covers the earth." Dabble. The interrogating demon drew his sword and shouted, "Catch the thief." At the same time, the fox demon and pig demon turned back fiercely in disbelief to meet the equally unbelievable gazes of the bull and toad demons. Chapter 27, The Monk and the Taoist. Catch a thief. Alarmed the group of demons. As soon as the pig demon ripped off his disguise, he turned out to be a monk. With a single punch, he blasted back the small demon that blocked his way. Then folded his hands. Amitba. All demons. This place is surrounded by us. Surrender quickly. The voice was loud and carried through the cavernous hall. After saying that, he charged outward and then a loud boom was heard. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong exchanged glances, not expecting that besides the two of them, there were still cultivators sneaking in. Brother Lin. Hurry. Take advantage of the chaos to save the ghost Nyang first. The two of them ran. All the way unimpeded. 7 bends and turns. And finally came to a wide stone room. A stone table and 2 stone benches were placed in the center of the stone room, with wine and meat. A glance into the eyes did not reveal the figure of the ghostly lady. Lin Kong pointed at the end of the stone room. Go! There's even a cave over there. 2 people speed past. A stone bed in the cave. The top hanging red veil shrouded. Inside, a woman in red, sitting with her head nodding at the head of the bed, was none other than the ghost lady. Ghost lady. The ghost lady looks up, puzzled, at the bull demon and the toad demon. It's me. Eldest Brother Xiaoya. Hurry up. Immortal Master? She got up excitedly and was about to walk over to her when she ran into Red Veil but let out a scream. Seeing this, Jiang Yining waved his sword finger. The Big Dipper shoots and sweeps across the sky, directly cutting the red veil in a continuous circle. The ghost lady looked at the toad demon and confirmed without a doubt. Thank you, Immortal Master, for coming to the rescue of the little woman. Said he was about to kneel. Jiang Yining immediately blocked it. Hurry and go first. Lin Kong said at the same time. We'll immediately become the main target if she goes out like this. Jiang Yining, what then? The ghost lady hesitated slightly. Immortal Master. I can possess. Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong, who shook his head. I don't know much about ghost cultivators either. Jiang Yining frowned, then immediately pulled out the jade bottle that had contained the spirit illusion gold pill and said to the ghost lady, Can we go in? The ghost lady nodded and turned into a wisp of red mist drilling into the jade bottle. When the two returned to the cave lobby, it was surprising to find the little demon lying on the ground, wailing in all directions. The monk from before didn't even run, but instead stopped at the lobby exit. The demons are really surrounded by him? Behind the monk stood a young Taoist priest, dressed in Bagua Taoist robes. Thought. The fox demon from earlier was played by none other than him. Monk. I respect you as a high monk. Not to make things difficult for you. You Ironheart and my old bear pass not? The demons were led by two. A bear and a tiger. The one who spoke was none other than the bear demon, which should be the so-called bear great king. Tiger demon, elder brother Xiong. What's the point of wasting time with him? Why don't my elder brother do it for you and do him? The bear demon waved his hand. There is no need to take the trouble. Big brother is a guest. You and look good next to him. Bullhead Toad looked at each other. What is the situation of this tiger demon? More powerful than bear demon? Before getting information without him, the two hesitated and decided to take a look first. However, Jiang Yining clearly noticed that the Taoist priest was smiling at the two of them. The bear demon had already stepped forward. Monk, if you have to be unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if it's the 10 great immortal sects, I've already given enough face. The monk clasped his hands together. Amat Ba. The poor monk said that my Buddha is merciful. As long as you hand over the Tsailu Dharma treasure, you will be spared for once. Humph. Bear demon anger. Muscles and sinews can be seen to swell twice as much. Instantly already 10 feet tall. It swung a sandbag-sized fist and hammered at the monk. The monk's face remained unchanged. And he similarly threw a punch to meet him. Touch dash. Between the two fists, a circle of ripples swept out. Each of them retreated a few steps back. And then the bear demon ferociously stormed out, pouncing out without fear. Touch dash. Touch dash. Touch dash. One demon in one man. This is a physical fight. Striking out of the cave, the powerful force popped and cracked the surrounding area. Flying sand and stones. Jiang Yining was shocked. This monk has such a strong physical body that he can physically fight with demonic beasts and seems to have the advantage? Lin Kong shook his head and responded in a small voice. No. The bear demon hasn't given its best. As soon as his words fell, the bear demon let out a roar. Roar. The body once again skyrocketed. Appeared in its original form. 3 feet high black bear. The monk in front of it. Like a dwarf. The bear demon stomped down. Monk stepped aside. Catapulted into the air. And slammed his fist into the bear's head. The bear demon's nostrils coldly snorted in disdain. And his bushel-sized palm slapped out. Touch dash. Like swatting flies. Monk slap smashes into the ground, dragging out a gully. Seeing this, Jiang Yining asked Lin Kong, ready to make your move? Lin Kong's face was grim. His eyes kept scanning the battlefield. And then whispered, look at that Taoist priest. He's breezy. Wait a little longer. I think the key is the tiger demon. If they can't carry it off, we'll immediately flee after we make our move. Ahem. Lin Kong judged correctly. The monk climbed up and casually patted the dust on his body. Again. The bear demon roared. Be stubborn and seek your own death. Then it was a series of pounces. Bum 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 bum. Fists and feet shook the sky. And the mountains seemed to shrug as the two fought. Only, the monk was unharmed even though he had been suppressed by the bear demon. It lasted for half a moment. And in turn, the bear demon gasped like a cow. The monk's wariness was high, not enough to eat. So that's all you've got? The bear demon's aura stalled. And just as he was about to continue, the tiger demon stepped forward. Elder Brother Xiong. It's better if Elder Brother helps you deal with it. Bear demon hesitates. But didn't say no this time. It re-semi-humanized and said, troubled Big Brother Tiger. Older Brother. Said my name is Lu. Call me Big Brother Lu.
The tiger demon didn't give the monk the slightest bit of attention.
Dodges a punch.
The monk only had time to cross his arms in front of him to protect himself.
Pound.
The monk shot out and turned into a stream of light,
crashing straight into the opposite mountain peak. With just one blow. The scene is silent. Jiang Yining and the two of them immediately tensed up. A great demon. Definitely a great demon.
Bear King clapped his hands and praised.
Tiger Big Brother. Bull X.
The original Tiger Big Brother has broken through the realm. But it is me who has climbed high.
Jiang Yining pulled out the distress beads without a trace,
but saw the monk shooting back again. He had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth.
Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is merciful. Quickly accept the surrender and convert to my Buddha.
Before the tiger demon could make a sound, the Bear King chided loudly.
Dead bald donkey. Do you have a brain problem and get delusions?
With my big brother tiger here,
I just got lucky and picked up a life. How dare you talk so much? Brother tiger? Get him. However,
the monk revealed a smile. The corners of his mouth gradually grinned to the root behind his ears, more or less with a perverted look.
Pa dash.
His hands violently closed. A touch of gold paint appeared, instantly climbing from the palms of his hands to his whole body.
Like a golden Buddha. He appeared to have a dignified appearance. The tiger demon let out a light eep and frowned.
His eyes seemed to become grave.
Little Thousand Temple. True Self Golden Body?
Kodachi Temple. One of the 2 temples in the 10 Great Immortal Gates. Lin Kong seemed to be desperately trying to suppress his exclamation of surprise.
Jiang Yining looked at him suspiciously.
Lin Kong quickly said, "The small 1,000 monasteries town immortal method.
Flesh body becomes sainthood.
Is on the same level as the Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Dipper. But the Green Cloud 10,000 Sword Dipper still needs to be cultivated step by step.
100 Sword Dipper. 1,000 Sword Dipper. 10,000 Sword Dipper. Sword Melting Talisman. And Sword Melting Array.
But the true self golden body.
Almost one step at a time. It is rumored to be very difficult to practice."
Jiang Yining looked at the monk in surprise. The distress beads in his hand slowed down. The tiger demon suddenly laughed. "I have long heard that the little 1,000 temples have become saints in the flesh.
More demonic than our demonic cultivators. And today I want to see it. In the end." Noisy tongue. Monk takes one step. Mountain shatters a piece. Tiger demon stares and punches. No. Switching fists. The monk doesn't defend at all. Switching fists with fists. Pound. 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 Highlight a hard one.
Both sides do not give way to each other.
Fists burst open space ripples. At a certain moment,
the monk actually clamped down on the tiger demon's wrist,
revealing a look of excitement. Spread out. Tiger demon burst of energy,
but cannot break free the slightest. His eyes clearly appear a trace of panic.
Chapter 28, Fortune-telling. In the end, the tiger demon is miserable.
In the eyes of all the demons shocked,
it transformed into the body.
5 zhang long spotted tiger. But still by the monk clamped tiger finger. Swinging in the full mountain open smash.
Pounds, pounds, pounds.
The ground shook and the Bear King's cave collapsed.
The small demons that can move
have long been turned into birds and beasts scattered.
Suddenly, the Taoist priest shouted to the two.
"Don't let the bear demon escape." Jiang and Lin looked at each other and were not prepared to make a move. Unable to be pointed out and being a son of the same top 10 immortal sect, he could only immediately attack the Bear King.
Anyway,
with the high priests of the Kodachi temple in attendance,
they went along to help out.
Lin Kong threw out a golden light that shot out and transformed into a large golden net. The four corners of the golden net were as if they were rooted into the void, tightly binding the Bear King. Bear King was just about to struggle. Jiang Yining had already condensed his sword astral deities, and the 9 sword astral deities looked like they were forming a swimming fish. Precisely the 9 sword swimming fish formation. With a swing of his tail, the swimming fish rushed to the bear demon. The bear demon roared and transformed into his body, blasting out with a fist. Touch dash. Swimming fish collapsed. The Bear King didn't fare well either, leaving bone-deep wounds on his arms and blood pouring out. No sooner had it broken the golden net than the swimming fish reappeared and swung its tail to touch dash. Touch dash. Touch dash. Swimming fish after swimming fish. King Bear clenches his fists left and right. Suddenly, it shouted, "Stop! Stop! 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 The old bear, I have not done bad things. And I have even more respect for the 10 great immortal sects." It actually started begging for mercy. Surprising. 9 sword swimming fish formation, although it deals damage to the bear demon, it is not fatal. However, Jiang Yining immediately understood the reason. Only to see the monk swinging the tiger demon, and then smashed all the way back. Obviously, the tiger demon had already had its skin and flesh paralyzed and its sinews broken. This is the reason why the Bear King begged for mercy. It looked on with fear and trembling. There was no hope of escaping, and it could not give birth to the heart of resistance. Jiang Yining chided. "Stop struggling." Well. Swimming fish still swimming around bear demons. Pound. There was another loud bang. The ground kept cracking and boulders slid down. The monk dragged the tiger demon and smashed around the mountain. And the entire peak seemed to be shorter. He still hadn't stopped. The Taoist priest had to speak out to stop it. "Monk! It's done! The mountain is collapsing! Pound, pound, pound!" The monk was unaware of it. The Taoist priest had no choice but to step forward and tug, while letting out a low voice, "Wake up!" So much so that the monk stalled slightly. Dawson took the opportunity to pull away from him. The monk seemed to have regained his senses, but was still unwilling to let go. Being pulled and dragged by the Taoist priest, still swinging and kicking at the air for a while. "MD, you don't listen to me when I talk to you nicely. You force me to get rough." Jiang Yining. Lin Kong. King Bear. For a moment, the monk gradually regained his composure, the golden paint receding from his body. Only then did he straighten his clothes and folded his hands. "Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate and is willing to transform the living beings. May you wish to convert to my Buddha." The tiger demon opened its eyes and looked at the bear demon with difficulty, opening its tiger mouth. "Bear. Old brother. He has consumed. Excessive. Not a match for you. Quickly save." Great King Xiong was suddenly furious and scolded. "Demon. In front of the high priest. Don't talk nonsense. Who is the oldest brother? Indiscriminately climbing relations." This wave of twists and turns highlights a situation of understanding. Tiger demon eyes obviously trembled. Tiger mouth wow out a mouthful of blood. Instead, the Bear King folded his hands and knelt down. "Hi monk. I am willing. I am willing to convert to my Buddha. One more to recognize the time." The monk looked at the Bear King, poor monk, but routinely say, "You this." Instead, the poor monk won't. Jiang Yining. Lin Kong. Silent retraction of binding gold. Calm. Monk, however, the wealth couple Dharma treasure should be handed over, or when handed over, Yes, yes, yes. The bear demon actually spat out a bag from his stomach, opened it, and pulled out a bunch of miscellaneous items. Spirit stones, jade cubes, belly buttons. What a dazzling array. The Taoist priest wouldn't care about that, and smiled as he stepped forward, looking at the two Jiang Yining, the two little brothers. But they are Qing Yun's senior disciples. Little Taoist is Tian Jiguan. Tian Yenjinjun. Monk is a disciple of the Kodachi temple. Dharma name Honghai. Qing Yun. Jiang Yining. Qing Yun. Lin Kong. The two men hurriedly returned the salute. Tian Jiguan. The only Taoist temple among the 10 great immortal sects. The one with the least number of disciples, but the most profound and mysterious one. Seeing karma, measuring fate, and calculating heavenly chances. Jiang Yining politely said. Senior brother lifted up. We are indeed disciples of Qing Yun. Originally to save the ghosts and monsters of my Qing Yun granting seal. But I didn't expect to meet my senior brothers in a big way. Between immortal sects. Whenever one encounters one who is more powerful than oneself, it is always correct to call one's elder brother or senior. The Taoist monk waved his hand. Little brother Jiang is too polite. The little Taoist and the monk are of low cultivation. They can't be called senior brothers. Yes. Cultivation can be weak. But immortal law is strong. Jiang Yining didn't dare to take it seriously. Two senior brothers. I don't know what's so important about coming here. If there is any disturbance, we will take our leave first. He was ready to go as the best plan, regardless of the immortal sect. After all, he was not a disciple of Qing Yun, and it was better to hurry back to the mountain when the matter was done. The Taoist priest waved his hand and casually said, It's not a problem. It's just a matter of cutting down the demons and removing the devils. Instead, the monk muttered, searching for Xilu. The two of them, one after the other, said very different things, which made Jiang Yining feel bad about picking up the conversation. The Taoist smiled unconcernedly and continued. The path and the monk traveled around in the clouds and just happened to be passing by. I didn't expect to run into two little brothers who also sneaked into the cave. Jiang Yining laughed dryly, remembering the previous oral command scene, thinking that they were really scavenging for wealth in secret. Two senior brothers. We still have a task ahead of us, so we won't bother you much. He always felt uncomfortable being watched by the Taoist priest. It's better to go first. Taoist saw the situation. Immediately retained, Jiang little brother is not in a hurry. Meet both is fate. See little brother brow black fog confusing. Shao Dao for you to calculate a fortune. Can avoid the good and bad luck. The Taoist priest said. Already pinching himself. Jiang Yining was embarrassed. And it was not good to interrupt directly. Just see the Taoist priest finger pinch faster and faster. Mouth reciting words. Taoist robes windless automatic. He looked at himself. And an inch-long divine light actually emerged from his eyes. At the end, the Taoist priest stopped counting and shouted. Ja. Then he took a deep breath. Little brother. There is a solution. He said, pulling out a triangular yellow talisman from between his Taoist robes and handing it to Jiang Yining. This talisman is ignited, turned into water and taken to avoid evil. Jiang Yining subconsciously prepared to reach out. The monk, however, did not know when he came in front of him and spread out his palm. Karma gold. 10,000 spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Yining's movements stalled. TM is a bit of a deus ex machina? The set came down. And the mind almost didn't keep up. He looked at the two awkwardly. The Taoist priest was incomparably natural. looking at the sky with his arms folded.
Little brother doesn't believe me?
The Taoist is the current head disciple of Tian Jiguan and has opened the eyes of heaven. Said. The eyes again emerging divine light.
As mysterious as possible.
Senior brother. It's not that senior brother doesn't believe in it. But he's shy. But the Taoist monk interrupted, just. The little Taoist just observed the heavenly signs. This place meets my destiny. It seems to be exactly the little brother. Today I'll be big with my little brother's convenience. Charging only one auspicious talisman's drudgery gold. Not 9,998. Not 998. Only 98 spirit stones.
Jiang Yining couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. The routine.
How dare you compare me to the marketing techniques of the Blue Star Information Explosion era?
Shenanigans.
No doubt. Now it was seriously doubtful if it was really a Tian Jiguan disciple.
The 10 immortal sects can produce this kind of goods?
Jiang Yining was a bit unable to get his head around it and looked at Lin Kong for help.
Lin Kong seems to be a little anxious. Deliberately said. 2 senior brothers.
The door does have urgent matters need to report back.
If you do not return quickly, the master is anxious.
I am afraid that he will personally come.
The Taoist priest, however,
laughed bitterly.
It seems that the 2 little brothers or do not believe in the small road.
Just. He said, suddenly spreading his hands.
Jiang Yining was startled and hastily backed away,
flipping his hand and crushing the distress bead.
Cautiously,
he stared at the monk. Lin Kong also hurried forward with a grave expression.
However, the Taoist smiled,
holding a strand of Jiang Yining's hair between his fingers.
2 little brothers. There is no need to be nervous.
The Xiao Dao has no malicious intent.
In order to make the little buddies believe, this time,
it will make an exception to reveal a trace of heavenly magic.
Jiang Yining's face was ugly.
And his hair.
There might be some kind of evil magic. The Taoist priest, however, finished and began to quickly pinch. In an instant,
the hair began to change,
gradually turning into ash and flying. Jiang Yining immediately drew qi to protect the whole body. After a few moments, it didn't seem to be attacked by any evil.
He looked suspiciously at the Taoist priest. But the latter changed in shock. A look of horror. Staring at himself with wide eyes.
Seems
to have a great terror. Jiang Yining was looked at in his heart.
More cautious.
Then, if the Taoist priest was inexplicably attacked, his body trembled and trembled.
And he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With each step back,
his face whitened.
Finally, a hard bellow. Keep pinching. Suddenly,
he fell to the ground,
his lips trembling as he looked toward Jiang Yining.
Duh.
Fierce. Great.
Fierce.
Jiang Yining swallowed and couldn't help but look around. Honestly, a little panicked.
The Taoist priest took a slow breath and stretched out his finger,
pointing it tremblingly at Jiang Yining. A super bad omen. After saying that, he couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out.
Put.
Jiang Yining was in a state of shock. Don't scare people. Are you really a Tian Jiguan disciple? Reading karma, measuring fate, and calculating heavenly chances. Could it be that one really has an ominous sign? Now,
I only hope that the master will hurry up and arrive,
and then immediately return to the mountain together, never leaving Qingyun again. Meanwhile,
it felt like something rolled up to his heels.
He subconsciously skimmed it. Another shocker. Dogs surprisingly spew a pile of bloody flesh. Nope. Appears to be a blood bag?
Jiang Yining suspiciously stepped on it with his toes. As a result, a red slurry soared on the pant leg. TMD. It's really a prop after all. Jiang Yining shook his pants leg and looked at the Taoist priest again, who also subconsciously looked at Jiang Yining's pants leg before slowly raising his head to meet Jiang Yining's gaze, fondly looking at each other. Atmosphere. All at once subtle. Chapter 29, Collecting Demons. The Taoist priest rose to his feet and patted the dust from his legs. Ha! He. Xiao Dao, I usually hobby juggling. Just the rise of the moment. Cannot help but in front of the same top 10 immortal door of the teacher and brother to show off a little. The results are not skilled enough. Slightly imperfect. See laugh. He uses if you're not embarrassed yourself. It's others who are to the extreme. Jiang Yining laughed coldly and couldn't help but mock. Unskilled? Too skillful. That one step and one shock. Professional theater is nothing more than that. It's a good thing Dao pushed too hard and the blood packets squirted out. Or I'd be an ingrate. He was not to blame for being gullible to the Taoist priests, but mainly because he was preoccupied by the name of Tian Jiguan. Jiang Yining looked at the monk. If it wasn't for the fact that the monk was too violent. More or less a few 9 swords swimming fish formation. The Taoist priest still explained. Little brother Jiang. Although the path has some acting in it, it really isn't a complete lie. Jiang Yining coldly grunted. The Taoist priest saw the situation. Seemed to hesitate. Hesitant, Xiao Dao said a word of offense. Little brother originally should be lifeless. Or have a great chance to escape a robbery. In the future. Or a great blessing or a great disaster. The evil and auspicious transformation of the world cannot be predicted. Little brother, try. Be careful what you say. Jiang Yining originally still had a disdainful expression. But after hearing this, his heart suddenly shook. What? This statement. The original body is indeed lifeless. Great chance. Not to cross also be seen? Is that so divine? Is this guy really a Tian Jiguan disciple? Jiang Yining was in a state of shock and doubt all of a sudden. Instead, the Taoist priest smiled, pulling out another triangular charm and handing it up. Jiang Yining hesitated. And before that was decisively not going to consider it. But now it was hesitant to shell out spirit stones. Taoist priest, little brother, don't worry. This time 98 also don't want. Give it to you. Right as a good karma. In the end, Jiang Yining took it with mixed emotions. Instead, the Taoist stopped pestering and looked to the monk who was still picking his way through the pile of the Bear King's treasures. Monk. It's time to go. The monk got up on hearing this and looked at the bear demon. How poor. The two said goodbye to Jiang and Lin. To Jiang Yining's surprise, his 2 pairs of bear demons actually had no killing intent. And even the tiger demon, though dying, still retained a life. The Taoist priest seemed to see what Jiang Yining was thinking. Little Taoist Guan's 2 demons don't have any bad karma in them and haven't harmed anyone. For those who are willing to cultivate without fear, there is no need for our immortal sect to kill them all. The reasoning is indeed this reasoning. Otherwise, with the strength of the 10 great immortal sects, there would be no place for demons to hide in the divine state. Hearing this, the Bear King's mind was even more lively. Master. Take me in. I would like to convert to my Buddha. Don't leave me behind. My cave is gone. There is no place to go anymore. It's close to hugging the monk's legs and feet. It's ready to fall back on a backer. Grandmaster. You are simply a model for my demon cultivator. My admiration for Grandmaster is like a torrent of continuous water. Taoist priest, this bear demon is interesting and can talk. Shall we take it? The monk shook his head.
My Buddha is free. I'm not. The Bear King was in a hurry. Master. Master. I have a shocking secret. Oh? The Taoist priest was playful. The crowd looked over as well. The Bear Great King hurriedly pointed at the tiger demon, this sinful animal. Wolfish. Before even compelled me to join what overthrowing the immortal sect's grand plan. Let the demon cultivator advocate for heaven and earth. I was on the spot with him to make false pretenses. The tiger demon, who was already dying, struggled hard to wow out another mouthful of blood. That backstab came out of nowhere. The Bear King patted his chest. What is said to be the demon's sacred mountain? I've never even heard of it. I only recognize the 10 great immortal doors in my heart. It is extremely expressive, highlighting a loyalty. The Taoist frowned, fixing his eyes on the tiger demon and thinking for a moment. In that case, the monk takes it first. To the surprise of Jiang Yining and the two of them once again, the monk actually listened to the words of the Taoist priest, which was even more effective than the Buddha. Monk directly dragged the tiger demon on his back. This makes the Bear King very anxious. Not to bring himself? How did it come to this? Master. Don't leave me behind. It almost spilled tears. The Taoist priest was amused and turned his head to Jiang Yining and smiled. Little brother. Why don't you take this bear demon? You guys are destined to be together. Farts. Jiang Yining does not pick up to the words of the Taoist priest. He only dared to believe 10%. The Bear King's eyes turned bone by bone, twisted his head and kneeled down to Jiang Yining, just ready for a wave of impassioned. A phoenix sound suddenly came from the sky, attracting the attention of the crowd. Jiang Yining finally revealed a smile. The master teacher had come. Feng Yuqin arrived in an instant. She landed on the hill and frowned in displeasure after surveying the area. Nothing? You're giving master a run for his money. Jiang Yining dryly smiled. Master. Before the change came suddenly. Disciple. Dare I ask? But Elder Chang Yin Feng. The Taoist suddenly interjected with a look of adoration. Feng Yuqin sized up the Taoist priest twice. Recognize me? The Taoist priest nodded his head repeatedly. My juniors are as precious as the deeds of my predecessors. Feng Yuqin frowned. The Taoist priest, however, seemed to be a bit excited. Senior. You are the model of my generation. The late generation's admiration for Senior is like a torrential river that goes on and on. Feng Yuqin raised his eyebrows. He. This little Taoist is interesting and can talk. Disciples of the Heavens Chance Observatory? Elder Wise Eyes. Feng Yuqin asked and then stopped talking. The Bear King looked at the Taoist priest dumbfounded. I think it must be inwardly saying, he said all the words I drop. Jiang Yining took the opportunity to hand over the yellow talisman. Master. Take a look. This is the talisman given by Xiaodao's senior brother. Senior. This is a peace talisman. Senior is a contemporary walker of Tian Jiguan. If there are any problems, you can always go up to Tian Jiguan and find Senior. The Taoist priest immediately explained respectfully, saying that he also pulled out some kind of identity tag. Then looking at Jiang Yining again. He had become enthusiastic. Brother Jiang can be seen by Senior Feng. Will be a model for my generation, and will be able to carry the flag of the immortal sect many years from now. Feng Yuqin looked at the jade tablet and didn't say anything more. Jiang Yining, however, had a strange look on his face after the appearance of his master. The Taoist priest had addressed himself in an intimate manner. One Buddha and the other. One scrapes money and the other cheats it. Doctors even worship their masters? The way he acts. I'm afraid it's also the misfortune of the immortal family. No. It's not right. It's cursing the master too. Taoist priest, Brother Jiang. I see that the bear demon seems to have a destiny with you. So you can make a good karma. He repeated the old story. This time looking serious. Jiang Yining was disdainful. Feng Yuqin, however, spoke. Then bring it with you and hurry back to the mountain. King Bear rejoices. Plays a well-timed wave. Since his master's father had spoken, Jiang Yining could only smile bitterly as he suddenly remembered something and said, Master. Wait first. Jiang Yining released the ghost maiden. What will you do later? The ghost lady first thanked Feng Yuqin and then said, Immortal Master. The little woman would like to guard the grave of my husband for 3 months first. After that, I wonder if I can follow. Immortal Elder. Immortal Master. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became. Thinking that the only thing she couldn't let go of was Xiaoya. Jiang Yining frowned. If the ghost Niang were to really go up to Qing Yun, at least the youngest sister wouldn't have to worry about herself. And that would be a good thing. He looked to his master. Feng Yuqin, don't look at master. You are responsible for everything, including this black bear. Jiang Yining. You were the one who said to bring the bear demon. Right? He turned his head to the ghost lady and said, Okay. I'll send you back to Black Mountain Village first later. And then I'll go and fetch you in March. The ghost lady was on her knees again, thanking her. The Taoist priest lamented. People and ghosts have different paths. So why not cut off the past while you're at it? The monk also folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha. Female monks, if you are sincere, you will be reborn. Hope to see the light soon. Little woman thanks the 2 masters for their guidance. The ghost lady gave another thank you. The Taoist shook his head and stopped talking. Afterward, Jiang Yining looked to Feng Yuqin. Master, do you want to give the bear demon the sword seal first? Feng Yuqin grunted coldly. This kind of trouble. Master didn't learn. Lin Kong was once again forced to ghost. Seeing Jiang Yining looking at himself, he had no choice but to activate his spell. You said there was only one accident with the ghost lady? Jiang Yining looked at Bear King. Hurry over here. What's your name? Do you have a name? Hey. My name is Bear Power. Jiang Yining, okay. Xiong Air. You'll be called Xiong Lao Air from now on. Aha! The name given by the Supreme Immortal is just as good. With a bearish face, you can actually see the flattery in it. Jiang Yining chided. Then do you know that the Ghost Maiden is my Qingyun awarded ghost monster? The Bear King was a bit vain. I. Immortal Master. The little woman informed it. But it did not take it seriously. The Bear King was anxious at once. Maiden. No. Dao Yu. My original words at that time but said. I married you is also counted as a son-in-law of the Qingyun authorized seal. On the immortal. I to the Qingyun but a heart of pure sincerity. Feng Yuqin was impatient. All right. Hurry up and settle back to the mountain. Everything settled down and the people separated. When Jiang Yining's few people left, the Taoist priest stands on a mountain looking out. The monk asked, Did you really tell his fortune? The dowser nodded. The monk was puzzled. You don't not measure fate with people? The Taoist smiled and shook his head. Make a good karma. Maybe you and I chance on him. Who says so? When he finished, he turned his head and descended the hill. Let's go. We still have to treat the tiger demon for a while. So we'll let it follow and do odd jobs from now on. Let's keep traveling around. Chapter 30, The Xianling Xian Hei Chao. Back on the Green Cloud Road, Jiang Yining asked, Master. Why did you let Elder Xiong follow? Feng Yuqin casually said. Didn't the little Taoist priest say that it has a destiny with you? Tianji Guan disciples. If the character passes, you can make a deep friendship. Perhaps the future immortal journey can be somewhat helpful. The next day, Jiang Yining looked at his little sister helplessly. King Bear was ordered to reorganize the small yard. She was not fazed at all. A blind command. Bear's penis was enthusiastic, claiming to be a dignified demon in the future as well. He was called the Green Cloud Immortal Bear. It teased ya and had a good time. Jiang Yining cannot help but think. If the bear too to restore the real body. Is not it Annie and her bear? He shook his head. Certain bits of Blue Star breaking into his mind without notice. In a few moments, the small courtyard was transformed again. Nowadays, his own and his master's wooden huts are in the same row. So when the ghost mother goes up the mountain, she will let her and her little sister live on the opposite side, with Lin Yuan and Xiang Lao Air on the left, and the entrance to the small courtyard on the right. The scale was getting bigger and bigger, enclosing both spiritual fields in a small courtyard. Afterwards, Jiang Yining commanded up Elder Xiong to fertilize the spirit field. Different amounts of fertilizer. And Bear's dick surprisingly remembers it meticulously. Xiaoya also followed beside it and stopped pestering herself to go play. Jiang Yining suddenly realized that maybe it would be a good thing to bring Elder Bear to the mountains. Only Xiaoya's cultivation made it even less worrying. Xiaoya. Where is your second senior brother? Hurry up and cultivate with your second senior brother. Sayaka let out an also slightly reluctant cry. Do you still want to cure your mother? Wanted. As soon as she said that, Xiaoya immediately ran back to the cabin. Jiang Yining shouted behind him. In the future, when your second elder brother cultivates, you will cultivate. And you will only be able to follow along when your second elder brother comes out. If you don't have any pills, you'll give your elder brother a word. Got it. Brother De Sien. I'm going to heal my mother. The little girl had been on the mountain for about a month and had already broken through to the second level of chi practicing. How can you not flog such a great talent? In the future, perhaps earlier than oneself to achieve the position of great power. A senior sister can also be a leaning one. There is no shame. Jiang Yining nodded with satisfaction. Then moved to climb to the top of the green clouds. On the rocky top of the mountain, Master Teacher was actually punching. One move like a fiery phoenix in his body, radiating an intense power. Jiang Yining hurriedly looked at the 3 wild spirit plants from before. One strain was a surprising 11%. The last time I took a quick look at it, I remembered that it didn't have a growth value of 10% or more. Jiang Yining was pondering. Could it be that Master used to enlighten himself here? That's why it triggered the surrounding wild plants to break the life enhancement. Otherwise, it's not so coincidental that 3 wild spiritual plants appeared around at once. Sort of. One man. One woman. One man. One man? The place where great powers enlighten the Tao. It is reasonable to say that some spiritual plants appear. Jiang Yining made a bold guess and then retreated, not interfering with her for the moment since her master was busy. Returning to the small courtyard, Jiang Yining harvested the 100-year-old portion of Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, so that you damned well continue to swing. Originally, I wanted to wait for it to blossom and bear fruit, and get some lotus seeds to continue planting. But the Ice and Fire 2-year array and the Big Dipper array continue to open. And consuming spirit stones every day is not a good thing. Jiang Yining then sent his sword to Alchemy Peak. Dan Hall. Elder Wu was surprisingly in his recliner, resting his eyes. Jiang Yining called out softly. Elder Wu. The kid has come to see you. Wu Lao opened his eyes. Yo! Your kid has finally come.
Qingzhou Peak bred 10,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus. Xingyun has spread the word. It can be said that our alchemy peak has lost some face.
He got up. Originally, I was going to go and take a look that day.
But when I realized that both the sect leader and peak master Leng were there,
I didn't dare to disturb them. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Otherwise,
I won't accept your kid's herbs in the future.
Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Elder Wu. See what you're saying. Luck. Good luck.
Wu Lao stared.
No hidden hand?
Jiang Yining smiled bitterly.
Then I have to hide it. The sect leader has gone. Can I not give a full account? Besides,
your old man has seen me breed before.
Don't you know what I'm capable of?
Elder Wu stared at him for a while before slowly saying,
That's true. Jiang Yining, however, turned puzzled. To say what's the difference.
He deliberately waited for Wu Lao to look at before slowly saying, You old man, before remember I take the waste soil not. Originally Ice Mountain Snow Lotus to 1,000 years of portion does not seem to be very long.
After I randomly sprinkled some. Perhaps related to this? Sure. Jiang Yining shook his head. Not sure.
It could also be that it's time for the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus to break through. Why don't Wu Lao take me to other medicinal garden wastelands again to see them as well?
And the kid will experiment with them again. Elder Wu, however, frowned and thought. Somewhat uncertain. Besides, if it really works, Alchemy Peak, will have to give it a good try.
Jiang Yining smiled carelessly. The whole wasteland thing was just a way of laying the groundwork first, it wasn't the purpose of his own day.
Elder Wu.
This 100-year portion of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. You can exchange it for spirit stones for me first.
Also, I ask you for a favor. Elder Wu took the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. 100 spirit stones. Only then did he say, If you have a fart, let it go.
Jiang Yining smiled fawningly.
Elder Wu, do you know about the illusory spirit gold pill? Elder Wu nodded. Of course. How could I? Alchemy Peak. Not even know about this.
Jiang Yining hurriedly continued to ask, Then you old know what is refined?
I mean, is there any ingredient that is capable of breeding?
Ha! Elder Wu disdained.
Your kid dares to think. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Wu Lao, you say straight. In the end, what is the meaning? Elder Wu didn't have the good sense to say. You can plant it.
And the Xianling immortal meditation grass is the main ingredient.
Jiang Yining was excited. Then does the Dan Hall have any seeds? Elder Wu looked at Jiang Yining, revealing a playful smile. The Dan Hall is not available.
But this kind of sub is large and not difficult to obtain.
Jiang Yining, Elder Wu, don't tease the kid. Hurry up and tell me in detail. Black Sea Thunderbolt.
Have your master help you get it?
Big time. Jiang Yining was overjoyed that it was done.
When the master has finished practicing,
he will go and beg the master. Elder Wu, what is the Black Sea Thunderbolt? Kid, don't be too happy. The Black Sea Thunder Zephyr isn't the key.
You'll naturally know if you ask Feng Yuqin.
Elder Wu laughed.
The key is that the Xianling immortal meditation grass is out of the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr.
And the breeding success rate is very low. All the great immortal sects have tried and used various methods. But they haven't produced a 1,000-year portion of Xianling Xianhei grass. 100 years is considered a miracle. In that case,
only one plant out of 10,000 will make it to the 10-year portion.
And only one plant out of 10,000 10-year portions will be able to breed a 100-year portion. That's the probability arrived at by the immortal sect of the crowd. As you can imagine, The number of 10,000 is 100 million.
And it takes 100 million to produce 100-year portion of a plant, in which the cost of the energy expended far exceeds the value it brings.
Jiang Yining, however, didn't care, as long as he could breed. He said he would try anything. Elder Wu, do you mean that 100 years worth of portions will be enough to refine the illusory spirit gold pill? What are you dreaming of? 1,000-year-old portion. They're all sought by cultivators by fluke from the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr. That's why the number of illusory spirit golden pills is scarce. Jiang Yining frowned.
1,000-year-old portion nurtured by pure heaven and earth was a treasure level.
Artificial breeding to promote the ripening of herbs. Less time precipitation. Since the lower level.
To 10,000 years to the treasure.
The year of the million. That's not easy. It's not a wasted pleasure.
He smiled bitterly.
Elder Wu. Then according to what you said, breeding out 1,000-year portion of Xianling immortal underworld grass would not be of much use? Wu Lao sarcastically said. The kid knows it's hard. But it's not useless. The same year spiritual herbs alchemy, breeding of spiritual plants, can achieve the effect of heaven and earth breeding spiritual plants 1/3.
Oh. Jiang Yining came back in the spirit at once. What Elder Wu means? I want to breed 1,000-year portion of Xianling Xianhe grass, which is just as capable of refining illusory spirit gold pill.
But the effect is only 1/3 of it. Elder Wu nodded.
Perhaps then it would only be called Little Illusory Spirit Gold Pill. Jiang Yining was secretly delighted that a single illusory spirit gold pill had raised his cultivation from the first level of foundation establishment to the 4th level. That small illusory spirit gold pill had 1/3 of the effect. And it could also raise the cultivation level by 1 layer.
Right? A dan and a breakthrough is pretty substantial too.
Even if the effect gets lower and lower as the cultivation level increases.
A 20.
30. It is also enough to form a Jin Dan.
Right?
In case a few more 10,000-year-old Xianling Xian meditation grass plants are grown.
Jiang Yining is beautiful just thinking about it. Chapter 31 Haochi Scholar Brotherly. Green Bamboo Peak.
Jiang Yining looked towards the top of the mountain from time to time. How long is Master going to cultivate?
A fire Ganoderma.
So hard to digest. Or the so-called Tao. The thing that was on his mind the most right now was the matter of the Xianling immortal underworld grass. And he needed his master's help.
Suddenly,
a crane landed in the courtyard.
Jiang Yining immediately got up and took the bamboo tube in its mouth.
The crane tilted its head to look at the busy Xiong Lao air in the spirit field and spread its wings to leave. Expanding the Immortal Stargazer newspaper.
Jiang Yining flashes a smile. There are some big lace in this issue. Shushan disciple and contemporary facade Pan Nanchang. Addicted to the Acacia sect's saintly daughter Yushui Yun.
He even joined the Acacia sect and was so happy that his master,
in a fit of rage, removed him from Shushan. Wuji Sword Sect contemporary master brother Guan Jiliang. He placed
999 peonies at Taiji Peak to show his love to his grandmaster.
Ai Ruxia. According to the age of mortals, the difference between them is more than 3,000 years. Guan Jiliang's teacher, a sword Taoist on the spot, angrily rebuked such a private love. How can not be revealed in public? According to the laws of heaven. Su Su Tu Ji. As a result, the master and disciple too, by Elder Ai, both blasted down the Taiji Peak. Jiang Yining looked at the good guy. There's a sense that the top 10 fairy doors teach people not to be ladylike. In such a comparison, what the master teacher did seems quite normal. Either that, or one doesn't know enough about the master's past. The Flying Smoke sect announced that its treasure delivery business, excluding the 2 chaotic dynasties occupied by demonic cultivators, has covered the territory of the 11 dynasties of the Immortal Sect. promising that within the same dynasty, the same day delivery. Cross dynasty. 3-day delivery. Oh. The SF of the immortal cultivation world? It had to be said that under the 10 great immortal sects, there were some sects that sought to rise to the top, and had already sabered their way to the top. The Stargazer's Immortal Door Report is also one of the. However, rumor has it that the 10,000 Beasts sect was also able to squeeze into the top 10 immortal sects in the first place by virtue of the art of harnessing beasts. So, specializing in is not a bad way forward. Jiang Yining was watching. The small courtyard came to visit. Master Wang, Master Lin, and Master Li have joined forces. Several people surrounded a man being admitted to the hospital. Senior Brother Jiang. This is my brother. Must come to meet you. Li Shishir seemed a little embarrassed. Senior Brother Wang also introduced. Senior Brother Jiang. This is the senior brother of Giant Sword Peak. Senior Brother Li Shuyali. The man is rather handsome and godly, carrying a manhwa heavy sword on his back. This is really rare in cultivators. Like a Jianghu warrior. Jiang Yining hurriedly saluted. Good day. Senior Brother Li. Then glanced at Lin Kong to convey the meaning of inquiry. Senior Brother Jiang. What is your dream? What? Li Shuya body seems to bring a positive atmosphere. Opening the first sentence. Jiang Yining asked confused. It just has a very Blue Star variety feel to it. Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly and glanced at the crowd for a few moments before saying. Senior Brother Li. I wonder what the meaning is. I've heard that my humble sister always comes to Green Bamboo Peak lately. So I've come to see just what kind of person Senior Brother Jiang is. Li Shishir was helpless. Brother? It's really not what you think. Li Shuya interrupted with a wave of his hand. An elder brother is like a father. I can't meet him yet. Jiang Yining counted on understanding the cause. But the conscience of heaven and earth. He did not have that idea for Li Shishir. Li Shishir is surely the same. She is obviously rushing to his master every time. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. Senior Brother Li. I'm afraid there really is a misunderstanding. Li Shuya, so? What is your dream of cultivating immortality? Jiang Yining looked at Senior Brother Wang for help. And the latter shrugged his shoulders to indicate that there was nothing he could do. Li Shuya said with a straight face. Senior Brother Jiang. Please answer me positively first. Jiang Yining had no choice but to casually say. Seeking immortality? Li Shuya was a bit disappointed. Too vain? Be more specific. Jiang Yining was really crying and laughing. Seeing this, Li Shuya said to himself. When a great man is born between heaven and earth, he should cut down all the injustice in the world. Senior Brother Wang laughed at the right time. Before Senior Brother Li joined the immortal sect, he was a vastness scholar of the Duqing dynasty. Sort of explain it to Jiang Yining. Unexpectedly, Li Shuya seemed to have plucked his mentor's string and turned his head to Wang Ji. Senior Brother Wang. What is your dream of cultivating immortality? Senior Brother Wang also revealed a bitter smile. Senior Brother Li. I can't compare to you with far-reaching ambitions. When the demon destroyed my Wang family's village and town, I just want to be successful in my cultivation. And find out the murderer one day earlier. To comfort my Wang family's original 100 or so people in heaven. Li Shuya refrained from commenting and looked at Lin Kong again. Senior Brother Lin? Lin Kong quickly laughed. Senior Brother Li. I'm just trying to excel. Since I was a child, my parents have always wanted me to excel. After stepping into the immortal path, I have also been following this idea. Jiang Yining froze. These answers were something he hadn't expected. Cultivating immortality. Shouldn't it be pursued for longevity?
Perhaps one has crossed over and hasn't fully realized. Cultivators, in fact, are also human beings. Can they really transcend the mundane world? Li Shuya asked around and then looked at Jiang Yining. Senior brother Jiang. Can you think about it now? I didn't expect it to come back to me. Jiang Yining could only say helplessly. To be more specific, it's farming. I just prefer breeding spiritual fields. Li Shuya didn't say anything this time. Just looked at Li Shishir and sighed. Jiang Yining hurriedly explained. Senior brother Li, you've really misunderstood. Senior sister Li is just interested in my master. Strong interest. Humph. Two men with a mouthful of words. Dreams have nothing to do with size. But a great man must dare to act. Li Shuya obviously didn't believe it. Don't take your master's father to block things. Say Feng. Seniors. Acting in a manner that is really out of line with the style of seniors. Humph. Which junior is chewing the cud behind his back? Feng Yuqin came right from the top of the mountain and instantly fell into the courtyard. Don't say I'm bullying the juniors. Strike. This thing got dry and direct. The crowd opened their mouths and didn't know what to say. Li Shuya was austere and held his heavy sword in his backhand. Elder Feng, please enlighten me. With that, he swung out his heavy sword. And a 50 to 60 foot prime sword shadow slashed down from the sky. It's even drier than Feng Yuqin. Very brave. Li Shishir's infinite sword technique was nothing compared to it. Feng Yuqin just snorted coldly. Like chasing flies. Randomly shooting. Boo. The results were predictable. The prime sword shadow collapsed. And Li Shuya transformed into a stream of light and shot out of the green bamboo peak. Everything came so suddenly that no one could think of anything to say. They didn't dare. For those who dared to advise, Jiang Yining felt it was unnecessary. The master is always not to make a scene. But instead, it is better to drive away this dull senior brother, so as not to be embarrassed to face. As Li Shuya was sent away, the crowd saluted and excused themselves. How they still had to go to the 3,000 great mountains to look for something. Wait for the crowd to leave. Jiang Yining hurriedly asked. Master, have you finished cultivating? Humph. What kind of people? Even you dare to gossip about master? Feng Yuqin was dissatisfied. Jiang Yining cried out that he was wronged. And hurriedly compensated with a smile. Master. It's a misunderstanding. My disciple's admiration for my master is like a torrent of water flowing endlessly. Ha! Why is he suddenly talking so silky smooth too? Being influenced by the bare dick. Anyway, disciple would never do anything to discredit master. Feng Yuqin snorted coldly and prepared to return to the wooden house. Jiang Yining hurriedly followed. Fawning. Master. Do you know about the Black Sea Thunderbolt? Feng Yuqin stopped and glanced at Jiang Yining. Something to say directly. Ugh. Here's the thing. Chapter 32, A Mighty Dojo. A stubborn stone becomes a treasure. Black Sea Razor. The reason why there is a word sea is because it covers an extremely large area. Bigger than the Daqing dynasty. Rumor has it that it was originally a misty swamp. Millions of years ago. One of the main battlefields where the heavenly immortals of the upper realm fought the ghosts and gods of the underworld. Immortal ghosts fell, causing the swamp to mutate. Year-round black fog and black thunder. Is the underworld penalty thunder? Often Thunder Road practitioners go to enlightenment. However, few cultivators dare to go deeper into it. Inside, the goblins and ghosts are different from other places. And it is rumored to be a paradise for ghost cultivators. The danger wasn't small. But 7th realm cultivators didn't have much of a problem as long as they didn't go deeper.
Jiang Yining moved with emotion and reason. To add to the Qingju Peak financial reasons. In the ears of the master of blah blah blah. Feng Yuqin couldn't stand the pleading and set off that night. Before leaving, he even threw down a sentence, for the teacher to come all the way. You want to breed, not out. Just wait for the teacher to use some special training. The green cloud is east of the divine state. And the Black Sea thunderbolt is northwest of the divine state. The distance can be said to be quite far. The middle of the way is going to pass through the Huashan. The 10,000 Beasts sect. The witchcraft sect, many immortal doors. When master goes back and forth, I'm afraid it will take 10 days and half a month. The next day, Jiang Yining was eating sugar beans in an old and relaxed manner. Suddenly, he saw a burst of excitement from Elder Bear around the spirit field. Penis. What's going on? Eldest brother. This fruit has changed color. This is the Bear King's ability to see the wind and make the rudder. Only 2 days of work. Part from the upper immortal followed Xiaoya, called up the big brother. Jiang Yining also followed him. It was just a title. Not a substitute teacher to accept the apprentice. Oh. 100 years worth of copies so soon. The fruit of the golden cloud pomegranate turns golden in color, proving that it is already 100 years old. When he first brought it back from the Ningtua Valley, he just planted it randomly and didn't pay much attention to the spiritual fruit for refining the body. Gulp. Elder Bear swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. Jiang Yining, want to eat? Eldest senior brother. I've encountered this fruit once in the mountains. And this fruit has some effect on our demon cultivators. Jiang Yining laughed. If you want to eat, you can only watch. But you'll always do what I tell you to do well. And maybe I'll let you have it someday. Xiong Lao Air patted his chest. Don't worry. Eldest brother. Leave the spirit field to me. Jiang Yining looked at the golden cloud pomegranate. Wild spiritual plants. Or experience the precipitation of time. Breeding seems to grow quickly. By the way, there are 3 more plants at the top of the mountain. Second, watch the yard. Jiang Yining took spirit fertilizer with him and headed for the top of the mountain. A red vine. A 4-leaf clover. A pine seedling. Jiang Yining carefully discerned this time. The 3 spirit plants, just like the wild mountain bamboo from before, did not belong to the recorded cultivation type spirits. It is the life of a weed, which meets its own destiny and breaks the destiny of a spirit. Jiang Yining does not care so much. First, each pouring a small half scoop of spiritual fertilizer. Just waiting for a moment. The 3 spirit plants' unexpectedly visible growth of the naked eye. The speed. It's also too monstrous. Jiang Yining hurriedly concentrated as the 3 progress bar values kept changing. 15%. 16%. 17%. The pine seedlings, in particular, broke through the cracks in the rock and were man-high in no time. Is this the influence of the Master's enlightenment? The essence of life has long been elevated? It's just that there's not enough aura? Jiang Yining didn't care and continued to pour the spirit fertilizer. More than an hour. Jiang Yining eyes 3 spiritual plants. Step into 100 years of copies. After that, clover's growth slowed to 6% Ofa century. Akatsuki. Pine seedling. No. It should be called little pine tree now. Still on a high. Jiang Yining went back and forth to the small courtyard and fetched 5 buckets of spirit fertilizer. In the end, the red vine was 51% in 100 years. Resting. The vines climbed down the top of the mountain. More than 10 feet long. Pine tree. Until the centennial 83%. Only to stop the momentum. Really afraid of it once into the millennium. More than 2 feet high. Lush branches. Shrouding the mountain top rock. Quite a picture of the cliff pines. 10 years of trees, 100 years of trees. But today Jiang Yining can be called a day tree, ancient wood. Look at the Sambo situation. There's always a strain that can breed for 10,000 years. Right? Jiang Yining thought as he did. Turning to think about it, there are quite a few Qingyun great powers. Let's say that the 13 peak masters retreat enlightenment place. I am afraid that there are also weeds that have become spirits. Sambo's situation made it hard for him not to move this mind. It is just like the saying, when a mighty dojo is in place, a stubborn stone becomes a treasure. The only regret, Master's connections don't seem too friendly. Maybe we can start with Elder Lang and Sect Master Chang? 3 days in a row. Jiang Yining all stayed at the top of the green bamboo. And the optimal amount of fertilizer for the 3 treasures was mapped out. And the fertilizer intervals were stuck. Clover. Now at 14% centennial. Best fertilizer rate of 1/2 scoop. Fertilizer card points once an hour and a half. 2% growth each time. Red vine. 66% current centennial. Optimal fertilizer rate of 9 tablespoons. Fertilizer card points once every 3 hours. 3% growth each time. Pine. Now 93% centennial. Optimal fertilizer rate of 3 scoops. Fertilizer card points once every 5 hours. 2% growth each time. After figuring this out, there was no need for Jiang Yining to keep guard. Back to the small courtyard. I met a crane delivering a newspaper. The crane tilted its head and looked at the small courtyard. This time there was no change. Then spread its wings and left. Jiang Yining unfolded the Immortal Sect's Starry Night report. Ooh! The master is back on the front page. Qingyun Bully Phoenix so-and-so. Through the 10,000 Beasts faction territory, Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. For no reason destroyed more than 10 peaks. According to unwilling to disclose the name of the cultivator clues. Phoenix Mouse seems to chase a lone wind intense birchbug. The matter of the Buddha's body to go. Deeply hidden merit in name. 10,000 Beasts faction head of the seat said. To discuss with the Green Cloud often head of the law. Jiang Yining laughed bitterly, while at the same time becoming more certain that his master must have a counterpart in the Starry Night Pavilion. What deep hiding! Naked irony. But instead, we know the whereabouts of the master. Quite fast. Already almost close to the Black Sea Thunderbolt. Jiang Yining was looking at the astrological report when a flying paper crane landed in the courtyard. Expanding the letter, Brother Jiang. I'm going to take Lin Yuan back to the secular world. Jiang Yining hurriedly wrote back, crossed out. Brother Lin's own brother-in-law. Do not have to ask me. Jiang Yining released the paper cranes and shouted at the cabin. Lin Yuan. Hey. Eldest brother. What's up? Lin Yuan ran out of the cabin and rubbed his head. You don't have to work too hard. Cultivation should have tension and relaxation. Your brother is going back to the secular world. Go back with your brother to spread out. Yes. Eldest brother. Zhang Xiaoya ran out at once. Big Xian brother. Big Xian brother. I want to go too. Just your ears. Not allowed to go. The second elder brother is home for something. You have to feel at ease to cultivate. Still want to cure your mother? Oh. Jiang Yining was helpless. During these days when second senior brother is away, you cultivate for half a day. And then let Elder Xiong accompany you to the peaks to have some fun. As he was talking, Lin Kong fell into the courtyard. Brother Jiang. I haven't seen you for a few days and you're overjoyed. So it looks like there's something good going on. Jiang Yining touched his forehead. Have you? It's also true that the sudden birth of 3 horizontal treasures at the top of the mountain is naturally a good mood. Jiang Yining's words turned. Brother Lin went down the mountain to find Miss Chinger. Right. Lin Kong, however, said with a straight face. Hey. Your parents are old. So while you have time, spend more time with them. Zhang Yining, that's right. A good girl has to play along again. Lin Kong smiled awkwardly. Okay. Just don't delay Brother Lin's precious time. Go back if long. Don't delay your cultivation. The latter was addressed to Lin Yuan. And Zhang Yining pulled out another bottle of qi refining pill and shoved it at him. Wait for the two to leave. Zhang Yining also carefully tended to Wu Lao's spiritual field. There are 2 white moon boneflower grass are to more than 90% of 100 copies. Soon. As long as the breakthrough of 1,000 years. Zhang Yining is ready to take this credit. And mention the wasteland thing again. Chapter 33, Boldly Doing It. Dan Hall. Zhang Yining smiled fawningly and took out a 1,000-year-old portion of white moon boneflower grass. Wu Lao's spirit perked up. Yo! Your kid is finally on board. It was nowhere near enough for him to get his money back. But it was a good trend. And at least his spiritual fields were taking off. Zhang Yining hurriedly put on the eye candy. Elder Wu. This is not sprinkling some waste soil from before. Look. This is not the result. Speaking of this, Wu Lao blew his beard and eyes out. You kid, come less. Alchemy Peak is not without attempts. Although it does not lead to the drying up of the spiritual fields. But there is nothing special about it. What the hell are you kids' ideas for the wasteland? Tell me straight. I'm not senile yet. Zhang Yining laughed dryly. See what your old man said. It's true that I've scattered some in both of Green Bamboo Peak's spirit fields. You can absolutely go and see if kid has lied. He said, frowning. Maybe it really is a coincidence? But I just want to experiment with it again. Why don't you take me to take a look at other medicinal garden wastelands as well? I'll compare them. Just in case I'm lucky and really get something out of them. Your old man did not also say that there are people with great qi luck. Wu Lao, get it. 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 Zhang Yining secretly rejoices. Purpose achieved. Tu Bo. I'm coming. For 5 days in a row. Zhang Yining struggled through the pile of wasteland. This was the second of the 7 pill gardens of Alchemy Peak. Last time I got lucky. I only plowed and scraped 1/10 of the mound to find earth treasures. This time, the scrap heap has been plowed and scraped more than half. In the previous 2 days, Wu Lao had often come to observe to see what criteria Zhang Yining had for choosing the wasteland. He kept his eyes open. It even felt that Zhang Yining had hidden a hand in private. But 2 days of watching, Zhang Yining grabbed a handful from time to time and put it into the storage ring. Hard to see the difference. The only thing that counts as standard is that the waste ground is scraped fine. Could it be that the fineness of the waste soil has an important effect on spiritual plants? Helps the flow of aura and fertilizer? But with long-term fertilization, doesn't it just stick together again? As a professional, Wu was inevitably born to envision. When he directly pointed out his doubts, Zhang Yining's sentence of relying on his feelings made him blow his beard and eyes out. Subsequently, Wu Lao also found that Zhang Yining does seem to rely on feeling to scratch randomly. As a result, he didn't bother to continue observing and left it at that. On the 6th day, Zhang Yining finally returned to Green Bamboo Peak with satisfaction. Again. Grayish-brown plods. Chipotle levels. Into lengths of 3%. Immediately, Zhang Yining on 2 pieces of earth treasure buried in the back of the yard. Then it was back to the top of the mountain. For 6 days, The bear's second was meticulous in his account. 4-leaf clover. 1.5 hours to catalyze the birth of once a day. 8 times a day. Can grow 16%? 6 days to 100 years of copies of 99%. Is stuck point. Akatsuki. Also 99% centennial. Appears to be stuck. Pine tree. Cool to catalyze to 1,000 years of copies. Now 1,000 years of copies of 8%. Jiang Yining came here precisely to confirm the optimal amount of fertilizer after the breakthrough. And fertilization intervals. By the evening, Jiang Yining fertilization interval has been confirmed. 6 hours once. The optimal fertilizer Liang will have to try a few more times before the results are available. The next day, Jiang Yining hurriedly dug out the earthen treasures after making a trip to the top of the mountain. Ooh! The 2 earth bags engulfed and fused to a dark brown color in 99% of their length. 2 pieces of wonderbolts fused and growing so much? Originally, I was going to continue to go and pester Elder Wu to go into the medicinal garden to plow up the waste soil today. Now it seems that it will have to wait a bit. At least until Master Teacher returns. Otherwise, if the earth treasure breaks through into a treasure, it will surely bring down the spirit of the sky and attract the ghosts of the Qingyun gods. I won't be able to withstand it myself. And over again it doesn't seem to be very explainable. Good thing it's an earth treasure this time. Not a spirit plant. That said, the master should be almost ready to return. Jiang Yining collected the earth treasure and returned to the front yard. And had just dragged out the recliner when the immortal crane spread its wings and came. He hastily took the bamboo tube and chuckled to himself. Brother Xianhe, how many spirit stones does Qingyun offer you in January? The crane cocked its head to look at him. And with a crane cry, spread its wings and left. Jiang Yining smiled and unfolded the immortal Starry Night report. Over the past month, the Kunlun Mountain suspected continuous use of the Kunlun mirror. Went to various places. A total of 17 places to eradicate the devil-swallowing cult hiding place. The Kunlun Hong sect. Out of the words to remind all the immortal sect need to be cautious, the region may have a demonic cult lurking hiding place. The devil-swallowing cult. The Mahayana Heavenly Palace 2 major demonic cults are in the dark plotting mischief. Qingyun Feng is certain. Passing through manhwa. With the same 10 fairies in the beginning of the Yi Kai Feng had an altercation. The 2 have done a yo. It's a rare day when Sensei's issue isn't the front page. By the looks of it, the master teacher had already returned to his journey. And if he hurried with all his might, he should be able to return to Qingyun on the same day. But as it turned out, it didn't work out as Jiang Yining had hoped. And this wait was 3 days. The optimal amount of fertilizer for millennial pine wood are figured out. 3 scoops. 1% per catalyst. Now 14% per millennium portion. Akito also successfully broke through the choke point and entered the millennium portion. Jiang Yining even suspected that master teacher in which tavern hangover. While at noon, Feng Yuqin Dusty fell into the small courtyard. Jiang Yining immediately warmly welcomed. Master, you've worked hard. Hurry up and rest. Disciple will bring you a cup of water. Feng Yuqin threw out a storage bag. And Jiang Yining carefully caught it. Something for the teacher to get back for you. To plant not to come out. Humph. Jiang Yining compensated with a smile. Yes. 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 Master hasn't suffered any losses this trip out. Right? Feng Yuqin was puzzled. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. I see that the Astral Star newspaper. Master's father strikes with someone in the Huashan region. Disciple is strangely worried. Ha! He. Feng Yuqin disdained. See me like I have something to do? Jiang Yining stretched out his thumb. Yes. Yes. Master Mighty. Humph. Don't bother me if there's nothing to do. Master has to catch up on some sleep. Dan Hall. Jiang Yining brought a few more swinging centennial portions of white moon boneflower herb for Wu Lao. The purpose was clear. To learn more about the breeding of the Xianling Xian meditation grass. But unfortunately, Elder Wu said that there was no law or experience to talk about. And some people even went so far as to collect the underworld penalty thunder. Water and soil from the Black Sea thunderbolt and bring them back to the medicine garden. But the result was still the same. A catalytic breakthrough of 1 in 10,000 was a probability that the immortal sex had arrived at by relying on a large amount of breeding. In that case, one can only try slowly. But the master has returned. The earth treasure can continue for now. This time, Elder Wu was quick to take him to the third medicinal garden. It only returned Jiang Yining's sentence. I can let you into these 3 medicinal gardens that grow low-grade medicinal herbs. But the others? You brats shouldn't mention them in the future. And the other 4 major medicinal gardens? The Alchemy Peak disciples can't go in and out as they please either. And all of them have a very strict control over their environments. Jiang Yining nodded repeatedly. Who can say what will happen in the future? 3 days passed in a flash. Pound for pound. Early in the morning, Jiang Yining tapped at the door of the house that hit the master. How many days has it been quiet? What's all the noise again? Feng Yuqin impatiently opened the wooden door and stretched. Master. Master. I have 2 pieces of earth treasures here. After swallowing and fusing them, they will likely become treasures at the precious level. Jiang Yining quickly explained. Feng Yuqin heard this and stared at him for a while. And where did you find this? Jiang Yining had to say in detail about entering the Alchemy Peak medicine garden several times. Feng Yuqin frowned. What do you mean? All of them were discovered from the Pill Garden wasteland. And Alchemy Peak hasn't been discovered for so many years? Jiang Yining dryly laughed. Master. When I brought the gray soil to you, you did not feel anything abnormal. Or disciple repeatedly reminded. Feng Yuqin nodded undeniably. So, Alchemy Peak was picked up by you. Jiang Yining laughed. Master. Let's not talk about that first. I mean, in case the fusion becomes a treasure. I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of the Qingyun crowd again. Our green bamboo peaks excessively out of the treasure. Or you bring to the 3,000 mountains and so on a few days. Disciple is to suggest that. In the event of a day of descending spiritual rhythms, the master said in the mountains found in the can be good? Feng Yuqin snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? My green bamboo peak stuff. There's still someone who dares to rob it. That master. Disciple has one more thing to report. Above the top of the mountain. Feng Yuqin looked at the 4-leaf clover, red vine, and pine wood. She also did not take the initiative to ask. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. The spirit treasure once and for all. Knowing that there should be a statement. Master. Disciple is. No need to explain. You boldly do it. The master will support you. In the future. But any fire genus treasures. The master will want it. Chapter 34, Sunflower Water and Heavy Earth. The next day, Feng Yuqin sat brightly in the courtyard. On the giant wooden round table, 2 earth treasures have fused. At some point, the sky sank. Jiang Yining looked up. Here we go. Skyfall spiritual rhythm. Again and again and again. Jiang Yining was already somewhat used to it. This time it's a shade worse than the iceberg snow lotus. 10 heavenly spiritual rhythms. The dirt gradually changed color. Orange with hints of somber dark blue. Soft. Creamy and thick. How can I put it? It's kind of like an orange-colored Heineken. As the earth treasure changed, Jiang Yining's eyes suddenly stared. Sunflower water heavy earth. This look was exactly one of the two earth-type spiritual treasures that he had seen on the record of spiritual objects of heaven and earth in the manifestation pavilion. Decapitated heavy earth, precious treasure. One side of £1,000,000. The spirit of the mountain. In the sky above the small courtyard. The surrounding was already crowded with people. Feng Yuqin didn't even float this time. Directly holding the decapod heavy earth in her hands. Look. Don't step within 300 feet of the bamboo garden. In recent years, there is a great fortune fell into my green bamboo peak. In the future, such things are afraid of a lot. So, the rules I first say good. Within 300 feet. I direct action. Also, don't touch a single blade of grass or tree of my green bamboo peak. Or suffer the consequences. Though she spoke easily, her voice rang out. Don't look for me to trade for it. No need to open your mouth. If I need it, I'll hand it over directly to the Hall of 1,000 Spirits. 1,000 Souls Hall. A hall on the main peak of the Qingyun sect. Qingyun Peak. Disciples within the sect. If they have any treasures for sale or for purchase, they can deposit them in the Hall of 1,000 Spirits. If the stalls among the disciples of the 100 Treasure Peak are low-end groceries, what the 1,000 Spirit Hall deals in are real magic treasures and spirit treasures. Jiang Yining clearly saw that someone who was ready to open his mouth was sealed off by a single sentence from his master, and could only leave with a helpless shake of his head. But more silhouettes are circling around the green bamboo peak a few times before leaving. Obviously observed. Watching the fun and wanting to see exactly what the green bamboo peak in the end what's special. Before can also say is breeding. This time Ming first is the earth treasure. Cannot also be breeding out of it. That's probably what most people think. If Jiang Yining knew, he would have said with certainty that it really counted as breeding out. This time, the 13 Peak Master did not show up. Not exactly. The next moment, Sect Master Chang and a red-haired old man fell into the courtyard, followed by Elder Wu. Sunflower water heavy earth? Several people looked at the precious soil in Feng Yuqin's hands. Feng Yuqin was not in a good mood. What are you guys doing here? Jiang Yining, but without a trace, skimmed a glance at Wu Lao. He appeared. Will not be associated with what it. Sect Master Chang laughed. I thought it was another one of your disciples breeding something. So I brought Peak Master Wan here to take a look. Maybe he's better suited for breeding. Alchemy Peak Master Wan. Jiang Yining had met last time. Instead, Peak Master Wan looked at Tu Bao. Rumor has it that my predecessor from Alchemy Peak was the one who found the sunflower water heavy soil in the pile of waste soil from the spirit fields in the first place. Saying that it was the prolonged spirit fertilizer infestation that caused sunflower water to breed. Little Feng, how did you find this earth treasure? Feng Yuqin, however, didn't buy it. Little Feng is also what you call her. Peak Master Wan let out a cold grunt. I also watched you grow up. When the old sect leader was alive, he didn't beg me to give you alchemy. Now that your wings are hardened, a little phoenix can't be called. Feng Yuqin skimmed his lips and didn't retort again. Standing sect leader hurriedly persuaded him to make peace. Junior sister. Peak Master Wan is just asking. If you know, say something. Feng Yuqin, nah. It's that spiritual field. My disciple has been planting it for 20 years. Sudden birth of treasures. The rest is unknown. Peak Master Wan, Alchemy Peak hasn't given birth to a treasure even after planting it for so many years. Heaven and earth are natural. It is indeed hard to figure out. Elder Wu also interjected. So that's how it is. No wonder the old green bamboo peak planted 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. I'm afraid it's due to the credit of the sunflower water heavy soil? Jiang Yining felt a groove. This time it could be considered as picking up the alchemy peak leak. Peak Master 1 frowned at Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining hurriedly bowed in greeting. I heard that you have a good talent for breeding. Would you like to go to my alchemy peak to study the art of breeding? Feng Yuqin immediately interrupted. My disciple. Why are you going up to the alchemy peak? When the master teacher spoke, Jiang Yining of course stood quietly and listened. But the heart is alarmed. Did not continue to talk about the Kuaishui heavy earth. And Wu Lao did not say anything about the wasteland. They also don't seem to be clear about the details of the sunflower water heavy earth. Or is it as master said last time? For their level, there is not much use without 180 treasures. So it's not too much of a concern? More like just curious. Feng Yuqin seemed to hesitate for a moment and continued. Your alchemy peak will be able to outperform my disciples' breeding? She said. Surprisingly, the words led to the mountain-top 3 spiritual plants. Ready to solve the matter at once. Lest the birth of 10,000-year-old spiritual plants in the future. But also have to bother to talk. Jiang Yining was helpless. And this turned the attention back to himself. The crowd went to the top of the mountain. Today pine is 22% millennial and can grow 2% when fertilized twice a day. The red vine also entered the 1,000-year portion 6%. Fertilized once every 4 hours. 3 times a day. And grew 6%. If it goes well. Instead, it will enter the 10,000 years before the pine. Only the clover leaves are stuck at 99% off centennials. And I'm afraid the pendulum has swung in their favor. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Sect leader. Senior 1. I just noticed that where Master Zun enlightened himself, the wild plants grow better. Peak Master 1 nodded his head. Quite a careful observation. It's not uncommon for high realm cultivators' enlightenment sites to indeed lead to the birth of exotic treasures. I mean, how do you tell the difference between them? There are still so many weeds at the top of the mountain. How can you clearly find out these 3 plants? I heard that before the mangosteen is also full of mangosteen on the mountain. You can find out which is not extraordinary? Jiang Yining smiled. This thing really cannot say reason. Cannot say that saw the progress bar. Seeing this, Feng Yuqin faintly said. Say what you need to say. As the master is here. There is still someone who can do nothing about you. Yes. Master. Jiang Yining said respectfully. Sect leader and senior 1. The late generation is feeling. It feels like some of the spirit plants. Wild plants. Growing well. Pure feeling. Then apply spiritual fertilizer to try. I didn't expect. Luck seems to be quite good. He finished, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Looking like he couldn't tell. Except for Feng Yuqin, who looked indifferent. Everyone else frowned. Suddenly, Elder Wu exclaimed. Treasure hunting mouse? The crowd looked at him. Wu Lao hurriedly arched his hand and hurriedly said. Sect Master. Peak Master. The old immortal is just guessing that there are treasure hunting rats among the spirit beasts. So they are good at finding treasures. Among the cultivators. Could there be such a special existence? Spirit beasts are free from demonic beasts. Different from demonic beasts. They are demonic cultivators. And they have not embarked on the path of demonic cultivation to forge their bodies. Peak Master 1 pondered. Then nodded. That's not to be ruled out. Sect Master Chang looked at Jiang Yining and also spoke. The existence of life is originally a miracle of heaven and earth. And to this day no immortal sect has dared to claim to have tapped into the human body's full potential. Rumor has it that in the early years, before the Little Thousand Temple was split from the 10,000 Buddha Temple,
The immortal sects also felt that the human cultivation was not suitable for pure physical cultivation methods.
And as a result,
the release of the true self golden body shocked the immortal sects.
And the little 1,000 temple was even split from the 10,000 Buddha temple. And in one stroke,
it stepped into the top 10 immortal sects.
Saying that,
he looked at Feng Yuqin. Little senior sister has a good eye.
Maybe this kid has inspired some special.
And is also considered a person of great fortune.
This talent,
it's really a natural fit for breeding spiritual plants.
Nice guy.
Nice guy.
Jiang Yining inwardly exclaimed good guy. And couldn't help but look at Wu Lao a few more times. You don't even know.
So that's why.
This reasoning, sensible and reasonable.
Not only did the sect leader and Peak Master 1 not doubt it, they almost believed it themselves.
Nobleman. From now on, you, Wu Lao, will be my number 1 nobleman. Number 2. And number 1 is master. Let's just say that when I first bought my spirit field, I realized that Wu Lao had the appearance of a nobleman. Now he's even more so. It's useless for Jesus to come, I said. Peak Master 1 also seemed to be moved and mentioned again. If you are interested, you can come to Alchemy Peak to drill and learn the art of breeding seeds.
Jiang Yining hurriedly saluted.
Many thanks for the mention. Senior.
Senior still wishes to serve at the right and left of Master.
After saying this, he took this good opportunity to hit the snake. Senior 1.
Master recently helped the late generation get some Shanling Xianhei grass seeds.
I wonder if I can mention the late generation a few sentences. Peak Master 1, however, shook his head. This is a major difficulty that all the immortal sects are unable to solve.
Our Chinyan has long since given up on researching it.
Turn around and let Xiao Wu look for you to see if there are some useful records. Chang's sect leader, however, laughed. Kid, if you really have this ability, a large number of breeding Shanling Xian meditation grass can let you make an exception to open the 14th peak? Jiang Yining terrified. Open 14 peaks why? Follow the master to mix how good.
But you can see that the master of this valued
sect master. The kid doesn't know the sky,
so he'll just try it.
Oh. Since you have this luck, don't underestimate yourself.
Before the true self golden body comes out, who dares to think of relying on the pure method of physical cultivation to step into the top 10 immortal sects?
I am optimistic about you. Jiang Yining smiled sincerely. A good wave of chicken soup. I dry. You feel free. Kid does his best. Chapter 35, The First Breeding of the Immortal Underworld Grass. Green Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Courtyard. Feng Yuqin had one hand on Jiang Yining's shoulder.
She had already helped Jiang Yining refine the sunflower water heavy earth, and was protecting Jiang Yining's absorption.
When Jiang Yining opened his eyes, it was already the second day. After all, it was a precious treasure. And his cultivation level had also broken through the 5th level of foundation establishment. The key was the extra 10 repeated spirit rhythms. And after a period of hard work, one would be able to achieve the second layer of the green cloud 10,000 sword dipper, 100 sword dipper. But this is not a one-day effort. Jiang Yining is not in a hurry. First try the Shanling Xianhei grass. The master has been busy with the sunflower water heavy earth since his return, and has long been impatient. This was a major event related to cultivation breakthroughs. So Jiang Yining had teamed up with Elder Xiong to reclaim a spiritual field once again within the limited space in the courtyard. Little girl follows the fun. Alchemy Peaks records. Jiang Yining also read. Tried many ways. What changed the environment? Air temperature. Gathering spirit array. Water cultivation. True chi breeding. Etc.
None of them were helpful in breeding the Xianling immortal meditation grass. It made him lazy to move to match the environment and just plant and be done with it.
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Jiang Yining took out the seeds, which were somewhat like wheat ears.
Golden in color. Luck in the eyes. Immediately,
a large number of 1% values appear.
Jiang Yining allocated the dead seed. About 40%.
There is still most of the packet of live seeds left.
20. 000 to 30. 000 grains always.
The master is afraid that it is too much trouble to get back a lot at a time.
Fertilization process.
Jiang Yining was careful and meticulous,
controlling the whole thing with one hand. This time start with a drop. For 3 days in a row. It seemed to go well. Fertilizing for ripening is not a long interval. 3 hours at a time.
The length of growth is anywhere from 1% to 4% at a time, as with other spiritual plants. This made Jiang Yining a little strange.
Not very difficult.
Why the crowd of immortal sect breeding does not come out of the 10-year portion?
100-year portion. The probability is so low? A day with a goal is always a full and happy day. It's been half a month. Recently,
Jiang Yining was always looking at the spirit field.
There were quite a few people in the small courtyard.
And the two Lin family brothers had long since returned to the mountain. Lin Kong was once again doing free labor,
carving sword formations.
Jiang Yining had already condensed to 40 sword deities, and had even harvested 2 crops of the Bixia 3 flowers, spending 500 spirit stones to allow Lin Kong to purchase more than 100 sword formations on behalf of Lu Yunfeng.
108 giant peak sword formation. It was Elder Lu Yunfeng who created the 100 swords formation by borrowing the giant sword peak's infinite sword technique. With a mountainous and heavy momentum,
the sword formation was completed.
108 swords, forming the phase of a great mountain and a huge peak, with the power of flattening mountains and opening up the sea.
Compared to the 9 swords swimming fish formation, swimming fish's phase, it was not half a star stronger.
When Jiang Yining finished completely condensing the form of the sword dipper,
there were 110 channels, and this formation was just right for it.
During this time,
the Thunder Sky Sword Talisman was thoroughly skilled, drawing talismans out of thin air and incorporating them into the sword astral. Now the swimming fish phase of the 9 sword swimming fish formation contains the Thunder Sky,
the sword dipper, sword formation, and sword talisman were fused into one.
And the power was even more on a higher level. If he waited for the 108 giant peak sword formation to become a success,
and the 3 melded into one, Jiang Yining would definitely be able to achieve Foundation Establishment Battle Jindan.
It just consumes a lot, and I'm afraid I won't be able to perform it a few times.
But these, in Jiang Yining's view, are going to be in order. Are all predictable. Only
the 100 plants in the spiritual field, Xianling Xian He grass.
It's hard to say. Fairy Medusa gives birth to. The shape is plain, like a bamboo dragonfly, with 2 blades of grass growing opposite each other.
But the blade color is not the same.
A gold and a silver. And not pure gold and silver color, but green for the bottom, such as a light gold fog, light silver fog in the 2 blades of grass, respectively. Now the question is, all swing for the fences. No matter how you adjust the amount of fertilizer, it doesn't help. The best one, at 76% maturity,
was not reached in 10 years portions.
This left Jiang Yining helpless. There is nothing to be done. No wonder the immortal sects were clueless.
They couldn't see the growth values and had no idea what was going on.
They just thought it was difficult to breed.
I don't know exactly why myself, but it's good to see the growth values and know when each plant started to stop growing.
Do you want to give up on this? Definitely not.
Jiang Yining called out to Bear King,
who was teasing Xiaoya. Lao Air.
Hey! Hey! Eldest brother!
I'm here.
Jiang Yining, let's reclaim all of this area in front of the yard. First move Xiaoya and Ling Yuan's wooden huts to your row as well.
And then expand the yard. Brother de Xian. Brother de Xian. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Jiang Yining helpless. Even Xiaoya also by the bare language to bring bias. Said to move. Lin Yuan's house because to move.
Lin Kong also put down the engraving array work. The two brothers together to help. As the saying goes, many hands make light work.
And in less than half a day, the wasteland was reclaimed.
This was the larger area that had been reclaimed.
And Jiang Yining had sufficiently sown
2,000 seeds of the Xianling immortal meditation grass. He's decided that after that. But anytime there's a growth value that gets stuck in a swing, he'll just pull it out immediately and keep sowing. To put it bluntly, it's still stacked with probability. It's just that one has the advantage of being able to see the state of growth and not having to spend time and energy on the Xianling Xianinin grass that's laying around.
Even so,
the workload is also small.
So I'm afraid I'll have my hands full next. After the initial fertilization of 2,000 seeds, Jiang Yining went to the top of the mountain. Top of the mountain. Pine. Millennium 58%. Akito was even 99% stuck on the millennial portion 3 days ago.
Seeing that he was about to step into the 10,000 years, he even dragged his master to come on that day.
And as a result, the red vine did not break through with alacrity.
Feng Yuqin threw down a sentence. There is no need to guard. True breakthrough. Heavenly descending spiritual rhythms I will sense.
Last time has put down the word. No one dares to secretly take away.
But Jiang Yining still came to visit a few times a day to apply a little fertilizer. Just as Jiang Yining finished his visit and had just returned to the small courtyard,
the sky suddenly sank as 3 heavenly spiritual rhythms descended. Akito broke through.
Feng Yuqin came out of the wooden house at the first opportunity and rode the air towards the top of the mountain. And Jiang Yining put down the wooden barrel and hurriedly turned back to the top of the mountain.
Sure enough, Akito broke through. It was a full 50 feet of rock climbing on the edge of the cliff. The body was red like fire. Like flowing magma. Surrounding the sky. One after another figures appear to watch the fun. But less than half of the previous.
I do not know is the master's threat to play a role. Or some people have become accustomed to the green bamboo peak frequent birth of treasure.
Master. This looks like it should be related to the fire Tao. So take it. Feng Yuqin, however, shook his head.
The 3 heavenly descending spiritual rhythms are still influenced by my master's many years of enlightenment.
And their effect on me is minimal. A fire attribute treasure with 10 skyfall spirit rhythms or more is what master wants. Jiang Yining smiled. Since his master could not see it,
he himself was not polite.
Unconsciously,
the master and disciples have become accustomed to the rare treasures of others.
And there is still room for selection.
But Jiang Yining still waited for 3 days.
It's still a good idea to dream.
Just in case there's a chance of continuing to grow into a Tao treasure. But the red vines do not give strength.
Feel not know how many years of great enlightenment. After all, only this level. 10,000
years 0% after emotionless.
Jiang Yining this will be charged. Chapter 3600 Refinement Peak. Weapon Refining. 100 Refinement Peak. It was Jiang Yining's first time in the Flying Sword Hall.
It's not about buying flying swords and treasures.
Instead, refining fabulous treasures. Jiang Yining ultimately decided not to absorb the red vine for now.
The main thing was that with 3 more repeated spirit rhythms, one would only be able to condense 30 more sword deities, which would not be able to start a qualitative change.
108 Giant Peak Sword Formation.
All still don't know how long Lin Kong is going to live.
Now change the formation on the fly.
Afraid to be broken by his ghostly eyes. After seeing senior brother Wang's golden bell magic treasure.
That defense ability is really enviable.
That's why I came to the Flying Sword Hall to see if I could refine the red vine into a defensive magic treasure. There will inevitably be times when you have to go down the mountain afterward.
Just in case. That said, there's still a month or so to go before we have to go and fetch the Ghost Maiden. Besides, cultivating immortality for 20 years.
Even the most basic flying sword treasure of the Qingyan sword sect does not have. The genus is really lost.
Nowadays, he is the chief senior disciple of Green Bamboo Peak. 100 Refinement Peak.
Although the main business was refining flying swords, other magic treasures would also be refined.
Of course,
Qingyan refines magic treasures.
And only 100 Refinement Peak. There is no choice.
Inside the Flying Sword Hall, a red-eyed youth saw Jiang Yining come in and said breathlessly, "What flying swords do you need?
Just take a look." The demeanor, at first glance, is not qualified sales. No passion.
Jiang Yining shook his head slightly and asked with a smile,
"Senior brother, is the Flying Sword Hall good at refining defensive magic treasures?"
"Oh." The red-eyed youth came down with interest.
"Good at it." "Of course. What magic treasure does senior brother want to refine?"
"The disciple generation will offer 200 spirit stones.
The senior master generation will offer 500 spirit stones. And the elders will offer
1,000 spirit stones.
So expensive. Jiang Yining could be said to have empty pockets now.
Purchase 108 giant peak sword formation to pull yourself out of the net. The output of the Bixia 3 flowers. It seems to be a bit unable to catch up with their own consumption.
Xianling Xian Hei Chao, I don't know when the results will come out yet. Gotta consider a different batch of worthier herbs for breeding. White moonbone flower grass.
But the growth rate is generally slower. I'm afraid it will take 2 months to slow down the harvest. The ones planted for Wu Lao have only been harvested a few plants in total."
"Shifu? Elder brother?"
The red-eyed youth waved his hand.
"Oh. It's a little expensive," Jiang Yining said helplessly.
"If you are now harvesting all of the 3 flowers of Bixia, regardless of whether they are posing or not,
200 spirit stones should also be enough.
But then I am afraid that I will have to go without food for 2 months.
And I don't even have the cheap practicing pills for my senior brothers and sisters." The red-eyed youth, however, didn't care. "Senior brother, what magic treasure do you need to refine first?" It's a bit of a sales pitch,
where you don't talk about the money first, but instead lead to the customer's needs.
"Defense class. What are the prepared materials?" "Vines."
Jiang Yining placed his waste storage pouch on the counter. The vines were too long and there wasn't enough space in the storage ring to put them in. He wasn't worried about anyone from 100 Refinement Peak grabbing the treasure.
The red-eyed youth took it and opened it straight away. "Ha, crimson. Vines? It can't be."
10,000-year-old red vine precious treasure that was born in Green Bamboo Peak a few days ago.
He looked at Jiang Yining with wide eyes all of a sudden. "Senior brother is a Green Bamboo Peak disciple?" In recent times,
Green Bamboo Peak can be said to have become a green cloud hotspot. The birth of treasures one after another.
Jiang Yining nodded.
The red-eyed youth seemed a bit excited.
"Senior brother, my name is Ing Tai. Just call me Little Ing. Why don't I refine it for senior brother without charging any money? The red vine is 50 zhang. Senior brother, just leave me 1 zhang." Ing Tai looked at Jiang Yining with an expectant face. Jiang Yining was skeptical. "Senior brother also knows how to refine weapons?" Ing Tai patted his chest. "Don't worry. Senior brother,
I'm definitely one of the best in refining artifacts among my fellow disciples. Then Senior Brother. Why was he placed here to guard the hall entrance? Scrapping one of Senior's finest flying swords. It's not what Senior Brother thought. I was pursuing the ultimate in materials and was inadvertent. I was just careless. Ing Wentai smiled awkwardly. And I have recently figured out what went wrong. And if I do it again, there will definitely be no more problems. Jiang Yining. It's not reliable at first glance. Seeing this, Ing Wentai hurriedly explained. If Senior Brother handed over the refining to me, I have all the preliminary plans. Defense. Trapping the enemy. One treasure for two purposes. The 5 stacks of red vine are refined into one. Increasing toughness and strength when defending. It is like a dragon coiling and protecting itself when trapping an enemy. It is like a snake twisting and binding the opponent. And all the other material aids. I'll pay for all of them. Just leave a zhang out for me. The same one treasure is used for 2 purposes. Other Senior Brothers charge at least 300 spirit stones. And Senior Brother has to pay for the cost of the auxiliary materials himself. When it comes to smithing, he speaks eloquently. Look again. Look again. Of course Jiang Yining wouldn't agree in one bite. To be refined and wasted. He would lose a lot of money. But he did keep an eye out. First return to the small bamboo courtyard. Can inquire all over again. Flying letter paper crane even fly. Eventually, instead of Sun Shuedong, Sun Senior Brother to give sure news. His grandfather are looking for Ing Wentai refining more than 200 sword array flying sword. Ing Wentai indeed belonged to the 100 refinement peak disciple generation refining one of the best. Jiang Yining didn't go back up to 100 refinement peak that day. Instead, he took good care of the spiritual field for a day. 2000 Xianling Xian meditation grass, seeds. Fertilized 4 times a day. And those with no change in growth value were directly eliminated and reseeded with new seeds. The next day, again at the Flying Sword Hall, Ing Wentai immediately greeted warmly. Jiang Yining also does not beat around the bush, Ing Senior Brother. Yesterday said things can be. But things have to be said first. If the red vine refining waste, how to do? After all, it's not easy for Master to bestow a treasure. Ing Wentai was all of a sudden beaming with joy. Don't worry. Senior Brother Jiang. I promise I won't. He had even inquired about Jiang Yining's name. And although it wasn't a difficult task, it was clear that he was very attached to it. If I refine and scrap the red vine, I'll compensate Senior Brother. I can always afford to pay for it in this lifetime. Ing Wentai assured with great confidence. Jiang Yining wasn't maudlin either. Alright. Then I'll trouble Senior Brother Ing. He handed the storage bag out again. About how long will it take? Ing Wentai thought for a moment. I still need to do some research first. To take advantage of the best materials of red vine. 7 days. 7 days at most. As soon as he said that, Jiang Yining's heart drummed a bit. Senior Brother Ing. There's no need to pursue the extreme too much. Ha ha. Don't worry, Senior Brother. It always has to be as perfect as possible. Wouldn't it be a waste of treasures? Ing Wentai had already pulled out a section of red vine from his storage bag and was scrutinizing it with an impatient look. Elder Brother. Just put 100 hearts. I've said I'll pay for it. I won't mess it up. Since the decision has been made. Jiang Yining also does not worry much about idleness. Left each other a FMS way. And left. Back to Green Bamboo Peak. Haven't entered the bamboo courtyard yet. The cry of the Bear King was heard. Eldest Senior Brother. Come and see. Come on. This fruit is changing color again. It's taking on a bit of purple. It won't be bad. It was even more concerned about the golden cloud pomegranate plant than Jiang Yining, and had to look at it several times a day.
Jiang Yining walked by. A change did occur.
And the golden fruit appeared with a hint of purple flavor.
Luck in the eye, 0%. Without realizing it, another layer was broken through.
Haven't been paying much attention to it,
but it's surprisingly accomplished a millennial portion.
Chapter 37, The Blessing of Bear Elder. Waited half a day and fertilized twice.
Gold Cloud Durham is still 0% of the total number of shares in the millennium. Jiang Yining said to Elder Xiong,
who was abiding by the side.
Eat it if you want to. It's also counted as your blessing for taking care of Lingtian 996 all these days.
Of course. The more important thing is the forging spirit, which has little value.
Everyone was playing with immortal laws,
who still forged their bodies. Unless something like the true self golden body was something that Jiang Yining was still interested in.
Xiong Lao Air, however, immediately got excited.
Although he did not understand Jiang Yining's meaning,
but it did not prevent a wave of loyalty.
Thanks to Eldest Brother's blessings,
I'll do whatever Eldest Brother tells me to do from now on,
Elder Bear said, swallowing the golden fruit with purple rime in one gulp,
and then transformed into his original body. A huge black bear.
Seems to be digesting. Jiang Yining could clearly hear the qi and blood drumming and making a flood of sounds.
Demon cultivation of the body is not without merit. Suddenly, Elder Xiong looked at Jiang Yining again.
Eldest Senior Brother, can you grant me the blessing of another bottle of qi practicing pill? Jiang Yining was suspicious. You're a demon cultivator who refines blood,
marrow,
and body.
Is it possible that you still want to take the path of a spirit beast?
Before pulling out 10 years portion of Bisha 3 flowers,
you also want some to eat raw. Want to contain qi?
Previously, he also lamented that eating spiritual herbs and grasses raw was the advantage of the strong body of the demon cultivator.
And the human cultivator could not do so, and had to refine and take it. Nowadays, however, there were some doubts, which was why Jiang Yining had asked this question. However, he still pulled out a bottle of qi practicing Dan in his hand and threw it to Elder Xiong.
Elder Xiong caught it and swallowed the entire bottle of qi training Dan in one gulp.
Bare face reveals a fawning smile. I also say not good. Before breathing devouring aura slow. We demon cultivation. Most of them are also unwilling to. This does not follow the big senior brother after. There is a blessing. Eat some spiritual grass. Devouring aura easier. I want to try. On my forging body has no help. Jiang Yining smiled. All right. I'll give you 2 more bottles. And in the future, you can eat all the low-year spirit grasses plucked from the spirit field. Follow Big Brother and do well. And the blessings will be great. He finished getting up,
and did not pay too much attention to this issue.
Got to continue tending to the Xianling immortal underworld grass. There was no way around it.
The workload got progressively heavier. Xianling Xianmegao, pull out and recede when the pendulum is rotten.
And repeat over and over to determine the best fertilizer. 200 or more plants are swinging and being disposed of every day. It seemed that the Xianling immortal underworld grass had already decided, from the moment it became a seed, to what extent it could grow. Jiang Yining only expects to use this way.
Discover a strain that can ripen 10-year portions and 100-year portions.
It's essentially no different than the crowd of immortal sect bow probability. Although I rely on the eyes of fire, faster than the efficiency of the immortal sect. But really, if the probability of 1 in 10,000 to produce a plant of 100 years, wouldn't it be enough to keep oneself busy for several years? And 1,000 years worth would be even more unthinkable. 3 days in a row.
Jiang Yining are busy with this boring life. Xiang Laoer suddenly ran to Ling Tian with an excited face.
Eldest brother. Eldest brother. I've broken through to Great Demon. Thanks to Eldest Brother's blessings. Jiang Yining smiled. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. The two spiritual fields of the Bisha 3 flowers and the white moon boneflower grass. Remember to fertilize them on time. And don't make a mistake with the amount. Don't worry. Eldest senior brother. I'll go and do it. Jiang Yining looked at Elder Bear's back and was somewhat helpless. The Xianling immortal meditation grass had been plucked and planted again. And the amount of 2,000 had been maintained in the spirit field, which left himself with little to no stopping time. Plowing away a 7% seedling, Jiang Yining continued sowing. Suddenly, a value appeared in the eyes, 2%. This caused Jiang Yining to stall, stopping the work in his hands and watching the seed carefully. Normally, as long as it's a live seed, it will show 1%. Haven't seen a seed status of 2% yet. This seed. Special? Jiang Yining's heart stirred as he planted it first, memorizing the location, and then hurriedly ran back to the courtyard, spreading out all the remaining Xianling immortal underworld grass seeds. When I sorted dead seeds before, I didn't screen them carefully because there were so many of them, and I only managed to get rid of the ones that didn't show any growth progress. Now scan carefully. One found 2 seeds with 2% growth and one with 3%. Jiang Yining hurriedly picked out these 3 seeds. I don't know what caused it, but there didn't have to be more than a hint of anticipation in my heart. In case these few seeds can grow to 10 years. Wouldn't he have discovered a way to identify the more growing Xianling Xianhei grass? If this is true, develop yourself. I'm not sure yet, but there's a feeling of blessedness. Jiang Yining hurriedly planted these 3 seeds, along with the previous one, in anticipation. 9 days pass by. A man is squatting in the spirit field now. Suddenly, he jumped up all at once. It's done. It's really done. The voices were all slightly hoarse, evident of their excitement. It was Jiang Yining who was waiting in expectation and torment. 9 days. He as a moment did not leave the spirit field. The day before yesterday received Ing Wentai's flying letter paper crane. Said that the magic treasure has been practiced. He all shrugged off waiting for the time to go and get it again. Eldest brother. What is it? Do you need my help? Elder Bear was the first to rush up. It is now particularly concerned about the matter of the eldest brother. Even Lin Bitterkong, who was burning the sword formation in the wooden house, was startled by the hissing and came to the spirit field with bloodshot eyes. Brother De Xian. What fun! Tell me about it. Xiaodia was purely a hoot as she ran alongside Lin Yuan. Jiang Yining excitedly said to the crowd. Look! It's done! Eldest brother's breeding of the Xianling immortal meditation grass is done. In the future, we'll all follow eldest brother to enjoy the blessings. He laughed out loud when he finished. It's done? 1,000 years? Feng Yuqin suddenly appeared next to him. No. Master. 10 years. Feng Yuqin was disdainful. Then what are you happy about? After that she lazily walked back to the cabin. Senior was right. But it still didn't stop Jiang Yining from getting excited. If you can have a 10-year portion, you can have a 100-year portion of seeds. And Jiang Yining made another discovery. 3 seeds with an initial value of 2%. Fertilized once to promote 2%. Once every 3 hours. Growing 8% a day. All at 72% today. Not even into the 10-year portion. 1 seed with an initial value of 3%. 1 fertilization to catalyze 3%. Once every 3 hours. Growing 12% a day. And it's the very thing that broke through the 10-year portion today. Seeds with an initial value of 2% also grow 2% in 1 spawn. Seeds with an initial value of 3% also grow 3% in 1 spawn.
Just like the moment that Xianling Xianhe grass became a seed. The growth was already engraved in the genes. Destined. Of course. There aren't enough of these seeds to draw conclusions at this point. But more crucially, Jiang Yining had an important result to wait for next. A 3% seed that breaks through will swing for the fences in 10 years. He had a wild guess. If a seed with an initial value of 1% means that it will grow less than 10 years, and a seed with 2% means that it will grow up to 10 years, does a seed with 3% mean that it will break through 100 years? What about seeds with an initial value of 4%? Or even 5%? It's exciting to think about. Truly, one could be said to have discovered the shocking secret of the Xianling immortal meditation grass breeding. Wait a few more days and the results will soon be known if 3% of the seeds can be ripened to a 100-year portion. Chapter 38: The Research Results of the Immortal Underworld Herb. Days with big expectations are always hard to sit through. Jiang Yining was right about one thing. In 4 days' time, all 3 seeds with an initial value of 2% had broken through 10 years' worth of copies. Then it swung back to the collective pendulum and stopped growing any further. This large probability proves that seeds with an initial value of 2% grow genes that are 10-year portions. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for seeds with an initial value of 3% to break out of the 100-year portion. It is fertilized each time to ripen. The length of the adult once or 3%. 3 hours once. No change. Now has 10 years copies of 48%. Grow 12% 4 times a day. Just wait 5 more days. If it goes well, it's a 100-year share. 5 days that slipped by. Extraordinarily good news. It didn't disappoint Jiang Yining. As previously thought. Centennial copies. Breaking through. Jiang Yining took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm this time. But it was evident from his hand that was banging on his master's wooden door that there was some inhibition. Dang. Pang. Pound dash. Feng Yuqin opened the door and glared at Jiang Yining in dissatisfaction. What for? What for? You're going to tear down all the wooden houses for Master, aren't you? Master. It's done. The Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass 100-year portion is done. Jiang Yining spoke. Instead, subconsciously suppressing a small voice. As if she had discovered some shocking secret. And actually did discover the shocking secret. Still, the moment that Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass became a seed, its growth level was already predetermined. Oh? Feng Yuqin looked at Jiang Yining, his face showing a rare smile. Then keep planting. And wait until you've planted 1,000 years worth of copies before you call it a real success. Cheer up. Setting a precedent for the immortal sect. Qingzhou Peak's finances depend on you. Jiang Yining. Master. You should first listen to disciple in detail. What? Feng Yuqin's voice was a few degrees higher all of a sudden. What do you mean? Let Master often go to the Black Sea Thunderbolt and do hard labor for you? Senior. Isn't this also for the sake of our Green Bamboo Peak's finances? Jiang Yining didn't hide it from her. And told her about the Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass in detail. It's just too unbelievable to hide the fact that you can see growth values. After all. Changing his words, he said that he could feel the degree of vitality of the seeds. And the higher the vitality, the higher the chances that the breeding Xianling Xian meditation grass would be able to catalyze to a high level. Feng Yuqin frowned and thought carefully for half a moment. Find Alchemy Peak. If you can't eat it, neither can Master. According to you, it's entirely possible to select seeds and batch breed 1,000-year portion of Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass, which would be a big deal for the entire immortal cultivation world. We'll have to let the Green Cloud Sword sect come out and we'll just discuss the split in detail in it. Jiang Yining didn't think that far ahead. And nodded after pondering for a moment upon hearing this. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Little Bamboo Yard. Sect leader Chang and Peak Master Wan join forces.
Junior sister. Rare. What is it that compels senior brother and Peak Master Wan to come together? Chang Shengyan laughed lightly. Can it be that the green bamboo peak has been giving birth to treasures in succession? And senior sister has discovered something special?
Feng Yuqin directly handed 100-year portion and 3 10-year portions of the Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass to Peak Master Wan. Peak Master Wan received the spirit herb and examined it carefully. Then he looked at Jiang Yining.
This kid has really bred 100-year portion. Chang Shengyan, however, laughed. Senior sister. This is not so urgent as to call us over. Then, Feng Yuqin began his speech.
Highlighting Jiang a treasure hunting spirit mouse Yining.
Gradually, Chang and Wan's faces changed from surprise and astonishment to gravity and incredulity. Peak Master Wan looked at Jiang Yining with a serious expression. Seriously.
Jiang Yining hurriedly and respectfully said.
My juniors wouldn't dare to deceive. For a month,
picking and planting dozens of 1,000-year-old portions of the Xianling Immortal Underworld Grass.
My juniors should still have this confidence. Chang and Wan looked at each other.
Standing Sect Master hurriedly asked.
Can you be more specific? Jiang Yining, think about it. If there are enough seeds, pick the seeds in January for 30,000-year portions should be fine. Hiss. The two men let out a distinct intake of breath. Sure. You're sure? Sect leader Chang even asked in succession. A bit nonchalant in his seriousness and urgency. Jiang Yining met his eyes and nodded with certainty. In fact, he is still conservative. Looking for an open space. Let Xiong Lao air.
Lin Yuan, a few people are helping to spread in front of the front.
He just need to quickly sweep to find. Seeds with an initial value of 2% or more are easy to see. And a glance sweeping across a piece is tens of thousands. The tens of thousands can be easily picked through if the front is spread fast enough. If you talk to the master and use the might of the mighty to lay the seed flat, it will pick faster. Instead, it's a source of seeds that are in great demand. I'm afraid it's not enough to pick. But Jiang Yining can't be busy with these things all day long. So he reported 30 plants. Which is about right. No wonder Chang Shengyan was not calm. 30 plants in a month. 360 plants in a year. That's 360 small illusory spirit gold pills. Time to look back. 10 years. 100 years. Xingyun will be generally stronger than the other immortal sects from this generation onwards. It wasn't just a matter of being under the divine intent realm and saving time to raise one's cultivation. Going farther. More time to hone the spells. Compared to other immortal sect, the strength of the same rank is stronger. Just like Lin Kong. If he didn't have to spend time raising his cultivation, perhaps the 100-sword formation would have succeeded long ago and could battle Jindan. Moreover, when the Tao of formation, the Tao of runes, and the Dharma decree were cultivated to a high level of profundity, the touching of the world would be helpful for future realm breakthroughs as well. So, this is a 10,000 year long-term plan for Qingyun. After taking a deep breath, Sect Master Chang resumed his aloofness. Kid, what are your demands? Just say it. Of course Jiang Yining wouldn't talk about conditions. And respectfully said, it's up to Master to decide. This is a discussion between the Master and the apprentice. Feng Yuqin coughed lightly. Seeds are needless to say. Alchemy Peak is responsible for it. Send someone to find it from the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr. As for the rest, 50-50. Peak Master Wan was dissatisfied. It's not as if the false illusory spirit Gul'dan can be refined with just a 1,000-year portion of Xianling Immortal Meditation Grass. It still needs supplementary ingredients.
Besides, how much manpower does my alchemy peak have to do all this and still have to refine the Dan?
Standing sect master also smiled. Sister. Too much. False illusion spirit gold pill, out.
Xinyan's so many disciples. It is impossible to not a little bit of news out.
When the time comes. The major immortal door on the door. But also need to be resolved by the Qin Yun. You are also a part of the Qin Yun. Feng Yuqin hummed. Fine. I'll take a step back. After all, it's my disciple's skill. He's extremely talented.
Half of the Dan refined goes to him.
In addition, give me 150,000 spirit stones per month. Peak Master 1 hurriedly vetoed, that also can't be done. 30 pills in January.
He took 15 pills.
The other immortal sect on the door. Ultimately, no matter how to talk about it,
always have to let out a few pills.
I alchemy peak alchemy don't want to spend money? Still give you 150,000 per month. Feng Yuqin kept a stern face and didn't say anything. Standing sect leader hurriedly played persuasion.
Senior sister. As long as this kid guarantees 30,000-year-old portions per month. Senior brother made the decision to give him 10 per month.
In addition to giving you 30,000
spirit stones per month for green bamboo peak.
How about that? Feng Yuqin immediately yelled. 2 more jugs of alchemy peaks, Earth's heart-blazing milk wine, per month. Peak Master 1 glared. 1 pot. Deal. Chang.
Wan did not expect Feng Yuqin to be so forthcoming. And subconsciously glanced at each other.
Chang Shengnian laughed helplessly.
Senior sister. You are deliberately making a lion's share of money to negotiate with senior brother.
But didn't do it.
They are just too familiar with Feng Yuqin temperament. Afraid of her play cross-temper.
Unexpectedly. Today the big game has a wave.
Sect Master Chang turned his head to look at Zhang Yining again and coughed lightly before saying in a deep voice.
Kid. We've talked about everything. It's up to you.
Don't let your master's father have empty joy when the time comes. What do you mean that I let the master of the empty joy?
Should not say. Openly and secretly. Some provocative meaning Jiang
Yining hurriedly saluted.
Don't worry. Sect leader. Chapter 39, Selection of Seeds.
With everything settled, Zhang Yining happily climbed to the top of the mountain. This period of time was busy with the Xianling Immortal Meditation Grass.
20 days passed, neglecting to take care of the pine wood. But it was good to see that Xiang Laoer was meticulous in his explanation. Pine has been millennial, 99%. When Akatsuki broke 10,000
vintage years before,
pinewood was 58% millennial. Growing 2% per day has been jamming points for a few days now. Projected over time. Jiang Yining depressed. No matter what it is.
As long as it is 99% card point.
It is very disturbing. But there's nothing to do but wait. Back at the small compound. Another vacation was given to Lin Bitter Empty. These days,
the 100-sword deity had long since congealed.
However,
Lin Kong's sword array had only burned 10 hilts. So it was obvious that he had more than enough heart.
But slightly less than enough strength.
The 108 giant peak sword formation is a bit over the top for him.
Lin Kong these days, repeatedly back and forth between Lu Yunfeng and Xinju Peak. Learning and carving. He was so busy that his head was 2 big heads. But his progress was not fast. Of course, Jiang Yining wasn't in a hurry.
The sword dipper allowed him to make as many trial and errors as he wanted. Consuming just a little bit of true qi was faster than learning the sword formation from scratch on his own.
After vacation, Lin Kong, in order to empty his mind, took the opportunity to go down the mountain again to find his good girl.
Words, parents do not have many days.
Lin Yuan first left home. Parents are a little uncomfortable. Have to bring Lin Yuan home more often to see. 100 Refinement Peak.
Jiang Yining came to the Flying Sword Hall to find Ying Wentai to get the treasure.
As soon as he entered, Jiang Yining let out a soft eep. Ying Wentai, however, greeted very enthusiastically. Senior brother Jiang, you're finally willing to come. The magic treasure refined by Jumbo is not even at ease. You really trust me, he said and handed over his storage bag. Jiang Yining took it with a smile, while asking with concern, Senior brother Ying, are your eyes better? The red eye returned to normal. This was also the reason why Jiang Yining lightly eeped as he entered.
Ying Wentai froze for a moment,
then turned and laughed. Senior brother, you've misunderstood. After refining and scrapping Master's fine flying sword before, I haven't closed my eyes until I didn't understand the problem. So it's a bit bloodshot. Jiang Yining was astonished. Blood? You call that blood? The eyeballs are blood red all over. More so than chicken bloodstone. Lin Bitter Hollow is hard enough. Not even half as hard as you are. Jiang Yining looked at Ying Wentai with solemn respect. Senior brother Ying is so dedicated. He deserves to become a generation of master refiner. Well. Through the auspicious words of Senior brother, Senior brother will take a look at the magic treasure first. Only then did Jiang Yining open the storage bag, take out the magic treasure and put it on the ground. Like a rubber product. Some soft and smooth, but like a jade hand. The body is red. Like a 10-foot long red python. Arm thick. Elder brother. You can give a name first. Shaped like a red python. It's called Red Dragon. Ying Wentai catered. Good name. Senior brother will first drop blood to refine it and try the effect. Jiang Yining complied and began to refine the Red Dragon. A moment later, the Red Dragon turned into a bracelet thickness under his command and wrapped around his wrist 3 times. Ying Wentai hurriedly introduced 2 forms, one for defense and one against the enemy. You try it outside the hall and see if you are satisfied? Jiang Yining was also a bit impatient. After all, it was his first time. When he ran out of the Flying Sword Hall, he stimulated the defensive state of Red Dragon. The Red Dragon instantly thickened and grew larger. Like a true dragon. Coiling around his body and protecting himself in the center. The line of sight was yet not obstructed in the least. Ying Wentai said confidently. Elder brother. The treasures refine plus my technique. An ordinary early Jindan attack is enough to block it. Jiang Yining smiled and waved his hand again. And the Red Dragon shot towards Ying Wentai like a rope, instantly tying him up in 5 directions. Elder brother. Elder brother. You practice. Also don't use it on me. You can find a senior sister to try. Ying Wentai said with a surprisingly strong squeeze of his eyebrows and a you-know-what look. Elder brother. Satisfied or not? Is not our handiwork very suitable? Truly a treasure for multiple purposes. Jiang Yining snorted and withdrew. Red Dragon also snickered. Senior brother Ying, I didn't expect you to look good looking. But your heart for refining weapons is not pure. I'm afraid that it will be an obstacle for you to move towards master refiner. Ying Wentai hurriedly asked. Senior brother, are you satisfied with my art of refining weapons? Jiang Yining nodded. As long as the defensive state of the Red Dragon can reach the level that Senior Brother Ying has described, I will be very satisfied. Don't worry. Senior brother can turn around and find someone to try. If you can't reach it, I'll compensate you for the treasures. Ooh. Simply confident to the bone. Senior brother. It is said that Green Bamboo Peak is lucky. In the future.
If there are still treasures.
No.
Even if they are strange treasures that need to be refined into magic treasures. Senior brother must look for me first.
I guarantee to give you a full discount. Jiang Yining smiled. Don't worry, senior brother Ing. Just for your dedication.
Whenever I need to refine treasures at Green Bamboo Peak,
I'll look for you. Ing Wentai's eyes lit up.
Brother Jiang is refreshing. It seems like Brother Jiang has a high status in Green Bamboo Peak.
Nowhere. Nowhere.
It's just the chief.
Jiang Yining said deliberately.
Oh. Brother Jiang is actually a great disciple of the Green Bamboo Peak. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful.
Jiang Yining had a strange look on his face. It was supposed to be a joke. But this one seems to be serious. Was he so focused on refining weapons that he didn't care about the other peaks? Because of Feng Yuqin. Most of the disciples of Qingyun know that Qingzhou Peak is sparsely populated. But this one seems to know nothing.
So much for being a purist.
A rare one. Elder Brother Ing. Let's say goodbye then. You'll have to give me a discount if I need you in the future. There's still something else to do. No problem.
Brother Jiang, take care. Leisurely but for 3 days.
The first seeds from Alchemy Peak were delivered. This efficiency.
It's much higher than the master. More than 10 storage bags.
Delivered by Elder Wu himself.
Each storage bag had more space than a bamboo courtyard.
Kid. It's up to you next.
Alchemy Peak has consumed a large amount of manpower on this. And it's even led by a few elders who have been stationed at the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr for a long time.
Wu Lao exclaimed. You can others people basket of water all empty. Elder Wu.
You're still not clear about my character.
Can I just agree to something I'm not sure of? Wu Lao coldly grunted. You kid is not a good person.
When you sold me 3 lotus seeds,
obviously can feel the seed vitality.
Not it is clear that it is a pit old man.
Jiang Yining was embarrassed.
This old debt was turned over and caught off guard.
Seeing this, Wu Lao waved his hand. Okay. It's all trivial. Hurry up. Let me see. How do you pick the seeds? Okay. You old man want to help too. Jiang Yining said and shouted. Xiong Lao Air. Hey. Hey. Big brother. Over here. Elder Bear came out of nowhere. Rubbing his eyes as he ran. Looking like he had just woken up. Hurry.
Help me spread the seeds from the storage bag on the ground and go outside the small courtyard.
Okay. Leave it to me.
Jiang Yining also smiled and handed Elder Wu a storage bag.
Then the 2 men spread out as quickly as they were asked to. Jiang Yining looked in his eyes. Leisurely followed the 2 men searching and scanning for. Without realizing it, it was already half a day.
Wu Lao straightened his waist and looked skeptically at Jiang Yining.
Kid. You're leisurely. Following us around like we're taking a walk. Are you sure there's a careful pick? Don't let Alchemy Peak's manpower work for nothing in the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr. Elder Wu. Don't worry. The sect leader and Peak Master Wan have both agreed. Wu Lao instantly blew his beard and glared. What's the matter? Holding them over me? No. No. Elder Wu, you misunderstand. What I mean.
I wouldn't dare to joke about this to the sect master and the others.
Wu Lao then grunted in satisfaction. So tell me. How did the selection look?
Jiang Yining flipped his hand and took out a handful of seeds from his storage ring.
Wu Lao looked at the seeds in his hand and asked. These. All this vigor is good.
It should all make it to 10 years.
Elder Wu, all 10-year portions?
Jiang Yining plucked out like 20 or 30 grains from it. These are much more vigorous and should make it to 100 years.
Not that it should.
A seed with a 3% initial value is definitely a century-old copy. Wu Lao was skeptical, isn't it? I haven't seen how carefully you observe it. And you can see the difference in vigor? Don't hoodwink me. Old man is not old and confused. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. Then do you know how the treasure-seeking spirit mouse finds treasures? Elder Wu choked. Okay. You can figure it out. But there's not a single seed that can grow into 1,000 years? Elder Wu. The probability arrived at by all the immortal sects. The number of tens of thousands only produces 100-year portion. How many do you think we have picked in the morning? The number of 2 billion should be there. So, we're pretty lucky. Nearly 30 seeds of 100-year portion is more than a 1 in a million chance. Okay. You have a point. The old man doesn't have time to choose a seed with you. So do it yourself. Elder Wu stretched his back. Then slowly left with his hands behind his back. Kid. Cheer up. The whole of Qingyin can look to you. Chapter 40. Mayday. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. Still underestimating the seed-picking thing. The key is to spread it out too slowly. Finally, he still found Feng Yuqin. Master teacher. Your help is needed. Jiang Yining said in detail. Feng Yuqin is very quick. It is related to her finances and Earth's heart-blazing milk wine. Energetic. Only to see her open a storage bag. A wave of the hand. In which all the seeds floating in the small courtyard over the sky. Such as a huge black curtain of shade. Jiang Yining directly condensed his sword astral and rose up with his sword. Cruising back and forth along the seed black curtain S-shape. Every now and then. He probes his hand and collects a seed from it. This efficiency is not comparable to the previous one. Less than half a moment. Jiang Yining then fell into the courtyard. Feng Yuqin, finished choosing? Aha! Feng Yuqin flicked out a touch of golden flame. And in the blink of an eye, the remaining seed black curtain was incinerated. Dry and direct. Go on. With that, she unwrapped another storage bag and formed a huge black curtain once again. Jiang Yining hurriedly rose again with his sword. Over and over again. In an hour or so, the first batch of seeds sent by Alchemy Peak were selected by Jiang Yining. The only shame is that not a single seed with an initial value of 4% appeared. Initial value of 3% seeds. Nearly 200 seeds. Then, Jiang Yining planted all of these 200 or so grains into the spiritual field. 3 days pass in a flash. Jiang Yining felt that the breeding of the Xinling immortal meditation grass was easy instead. 4 times a day. 3% at a time. 12% a day. It's like a mold was printed. And there's not even a big difference in the amount of fertilizer. 4 or 5 scoops. More or less. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Today, the growth value of the 200 Xianling immortal underworld grasses was a clear 36%. The same batch can be harvested at the same time when the time comes. This stationary work could just as easily have been given to the bear's penis. The initial value of 2% of the seed. Jiang Yining simply did not plant. 10 years of copies is not interesting. First reserved. When the time to let the bear Lao Air own planting their own food. Should be his blessing. Just in time. Elder Wu arrived again. And the second batch of seeds from the Alchemy Peak arrived. How's the breeding going? Kid? Nah. See for yourself in front. It's growing seedlings. Jiang Yining smiled and took the storage bag. This time it was twice as much as the first time. Master's daughter didn't come home all night yesterday. So let's wait for her to come back and pick the seeds. Faster. Jiang Yining smiled and accompanied Elder Wu around Spirit Sky. Not long after sending him away. Suddenly, A shriek broke the peace of the small courtyard. Eldest brother! Eldest brother!
Lin Yuan ran into the small courtyard with a miserable face. Jiang Yining frowned. What's wrong?
Lin Yuan gasped for air while saying eagerly. My brother, my brother. Eldest brother, save my brother.
Jiang Yining suddenly stood up. What the hell's going on? Take your time.
Eldest senior brother. On the first day my brother went back. He disappeared after going out with Sister Chinger and never came home.
Jiang Yining secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this.
This time you guys have only been down the mountain for 4 days in total. So it's normal for Brother Lin to have so much fun that he doesn't return home for a few nights.
Right?
Your brother might have gone with your Sister Chinger in the field.
Battle. Trekking to the green. Lin Yuan, it won't be.
Big brother used to go home and never stayed out at night.
It's been like that for so many years.
So my parents and I are worried about him having an accident.
Jiang Yining frowned and hesitated for a moment.
Still decided to check out. Was able to enlist the help of the hoary scribe from Duqing Zhongyiting to check out the whereabouts.
Don't be in a hurry.
I'll go look for it. You'll be in the small courtyard. And if master teacher comes back, tell her to make a trip to the mountain state.
Jiang Yining sighed. The master went out at the wrong time.
Now he doesn't have a distressed jade bead on himself. He rose up with his sword and went straight to Lu Yunfeng.
Find Brother Wang. One more person is more power. It just so happens that we know each other well. Results. Inquiring about it.
Senior Brother Wang is closed.
Looking for Lin Kong's senior?
Lu Yunfeng and Qingzhou Peak were in a different situation again. Their own masters had fewer disciples. But the seniors of the other peaks generally had hundreds of disciples under their doors.
I don't know if I care or not. But missing for 3 days is probably hard to take seriously.
Jiang Yining had no choice but to see the situation for himself first.
But just after the imperial sword hadn't gone far,
he was surprised to find a familiar face. Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment before going straight after him.
Senior Brotherly. Senior Brotherly.
It is the dreamer Li Shuya.
In case there's a real accident.
There's no shame in asking for help compared to your life. Li Shuya stopped and turned around.
Senior Brother Jiang? What do you want to see me about?
Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly.
Senior Brother. Last time.
My master's hand was slightly heavy.
Li Shuya interrupted. Jiang Shitty.
A great man dares to do the right thing.
It was me who first slandered behind Senior Feng's back.
Although Senior Feng acted unconventionally.
But it was reasonable to strike at that time. He didn't seem to have any grievances. Which made Jiang Yining unsure of how to take it. Is there anything else?
If it's just this.
There's nothing more to say. So I'll be off.
Jiang Yining could only explain his intentions.
Senior Brother. Something is indeed wrong. Senior Brother Lin Konglin is missing. He said it quickly. I wonder if I can ask Senior Brother to come along. To Jiang Yining's surprise,
Li Shuya agreed very quickly.
Let's go.
First go to the Hall of Eternal Life to check his fate card.
The Hall of Eternal Life, which stood on Qingyun Peak,
where the Qingyun sword sect stored the life tags of its disciples.
When a disciple was initiated for an identity jade token, a life tablet would be refined at the same time and placed in the Hall of Eternal Life. Every few days there would be an inventory.
And if a broken life tag was found,
the Everlasting Palace would notify the location of its peak. The two of them went on a quick trip. And fortunately, Lin Kong's fate card was not broken. Mountain State.
The two of them rode their swords with all their might.
And after half an hour or so, they arrived.
Elder Brother.
Can you use the Haoqi scholar's ability to find Lin Kong's direction first? Li Shuya immediately shook his head. I have already entered the immortal path.
And although I still have some scholarly spirit, I have detached myself from the system of the human emperor's way. And I no longer have its method. Find the demon beheading lieutenant of the Daqing loyalty court. After the two decided, they immediately headed for the Qingyun pavilion. First, they looked for the Green Cloud Pavilion, so that the Green Cloud Pavilion could contact the loyalty court. Daqing City. The location of the Qingyun Pavilion randomly find a person almost all know. When the two of them arrived at the Green Cloud Pavilion, they directly revealed their Green Cloud identity jade tags. The head of the Mountain State Qingyun Pavilion was a middle-aged man. He saw this and immediately said respectfully, "Two senior brothers. Outer disciple He Jin. Welcome the two." Li Shuya directly interrupted. "Contact the loyalty court and ask for the help of a Haoqi scholar." He Jin saw the two eager. Did not set close. Immediately business. Lin House. The two of them, Jiang Yining, brought Haoqi scholar Li Mu to the door. Lin Kong's parents had met Jiang Yining. See him again and immediately kneel. "Jiang Xianshi, you are my son's senior brother. Save your hand and hurry to find my son. Empty child he 3 days ago after going out. Has not returned. And did not say hello to us." Jiang Yining helped the two old men up. "Don't be anxious. I'm aware of the situation. And that's exactly why we're here." He didn't matronly introduce the crowd, but looked directly at Li Mu. Li Mu nodded. "Let's go to the front yard of the mansion." The crowd went over quickly. To the front yard. Li Mu took a step out. Traveling to 3 days. This place should stay sound. Then, there seemed to be a strange change in space. And the crowd stood still, only to realize that there was a sound coming out. Immortal Master Lin returned to the mansion yesterday. Stand guard all more energetic. Ta-da-da-da-da. Good daughter. When you meet Immortal Master Lin later, you must be generous. Or footsteps. Or the sound of conversation. Not ringing in the ears of the crowd. Exactly 3 days ago. All the sounds that appeared in the front yard. The sound goes on and on without stopping. Soon, Li Mu's face began to turn white. But luckily, after only a few moments, Jiang Yining heard the voices of Lin Kong and the girl Qinger. "Lin Lang, it's not easy for you to come back. You must accompany Qinger for a stroll today." Okay. I'm all yours today." Chapter 41, The Art of Yin-Yang Conversion. Li Mu's speech method stopped. The crowd eventually only heard those 2 sentences. Only to know that Lin Kong finally went out and was accompanying Miss Qinger to go shopping. Jiang Yining thought for a moment and quickly said, "Senior brother and brotherly. Go over to Qinger's side together." The 3 of them bid farewell to the Lin mansion and quickly arrived in front of the flower house. Jiang Yining was surprised to find that there was an additional store next to the flower tower. Flying smoke delivers treasure. Isn't this the same shunfoam of the immortal cultivation world that we've seen in the Starry Night newspaper? Not last time I was here. Elder Brother. That Qinger girl is the puritanical songstress inside. No need to explain. Let's go. I used to be a Haoqi scholar too. Li Shuya spoke half-heartedly and directly walked into the flower building. Li Mu, however, was surprised. Immortal Master used to be a hoary scholar. That must have left some elegant pen and ink. Can you let the late student open his eyes? Jiang Yining, however, was a bit confused by what he heard and looked at the two in confusion. Li Mu smiled, feeling a lot closer because of Li Shuya's sentence. And he quickly explained. If one comes from each academy and cannot become the guest of the city's purveyors and famous concubines by virtue of an elegant lyric, one is ashamed to call oneself a hoary scholar. Jiang Yining, is this what you call bookish elegance? Sure enough.
Each circle has its own way of playing. It's hard to imagine how much fancy work they do without being in the loop. Jiang Yining looked at the back in front of him, momentarily unable to imagine. The great man whose cultivation dream is to cut down all the injustice in the world used to be that kind of person. Entering the flower house. The two hulking scribes looked at ease among the fine girls in flower. But this time, it's for business. The pimp had a conversation. And Li Mu, with the identity of the Zhang Yiting, soon came to the boudoir of the girl Qinger. Aya. Lord Li. Our Qinger was taken in by Immortal Master Lin of the Immortal Master's mansion. And every time Immortal Master Lin returned to the mansion, she would go to the Lin mansion and stay there for a few days. How could it be related to any demon case? Mrs. Wei. You go out first. Let's cast a spell to find a flip. Lin Mu was obviously a regular customer and was well acquainted with the pimp. Fine. But Lord Li is still slightly merciful. After all, Qinger is also the one who was looked upon by the Immortal Master. The pimp rambled on and brought the door with him. Senpai. Please also wish me luck. Li Mu has begun to use circle terms with Li Shuya. Close to nature. Li Shuya didn't say much. His palm supporting his back. True qi poured into the body. Li Mu waited for a moment and stomped his foot. There should be a stay here. Push forward 10 days. Jiang Yining noticed that his speech method was slightly different this time. Soon, the difference was understood again. This time, the sound in the trio's ears is more tonal. Melodious. The piano is beautiful. Wang Lang. Don't be in a hurry. Qinger will play a song for you first. Fine. Fine. Just follow Qinger. Zhou Lang. Qinger will help you pour a glass of wine first. Zhao Lang. In almost every paragraph, the end is a one-liner. 3 people listening in silence. No one said a word. Jiang Yining always felt something strange. A feeling of 3 big men eavesdropping on inappropriate things together. Li Shuya closed his eyes, unable to see his emotions. Li Mu was flushed. Jiang Yining all suspected that he was deliberately listening to 10 days in a row. Is not a special fetish. At the same time, also really feels sorry for Lin Kong. Afraid that he is too deep in the foot. Which is a puritanical songstress. It's clearly 3 more words. Finally, the trio waited for useful information. Qi Lang. Did you really not lie to Qinger with your words before? Don't worry. I'm also a cultivator. As long as next time you bring the Green Cloud disciple of the Lin Mansion to me, I guarantee that you'll also have a chance at the immortal path. And wouldn't it be better for us to both cultivate and stay together for a long time? Qinger listened to Qi Lang. Qinger for this but will offend the Qing Yun Immortal Master. Qi Lang, do not coax me. My heart for you. Don't you understand? And besides, why have I ever lied to you? This echoed conversation pretty much confirmed where Lin Kong was going. Seeing that both of them were motionless, Jiang Yining couldn't help but urge. Senior brother. It's this Qi Lang. Let's hurry up and inquire about his identity. Li Mu, however, hastened to forbid the sound gesture. Brother Xian. Don't be in a hurry. Listen again. Perhaps there is more concrete news. Jiang Yining looked at Li Shuya, who was also motionless. Northwest corner of the mountain state. Yanla compound. An estate that runs a cloth business. The 3 were in a loft across the street. Jiang Yining was now very skeptical of the virtues of the Haoqi scholar. Akira ended up asking the pimp directly, and simply revealed Qi Lang's identity. Also hard to listen to the 10 days of remembrance all the way through. Is listening to the bed ladder also one of the tricks of their trade? Or are all Lees good at this? Should not be so. This has inevitably let the worldly surname are back to the pot. Elder brother. Don't we just enter the search? No. Going in brightly won't necessarily find senior brother Lin. The other party is also a cultivator. In case we scare the snakes. Wait until nightfall. First secretly check once. If we can find Master Lin, it's best. Li Shuya looked at Li Mu again after he finished speaking. School brother, go back first. We'll solve the matter of the cultivators ourselves. And we'll look for you again if we need help in the following. He was also apparently still quite intent on his past identity. And did not have the mannerisms of a green cloud immortal master. Li Mu made a bow, then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just look for me. Afterwards, if you have free time, you can stay in Shanzhou for a few days. There are still some famous buildings in Shanzhou. So I will do my best to be a landlord. Li Shuya waved his hand. Say it again. Into the night. 2 figures, one after the other, crossed the wall and entered. The backyard, after all, covers an extremely wide area. A huge manor. The 2 easily avoided the household guards and quickly turned the manor around. Li Shuya frowned, even that cultivator didn't find it. Is Master Lin not here? Suddenly, there was a scream from the corner house faintly. The 2 men were shocked. The room was just checked. The sound was faint. There are dark passages. Underground. The 2 were quick to judge. Underground dark room. A woman covered her left hand. All 4 fingers severed. She fell to the ground. Her face in pain. But kept pleading. Shi Lang. Shi Lang. Let me go. It's none other than Miss Chinger. The man in front of her, with a fair face, picked a dagger in his hand. You want a chance to cultivate. I gave it to you. You don't cherish it. Hurry up. Go and warm up to your Lin Lang for once. Or else. Don't blame me. He pointed to the corner. In the corner, a person was bound and lying on the bed. It was none other than Lin Kong. He looked coldly at the 2 men in front of him, especially the good girl on her knees. And he couldn't help but be disgusted. Shi Lung. Don't. Shi Lung. Can you get someone else? Chinger will definitely serve you well from now on. Shi Lang looked at Chinger, who begged for mercy. Suddenly laughed. Good boy. Obedient. I've spent all my mana to let you temporarily cultivate the art of yin-yang conversion. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to absorb his cultivation, the immortal fate will be gone. Don't worry. I will leave a portion of my cultivation for you afterward to help you embark on the immortal path. Otherwise you have no spiritual roots. How can you enter the immortal path? And if you miss this moment, you'll miss the immortal destiny completely. The good girl just held back her tears and shook her head vigorously. Shi Lang. Shi Lang saved you. Let Chinger go. Although she does not understand the cultivation, but understand the human heart. She is completely a transit hub. Through the male and female affairs to absorb Lin Kong cultivation. And then transferred to him. After utilizing it, that's when she lost her life. Zyro. Humph. Nice try not to listen. The man changed to chortle again. You have no choice. Either go and absorb his cultivation and bet that I will leave you with a chance of survival. Or die now. Zyro fiddled with his dagger and stepped forward. Don't. Don't. Spare me. Spare me. The good girl scuffed and crawled backward in terror. Lin Kong coldly watched this scene, a hint of pleasure flashing under his eyes. Chapter 42 Homologation. Bump. The dark room was broken open. Brother Lin. Lin Kong Ben has closed his eyes in pain.
All the good girls had climbed onto him. Just one last step away. His eyes snapped open. First looking at the two figures in surprise. Suddenly, he said anxiously, "Quickly go. There is a big formation set up here." "Ha? Go?" Zyro didn't panic. Delivered to the door. Where else to go? Li Shuya snorted coldly as he swung out his heavy sword and a crescent sword she cut out. Qi Lang flipped a formation flag in his hand and changed his fingers, instantly pulling down a lavender canopy in front of his body. Touch dash. Sword Qi chopped on the purple curtain, but did not cause any damage. Qi Lang seemed a bit excited. Surprisingly, it's still the Jindan realm. Great. Li Shuya grunted coldly. Pretending to be gods and goddesses. You and the others are only in the Jindan realm. Qi Lang didn't care. Instead he laughed. He. Then try to receive a blow from me? After he finished pinching his fingers, he waved his palm as if grabbing the purple curtain into his hand, and then slapped his palm out. The mauve palm print, rising against the wind, slapped at Jiang and Li. Red Dragon. Infinite Xian Shield. The two of them had offered up their means of defense. Boom. Just one hit. The two men broke out of the underground darkroom and shot up into the sky. Bump. Another soft thud. Jiang Yining glanced behind him and said hurriedly, "Senior brotherly. The entire courtyard has a large formation." It was literally like a canopy. A lavender curtain of light. Like a large bowl inverted, holding the entire courtyard within it. Li Shuya grunted coldly and swung out his sword. The prime sword shadow chopping at the light screen. Boom. The sword shadows collapsed. And the purple light curtain actually only caused slight ripples. Li Shuya's face changed and he decisively said, "I will break open the big formation. You take the opportunity to escape and rescue." He clutched the great sword in his hand, and seemed to be brewing. It was only then that Qi Lang came up from the darkroom in no hurry. Words with a smile. Like an old friend talking generally, "How is it? This array name, execution of the heavenly array. Only in and out. How is the power?" He said and pinched the Dharma decision again. And then only reached the sky with his hand. The palm of his hand pivoted above his head. And the purple curtain of light in the sky above rippled. Jiang Yining and the two of them looked grave. It truly looked as if they were ruling the canopy. "Come on down." Qi Lang suddenly gulped lightly and pressed his palm down. The purple light curtain unexpectedly followed and condensed out a giant hand that descended from the sky above the two men's heads. Li Shuya's greatsword crossed over, and a Xian shield stretched out from the greatsword. At the same time, he transmitted, "Get ready. Touch dash." The two were slapped down to the ground by the huge purple palm. Li Shuya topped the Xian shield. His face swelled red, and he actually briefly froze. Zyro saw this and laughed lightly at the teasing. He. Let's see if it's your district cultivator's power that's strong. Or if I'm stronger at reigning in heaven's might. Hold on, or else it'll be too meaningless. Winning. It simply shows him in the best light. Jiang Yining's hands traced through the air at great speed. A runic mark looming in the air. With a soft bark, 9 sword diameters appeared at the same time, followed by 9 thunder sky sword talismans, instantly integrating into the sword diameters. Then the sword finger was swung. The Big Dipper shot towards Qi Lang in unison. And in the middle of the path, the Big Dipper formed the phase of a swimming fish. 9 swords swimming fish formation. The Sword Dipper, Sword Talisman, and Sword Formation, all 3 in one, were Jiang Yining's strongest means today. The swimming fish contained the thunder sky within, and with a swing of his tail, he rushed to Qi Lang. Qi Lang just waved his palm down. once again pulling down a purple curtain to stop in front of him. Touch dash. The swimming fish collapsed and exploded with a violent roar. The purple curtain rippled slightly. Qi Lang looked at Jiang Yining one more time in surprise. Ha! Worthy of being a son of a top 10 immortal sect. A mere foundation establishment. But also exerting Jin Dan battle power. Jiang Yining's face was grave. But he heard Li Shuya gently laughed. Continue. Jiang Yining hurriedly made a talisman out of thin air again. In a flash, the swimming fish reappeared and rushed towards Qi Lang. The opponent didn't know if he was confident, or if he couldn't use any other means after taking charge of the purple sky curtain. But instead, he was passive and defensive. Touch dash. Touch dash. Touch dash. A swimming fish rushed out one after another. The movement was not small, but it was obvious to see Qi Lang behind the purple curtain, his face holding a smile. Li Shuya had been watching the purple light screen. As the phase of the swimming fish blasted away, the curtain of light flickered brightly and darkly. It's now! With a sudden burst of power, he unexpectedly toppled the huge purple palm above his head as his greatsword slashed out diagonally behind him. A dark golden, as if substantial, sword shadow was chopped out by him. Put! It directly broke the purple light curtain open into a zheng-sized hole. Go! Li Shuya slapped his palm on Jiang Yining's waist, and the latter borrowed the force and flew his sword and drilled out the broken hole. Jiang Yining turned back. It was actually completely invisible to the purple light curtain. Only below, a huge purple hand pressure suppressed Li Shuya, proving the existence of the formation. Jiang Yining instantly left with his imperial sword. Now was not the time to be melodramatic. Mountain State. Green Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Yining broke in. Contact Guanxia Peak. Hurry! Contact Guanxia Peak. The middle-aged man didn't dare to slow down when he saw Jiang Yining's urgent look and quickly explained. Senior brother, we have no way to contact the upper peak. The summoning jade is one way. Every evening, the upper peak will open on its own initiative to collect information once. The earliest we can wait is tomorrow. Jiang Yining didn't expect this to be the case and hurriedly asked again. Jin Dan Realm. Are there any Jin Dan Realm cultivators in Mountain State? The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. No. Even if there was, it would be difficult for us to detect it without actively exposing it. Jiang Yining was furious, but he didn't dare delay. Turned his head and left with the imperial sword again. Seems to remember something and turns around again. Whoosh! The location where Jiang Yining had landed was right next to the flower tower, the flying smoke delivering treasure store. When he burst into the store, a youth at the counter was eager before he could speak. Flying Smoke Sect? Are there any Jin Dan Realm cultivators here? I am a disciple of Qing Yun, and I need the help of the Flying Smoke Sect. He directly pulled out the Qing Yun Identity Jade tablet. The youth first frowned, and only after hearing about Qing Yun's identity did he ask. This senior brother, what is the specific matter? We are mainly in the business of delivering treasures, and there is no Jindan cultivator sitting in the Shanzhou store. Jiang Yining didn't have time to explain. Turned around and left, and then turned back to ask urgently on the way out. Send Bao. How long will it take you guys to get to Qing Yun? The youth laughed. Within Daqing, half a day's reach. Of course there are also urgent shipments. Seeing as how senior brother seems to be in a hurry, we recommend same domain superior speed. Qing Yun is more than 500 miles away from here. It will arrive within a quarter of an hour. Jiang Yining, who was ready to leave, immediately turned back. Sure. The youth smiled confidently. I Flying Smoke Sect can do open this business. Relying on my Dortown law decision Wind Thunder Flash Inch tips. Such as the Senior Brother Cheng Yun Sword Sex Cheng Yun 10,000 Swords Gang General.
Although different from. Jiang Yining hurriedly interrupted. Bring a message to Qing Yun. Northwest of Shanzhou Yonla compound. First aid. It was too urgent to think much about it. And anything that could be done had to be tried. The youth also realized the urgency and quickly said, "Okay. Same domain superior speed. 100 spirit stones per 100 miles. More than 500 miles. 600 spirit stones." Jiang Yining stagnated. Where would he get 600 spirit stones now? He directly removed the red dragon. This will be pressed on you here first. My division will come over and immediately exchange it for a spirit stone for you. The youth, however, shook his head. Jiang Yining hurriedly slapped the storage ring on the counter again. This counts too. The youth still shook his head. But he pulled a piece of yellow paper from under the counter. Senior Brother drops a drop of blood and draws a pledge on it. You can pay afterward. But for every 12 hours that passes, 101% interest. This is a service only available to the 10 great immortal sects. Jiang Yining didn't hesitate. And directly complied. Not even looking closely at the written terms above. Instead, the youth shouted to the inner hall. Senior Brother Gu. Here's the order. Same domain superior speed. A teenager immediately ran out. The youth said, Senior Brother Gu. Bring a message to me. Qing Yun. Northwest of Shanzhou Yonla compound. First aid. Junior, nothing else? Both of them looked toward Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining hurriedly handed over his own identity jade token to the teenager as well. After hesitating for a moment, he added, looking for condensation peak. Su Baiwei. Master must not be here. Or else Lin Yuan was waiting in the courtyard and she should have come earlier. It's not like you can only find Su Baiwei. Standing sect leader is fine too. But just in case, a courier can deliver a message directly to the top of Qing Yun? Even if they could, a pass would be delayed. Not to mention the headmaster. Is the ordinary elders? It is estimated that all the way through the pass. Perhaps Li Brother insisted on the end. Just a little bit of time. On the contrary, the contemporary disciple would instead be able to meet sooner. Moreover, with the relationship between Peak Master Lang and his own master, he should immediately come in person. This is the most thorough approach Jiang Yining can think of in a short time. The teenager took the jade tablet. Yo! Fairy cold moon of the green clouds. I got it. After saying this, he sent his sword to break through the air. Like a stream of light flying away. After truly seeing this speed, Jiang Yining was slightly relieved. The youth laughed. Don't worry. Senior Brother. If Senior Brother Gu is so tired that he stretches out his tongue, within a moment, he will reach Cheng Yun. Jiang Yining nodded and turned to also Imperial Sword. Chapter 43, You're Going to Die. Jiang Yining once again came over the Yanla compound. Below, a large purple hand cupped Senior Li in the palm of his hand. Senior Li was holding on to the infinite Xian shield and holding on for dear life. Jiang Yining hurriedly made his move. And the swimming fish attacked. This formation seemed to be attacking and trapping in one. And by constantly attacking and consuming by himself, he could always relieve 1 point of pressure on Senior Brotherly. At the same time, he chided. Leave quickly. I've already notified the division commander. And when they arrive, you'll surely die. Qi Lang disdained. Think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you had the Master Sex Transmission Jade in your hand, the Qingyun powerhouse would have arrived long ago. And then whispered, let me guess. You did not go back to report. At most.
Also sought a foundation cultivator to report.
There are Jindan realm. Should be killed together? Because then there may be a slight chance to kill with me. When he finished, he laughed uncontrollably. Right or wrong? It must be so. Unfortunately, by the time you guys get to Qin Yun, I'll have already killed him and left. Ha ha.
His tone of voice was extremely disgusting.
Jiang Yining grunted coldly without saying anything, and could only gather the phase of the swimming fish and attack even more frantically. Ha ha. He's going to die. He's always going to die. And inside the dark room, your brothers and sisters are going to die too. Qi Lang arrogant to the extreme, you are out of the formation. Escape. You see you cannot help. They cannot blame you. Hurry up. Do as you're told and run away. Shut the fuck up. Jiang Yining looked at him, hating to tear his mouth apart. And with a wave of his hand, 110 sword asters, all of them, coalesced. Both hands quickly made symbols in the void. One sword dipper melts one sword charm. Though the power was not yet comparable to the 3-in-1 swimming fish's phase. However, only seeking to consume 110 sword dipper plus sword talisman. Instead, continued to consume stronger. With a wave of Jiang Yining's sword finger, all of the sword daggers shot towards each other in unison. Qi Lang smiled as he watched. The purple curtain blocking his body kept exploding. Jiang Yining did not care. Quickly made a symbol. A round of sword astral. Like a torrent. Non-stop impact on the purple curtain. Only to see that the large purple hand that was squeezing Li Shuya had indeed loosened up a few points. Qi Lang finally grew unhappy and snorted coldly. Kid. I'm the formation palm of heaven and earth. I'll see how much true qi you have enough to consume. Jiang Yining didn't say anything, and swallowed all the remaining bottles of qi practicing Dan in his storage ring in one gulp, so that he could at least recover slightly. The Big Dipper continues to blast. At some point, Jiang Yining's face had turned pale as he once again resumed the swimming fish sword formation. Qi Lang mocked disdainfully. What's the matter? Just go soft? Don't stop. He manipulated the large purple hand holding Li Shuya and suddenly exerted force once again. Put. The sudden forcefulness caused Li Shuya to stifle a mouthful of blood. And he could only grit his teeth and hold on for dear life. His face even uglier than Jiang Yining's. Jiang Yining was anxious. Mentally calculating. It's almost time. Why haven't they come yet? It's almost 1:15. If Senior Sister Su received the message, with Peak Master Lung's strength, she should have arrived. His biggest fear is that something will get in the way and he can't afford to be delayed. Z-. Suddenly, there was a bird song in the sky. Jiang Yining looked up. A large bird. He recognized that the bird-like spirit beast unique to the range of the 3,000 great mountains of the Green Cloud was called the Green Cloud Falcon. Although the adult Green Cloud Falcon was slightly inferior to the Jindan realm. It was as fast as lightning. Only a woman in white stood on its back. Her clothes fluttering. It was none other than Su Baiwe. She descended in the air and landed beside Jiang Yining. Her face clear and cold. My master is meditating in the 3,000 great mountains. After sending out flying paper cranes, I came over first. And my master should be here later. After she finished speaking, she chopped out her sword and went straight to Li Shuya. Jiang Yining hurriedly reminded. Senior Sister Su. However, Su Baiwe had already entered the formation. So Jiang Yining hesitated and simply entered the formation as well. The helpers have entered the battlefield. It's a bit unreasonable to watch the show by yourself. At least the Red Dragon can help brotherly to share the pressure for a minute. Of course. The most crucial thing was that Elder Lang would arrive soon. Shi Lang's face was gloomy, not expecting support to come so quickly. Li Shuya clenched his cheeks. Senior Sister Su doesn't need to care about me. Just attack him. He controls the formation and can't use any other techniques. Although Su Baiwe pushed for the Qingyun contemporary facade. Only because the cultivation talent is good. 3 years to build the foundation. 10 years to end. However, the introduction was late. And the cultivation level was not higher than Li Shuya. Without uttering a word, she changed her finger techniques in quick succession and bellowed softly. Rush! The flying sword shot out. The surrounding air. Surprisingly, condensed silk ice chips. Falling to the ground. Ding! The purple curtain in front of Qi Lang rippled. And surprisingly, there was also a sound of a golden gob at the same time. A touch of coldness climbed up the purple curtain from the tip of the sword. Zyro let out a cold grunt. Rescue! That's it? He slapped his palm on the purple screen in front of him. The purple light is a few points stronger. At the same time, the purple curtain keeps shaking. Shaking away the power of cold ice. As such, the purple giant hand holding Li Shuya loosened a few more points. Not only that, there was a screech in the air as the green cloud falcon swooped straight down. Shi Lang's face is ugly. A stump. The big formation is fully revealed. Not in and out. The green cloud falcon crashed into it, sending up a ripple. This caused the giant purple hand to slacken a few points once again. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Yining's red dragon coiled and squeezed into the purple palm, enveloping Li Shuya as well. Li Shuya's chest rose and fell violently, which caused him to gasp slightly. But the body of the red dragon soon appeared to be crumbling. Zhang Yining then realized how much pressure Senior Brother Li was under. Now it was still under the non-stop attacks of Senior Sister Su and the green cloud falcon. Just as the red dragon was in danger of shattering, Li Shuya clenched his teeth once again and braced his infinite Xian shield. Seeing this, Qi Lang simply withdrew his large purple hand and swung his palm at Su Baiwe. 1 by 1. 2 by 2. All come to die. He is still harboring the fluke that the support did not come from Qingyun, but met in the middle of the city. Otherwise the great powers came directly over. How could they only come to a Jindan realm? Su Baiwe flipped her hand and waved out a red damask, entangling the large purple hand, while continuing to control the flying sword attack. Together with the cooperation of the green cloud falcon, the scene was barely a stalemate. Zhang Yining hard drained his body and coagulated a few sword asters, but they appeared to be somewhat chicken ribs. Should say not say. Himself and Li's senior brother are consumed. Almost no power to fight again. With the stalemate, Qi Lang chided. Human power has an end, but heavenly power is infinite. Comparing consumption with me, all of you will only end up dead. He started to get a little anxious. Although he was lucky, he was still afraid that a great power would arrive. So he mentally pressurized the crowd, hoping to eliminate the living forces quickly. As for running, it is already impossible. Leaving the big formation, he is also in the Jindan realm. It is not easy to say who the deer will die. The formation of execution of the heavens was indeed formidable. And with his own strength, counting the green cloud falcon, he had fought hard against the 3 Jindans before and after, and had still gained the upper hand. And Zhang Yining's previous attack had barely counted as a Jindan's might. But I have to say, his hunch was pretty accurate too. A phoenix's cry came out of nowhere from the sky. Zhang Yining's face was delighted as he looked up to see his master and Senior Lang coming together. He hurriedly laughed at Qi Lang. Brother? Dying? You're about to die. Escape ah? You hurry to escape ah? Aya. Finished. Escape all have no escape. Oh. Zhang Yining hadn't forgotten his previous sarcasm. Killing people to kill them. Now one payback for perverting someone. You have to pervert him back. That's often the case with the human heart. You can only empathize with things when they happen to you. At this moment, Shi Lang madly rushed toward Zhang Yining, only wishing that he could take away this foul mouth before he died. However, Zhang Yining just looked at him with a smile, and even clenched her hands into fists as encouragement. Come on. Cheer up. Chapter 44, Dare to Chop Heavenly Immortal with 8 Realms. The Compound. With an extra splash of gray flying, Zyro made his final contribution to nature. Forest Hollow. At last, sees the light of day. There's really no damage. Just a blocked cultivation. He spoke quickly about what happened. The art of yin-yang conversion? Feng Yuqin looked at Lin Kong strangely. The art of yin and yang transculturation. As far as I know, to reconcile a man and a woman and ingest the cultivation of one side. You two men. Zhang Yining hurriedly explained. Master. There's another woman down there. When he went down to free Lin Kong, the good girl was already a corpse. And Zhang Yining didn't ask much. Oh. By a third person in transit. Feng Yuqin also casually said that he didn't care too much. Instead, Peak Master Lang looked at Lin Kong. How far has it gone? The question came out of nowhere. Lin Kong seemed a bit embarrassed. Peak Master Lang snorted. The demonic cultivator has passed on his cultivation to you? Now. The crowd was unsure of the meaning. And even Feng Yuqin looked at her. Lung Feng Master faintly explained, the art of yin and yang transculturation. The party that takes the cultivation will first part of their own cultivation fusion in the other side of the grinding, in order to take the time to be more harmonious with their own. After all, cultivators who practice this technique long-term to obtain cultivation by trickery, their own true qi refute each other. It is easy to lead to chaos. Out of control. She seemed to know this spell very well. Lin Kong was a little embarrassed in his respect. Indeed there is. Before through the 3-person transit. My son was blessed by the misfortune and his cultivation was plucked up from the 4th level of foundation establishment to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Zhang Yining was amazed that this was even more effective than the illusory spirit gold pill. Humph. A blessing in disguise. Peak Master Lang disdained. You benefited from other people's cultivation. Although it didn't get out of control. But the true qi is refuted. And if you don't handle it well, you will stop here. Unless you continue to take by trickery like a demonic cultivator. Lin Kong was startled and hurriedly bowed. Please also guide Senior Lang. Peak Master Lang, however, looked at Feng Yuqin, who was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Peak Master Lang, Sun Essence Phoenix Flame. Feng Yuqin immediately understood and curled his finger at Lin Kong. Bear with me. Where did Lin Kong not understand that this was a solution to his own troubles? Xia Feng. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, a trace of Sun Essence Phoenix Flame entered his body. And he instantly rolled on the ground. His face was like a boiled crab. And he was actually bubbling with hot vapor. It was sweat evaporating. This bitterhead only have to bear his own. The crowd cannot help. No pressure on the sidelines to watch the spilling monkey show. On the side of Peak Master Lang, he looked at Feng Yuqin several times with a look of desire to speak. Feng Yuqin said directly. Su Lan. Just say what you have. It makes me uncomfortable to watch. However, Peak Master Lang still didn't say anything. Feng Yuqin, need to carry some people? She said and was ready to wave off a few juniors. But Peak Master Lang shook his head. Don't get excited. Phone Yuqin do not understand.
It also further revoked the gossiping hearts of several juniors,
who had their 2 ears perked up.
Peak Master Lang still hesitated for a moment before saying, "The art of yin-yang conversion.
It should be the secret magic technique of the Mahayana Heavenly Palace." Mahayana Heavenly Palace. Phone Yuqin exploded at once. Good dog guts.
Still daring to come to the Green Cloud region. A wave of her power emanated as the compound's houses collapsed. Phone Yuqin quickly scanned the surrounding area for a few moments.
And then, without saying a word, he left in the air. Mastermind.
Jiang Yining had wanted to say to leave a jade pearl for help. But looking at the appearance of his master's fury, he felt that it was not the right time.
After a moment's hesitation, Master Teacher had already disappeared into the sky. Peak Master Lang skimmed the crowd and followed him away. Su Baiwei called out to Shaoqing, then tossed a jade token at Jiang Yining. Your identity jade token.
The green cloud falcon falls. She leaps onto its back and leaves in style.
Jiang Yining hurriedly shouted, "Many thanks to senior sister Su for saving me."
A great favor is not.
Apparently. The other side is out of earshot. A few people came and went quickly, leaving Jiang Yining and Li Shuya wide-eyed. They looked again at Lin Kong,
who was still continuing to roll on the ground.
Senior Brother Li, do you know much about the Mahayana Heavenly Palace? Why did my master's father become furious upon hearing about it? Jiang Yining only knew the 2 leaders of the devil cultivators today. The heaven-swallowing devil cult and the Mahayana Heavenly Palace.
The 10 great immortal sects have been besieged several times,
but all die hard.
Li Shuya thought for a moment.
I heard my master say that 3,000 years ago, the predecessor of the Daqing dynasty fell apart. There was the shadow of the Mahayana Heavenly Palace, making 10 billion people dead and injured more than half of the population.
At one time letting the Qingyun disciples of the Qingyun not be able to catch up with the yellow and yellow. And apparently some fell outside of the top 10 immortal sect.
Jiang Yining nodded.
I heard senior brother Lin mention it.
Li Shuya, that time, the Qingyun seniors died and were heavily injured. Perhaps there were elders from your master. He also understands little. After all, 3,000 years. For contemporary disciples are too long.
Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong,
who was still rolling around. Is senior brother Li going back to Qingyun directly? Or should we go to the Lin mansion to rest first? Go to the Lin mansion to recover and recuperate before you move. A moment later,
Lin empty calmed down.
But the whole person is deflated. Like a limp shrimp.
Such as with a good girl behind closed doors in March did not come out general.
Jiang and Li had to help him up. Jiang Yining asked, Brother Lin, how do you feel?
Lin Kong smiled.
7th level of foundation building. True Qi condensation.
That's still a blessing in disguise.
A line of 3 people
assisted toward the Lin house.
Senior brother Jiang, you have a special way of contacting senior sister Su? I still don't understand how to ask for help. Jiang Yining slapped his head. Almost forgot about this. Brother Lin. Senior brother Li. First lend me 600 spirit stones.
Rescue is invited by the Flying Smoke sect Chung Yun to send a letter. Flying Smoke delivery treasure.
Mountain State Store. The 3 entered together. When the youth saw Jiang Yining, he rushed forward. Senior brother. A great power just appeared in the Mountain State. But is it the Qingyun elder you asked for help? Jiang Yining smiled.
I still have to thank senior brother. This is 600 spirit stones.
You count them. After receiving the spirit stone,
the youth returned the yellow paper with the blood dripping on it to Jiang Yining.
Then pulled out another token. Senior brother. This is the Flying Smoke order. In the future,
When Senior Brother goes to the flying smoke sect shops around the world, he can enjoy a 20% discount on all treasure delivery businesses.
Oh. And this treatment? The youth smiled.
Senior Brother, a sentence to attract great power first aid.
Think is also extraordinary.
I'll be cheeky and hand over my personal connections.
In the future,
if Senior Brother places an order with this Fei Yen order,
I'll have a share in it. He was quick and direct.
Jiang Yining was not polite and accepted the token.
All right then. Thank you for your kind words. What is your name? Free of your name. Huang.
Jiang Yining was polite and continued.
Senior Brother Huang. Your sect's Wind Thunder Flash Inch technique is indeed extraordinary. Is it convenient to explain why the Imperial Sword is so fast?
It's a must for escaping.
If only I could imitate it myself. Speaking of this,
the youth was very proud.
It's not a secret. Most of the Immortal sect knows about it.
He clasped his fists to the sky and slightly arched his hands.
The head of our sect, Xiao Qiao Xian, Master Xiao, has unearthly talent,
imitating the ninth realm of the immortal realm. The true immortal technique, shrinking ground into an inch,
and obtaining some slight results.
That's why it's called the shining inch technique.
To say the least is to say faintly fruitful.
But there are no words to express the pride.
The youth continued. To put it simply,
being able to flash shift a section of body position.
The children of my sect, not only are they in the Imperial Sword,
but they are also flickering and shifting positions all the time.
So they are extremely fast.
The sect master said.
If the younger generation of children, along this continuous refinement,
the ability to flash shift will be melted into the flying sword attack and kill the art.
On that day,
my soaring smoke sect will be enough to rank as the 11th great immortal sect.
Jiang Yining was surprised, originally asking casually,
not expecting to hear such remarks.
That can't really be imitated. After continuing some courtesy, the crowd took their leave. Back to Linfu Road. Jiang Yining couldn't help but sigh. Cultivators in the world, even under the 10 great immortal sects, should not be underestimated. Lei Shuya, however,
said very seriously,
although Senior is strong,
my generation of cultivators should all the more borrow the waves to move forward and have the heart to break the dawn.
Nowadays it's just the Dharma. It's the way out of no way for the immortal sect of all immortals.
A great man should break the no-immortal mountain and battle the heavenly immortals and the ghosts and gods.
Jiang Yining was helpless.
This sudden speech of a great man.
And where did it agitate you? Senior Brother? Lin Kong, however, asked. Senior Brother, what did you mean just now when you said that there was no way in the world? Li Shuya said. Sealing the immortal mountain,
which is not accessible to the immortals and the 9 specters.
Do you know that? Jiang Yining nodded.
I've heard Master mentioned it. Li Shuya's eyes were firm, millions of years ago.
The seal was not immortal mountain. The immortal gate? On the immortal people not. Have you ever thought that if the seal is broken tomorrow, and the heavenly immortals and ghosts and gods come back, what will happen to the earth?
Without pause he replied to himself.
When it is a holocaust. Say it with a straight face.
Therefore, many 7th and 8th realm powers are carrying their weight and seeking new paths.
And the Dharma is one of them.
Only for the day when the seal is broken. Dare to use the 8th realm to cut down heavenly immortals. Dare to use the 8th realm to destroy ghosts and gods. Jiang and Lin were both slightly shocked to hear this. This matter seems to have nothing to do with oneself.
But the seal is really broken one day. The consequences are unimaginable. Immortal sect, are you ready? At the same time,
Jiang Yining unraveled the doubts that had been
No wonder the Starshade Pavilion dared to boldly catalogue the gossip of the many great powers of the 10 great immortal sects. It turned out that there was a sword hanging over the head of the entire immortal cultivation world. The top 10 immortal sects will not make a big fuss over a small matter. Furthermore, under the top 10 immortal sect, it is not necessarily weak. As in the case of like the flying smoke sect master. Li Shuya continued. Things like our Qingyun's Xingyun 10,000 sword deity. Little Thousand Monasteries true self golden body. The Wuji sword sect's yin yang sword technique. And including the wind and thunder flashing inch technique that the flying smoke sect has just mentioned, are all the result of the efforts of their predecessors. Even we, the giant sword peak, are trying out new routes. So our giant sword peak's fighting style is different from your juggling of small swords. Jiang Yining, Lin Kong. The two were still pondering, hardened by Li Shuya's last sentence that interrupted their thinking. Flying swords are flying swords. What do you mean by playing with small swords? Chapter 45. A great man. How can he be trapped by his children's love? Li Shuya looked at Lin Kong with a serious face. Now, it was the second day of their stay at the Lin mansion, and everyone had recovered. Lin Kong smiled bitterly. He was blessed by the good girl and always had an extra touch of sadness between his eyebrows. Go, senior brother, to take you to Dredge. Mountain State happens to have a schoolmate. I heard that it is better than the place you seek. Li Shuya said and went out the door. Jiang Yining somewhat didn't react. Looking at his back, she always felt a hint of incongruity. The culture of the circle of the Haoqi scholar is slightly at odds with the bravado of daring to behead the heavenly immortals with the 8 realms. Li Mu. Once again, he appeared in front of Jiang Yining. He appeared in front of a flowery building with the 3 of them. Yame Dish Court. The name? Jiang Yining felt classy at first glance. Senior. Please. Li Mu very enthusiastically bowed to Li Shuya. A great man does not hesitate to take the lead. Half past the hour. When the crowd came out, without exception, all of them had a sage face. Senior Brother Lin. Did you get anything? Many thanks to Senior Brother Li for enlightening me. Plum orchids. Spring chrysanthemums. Spring. Summer. Autumn and winter. Each with their own strengths. So that Senior Brother has a sudden realization. It was Senior Brother who was shallow before. I've been taught. Jiang Yining did not expect Lin Kong to transform so quickly. More than that, he didn't expect that from then on, the Lin Kong pattern would open up. It seems that all at once the magical key has been found to open the door to the esoteric. Of course, this is all an afterthought. 3 people bid farewell to Lin Mu. Leisurely Imperial soared back to the mountain. In the words of a few more points of intimacy, I do not know whether it is a life and death rescue to draw closer to each other, or to go to the fountain to promote mutual friendship. Maybe both. Jiang Yining, who had returned to the bamboo yard for 4 days in a row, under the diligent cooperation of Elder Xiong, he finally finished selecting the second batch of seeds of the Shenling Immortal Underworld grass sent by Alchemy Peak. This time, the quantity was even higher, with an initial value of 3% of the seeds, which amounted to nearly 400 seeds. Jiang Yining had just finished sowing seeds and applying fertilizer for the first time when Wu Lao said the third batch. Jiang Yining was helpless. The matter of selecting seeds was too time-consuming. It was better to wait for the master to come back and cooperate. It was convenient and quick. Feng Yuqin didn't know where to go, and he hadn't seen anyone since he heard about the Mahayana Heavenly Palace. In the spiritual field, the first batch of 200 Shenling Xianhei grass smoothly entered the 10-year portion without the slightest snag. All clear 10-year shares, 8%. The growth has not changed either.
Still fertilizing 4 times a day at 3% per catalyst.
And if it goes well, in 8 days,
it will all be moving into its centennial portion. Bring on the first harvest.
Nope. No ifs. It's definitely going well. Jiang Yining had this confidence.
Although a 100-year portion of Xianling immortal underworld grass wasn't worth much. It was barely as much as a 1,000-year portion of white moon boneflower grass.
More importantly, let alchemy peak see hope.
Let them know that by continuing to pick the seeds,
a 1,000-year portion is only a matter of time. Suddenly, the sky became dark for a moment.
Jiang Yining looked up and actually had the feeling that the heavens were tipping over.
The heart missed half a beat.
He hurriedly looked to the top of the mountain.
Pinewood had broken through 10,000 years. Jiang Yining hesitated and quickly went up the mountain.
Only the sky was full of phantoms.
Skyfall spiritual rhythm. In a short period of time,
Jiang Yining felt no less than 30 channels. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, the pine trees were already 50 feet tall.
Green and lush, with branches enveloping the entire mountain. This is literally called a 10,000-year-old pine.
Jiang Yining hardened his head and saluted the surrounding sky.
Seniors,
this place is the place of my master's enlightenment. And the celestial spirit would that she paid special attention to.
Kid, there is no need to move out your master. We are just looking at it. Such a spiritual wood. I am afraid that it can give birth to the Tao.
Jiang Yining smiled with a hard head.
Seniors, feel free. Once again, he saluted and simply went straight down to the courtyard. He does not believe that anyone dares to move,
unless he is not afraid that the master will turn around and hit the door.
Inside the courtyard,
Jiang Yining looked towards the top of the mountain from time to time. It was half a day before it felt as if the top of the mountain had quieted down.
He also stopped going up.
Lest there were still some seniors who hadn't left. Simply send out 2 flying paper cranes to Lin Kong and Li Shuya respectively.
He himself, on the other hand,
rose up with his sword and went down the mountain to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot.
Come back for a few days. It is time to formally thank Sister Su. Of course, a hot pot can only be a token of appreciation.
The 3 talked about it when they returned to the mountain at the time.
When everything is ready, Jiang Yining looked at Li Shuya. Senior brother,
you're both among the 10 contemporary masters of Qingyun.
Why don't you go invite senior Sister Su?
Li Shuya, I'm not familiar with it either.
I'm usually just a nodding acquaintance.
Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong again.
But the latter quickly said, hurry up and go.
In your green bamboo peak it should have been you.
The master. Who should have stepped in? Besides, asking for help and support might still be looking at the face of Green Bamboo Peak. After all, your master is very familiar with it.
I don't blame the 3 for pushing back.
I can only say that Su Baiwe,
worthy of being a cold moon fairy.
I guess it is just too cold. This human relationship, perhaps not much better than the master. Li Shuya seems to see no more. Patting the table to get up. A face of righteousness, a great man. The top of the sky. Grudges are clear.
Thanking others still mother-in-law.
It seems that we have a small family. You go. Jiang Yining froze. Okay. Just now that talk posture. Thought you want to go it? This face of righteousness. How to use any time. Jiang Yining could only stand up. Imperial sword up. Cold condensation peak.
The courtyard is staggered.
Jiang Yining landed on the ground.
And more than a dozen women were practicing their swords.
Ying circled around and shouted. That being said, it seems true that Peak Master Ling only accepts female disciples. Sisters and sisters. Disciple Jiang Yining of Qingzhou Peak. Excuse me. Would like to pay a visit to. He.
Whether it's called senior sister or junior sister.
Before Jiang Yining could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Twitter.
We have a senior sister here and a junior sister here.
Which sister do you want?
Jiang Yining tried his best to keep a smile on his face.
I would like to pay a visit to senior sister Su. I wonder if I could pass on a message on your behalf.
Oh. So it's looking for senior sister Su.
There are usually many people who visit senior sister Su. Without an appointment with senior sister Su, we're afraid that we can't pass on.
Jiang Yining exhaled.
Annoyed.
No wonder Rincon is looking for a good girl
who talks well and listens and communicates well. He didn't bother to pay any more attention to it, utilizing his true chi.
His neutral voice came out.
Senior sister Su.
Jiang Yining of Green Bamboo Peak is paying a visit. I still hope to see you.
When he finished, he waited in silence. Yo. He's in a hurry. Jiang
Yining spoke out once more.
Senior sister Su.
Jiang Yining of Green Bamboo Peak pays a visit.
I hope to see you again.
Humph. Is senior sister Su not something you can see just because you want to see her?
Shout.
No one will care about you even if you shout your throat out. Beware of our master coming over and just whisking you off the mountain.
Jiang Yining heart-bitter smile.
He speaks one sentence. They speak 10 sentences.
Fortunately,
a cool figure soon appeared in front of the crowd.
White dresses like snow in fairy shapes. Yeah. Senior sister Su really came out. Su Baiwa just looked at Jiang Yining in a cold and clear manner,
with a sense of rejecting others.
What is it? Jiang Yining looked at it and liked the white color so much. Hurrying up, he said, Senior sister Su. Thank you for saving my life a few days ago.
Su Baiwa shook her head blandly.
No need.
When a Qingyan disciple encounters one,
they will all make a move. Jiang Yining went on to say.
Senior brother has prepared a clear thin hot pot at the Green Bamboo Peak.
As a token of appreciation.
I hope senior sister will appreciate it.
Su Baiwa frowned, seemingly a little reluctant. Sister Su. Yes. The two men speak in unison.
Jiang Yining was still ready to continue persuading, and hardened his mouth. He was surprised to find that senior sister Su had said okay in a tone of rejection.
For a while, it was confusing to figure out her path. Did you just have another question? No more. Senior sister Su. Please. Aha. Chapter 46, 3,000 Years of Feud. Green Bamboo Peak.
There happened to be just 4 people at the hot pot table.
Xiaoya and Lin Yuan were all forced to practice. At first, the atmosphere was a little cold. But after all, Su Baiwei had shown great kindness to the three. To borrow the words of Li Shuya, a great man.
A man with clear grudges.
And a great man with the top of the world. He led the way with a sincere hot lick.
Under the enthusiasm of the 3 people to find topics,
Su Baiwei gradually let go.
Jiang Yining counted to understand Su Baiwei a few points of temperament.
Coolness is really not her nature. When the fire rescue also proved this point. Mentally, he apologized for secretly calling it a white moonlight before.
Jiang Yining felt that there was a big possibility that she was just purely not good at socializing with people,
forming a kind of cool aura over time,
which in turn fueled the house speech and cold language style even more.
In addition, the cultivation talent being too good might also be a reason.
Usually the senior sisters of Condensation Peak were all respectful to her,
and it was hard to have a level-headed friendship.
Jiang Yining can't help but think of Blue Star's words, the Jiang who was more than just fighting and killing.
there are also human feelings. With these views, he simply spoke a bit more casually. Senior sister. It's a bit hard for you condensation peak sisters to fight. Subayu ate a mouthful of beef baiyi and subconsciously prepared to cross her legs to listen. But reacted and immediately closed her stance again. Zhang Yining saw this and laughed. It's just that it's hard to find senior sister. Subayu wasn't annoyed and explained. My master only accepts female disciples. And usually some male disciples will quietly go up the mountain to look for the senior sisters. So whenever the senior sisters see a male disciple coming up the mountain, they'll make fun of him for a few moments. Jiang Yining, fortunately, when the flying smoke sec sent the letter, senior sister received it in time. Subayu's complexion was much less cold. That won't be the case. The senior sisters are still clearly distinguishable, and won't stop them if there's a real emergency. Turning to her, she took the initiative to ask the first question of the day. Senior brother Jiang, the one that was bred in front of you is the Xianling immortal meditation grass. Her question drew Li Shuya to also look toward the spirit field. Jiang Yining was surprised. Senior sister Su also knows? Su Baiyue nodded. Master gave you the illusory spirit gold pill. And I made it a point to understand it. Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. Senior sister Su. Senior Leng set a 3-year appointment. When the time comes, please also. Don't worry. I'll do my best. Su Baiyue said seriously. Jiang Yining listened grimly. Li Shuya couldn't help but ask. Senior brother Jiang. This herb is related to the illusory spirit golden pill? Apparently. Big men don't never understand little things like flowers and plants. Jiang Yining quickly explained. Including the small illusory spirit gold pill, remark was not concealed. The crowd listened in amazement. And even though Lin Kong often worked here as a laborer, he had never understood the details. Li Shuya nodded his head repeatedly as he listened, showing great recognition. In that case, if senior brother Jiang breeds a 1,000-year portion in bulk, he will be making a major contribution to the immortal sect, and even indirectly affecting the possible future situation on Earth and in the immortal underworld? Good. A great man. As it should be. Jiang Yining. One wrong word can stir up his great manly kingly spirit. Jiang Yining deliberately laughed. Senior brotherly. Weren't you disappointed in my dream of farming before? This time is not the same as the other time. A hot pot. The atmosphere was sort of very cordial. The next day, Jiang Yining arrived at the top of the mountain early in the morning. To his amazement, the 10,000-year-old pinewood, surprisingly, did not stop growing, and yesterday's heavenly spiritual rhyme actually made it grow by 3%. 3% in 10,000 years. Representing what? Rep at least didn't immediately swing for the fences as soon as he broke through. And perhaps had a doobie stance. 3 days in a row. Jiang Yining came to see it every day. And just when he thought he was going to swing for the fences, pinewood grew another 1%. The discovery made him ecstatic. Will he or she perhaps breed the first Tao treasure? The only thing is that the fertilization catalyst interval seems to be too long. No. Perhaps there is a problem with the fertilization. Such a heavenly ancient pine. Its root system is afraid to drill under the small courtyard. Thinking of this, Jiang Yining hurriedly took Elder Xiong and spread spirit fertilizer over the entire mountain. Can't fertilize accurately, but it's better than doing nothing. On the second day, the length of maturity increased by another 1%. Sure enough, it still does some good. Marigold pine, 5%. It's just that the roots are all over the place, so I can't find the best fertilizer. So that's it. It can grow 1% every day. And if it doesn't swing,
It can break through Daobao in 95 days. I can afford to wait for this amount of time.
Next. It's up to God. Sunrise and sunset. Jiang Yining entered the state of idle immortal cultivation again. No. It doesn't exactly count. You still have to pick the seeds every day.
And with Master's absence, this workload becomes a big headache.
Lin Bitterempty was also online again. Struggling, 108 giant peak sword formation.
The time passes. Another 4 days. Today, the first batch of Xianling Xian meditation grass all broke through a 100-year portion and then swung in unison.
It coincided with another seed delivery from Wu Lao. Jiang Yining simply harvested them all and let Wu Lao take them away. Elder Wu was slightly saddened. Are you sure? Not to wait any longer. In case there is a 1,000-year-old copy? Jiang Yining patted his chest. Elder Wu. Don't worry. The humanoid treasure-seeking spirit mouse is here. The judgment won't be wrong.
Elder Wu could only smile helplessly.
Originally,
he was just a bit excited and casually talking. But when all 200 plants of Xianling Xian Hei Chao had been planted to 100 years old,
he had already believed everything Jiang Yining had said. By the way, Elder Wu, this picks out more than 300 seeds with enough vigor.
They should all be able to break through the 100-year portion. You alchemy peak go directly to the pill garden to plant them.
This is too small for me.
Jiang Yining figured out that breeding 100 years worth of copies could be completely handed over to Alchemy Peak. Just wait to pick seeds with an initial value of 4% and grow your own specialized millennial portions.
Wu Lao received the seeds. Surprisingly a little apprehensive. Hesitantly asked. Is there anything specific to say? On the Alchemy Peak breeding problems. Jiang Yining smiled. Elder Wu. You're the professionals. Why are you so unconfident? The kid can just feel the seed vitality. In fact, it's very good to breed the seed. Once every 3 hours. Watering 4 to 5 spoons of spiritual fertilizer. 4 times a day. Elder Wu nodded his head in a hurry. He wasn't recognizing Jiang Yining's expertise, but rather the feeling of a humanoid treasure hunting mouse. Okay. I'll go back and try it now. Not long after Elder Wu had left, a silhouette came through the air. Jiang Yining's face was joyful. Master Teacher had finally returned. Master, what have you been doing these days? Something to do with the Mahayana Heavenly Palace? Feng Yuqin nodded. The master borrowed the master's brother's most precious treasure, the pine pattern ancient fixed sword, and strolled around Daching to make a round, cutting down the demons and removing the devils. Jiang Yining looked at her and said with some hesitation, Master, you have a great grudge against the Mahayana Heavenly Palace? Last time I saw you raging. Humph. Not only for the master. Do you know the great chaos of the predecessor of the Daching dynasty 3,000 years ago? Jiang Yining nodded his head. Master has participated in the chaotic battle at that time?
Feng Yuqin was just about to continue explaining when suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly,
emitting a dangerous light. What do you mean? Master is like an old hag.
Jiang Yining choked for a moment,
reacting and waving his hands repeatedly. Master, you've misunderstood. Disciple just saw how excited you were at the time and misunderstood that he thought Master had participated in the battle.
Feng Yuqin looked at him before gradually regaining his lazy demeanor.
Jiang Yining took a dark breath. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, age is still a big no-no for a woman? This is not scientific. Feng Yuqin continued.
Compared to the heaven-swallowing demon cult,
the Mahayana Heavenly Palace is stained with the blood of many of Qing Yun's ancestors. Remember, whenever a green cloud disciple encounters the Mahayana Heavenly Palace, they will be killed without pardon. Yes. Disciple keeps that in mind. All right.
Master has been running around for a few days and needs to have a good lie down. Feng Yuqin waved his hand and told Zhang Yining to back off. By the way, for the teacher to cultivate so far, there are only more than 10 azimuths. Gate closed. Zhang Yining is speechless. Cultivation of immortality. This is cultivation of immortality. Still need to care so much about age. The fifth realm of the divine intent realm have been able to live 8,000 years. The seventh realm is definitely far more than 10,000 years of immortal existence. Even if it really lived 3,000 years and what? I don't get it. Besides, if you care, dare to be more specific. What with the 10 plus Koshi? 19 katas is also 1,000 years old demon. Of course, Zhang Yining didn't dare to say this explicitly. He had just left for a few steps when he suddenly turned his head again. By the way, Master, the pine tree at the top of the mountain has broken through 10,000 years old. There are at least 30 heavenly descending spiritual rhythms. I heard that it might be able to breed Tao rules. Do you want to go and take a look first? It might be helpful to you. We'll talk about it tomorrow. For the master doesn't want to move right now. Chapter 47. The green immortal bear comes down from the mountain. The next day, Zhang Yining grabbed his master up early in the morning. Got to work and have stewed 3 batches of seeds without picking. Although Feng Yuqin's face was slightly unhappy, he was still very cooperative. The great powers cooperated, all picking a full 2 hours before they were finally busy. But the results were delightful. Master, there are 2 very vigorous seeds. Definitely a 1,000-year portion. Yes. In Zhang Yining's eyes, the initial value of the seed is 4%. Oh. Feng Yuqin immediately changed his lazy attitude. Not bad. Come on and do a good job. The teacher fully supports you. Needless to say, Zhang Yining immediately ran out of breathing with his ass in the air. By the way, Master, the pine wood still has the potential to grow. If it is useful to you, also don't rush to refine and devour it first, in case it becomes a Taoist treasure. Got it. Got it. Hurry up and plant your grass. Feng Yuqin stretched her back and turned around to burrow into the cabin again. Hearing what Zhang Yining had said, she surprisingly simply didn't bother to go to the top of the mountain to check it out. Zhang Yining shook his head and smiled, and began to busy himself. 4 days. Zhang Yining resumed his leisure. Unexpectedly, 2 seeds that started at 4% grew 4% at a time, 16% a day, and are now both at 64%. Thousands of servings of breeding to ripen rather more quickly. After Lin Bitterpower's cultivation had skyrocketed, it seemed that his sword formation comprehension had also enhanced quite a bit, burning the 108 giant peak sword formation a bit faster than before. Zhang Yining was leisurely looking at the latest issue of the Immortal Sect Stargazer. Shushan eradicates 6 demonic hideouts. Huashan eradicates 5 demonic hideouts. Wuji Sword Sect eradicates 7 demonic hideouts. Green Cloud Sword Sect eradicates 13 demonic hideouts. There were 10 in a row, all of which were news of the 10 great immortal sects' demon removal efforts. Zhang Yining secretly thought that Qing Yun should be the master's credit. The 10 great immortal sects as agreed. It seems that the previous Kunlun's reminder played a role. Suddenly, a silver paper crane fell into the yard. Zhang Yining frowned. The golden crane is a green cloud summoner, and the silver crane is usually a chore. He opened it to see the message from the disciple guarding the mountain. Green Bamboo Peak Zhang's children. Someone is visiting South 9 Peaks, where Qing Yun is located. Although there are 3,000 mountains, the actual gathering place is only 180 peaks close to the 13 peaks. So surrounding these 180 peaks, there were some Qi practicing stage and outer sect disciples guarding the mountains.
Not for the sake of the enemy, but for hospitality. After all, under the 10 great immortal doors, there are many small doors and small sects. Cultivation less than the foundation cultivators. There are many people will not be able to sword art. If you come to Qin Yun have affairs, you can only go over the mountains. That's why Qin Yun established the mountain guardian disciples. Jiang Yining was puzzled and said to himself, Qinju Peak is the only one whose surname is Jiang. Looking for me. Who could it be? After hesitating for a moment, he sent his sword towards the southern 9 peaks. Go check it out. Where the green clouds are. There's nothing to be afraid of. A few moments to go. Where the southern 9 peaks mountain guard disciples were. It was just a simple high hut. Jiang Yining fell straight down. But senior brother Jiang? Several mountain guard disciples respectfully said. Jiang Yining had been nestled in the spirit field for years. And it was normal for the disciples guarding the mountain not to recognize him. But when they saw him coming with his sword, they immediately addressed him respectfully as senior brother. Jiang Yining nodded and didn't say anything more, but instead looked at a wretched Han Yu. Uncle Kong? How come it's you? When the man saw Jiang Yining, he had long been unable to hold back. Jiang Wazi. The village has been losing sheep every day for some time. And if it continues, the people are afraid that they will not be able to survive. So the head of the village can only send me and Dalao into the mountains to look for you. It was the villagers of the sheep village on the outskirts of the 3,000 Great Mountains. What about Uncle Lo? There are too many big mountains. We can only search separately. It has been 7 or 8 days. And now the village is afraid that we do not know how many sheep have been lost. He was in a great hurry. Jiang Yining immediately comforted. Uncle Chang. Don't be anxious. Wait and I'll go with you to take a look. He turned to the several mountain guard disciples and said. Several senior brothers. Please take care of this first. Seeing this, the mountain guard disciple hurriedly said. So it's senior brother Zhang's family. Don't worry, senior brother. Jiang Yining didn't explain and directly sent his sword back to Green Bamboo Peak. Dropping into the small courtyard, the master happened to be moving his muscles. Master. Disciple has to make a trip down the mountain. That Nade jade bead hasn't been given to me yet. Feng Yuqin frowned. What again? From the time you broke through the foundation establishment. Every time you go down the mountain instead I follow and suffer. Can you be of some use? Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. This time it shouldn't trouble master. Won't you want more? Although her mouth was nonchalant, she still threw out a sensory jade pearl. Jiang Yining caught the jade beads and hurriedly smiled. It's good to be prepared. Just in case. Master. Why don't you practice a few more at a time? So that disciples don't have to keep asking you for them. Humph. Feng Yuqin just let out a cold snort with a distinct attitude. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Master. Then you continue to move your muscles. Disciple will leave you alone for now. With that he shouted again. Heir. Come with me. Hey. Eldest brother. I'm here. I'm here. Look at Elder Bear running all the way here with a fawning face. Jiang Yining subconsciously looked at his master. Humph. Now there is also someone licking me. And his heart was balanced at once. The oldest 2 are already in the great demon realm. So they can't just farm. And in the future, when things go wrong, they can also be fighters. Jiang Yining looked at him. Hurry up. Follow me. Let's go. After saying that, he sent his sword. Xiong Lao Air hurriedly shouted. Hey. Eldest brother. I haven't gone up yet. Jiang Yining floated into the air and frowned. You're in the great demon realm and you still don't know how to fly?
Eldest brother.
I don't have wings.
Don't I know you don't have wings?
Jiang Yining was in a bad mood. Spirit beasts don't fly without wings? I'm not a spirit beast either. I'm a demon. Feng Yuqin couldn't look away.
Roll, roll, roll.
Can you have more common sense other than farming? Jiang Yining muttered. It's not less contact. After saying that,
he hurriedly made the sword dipper bigger.
Sheep village.
A bear and 2 men fall.
Village chief.
Village chief.
I found Jiang Wazi. In no time,
a large group of villagers gathered around.
Jiang Wazi, I can finally expect you to come.
The village has been haunted lately.
Always losing sheep. My family has lost over 16 of them.
The village head Su old uncle, leaning on his walking stick,
said loudly. Guys, don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. Slowly, and Jiang Wazi said. Jiang Yining also comforted. Auntie and Uncle Shan Xiaobo. You all take it easy for now. I'll check it out right away.
When he finished speaking, he looked at the village chief again.
Uncle Su. Were there any injuries?
No. Every day it's only when I get up in the morning and count the sheep that I notice 2 or 3 missing before I suspect that there's talk of ghosts and goblins.
It's been going on for half a month. And the whole village, totaling more than 300 sheep, has almost lost half of them. This arithmetic is problematic. But it is evident that Su Bo is also in a real hurry. Jiang Yining, it's good that no one was hurt. I'll take a look around the village now.
While the adults were eager, the children's focus was different. And they watched the bear's penis glow.
Big Brother Jiang. Did you take in this black bear demon?
Brother Jiang. Can I touch his head? Bear Elder stood up his chest.
A bunch of yellow-mouthed little children. I am the green cloud immortal bear. Not a demon.
Old Uncle Su quickly scolded.
All play aside.
Don't disturb your brother Jiang in his business.
Because of Jiang Yining's relationship,
the guys are not afraid of this bear head and body.
Chapter 48, The Green Fish Becomes a Spirit.
Jiang Yining and Elder Xiong carefully searched the 20 miles around the village.
Didn't find anything avian fierce. 20 miles is far enough.
It stands to reason that losing sheep every day,
not too many at a time, would be the work of the avian fury in the neighborhood.
There really is something. Running hundreds of miles to steal a few sheep and go. That Jiang Yining cannot help. Eventually, the 2 men stopped in front of a mountain river, about 5 miles from the village, from which the villagers usually drew their water. It was from the range of the great mountain of Qingyun, a small river from the south, the lower reaches of which converged into a large river.
The famous Qinglu River in the south of the Daqing dynasty.
Jiang Yining looked at Xiang Laoer. It's also just this small mountain river that hasn't been carefully searched.
You go down and look up and down the river.
Eldest brother.
I haven't grown a fishtail. If you don't have a tail, you can't swim? Aha! Don't bears like fish? Well, but I still can't swim.
Jiang Yining felt that he had brought a burden, and said in a bad mood,
If you can't fly, and if you can't swim, what else can you do?
Eldest brother.
I can farm. Jiang Yining opened his mouth. This left him speechless. Eventually,
1 man and 1 bear returned to the village.
Eldest brother. Do you not know how to swim either? All right. All right. You've asked all the way. Let's guard the village for the night and see what's stealing the sheep. Into the night.
The 2 men crouched by a pile of hay outside the village.
Splat. Jiang Yining glared angrily. You're snoring again.
Bear Laoer quickly stared wide-eyed. Big senior brother.
No, I can be spirit. I just thought that the sheep thief is too infuriating to the bear. Breathing a little louder. I really did not sleep. Okay. Stop talking. The night is getting darker. Jiang Yining skimmed at Elder Xiong every now and then. And the latter's tired. Drooping eyes instantly glared. Jiang Yining forced a yawn. MD. Drowsiness is truly contagious. Suddenly, a dark shadow slowly touched the village. Here we go. Jiang Yining hurriedly lowered his breath. But the bear's penis dabbed out. Little thief. You've worn Master Bear down tonight. It chided angrily. The black shadow was so shocked that it did not make the slightest pause and turned back to flee. Jiang Yining was so angry that he could only rush to catch up. Elder Xiong shouted angrily. Little thief. Stop. The result, for sure, would not be what it was intended to be. In pursuit here. On the run there. Seeing that he was about to catch up. Enough for the sword dipper to attack. Jiang Yining's sword commanded out. But then he saw the dark figure leap and dive into the water. It turned out to be in front of the mountains and rivers. Jiang Yining hurriedly swung out his sword astral surge. Whoosh! Put! 20 or 30 sword asters entered the water one after another. Stirring up ripples. Didn't even catch a hair. Jiang Yining looked at Elder Xiong in exasperation. You're in a hurry. What's your hurry? Elder Xiong lowered his head and looked as if he would not return a blow or a curse. Eldest Senior Brother. I also want to catch him quickly. Jiang Yining huffed and puffed and looked at the water. I suddenly glazed over and seemed to flutter with what? Go on. Fish it out quickly. I can't swim. Okay. Big brother. Elder Bear transformed into his body at once. And at the great demon realm. He was more than 4 feet tall. It went down to the river and slowly tried to move forward. Luckily the river was not too deep. Even the middle position only reached its shoulders. Soon after, the old man bear salvaged the stuff and brought it ashore. Scales. Greenish black. Facepalm sized. With an oily, reflective surface. Jiang Yining took it in his hand and tried it. Light. But tough. Eldest brother. I think it's a scale. I can see. Elder Bear hemmed and hawed. I mean, it's the big fish becoming a spirit. Become a spirit? Not still a demon. Xiong Laoer's head shook out a rattledrum. No. Fish can rarely forge into a demon. Usually slowly devouring aura. Hard to say. Barely counted on the path of spirit beasts. When it came to demonic beasts and fowls, it was still more vocal. Jiang Yining frowned. This is difficult to get. A person and a bear are not good water. Maybe when he left, it went ashore again with sheep. The next daytime, Jiang Yining took Xiong Laoer to the lower reaches of the mountain river. Laoer. You go down. Let's hurry upstream. If you find a big fish scurrying past you, shout immediately. Yes. Eldest brother. Elder Bear immediately transformed into his original body. And after knowing that the river was not capable of drowning him, he jumped down with great alacrity. Jiang Yining also rose up with his sword, floating in the air to follow behind Elder Xiong by about 10 feet. It was something he had come up with in case the fish spirit was still hiding nearby. It was always something to try. 2. Spread your arms out and slowly walk upstream. Yes. Eldest brother. Xiong Laoer stood in the middle of the river. His arms stretched out, occupying at least half of the river. So big scales. The fish essence is afraid that it is not small. If in Xiong Laoer wrong side, Xiong Laoer must be able to feel.
just to see if the fish spirit is still around. One man and one bear. Slowly traveling upstream. This walk. Half an incense stick of time quietly passed. The further upstream you go, the narrower the river gets. As we watched, one man and one bear were about to return to the vicinity of the sheep village. Suddenly, Elder Bear let out a loud cry. Jiang Yining immediately understood and waved his sword finger. 109 sword deities instantly came out and descended from the sky. The sword dipper shot intensely into the river, completely sealing behind Elder Xiong. Pa dash. A giant tail lifted off the surface of the river, stopped in front of the dense sword dangles, and reversed itself to rush upstream. The speed was so fast that it instantly broke out into a surge. Eldest Brother. Eldest Brother. Ran away. Without the need for Elder Xiong to remind him, Jiang Yining had already chased after him. But the fish spirit was underwater and faster than his imperial sword. Jiang Yining didn't fly far and immediately reversed back, once again following behind Elder Xiong. Surprisingly, they are really hiding nearby. They didn't escape last night. If they want to escape now, they won't have a chance. Jiang Yining, on the contrary, was in no hurry. There's no need to rush. Go slowly upstream. It can't run. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Bear yelled again. Jiang Yining immediately shot 100 sword diameters again, deadlocking the river. Jiang Yining revealed a smile. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and didn't chase upstream just now. The fish sperm showed its tail and repeated the trick, again sending a wave surge upstream. Jiang Yining didn't even bother chasing after him. Little man. Fight me. Go on. Dick. Let's just go slowly upstream. You've got a big fish today. Good Lou. But Eldest Brother, what if it goes upstream to the shore and runs away? Jiang Yining frowned. Fear not. It's not fast enough to go ashore. But if it leaves a trail, it will be able to catch up with it. In fact, Jiang Yining wasn't sure. He could only bet. The river definitely wouldn't give way. And it would be its life if it really ran away. As it gets further upstream, the river gets narrower and the water gets shallower. And both of Xiong Laoer's shoulders are exposed to the water. The fish sprites were getting more and more urgent. And the impacts were coming more and more frequently. A few times even rushed into the shooting sword astral. In the end, it didn't dare to rush through, but instead left more than a dozen scales behind. In this way, Jiang Yining was instead relieved that it probably wouldn't run ashore. Over and over again, Jiang Yining could probably see it. A green fish spirit. A 3-foot-long green fish. As the two continue on. Finally, upstream, 30 to 40 feet away from the man and the bear, a huge green and black head peeked out of the water. Eldest Brother. It's coming out. The green fish spirit, however, spat out human words. Supreme Immortal. The little demon did not do any evil. Just stole and ate a few sheep. Please. Supreme Immortal. Seeing that it is not easy for the little demon to cultivate, spare the little demon. The voice was crisp, like a doll's voice. Jiang Yining, spare you? Go ashore. Go ashore first. The two sides confronted each other for a while, and the green fish spirit seemed to have a hard time making a decision. Humph. If you don't come ashore now, you won't be so nice when we force you ashore, Jiang Yining said, the sword dipper all floating behind him. Elder. Continue. Shang Xian. I'll go ashore. I'll go ashore now.
Green fish spirit said. Mouth spit a water bubble. Then, it leapt into the water bubble and fell towards the shore. At the same time, the two fins under the gills unexpectedly transformed into a pair of two-toed forepaws. Jiang Yining did not go ashore, but scolded the green fish spirit. Stay away from the river. Green fish spirit helpless. A pair of two toes palm. Actually completely support the entire body. Fast crawling. At the same time, the fish tail keeps swinging. Like still swimming in the water in general. It was driven away from the edge of the river channel before one man and one bear came ashore. In the water. It was the imperial sword that couldn't even catch up. On the shore, Jiang Yining instead had the confidence to run. Having chased it once last night, how far it could run. Green fish essence also seems to be clear. Looking at a man and a bear surrounded. Did not escape. Chapter 49, The Evil Scale. Supreme Immortal. Little demon really hasn't harmed anyone. And saved a few shipwrecks in the Qinglu River in the beginning. I beg Supreme Immortal to be merciful and spare little demon. The green fish spirit begged for mercy one after another. Jiang Yining disdained. You don't harm people. How many sheep have you eaten? If I hadn't appeared. The sheep village relies on you to eat all the sheep. The green fish spirit rolled his large fish eyes and seemed innocent. Supreme Immortal. Little demon has no choice. As the clear Willow River has been overrun by the evil Jiao for 10,000 miles. Little demon has no choice but to return here once again. This is little demon's birthplace. Jiang Yining, your birth is here? Back to the Supreme Immortal. Little demon was born in the mountain and river in the first place. And I don't know how long it took to give birth to spiritual wisdom. But this is where little demon was born. Jiang Yining pondered for a moment. Then stared at it and said. So, in the past, when the sheep village lost sheep, it was also you who stole them? The green fish spirit rolled his fish eyes again. When the spirit was first realized as curious, was eaten a few times. Jiang Yining seems to have solved an ultimate confusion at once. No wonder he had been searching for sheep for so many years and had never found a single fleece. But after that, the little demon didn't do it. Down the river to the clear Willow River. The little demon really has never harmed anyone. The Supreme Immortal can go and check. Because in the Qinglu River begging for people was found. And some sections of the river even have inscriptions carved for the little demon to sing his praises. Jiang Yining frowned. Checking himself is lazy. But the sheep village thing, it really did not lie. Only stole sheep. Did not hurt the villagers of the sheep village. But you've also taken a toll on the villagers. I'll pay for it. The green fish spirit said in a hurry. Opened his mouth and actually spit out more than 10 pearls. Each one is as big as a sparrow's egg. The little demon grew up listening to people chatting under the cruise ship and knew that this bead was worth money and could be exchanged for food. Jiang Yining pondered and hesitated for a while. Suddenly strangling the spell in his hand. A green-colored sword seal disappeared into the body of the green fish spirit. The green fish spirit quickly rolled his fish eyes. And he didn't know if he was terrified or what. But he looked one way anyway. Supreme Immortal. Spare your life. Spare the little demon. Listening to its voice, it was horrified. Jiang Yining, I'll grant you the Qingyan sword seal. In the future, you can continue to live in the river. But you can no longer steal sheep to eat. Originally, I was thinking that in case something happened to the ghost lady again, I learned the sword seal. Didn't have to keep bothering Lin Kong and making him ghostly. I didn't expect to use it on the green fish spirit first. The green fish spirit was still rolling his fish eyes. Supreme Immortal. What is the green cloud sword seal? Jiang Yining was puzzled. You were born here and don't know about the green cloud sword sect? Don't know about the 10 great immortal sects? Supreme Immortal. Little demon indeed doesn't know. Then why do you call me an immortal? I used to hear people tell stories under the cruise ship. So I know there are fairies in the world. Jiang Yining was helpless and quickly explained it all over. Therefore, the Qingyun Sword Seal is the authorization seal of my Qingyun Sword Sect for the goblins and ghosts that are willing to cultivate in peace within the Qingyun territory. If you encounter other immortal sects and display the Qingyun Sword Seal, you will know that you belong to Qingyun. And you will generally not be touched. Bear Dick. Show him. Yes. Eldest Brother. The green fish spirit rolled his eyes and looked at the bear elder. Seeing that the bear demon's forehead also had a green-colored sword mark. Exactly the same as the one that didn't enter his body. The green fish spirit hurriedly thanked. Thank you. Supreme Immortal. It is not stupid. Jiang Yining some explanation it listened to understand. The original world there are many immortal door and immortal. If you belong to Qingyun, it can be considered as a talisman to save your life. And don't be happy if it harms anyone. I can trace you back based on the Qingyun Sword Seal. Jiang Yining bluffed at some. The green fish spirit repeatedly assured. No. No. The little demon has never harmed anyone. It said surprisingly spit out a bunch of pearls from its mouth again. The largest one was as big as a fist. The Supreme Immortal's great kindness is beyond the little demon's ability to repay. May these beads be of some use to you. Jiang Yining smiled and shook his head. A bunch of mundane things. What use could they be to himself? But still. Subconsciously. Luck is in the eye. Ha! This look was another shock. Surprisingly, it has a growth value, 7%. Exactly the biggest pearl. A spirit? Is this the natural way of nature? Where good is rewarded? Jiang Yining picked up and scrutinized. You found these at the bottom of the river? Over the years, Little Demon has swallowed many mussels at the bottom of the Qinglu River. And some of them have these beads inside them. Okay. I'll take this one for now. Jiang Yining was prepared to go back and check to see if there were any records of related spirit treasures. Upper Immortal. Little Demon's cultivation is not enough. Can't go ashore for too long yet. The blisters can't support it anymore. Okay. Go back to the water. And remember, don't steal the villagers' mutton in the future. The green fish spirit seems to be very innocent, Supreme Immortal. The mountains and rivers are too small. And the fish and shrimp in them are not enough for me to eat. So I stole the sheep. The Qinglu River is overrun by the evil scow. And I don't dare to go. Then you want to live in the mountains and rivers for fear of not being able to. Jiang Yining suddenly paused. Then said. It is not impossible. First go back to the river and wait for me. I'll let the villagers come over. And later you can use the pearls to trade with them for sheep. Specifically, you can talk to the villagers yourself. By the way, you swallow back all the pearls first. And don't give too many to the villagers at once. Lest you attract evil people and harm them instead. Okay. Shang Xian. Thank you. Supreme Immortal. The green fish spirit hastily swallowed the pearl pile. Then went first to the river. By the river. The villagers at first still feel incredible. But with Xiang Lao air in the first. Soon to be relieved. Instead, he surrounded the green fish spirit and talked endlessly. The green fish spirit, perhaps for the first time talking normally to a human, had a feeling of equal integration. Rolling his fish eyes vigorously and sounding agitated. It appeared very happy to communicate. Unbeknownst to them, it was only the villagers of the sheep village who had been in contact with Jiang Yining for a long time. And that was why they had a higher degree of contact with goblins and ghosts. I'll eat 3 sheep a day and trade you beads for them.
And I'll go ashore to help with what I can.
Just the sheep?
Can pigs and cows work? The village can arrange for manpower to go to the bazaar and exchange pearls for a batch of pigs and cows to come over for captivity.
Pigs and cows will do.
A group of kids were even bold enough to touch the fish's head.
Can I call you Big Green from now on? Can you take us out on the river later? Everything settled down. Jiang Yining prepared to leave. Once again cautioning seriously. Don't harm anyone. Or else the elder eminence of Qin Yun,
relying on the sword seal,
will easily catch you. Don't worry. Supreme Immortal. Don't worry. The mackerel spirit was a grateful one. It really liked the feeling of normal communication. Uncle Su. If it commits a crime, you let Uncle Chang find me again. Okay? Jiang Wazi. Guys. Hurry back and roast a few whole goats. We can't let Jiang Wazi go back with an empty stomach. No time.
The villagers set up a bonfire right on the spot by the river.
The green fish spirit was surprisingly quick to blend in.
Elder Bear also ate with his mouth full of oil.
Little Green.
From now on you're also a fish with status.
Green Cloud Immortal Fish.
Don't fall behind our prestige.
You know. Never mind what evil augur.
When Old Brother is free in the future.
To help you go to retrieve the scene. And gasping for breath. I will help you to pull out its skin.
And draw its tendons.
Jiang Yining mocked. Why don't you go now?
Old Bear hemmed and hawed and whispered.
Learn to swim first. Learn to swim first. Back to Green Cloud.
Jiang Yining first reported the Qin Yin granted seal green fish spirit. Then he also reported the fact that there was an evil augur in the Qinglu River.
Of course.
In the end is not the evil augur.
Guanxia Peak will naturally go to check. But the latter thing will have nothing to do with their own. Merely happened to learn this news. By the way to report it. Chapter 50, 1,000 years of immortal underworld grass is achieved. Green Bamboo Peak. Jiang Yining was scrutinizing the pearl given by the green fish spirit. Have gone to the manifestation court to check it out. The record book of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth records that there are two kinds of pearls that may have so much to do with them. Brahma Sea Strange Tears. Strange Treasure. A kind of bead found in the East Sea. A water treasure. Candle Dragon Jade Dew Bead. A precious treasure. Light as jade. A treasure of purine. One of the materials for the formation of the yin-yang jindan. Why it might matter? Because the pearl has a growth value. If not for the green fish spirit to obtain. So that the river bottom mussels pregnant for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Perhaps it is one of the records. It could also be a brand new spiritual treasure. Of course. The greater likelihood is that the mussels don't live that long and the pearls stay at the spirit level forever. Jiang Yining doesn't care. First collected in the storage ring. When the time comes to ask Wu Lao. Ing Wen Tai. To see the alchemy of Dan and treasure. Use it or not. The days are leisurely again. Half a month goes by in a flash. Jiang Yining was reading the newspaper on his recliner after picking out seeds with his master. Ever since the first batch of 100-year-old Xianling Xianhe grass was successfully harvested, Alchemy Peak has been more energetic. Within 2 days, a batch of seeds will be delivered. However, it turned out to be good too. In the spiritual field, the Xianling Xian meditation grass, with an initial value of 4%, was already 13 beads. The two plants that were planted at the very beginning are already 92% centennial. And with 2 more applications of fertilizer today, they will break through the 1,000 year mark. Let Jiang Yining very save. Fixed 16% growth every day. 10 years of copies. 100 years of copies did not bring the slightest card point. I think the same should be true for the millennium portion today. The pine wood on the top of the mountain is now 11% of the 10,000 year.
Xiao Jiang's self-consciousness some grasp.
Perhaps have to find Uncle Pan. It doesn't follow the routine. Sometimes it doesn't respond for days. Sometimes it grows 2% in a day. You can only go with the flow. And it's best if you can do the treasure. Suddenly,
the crane falls into the yard. Jiang Yining hurriedly removed the immortal sex starry newspaper. And the crane cocked its head to look at the courtyard, huffing and puffing Shan Lao air.
Then spread its wings and left. Brother Crane. Take care. Jiang Yining smiled as he unfolded the astrological newspaper. Spiritual Treasure Sect. A grand treasure auction will be held at the end of the month. When a treasure will be auctioned.
Spiritual Treasure Sect. Under the top 10 immortal sects. Famous for refining treasures. Not that the refined magic treasures are so powerful, but the quantity is large. The disciples under his discipline are about a handful of equipment streams. Even at the chi practicing stage, all hands are equipped with 3 treasures. One for defense, one for offense, and one for escape. Fabric power. Putting it aside for the moment, at least it attracted many wild cultivators to join the spiritual treasure sect. So in the last 100 years, it has grown rapidly. Along with the Starry Night Pavilion and the Flying Smoke sect, they were known as the 3 sects most likely to impact the 11th Great Immortal Sect.
Jiang Yining laughed. Using treasures to attract popularity. But you're willing to put down money. To know.
As the contemporary facade of the Qingyun sister Su. When the begging for 10,000 years of bamboo did not work. Have not even devoured the treasures.
Of course. It's not that peak masterling can't get it. Only.
If it's just for the sake of practicing the green cloud 10,000 sword deity in advance.
It's a bit of a luxury and a big deal. Treasures often are heaven and earth nurturing millions of years into. So like Jiang Yining's behavior is really a defeat. But it is he,
with his fiery eyes, who is able to spot cultivatable spiritual treasures. And treasures appear less precious before him.
Jiang Yining was continuing to look at the astrological newspaper. Sayaka suddenly ran out of the cabin. Great Immortal Brother. Great Immortal Brother. I've practiced the 3rd level of Qi.
Oh?
Jiang Yining smiled happily,
flipping his hand and pulling out 3 bottles of Qi practicing Dan from his storage ring and stuffing them into Xiaoya's hands.
Come on, do it. Keep it up. Brother De Xian. I have 2 more bottles in the house that I haven't even finished. Behave yourself. And do you still want to heal your mother? This statement highlights the fact that one hand is tried and true.
Xiaoya reluctantly gave an O sound and took the Qi practicing Dan like it was a test of 100 copies.
Resulting in a reward of 3 sets of exercise books at home. Jiang Yining felt a bit intolerant. Little ya. You have to cheer up. Wait for some time. Eldest brother will bring your mother up to the mountain and accompany you every day. Little Ma raised her head,
her eyes wide with expectation.
Brother De Xian. Really?
Jiang Yining rubbed her head.
When has eldest brother ever lied to you? Yay! Little Ma jumped up at once. Brother De Xian. You're so nice. Jiang Yining smiled. Knowing that eldest brother is good. It's all the more reason to double your cultivation. And when you've grown up. In case eldest brother is bullied one day. You'll bully eldest brother back. Aha! Big fairy brother. I'll cultivate well and help big fairy brother fight bad guys in the future. Sima spoke seriously. Suddenly she was puzzled again. Big Xian brother. If someone bullies you, can't we look for our master? Jiang Yining laughed. What if master is not here? Xiaoya nodded her head seriously. Brother De Xian. I know. I'll go cultivate now. Suddenly, the door opens. Feng Yuqin stood in the doorway, stretching his lazy waist extremely hard. His slender posture, like a lazy cat stretching its limbs. Kid, did you just curse the master? Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile. Master. How dare disciple? I'm just motivating little senior sister. Junior sister has good talent. Can't slack off. This has only been on the mountain for about 2 months. It's the third layer of qi practicing. Thinking about it, disciples couldn't break through a layer in a year. Cut. Feng Yuqin disdained. People should know themselves. Don't trouble yourself. There's no way to compare some things. Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. I was just talking casually. But I didn't mean to climb. By the way, Master, the seeds sent by Elder Wu yesterday haven't been picked yet. Working now? Feng Yuqin skimmed a glance at Jiang Yining and walked out of the courtyard in large strides. Master will go for a walk and come back first. Also, you go down to the mountain and give Master a good beating today. Jiang Yining got up helplessly and rose with his imperial sword. Zern over. The people of Green Bamboo Peak plus a Lin and drudgery empty. Were eating hot pot. Recently, Lin Kong's comprehension of sword formations had improved. And he had burned sword formations a little bit faster. The 108 Giant Peak Sword Formation has completed 30 Sword Astral Formation bases. Since he was burned by the Sun Essence Phoenix inflammation, every time he looked at Feng Yuqin's eyes, he was a little afraid. But of course, there was also more strong respect. Feng Yuqin knocked the hot pot basin with his chopsticks. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Hurry up and pour the slices of meat down for your master. Jiang Yining turned back. Oh. The meatloaf came off the pan. And he turned his head back to Rada. There was no other reason. The 2 plants that were the first to be bred, Xianling Immortal Meditation Grass, were about to break through. Even after figuring out the pattern of the seeds, he was still inevitably nervous. After all, it was his first breakthrough. 1,000-year portion. The only way to be completely at ease is to actually break through. It didn't take long. The 2 herbs pulled up slightly by an inch. It's a done deal. Par for the course. Jiang Yining subconsciously let out a long breath. Hurriedly, he put down his dishes and ran to the spirit field. Seeing this, Feng Yuqin was puzzled. 1,000 years old? She's still paying quite a bit of attention to this. Yes. Master. Good. I'm not ashamed that I've been busy with you for so long. Starting from this month, Master is going to collect the money. Lin Kong also unconsciously got up and followed to the spirit field. It was one thing to hear Jiang Yining say it before. But now that he had actually seen the Xianling Immortal Meditation Grass breed a 1,000-year-old portion, he still felt big incredulous. Brother Jiang. So, small illusory spirit gold pill is really going to be mass-produced in Qingyun? Jiang Yining smiled and nodded. Lin Kong's eyes couldn't help but fire up a few times. Himself. No. It was Qingyun's generation. Or even the previous generation. That would accelerate the breakthrough to Yuaning. Just don't know exactly how the sect distributes these elixirs. Chapter 51, The Revitalization of the Qing Dynasty's Children. A new day. There was some lively atmosphere in the Green Cloud Sword sect. Crossing over? Unbeknownst to me, I have stepped into my 21st year from today. New Year's, for the cultivators, has actually lost much of its atmosphere. Only, like Lin Kong's category, return to the mundane world. And Qingyun is lively. Not because of the new year, but every first day of the new year. Scrupulous Zhengfeng will distribute the rewards of the previous year. Scrupulous Zheng Peak. Like Guanxia Peak. was present at the beginning of the establishment of Qingyun, and is the law enforcement peak of Qingyun, in charge of rewards and punishments. And today's announcement is about the previous year's act of chivalry for each peak. Jiang Yining never went along for the ride, without any other reason. Every year, Green Bamboo Peak would take the laurels, padding out with 0.5 pieces of act of chivalry per disciple. Why 0.5 pieces? Acts of chivalry are all distributed through Guanxia Peak. But Jiang Yining is doing good deeds and reporting them himself. For this situation, it's not impossible. Generally, it is well known. Even on the report of the Xingjiu newspaper, Guan Xiaofeng also recognized. Anyway, it is all about rising the prestige of Qingyun and converging the hearts and minds of Qingyun. No more than that. Arrange a visit to the nearest Green Cloud Pavilion. But in the case of Jiang Yining, after once or twice, simply give a 0.5 coefficient, which can be said to be the precedent of the Qingyun. So, Feng Yuqin didn't say much about it. This year, by all rights, 0.5 should have been removed. At least for a proper chivalry with a couple of Wang and Li. But I think 1 chivalry per capita. Qingju Peak bottom of the list still cannot run away. There are rewards for being first in all the peaks. This is to encourage more cultivation of the new generation. Similarly, the top 10 disciples with the most acts of chivalry are rewarded with over 3,000 spirit stones. And the top 100 are also rewarded with over 100 spirit stones. 2 points above. Obviously none of them would have much to do with Green Bamboo Peak. Therefore, Jiang Yining was too lazy to get involved. The only thing that contributed was a pad. Maybe 13th would appreciate it. Yet Jiang Yining didn't know. Today, there was also a big announcement. Li Shuya came with his sword. And when he landed, he hurriedly asked, "Senior brother Jiang, your 1,000-year portion of immortal underworld grass breeding has been successful?" "Oh, elder brother is a great man. But he also cares about flowers and plants?" Jiang Yining smiled and invited Li Shuya to take a seat. Li Shuya, however, said with a straight face, "Today Scrupulous Peak announced the Green Cloud Dan." Green Cloud Pill? Jiang Yining was puzzled. "Elder brother, stop playing dumb riddles and speak directly with me," Li Shuya quickly explained. Green Cloud Dan. Listening to the efficacy. It should be the little illusory spirit gold Dan that senior brother said last time. In the future, the top 10 in each year's acts of chivalry will be rewarded with at least 1. And the first place even 3 or more. At the same time, 1 for each of the top 3 from each peak. And 2 for the contemporary Qingyun 10. 1 year's reward. There are also various other contributions, such as some precious Jiedan materials and Yuan Ing materials, which can be exchanged for. He said half a moment in a row. Jiang Yining, however, was thinking of another problem. Qingyun Dan, named after Chongyun. It's a bit shameless when you should say no. I don't know if it's the meaning of Chang sect or the meaning of Master Wan Feng. Li Shuya also laughed brightly when he finished. In the future, act of chivalry is afraid that the competition will intensify. And there may even be a situation where there aren't enough quests to take on at Guanxia Peak. Senior brother's move can be considered a blessing in disguise for the people of Daqing. It is what a great man would do. Jiang Yining smiled and shook his head. Don't flatter me, senior brother. I just want to plant a field quietly and cultivate immortality leisurely. Suddenly, a paper crane fell into the small courtyard. Jiang Yining opened it, and it turned out to be a flying letter from senior sister Sue, asking the same thing. It was rare for Fairy Coldmoon to take the initiative to communicate with someone. Jiang Yining suspected that it was the last few people who were too enthusiastic about the hot pot. Still gave her a positive response though. On this day, all the Qingyun children were abuzz. Time passes and most of another month passes. Jiang Yining was resting with his eyes closed. Wu Lao came. Kid. Still sleeping. Choose your seed. Jiang Yining opened his eyes and immediately laughed. Elder Wu. Where's my Qingyan Dan? It doesn't only allow the horse to run and doesn't give the horse any grass to eat. Starting from the first 2,000-year-old plants, Shanling Xian He grass, maturing. 14,000-year-old plants had been provided to Alchemy Peak up to today. Breeding was also handed over to Alchemy Peak. And Jiang Yining was in charge of selecting the seeds. This is for several reasons. Jiang Yining himself did not wish to be famous. And Qingyun needed to hide and protect him. After all, letting it be known that the breeding of the 1,000-year-old Shanling Xian He grass was due to Jiang Yining. It was inevitable that it would be missed by someone with an axe to grind. For this reason, sect leader Chang had even made a point of speaking with Lin Kong, Lei Shuya, and Su Baiyue personally. And the new generation knew just the three of them. Elder Wu waved his hand and pulled out a jade bottle. Here you go, here you go. It can be less for you. But this time there are only 7 of them. It's just starting now. The 1,000-year portion needs a growth cycle. Next month it will be stable and sustainable. Jiang Yining happily accepted the elixir. Elder Wu. I understand. It couldn't be helped. 30 seeds couldn't be picked in a day. Mainly because Alchemy Peak didn't acquire seeds that fast. When you find a seed with an initial value of 4%, plant one. When the very first growth cycle passes, it will be normal later. In fact, before, Jiang Yining had overestimated and had picked 28 seeds with an initial value of 4% only last month. Certainly not their own problem. The pot can only be the Alchemy Peak. The supply of seeds cannot keep up. Elder Wu was windy. Handed the seeds to Jiang Yining. And left. Remember. Hurry up and pick out the seeds. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll be done picking out seeds by the time your old man sends them over next time. Jiang Yining looked at the pills in his hand and smiled. As for the promised 30,000 spirit stones per month. This time Alchemy Peak didn't give a single penny less. And the master had collected the bill a few days earlier. Suddenly, the crane landed in the courtyard. Jiang Yining received the immortal Sect Starry Night report and happily touched the back of the crane, which inclined its head to look at him and spread its wings with a new cry and left. Exhibition report. The top 10 immortal doors. 10 days later gathered in the green cloud. Contemporary disciples fighting exchange. But in fact, the speculation is for the recent hot Qingyan Dan. According to reliable information, the probability is that Qingyun has found a way to breed 1,000 years of Shanling Xianxian grass. Qingyun nearly a month in the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr frequent big action. Qingyun often head of the clear statement. Welcome all the immortal sect to observe the fight. Ooh. Jiang Yining didn't expect things to spread so quickly. Perhaps. I didn't expect the Yi Green Cloud Dan to be so influential. The immortal cultivation world, which had been calm for many years, seemed to have had a stone dropped on it, instantly stirring up ripples. Green Cloud Dan is exactly that stone. In fact, when sect leader Chang was talking to Lin Kong and the others, asking to keep things related to Jiang Yining a secret, Jiang Yining had asked sect leader Master why he didn't simply block the news and privately reward the Qingyun disciples with 30 pills per month and taking 10 pills for himself. Qingyun would only have 240 pills a year. And 10 years would only be 400 pills, which could be completely internalized. Chang Palm's answer. 1. As the great righteousness and commitment of the 10 great immortal sects. After all,
The entire immortal cultivation world has a common sword hanging over its head.
Not immortal mountain.
Therefore,
at least we'll be divided a little out. Let the crowd of immortal door to cultivate their own talented children. Secondly, Xingyun 30,000 disciples. And then how to reward privately. Who cannot guarantee that the news is not the slightest leakage? Chapter 52, There are great powers beyond the sky? Green Bamboo Peak. All 4 masters and disciples are in the small courtyard today.
Jiang Yining looked at Feng Yuqin.
Master, do you mean that I can take the green cloud pill without your protection?
Feng Yuqin is very disdainful. You are the 5th layer of foundation building. Or the perfect foundation building of the achievement of the mountain bamboo. Swallowing a pill is still so afraid of death.
This is not the real, illusory spirit golden pill.
1/3 of the effect only.
Jiang Yining laughed dryly.
Yes. Yes.
Then, Master, you will protect senior brother and sister. He got 7 pills at a time.
He was still very conscientious and took out the bearing of a big senior brother.
First giving one to Lin Yuan and Xiaoya to take one each. Relationships are meant to be nurtured slowly.
Otherwise, how can you point and shoot later? But it had to be said that the 2 little ones' journey to cultivate immortality was too much smoother than the bitter Jiang Yining before. Feng Yuqin walked over to the wooden stool and sat down.
Come over here.
You too. Sit down in front of your master to cultivate and take pills. For the words of the master. The 2 small from dare not ask more questions.
Hurriedly follow the words to implement.
The 2 little ones swallowed the green cloud dan.
And in an instant,
their faces revealed the color of pain.
Concentrate your mind and run the circumference. The master lightly laughed,
his hands already resting on the shoulders of the 2 men.
Jiang Yining had tried this feeling of his body wanting to burst.
Even if the green cloud pill only had 1/3 of the effect of the spirit illusion gold pill, it was not something that the 2 small could easily afford.
In the beginning,
when he swallowed the illusory spirit gold pill, he directly broke through the 4th layer from the 1st layer of foundation establishment.
According to reason,
the medicinal power of the green cloud pill,
how could it be enough to break through the 2nd layer from the 1st layer of foundation establishment?
The foundation establishment true qi had become liquid. Compared to the gaseous form of the qi practicing stage, the amount of true qi held was not half a star. Senior brother and sister swallowed the green cloud dan at this time. I don't know how much they can break through at one time.
It won't be directly practicing the 9th layer of qi. Feng Yuqin suddenly said. You're still not cultivating. What are you looking at here? Jiang Yining smiled.
Oh.
This is cultivation,
he said as he walked over to his master and sat up in a sitting position.
Master, disciple is saying that in case you can't hold out,
you still have hands to help disciple protect the law.
And feet. Feng Yuqin nonchalantly kicked, sending Jiang Yining 2 or 3 feet away. Get out of here. Look at you. Jiang Yining didn't care. Climbed up and patted the dust on his body. Still running his ass off to sit down next to his master. Without further ado, directly swallowed the green cloud dan. Instantly, there was a slight swelling and pain in the sea of qi. Master. Or bloat.
Humph. Jiang Yining only heard a cold snort from his master and did not help himself. One can only hasten to collect the mind and refine the medicinal power.
2 hours later, Jiang Yining opened his eyes. After feeling it, the sea of qi was full.
Yet it was still at the 5th level of foundation establishment.
It's not much better.
Of course. He also knew that the higher his cultivation level, the weaker the effects of the elixir would appear. He got up and moved his muscles, seeing that the 2 little ones were still absorbing the medicinal power. And his master teacher had his eyes closed. Simply take out a green cloud Dan.
Again. This time did not sit next to the master. The man is a big man. Serving a pill only. But also need to protect the law? Another 2 hours. Jiang Yining opened his eyes and revealed a smile. 6th level of foundation establishment. Just as he was about to continue swallowing, he heard his master speak. Don't swallow continuously if you break through. Settle down for a while or your true qi will be weak. So, Jiang Yining got up. Master. Then I ate qi practicing pills every day before. And you didn't give me a heads up earlier. Feng Yuqin was disdainful. Can the qi practicing pill allow you to make breakthroughs one after another? That's true. Jiang Yining looked at the 3 remaining green cloud pills. And for a moment, he had a bit of nothing to do. By the way, master, isn't the alchemy peak spirit stone given to you? You said before that disciples take care of the finances. Feng Yuqin grunted coldly. You take care of it? I'm in charge. Is there a problem? Ooh. No problem. 3 days in a row. The 2 little ones just woke up. Xiaoya finished absorbing the medicinal power in the morning. And Lin Yuan finished absorbing it in the evening. The difference in talent is also seen in this. Xiaoya went straight to the 8th level of qi practicing. Lin Yuan, however, had only broken through to the 6th level of qi cultivation. Don't look at it as the same breaking through the 5th layer. But the difference was huge. The further back you go, the more medicinal power you consume. As in the case of Jiang Yining, a single green cloud Dan was enough to break through the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment layer. But it took 2 in a row to break through the 6th layer from the 5th layer of the foundation establishment layer. And after that to break through the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, it would require even more green cloud Dan. Today's big brother, however, is lecturing. Lin Yuan. Xiaoya. You've also stepped into the immortal path for a long time. It's time for you to make a contribution to my Qingyun. To raise my Qingyun's prestige. And to pool my Qingyun's hearts. Aha! Little Ma nodded excitedly. Lin Yuan rubbed his head. Jiang Yining faction full. Light cough too, now you 2 cultivation is also up. Cannot be a bitter cultivation. Down the mountain walk. Chivalry. A few days ago. Scrupulous peak summary. You also went to see the lively. Our green bamboo peak bottom. In the future, we will look at your. For our green bamboo peak to fight. For the master to fight. Loudly tell the senior brother. There is no confidence. Yes. Times 2. Louder. Yes. Times 2. Alright. You 2 come over here. Eldest brother has prepared some items for you. Jiang Yining first handed out 2 of 100 refinement peak standardized flying swords. The 2 of them were holding flying swords. Elder brother will first teach you to drop blood and refine. A quarter of an hour. After the 2 of them refined their flying swords, Jiang Yining pulled out 2 more storage bags. 1 for each of them. Then, he pulled out a stack of sword talismans from his storage ring and handed them to 2 first. Fiery sword talisman. Got it? 2 little shook his head. Jiang Yining laughed. 1 for each person who can perform a strike at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Then he picked out 2 more sword charms. Bagua sword talisman, no? Lin Yuan excitedly said. Eldest senior brother. This I know. Before my brother showed me. Jiang Yining, okay. You guys don't know. So I'll tell you all about it. Lin Yuan stopped with his mouth open. Jiang Yining, Bagua sword talisman. It can withstand a blow from the 5th level of foundation establishment. Take it. Then,
He handed out the last stack of sword talismans in his hand.
Do you know about the super god traveling charm?
Without waiting for the two little ones to reply, he quickly waved his hand.
Okay. You guys don't know. I'll give you a repeat. It's twice the speed of an ordinary, divine walking talisman. 10 per person. Xiaoya beamed. Brother de Xian. This I know. Jiang Yining, however,
pretended to look up at the sky before narrating.
Do you think it's an explanation for you to hear?
Lin Yuan touched his head.
Eldest brother. Then who are you talking to?
Great powers from beyond the heavens.
Jiang Yining couldn't help but laugh.
Perhaps there are still many great powers beyond the heavens who are watching us.
A great power from beyond the heavens? The two little ones were aroused at once. Jiang Yining, however,
smiled without explaining.
Just nothing but blue star memories suddenly flashed.
Previously stayed at home to read novels.
A sudden thought. This cultivation world will be a novel world?
That's why it is inexplicable to come to a sentence. The great powers outside the sky.
Pay attention to the world of fiction watchers grandmasters.
Is not exactly the great powers outside the sky.
Jiang Yining smiled.
It was actually quite interesting to go along with this idea. With his own fiery eyes, he fits the golden finger setting of the Blue Star novels.
But alas, life just isn't like the protagonist template. It should be 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't kid yourself. Besides, there should be a high-powered, unrelenting heroine, and on her own, she's useless at anything.
Jiang Yining smiled to himself,
shaking off these inexplicable thoughts. Perhaps this was also his own thoughts about Blue Star, which occasionally flooded his mind. Well, what should be prepared? Eldest brother has prepared for you. Go to Guanxia Peak to receive your mission. In addition, eldest senior brother will give you another mission. To guide Xiaoya's mother up to Qingju Peak. Tell elder brother out loud if you have the confidence to finish. Available at ×2. Bang! The door opened.
Feng Yuqin looked impatient. Big morning.
There is no end. Shouted once and again.
The two little ones shrunk their heads. And Jiang Yining hurriedly smiled.
Master, I'm teaching my junior siblings not to forget the original heart of Qing Yun. After that,
he waved his hand at the two little ones.
Go on. You guys. Go on. Lin Yuan seemed a bit apprehensive. Eldest senior brother. Won't you accompany us? Jiang Yining, master leads the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. Strong people should learn to be independent. They can't always rely on others. I have to say, the double standard is just awesome. Aha! Don't worry, big fairy brother. Second senior brother, we're leaving.
Little Ma was the one with an excited look on her face,
watching the two leave Green Bamboo Peak. Feng Yuqin frowned. You're not following? Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Master, disciple has to farm.
Then he twisted his head.
Senior brother Wang, come out. Elder brother Wang and Wang Xiu surprisingly came out of the Jiang Yining wooden house.
Jiang Yining arched his head in salute.
Senior brother Wang,
I'm counting on you to secretly follow senior brother and sister.
Wang Xiu hurriedly said.
Senior brother, quickly, don't say that.
Instead, I'm the one who took the big benefit.
It turned out that Jiang Yining had long ago spoken with senior brother Wang, spending a green cloud Dan to ask him to secretly protect him.
At first, the two of them shrugged it off. But in the end,
Jiang Yining used his master's father as an excuse. Green cloud Dan, my master's father also had a hand in it. And my master's father can take a few of them every month.
So I'm not bad at this one.
Elder Brother Wang then went along with a wave of emotional intelligence. Before it would have owed Senior Brother a favor. Don't be like this if something happens in the future. No wonder he didn't resist the temptation of the pill. This is the 9th floor of the foundation. Before the closed door impact of the junction did not become. Xing Yindan came at the right time. When Senior Brother Wang left. Only then did Feng Yuqin disdainfully say, I think you're just too lazy to go and guide the ghost maiden yourself. Letting your senior brother and sister do it for you. Jiang Yining laughed dryly. Disciples are also exercising them so that they can compete for their master in the future. He said. Seeing his master's father stretching his slender limbs and stretching his waist, he suddenly froze. Ha! Doesn't this lazy nature follow me very well? If it is a fictional world, could there be a god of creation that lets me raid my master? Blah blah blah. What to think? Feng Yuqin's gaze suddenly became dangerous. The look in your eyes just now were actually filled with malice towards master. Jiang Yining hurriedly compensated with a smile. Master, look at what you're saying. My disciple's admiration for you is like a torrent of continuous water. So close. The 7th realm of great powers. Spiritual sense is really terrible. Fortunately, the master does not know his own inexplicable thoughts. Chapter 53, A Visit from an Acquaintance. Time passes at a leisurely pace. Without realizing it, it was the day when the immortal sect gathered at Qingyun. Today's Qingyun was unusually lively. 3,000 mountains. Flying swords and streams of light. A silhouette of people coming through the air. Jiang Yining had heard that the 10 contemporary outstanding of Qingyun had all been called to Qingyun Peak. He is ready to go to see the hustle and bustle. At least the top 10 fairies and whatnot. Or can observe and watch. Elder brother and sister. However, just happened to arrive back. Little Ma entered the courtyard and cried out. Brother de Xian. Father is gone. And now mother is gone too. The two did not receive the ghost lady. Jiang Yining hurriedly comforted. Xiao Ye. Don't be anxious. Don't worry. Eldest brother will help you find your mother. There's no rush. Isn't there still the eldest brother? The second eldest brother. And the master. He this persuasion. Xiaoya cried more sad. Jiang Yining, however, frowned. Hadn't received any news from Guansha Peak. And of course, Qingyun Pavilion wouldn't be checking in every day. Senior Wang pretended that he had only just arrived and fell into the courtyard. He shook his head at Jiang Yining. I've used the sword seal technique. Jiang Yining understood. Meaning that the presence of the ghost maiden had not been felt within 100 miles. It's a big world. Where can I find it? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The only fortunate thing? The ghost lady should not be evil and cause casualties to the people. It took a long time to comfort little Ma. The two little ones went off to rest individually. Jiang Yining came to go back to Guansha Peak to report the matter of the ghost lady. Perhaps the Qingyun disciples going out can keep an eye out. For the time being, this is all that can be done. When he came back, Senior Brother Wan was still there, seemingly waiting for himself. Senior Brother Jiang. Not going to visit Qingyun Peak? The immortal sect has gathered. Jiang Yining looked in the direction of Xiaoya's wooden house for a moment before speaking. Let's go. I'll call Brother Lin to join us. Lin Bittersweet soon came out of Lin Yuan's cabin. The three of them, just ready to leave the small courtyard. Suddenly, the two came to the bamboo garden. May I ask if this is Xian Zhan's other compound? A man and a woman. The one who asked the question was none other than the man. With brocade clothes, a fair face and starry eyes, giving people a sense of splendor. The woman has a red dress, pinched waist brocade,
Phoenix eyes with amber. Comes with a charm.
Both appear to be in their prime. Jiang Yining's 3 hearts sighed in awe of the golden couple.
This kind brother. I wonder what I'm looking for. Jiang Yining was puzzled.
The 2 of them were not Cheng Yan's children at a glance.
And with such an aura,
they should have an impression if they had seen it themselves.
The man laughed. When I came to Qing Yun,
I just happened to run into a female ghost who was being pursued.
Saw her embarking on the path of true ghost cultivation.
And only after asking did I realize that she belonged to Qing Yun.
So I brought her here by the way, he said, taking out a jade bottle.
A wisp of red smoke flew out.
And it was none other than the ghost lady. As soon as she came out and saw Jiang Yining,
she hurriedly knelt down and crouched.
Immortal Master Jiang. The ghost Niang waited for you less than.
She recounted it quickly.
As it turns out, the ghost lady's wake for her human father lasted less than a month before the villagers drove her away.
She did not care.
But after a month,
the villagers did not know where to invite the cultivators.
Arrest her. She can only escape.
Although she had to escape,
but also let her completely let go of the past.
She simply inquired about the direction of Qing Yun and went there alone.
Just all the way is not smooth. Until finally met the man. Save life.
After finishing her speech,
the ghost Niang paid her respects to Jiang Yining again.
Shu Hui has become a thing of the past.
From now on, there is only the ghost Niang. And the ghost Niang is willing to serve immortal Master Jiang at his left and right.
Jiang Yining hurriedly helped ghost Niang up.
Don't. Just take care of Xiaoya. Of course he knew what the ghost lady was thinking. After saying that,
he called out to Ya.
Little girl opened the door. First froze and looked at the crowd.
Until she saw the ghost mother.
Wow, a cry out. Go on. You'll be living with Sayaka from now on. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. Brother Dyson. You're awesome. You're too good.
Xiaoya was in a low mood due to her mother's disappearance. But she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. Eldest Brother had found her mother.
Jiang Yining waved his hand.
Mother and daughter enter Xiaoya's wooden house.
And happy laughter keeps coming. Many thanks to this senior brother. The ghost Niang is none other than the mother of my junior sister.
I wonder how senior brother is addressed. Jiang Yining clasped his fists at the 2 men and saluted. The man smiled and shook his head. Wise brother is polite.
I'm Pan Nansheng. With my Taoist partner Yu Shuiyun. Jiang Yining's eyes raised. Oh. It's these 2.
The previous Immortal Sect Stargazer newspaper was on the lace.
Pan Nansheng, the contemporary face of Shushan Mountain, who was addicted to Yu Shuiyun,
the holy maiden of the Acacia sect, joined the Acacia sect and was so happy that he was expelled from Shushan Mountain by his master.
Jiang Yining hurriedly said.
So it's senior brother Pan.
And senior sister Yu. It's an honor to have you here. You're welcome. Pan Nansheng then said. Are you all not going to watch the fight? Just about to go. Go with it, go with it.
A few people were about to leave when Jiang Yining saw another visitor.
And a fucking acquaintance. Brother Jiang. Just after arriving at Qing Yun, Xiao Dao immediately inquired about where Brother Jiang was and came to visit first. Jiang Yining couldn't help but look at Lin Kong.
It was the Taoist priest and the monk that Bear Mountain had met once. I did not expect the 2 of them to come.
However,
the 10 great immortal sects had gathered. So it was no surprise that they had come. The one following behind him was actually the tiger demon from before.
Amitabha Buddha. Master Jiang meets again. The visitor was a guest. So Jiang Yining had to be polite. Taoist brother Tian Yen. Master Hong Hai. It's such a pleasure to see you.
He grinned as wide as he could to make himself seem enthusiastic. The Taoist priest hurriedly shook Jiang Yining's hand. Ha ha! The little Taoist is also very miss. Don't worry. Xiao Dao is destined to be with Brother Jiang. We'll see each other often and frequently in the future. Jiang Yining drew out his palm without any trace. God TM, and you are common. To this magician. Should not say. The impression is not very good. When they met in the first place, they fooled themselves to tell fortunes. The Taoist priest enthusiastically said. By the way, is Senior Foam here? Since I've come to Qingyun, as a junior I should pay a visit. The master is out. The Taoist priest looked regretful. That's quite a pity. Pan Nancheng laughed. Brother Jiang. These two are? Jiang Yining hurriedly introduced each other with the two parties. Just finished the presentation. The monk then stared at Pan Nancheng and folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha. It's actually the bold and colorful disciple from Shushan on the Starry Night Report. The poor monk has met the real person. I'm out of order. I'm out of order. Pan Nancheng twitched at the corner of his eye. The senior monk of the Little Thousand Monasteries is truly clear-minded. Monk, Amitabha Buddha. Buddhism, I observe my own mind at all times. And what I do is not contrary to my own mind. Jiang Yining secretly said bad. This gunpowder flavor is a little thick. Ready to persuade and make peace twice. The Taoist priest, however, hastened to interject. Brother Pan. Don't be shy. Their faction are all of this virtue. But it's Brother Pan who is lucky. Your sister-in-law is one of the top 10 fairies of our time. He had to say something nice. Pan Nancheng grunted and didn't bother with the monk. And Yu Shuiyun was even more generous in returning the salute. It's all because of the immortal sect masters and brothers lifting up. The Taoist priest smiled and suddenly his eyes glowed. Brother Pan. I see that the mist on your forehead is not dispersing. I'm afraid that there are great evil omens. Since meeting each other is destiny, the little Taoist will tell your fortune. He said. He actually turned over his hand and pinched. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong exchanged glances. This goods is really not soft. And come to this set. How to say is also the face of Shushan. Although expelled. Jiang Yining thought about it and felt it was still necessary to interrupt. Otherwise misunderstanding is a gang. Moreover, Pan Nancheng only sent the ghost mother to the mountain. There is a friendship. He was just about to open his mouth when suddenly Elder Bear ran over, roaring, Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger! It really is you. I didn't think we could still meet. It's really great. The tiger demon let out a cold grunt. I don't dare to climb high. I am a demon. Apparently. He held a grudge against Elder Bear's previous spate of backstabs. The behavior of the two demons suddenly attracted the attention of the crowd. The Taoist priest had no choice but to stop the juggling first. Waiting for some. Brother Tiger? Not I say. In the beginning, if not I talk too much. How do we get the chance? You do not also follow the master. Elder Xiong said and even bowed to the monk with folded hands. Then it said to the tiger demon. We all have identities now. Immortal Bear. Immortal Tiger. And I have also broken through to the great demon. And it will be a beautiful story for us to say in the future. One bear and one tiger. He said, surprisingly reaching out to hook up. Pop. It was shrugged off by the tiger demon. Xiang Laoer's eyes widened all of a sudden. Brother Tiger? No. Big Brother Tiger. You've broken through as well? Jiang Yining shook his head helplessly. This change of address could only be described as earthly real. No. Interbear real. Taoist priest teased, your tiger big brother. The whole body sinews broken is also considered to be broken and then stand up.
Jiang brother.
This bear demon really and you also have fate. A short period of time also break through the big demon realm.
Tian Jiguan's fortune-telling art is right.
He purposely emphasized the last sentence.
The heavenly chance view.
And the art of fortune-telling.
The intent seemed obvious to Jiang Yining.
Because the Taoist priest had already said to Pan Nanching again.
Brother Pan.
I just said I would tell you a fortune.
Let's continue.
Not waiting for Pan Nanching to reply, Jiang Yining hurriedly interrupted with a voice, Tian Yen Dao brother. We and Pan's senior brother are preparing to go to the ceremony to watch the fight.
Don't miss it.
The Taoist priest looked at Jiang Yining and smiled.
Okay.
Then go with me.
Go with Brother Pan.
It seems that our destiny has not yet arrived.
The little Taoist will count with you some other time. Pan Nanchang, however, came to be interested. Taoist brother Tian Yen. Are you a contemporary walker of Tian Jiguan? Xiao Dao just opened the Eye of Heaven. It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
The Taoist priest said. His eyes once again emerged with a bright light.
The intention of the trap is obvious.
Jiang Yining skimmed his mouth.
Pan warrior?
You yourself have to bump into the muzzle of the gun.
Then you cannot blame me.
Chapter 54 10 Great Immortal Sect Disciples.
Xing Yun Peak. Xing Yun Altar.
Said altar?
With Jiang Yining's understanding is the square. Normally,
the 13 Peaks Disciple competition is here. On the viewing platform on the side of the green cloud altar. The 10 great powers of the immortal sect gathered here.
Gossiping.
Behind them stood the colorful children of each family. The number of people varied.
Fewer than 5 or 6. More than 10 or so. Su Baiyue and Li Shuya are among them. For the fight, the 10 great immortal sects would each send 5 of their children to the arena.
The other immortal sects and the other disciples of Qing Yun were all around the Qing Yun altar to observe the ceremony.
Jiang Yining and his party. 7 people and 2 demons.
Watch from one of the porches around the green cloud altar.
In the middle of the field, the fight had begun.
A monk against a purple-clad cultivator.
The monk,
his whole body copper-colored like a bronze man, fronted the purple-clothed cultivator's attack.
The purple-clothed cultivator waved his finger technique, presenting a bagua.
And the 2 wooden swords were right in the eye of the yin and yang fish formation, bringing out black and white qi and strangling the monk. The monk fought hard for a while. And suddenly a soft sound of shattering glass came out.
And the copper color of his whole body faded.
The purple-clothed cultivator hurriedly withdrew his wooden sword.
Senior brother. I apologize. Fighting law exchange. Non-life and death fight. Magic treasure cannot be used.
Even the flying sword is a wooden sword.
The competition is the cultivation and magic skill aptitude. In Jiang Yining's opinion, lack of passion and not much fun. Of course, they are not here today to fight, but rather the various immortal sect juniors. Senior brother Wang. Can you recognize the people in the field? Jiang Yining looked at Wang Ji, who quickly said,
the purple clothing is a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. The monk is all copper-colored,
like a bronze man.
So he should be a senior monk of the Small Thousand Temple.
Who exactly the 2 are? I'm not sure.
After Wang Ji finished speaking, he also looked at Master Hong Hai,
who nodded his head. Amitabha Buddha. It's none other than the masters and brothers of my temple. The Taoist priest, however, laughed out. The man in purple, Xiao Dao knows,
is the contemporary master brother of the Wuji sword sect?
And a celebrity, he said and secretly made a wink in Pan Nanching's direction.
Jiang Yining reacted at once.
At that time in Pan Nanching boarded the same period of time Xingshu newspaper. Wuji sword sect contemporary master brother showing love across the 3,000 years old ancestor. Quanji Liang. The name is also fresh in my mind. Jiang Yining took a closer look.
Guan Zhiliang's face had clear angles, sword eyebrows and red lips. Another handsome young man. Why such young talent has a less than positive reputation? Jiang Yining looked at the monk in the field again and asked.
Master Hong Hai. Aren't you going to go? Amitabha Buddha. To close your hands.
Poor monks find it boring.
Jiang Yining. I'm not sure if you want to be killed. But I'm not sure if you want to be killed. So I'm not sure if you want to be killed.
Then two more men came on in the field.
10,000 Beasts Faction. Cha Chang Song. 10,000 Buddha Temple. Yu Zongqing. Both parties share their identities. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. All their kung fu was in harnessing spirit beasts. Beside Che Changsong was a 2 feet tall spirit ape. He leapt and crouched down on the shoulder of the spirit ape and pressed his hands together to form a seal on the spirit ape's body. The spirit ape let out a roar and swung out a golden fist print. Yu Zongqing did not panic and formed a guanyin hand seal. Surprisingly, a 10-foot guanyin phase instantly appeared behind him. Then, guanyin slapped her palm out. Put! The spirit ape's fist seal was extinguished with a single tap. And guanyin's palm continued to push forward without any obstruction. Che Sung Sung linked to the seal. Roar! The spirit ape let out a roar. Its body swelled up a few points. Its body seemed to be covered with a silver armor. And its two fists directly met it. Boom dash! The space swung out in a ripple. But Guanyin's hand only stalled slightly before continuing forward, pushing the spirit monkey backwards. Yu Zongqing had a flat face. The guanyin palm, however, was incredibly strong and directly pushed the spirit monkey to the edge of the green cloud altar. Understood. On the porch, the Taoist priest looked at the monk. How about it? 10,000 Buddha's temple cultivates the Dharma. You cultivate yourselves. Do it or don't it. The monk folded his hands. You have to try to know. She didn't use her full strength. Senior Wang suddenly interjected. She's the clear bodhisattva fairy of the 10,000 Buddha temple? Pan Nanching instantly took over. Not only her. Look at the viewing platform. Counting near Qingyun's cold moon fairy. A full 5 fairies. As he was saying this, he was pinched at the waist by 2 white fingers. Of course none of them can compare to my eunuch. Fairy soft cloud. Pan Nanching hurriedly took Yu Shuiyan's hand. For this kind of public dog food, Jiang Yining's several people are very disdainful. Senior Brother Wang then said, Indeed. At once there are 6 major fairies gathered in the green clouds. But unfortunately, Manhwa Mercy Fairy did not come. Originally only heard that the 10,000 Buddha temples Qing Bodhi Fairy have some elegant rhyme. Today a C. Indeed not false. Pan Nanching immediately raised his eyebrows. Female Bodhisattva. Do you say elegant? Hiss. This time, a small star twisted out of his waist, accompanied by a disgruntled grunt from Yu Shuiyun. He immediately corrected himself. Brothers, don't always talk about this with me. I already have eunuch. Other women are floating clouds in my eyes. A few people didn't even bother to look at him. So they simply twisted and fluffed their heads together and chatted freely. Green Cloud Sword Sect. Fairy Cold Moon. 10,000 Buddha's Temple. Fairy Qing Bodhi. Wugu Sect. Fairy of the Bells. Kunlun Mountain. Lotus Fairy. Mount Shu. Fairy of the Fire Cloud. Once this topic was opened, the atmosphere naturally warmed up a bit. Can rank on the top 10 fairies? No weak.
Of course, it doesn't entirely depend on the strength,
the temperament, appearance,
and strength are rated comprehensively. As they were chatting, suddenly a great power in the stands flew directly to the side of a few people. Pan Nancheng hurriedly honored.
Master. Yu Shuiyun also saluted and called out. Elder Feng.
The great power let out a cold grunt.
Sinful disciple.
You still have the face to follow to Qin Yun.
Master. I didn't follow Shushan. I'm with Qin Yun Jiang. Senior brother is. Friends in life and death.
Senior brother Jiang invited me to come and watch the ceremony,
Pan Nancheng said, winking at Jiang Yining one by one. Brother Jiang.
This is my master.
Greetings, Senior. Indeed.
It was Senior who invited Brother Pan to come to Qin Yun for a gathering.
Jiang Yining sort of understand. No wonder specially first will ghost mother to the door. The original intention in this. Previously,
I thought that he had made a special trip and had the style of a gentleman. I'm still too inexperienced to judge some people lightly. And there is no such thing as love without a reason. Pan Nancheng was still continuing to communicate with the great power, master.
These days disciple misses you so much. Humph. Don't call me master. You've already been expelled from Mount Shu by me.
I'll give you one last chance to break off your relationship with her.
And I'll forget about it. Pan Nancheng laughed bitterly, but instead held Yu Shuiyun's hand again. Master. I am sincere with Shuiyun. Humph. The mighty didn't even listen to the whole thing. So he brushed it off. Pan Nancheng was left to smile awkwardly at the crowd. But
Yu Shuiyun looked at him with even more affectionate and misty eyes.
This wave, for him, may not be a loss.
Jiang Yining felt some pity and couldn't help but ask.
Senior brother Pan. Do you really not intend to return to Mount Shu?
The 10 Immortals sect was a big backer.
Just like himself. Dead or alive.
He would never fire his master.
Pan Nancheng, however, whispered. Brother Jiang. This is not true.
When our time as a contemporary passes and we become the previous generation, the various immortal sects are less concerned in me, and will naturally return to Shushan.
Master to Ironheart expelled me out of Mount Shu. Long ago abolished my cultivation.
The Taoist priest laughed leisurely. It's still Brother Pan who sees the light. The best of both worlds.
The fish in the bear's paw. Pan Nancheng smiled and was just about to continue. Whoosh! 2 more great powers from the viewing platform came through the air. Uncle Sherfu. Master.
The monk and the Taoist priest saluted at the same time.
And the 2 great powers also joined one Buddha.
Senior nephew Hong Hai.
Have you gained any new insights recently?
The one who spoke was a bare-chested monk with a wine gourd around his waist. And he wasn't trying to get Hong Hai to come down to the fight. Hong Hai folded his hands.
Senior uncle. Not yet. The white-haired Taoist also spoke up. Tian Yen. You also need to return to the Guan often. Don't follow this little monk around wildly. Your master is always chanting about you.
The old monk grunted in dissatisfaction.
Old god stick. You say clearly. In the end, is this kid flinging my master nephew around the wild? Or is he egging it on? Old things don't learn. And they teach little gods and goddesses.
The old Taoist rolled up his sleeves in a dry posture.
Damn dead bald. Who do you say is not learning? Several of Jiang Yining's juniors stood awkwardly on the sidelines. On the contrary, Tian Yen and Hong Hai seemed to be surprised and flat. Tian Yen laughed. Senior uncle. Senior uncle. The following fight has begun again. If you guys don't want to watch, don't block us.
The old monk grunted coldly.
Look at this. The little bastard who was taught Doesn't know how to respect his elders at all. The old Taoist also did not show weakness. What kind of elder do you count? Stealing chickens and dogs. Wealth. Sex. Wine and power. Where is that elder like? The old monk rubbed a moment to come to the fire. Hit people, do not hit the face. Speak not to reveal the short. Today, in the face of the late generation, we have to break clear. Come on. Who's afraid? Two people bickering. Instead, they very quietly rejoined the viewing platform. Such a stylish elder. Jiang Yining looked at the people around him and subconsciously moved 2 steps sideways. These goods, it seems, are no good. It's all contemporary and nasty. And the only thing we know about it for now seems to be that Seiki Jiraiya is down there. He subconsciously looked away. Grass, a kind of spiritual plant. This thing even came in the air. Senior Brother Pan. It's been a long time. Goodbye. Senior Brother Guan. Is a long time no see? The end of the fight when a small gathering. Yes. Jiang Yining secretly said. These two people have a common language. 3 consecutive great powers came over, attracting almost all of the eyes of the green cloud altar. Jiang Yining realized that even his own headmaster uncle looked toward him. This place should not stay for a long time. Chapter 55, Contemporary Egregiousness. A day of fighting that goes by fast. In the end, Jiang Yining somehow managed it. With Pan Nanshang mentioning, Brother Jiang, lend us a place to get together. The Taoist priest then concurred. Then sparsely, a group of people to the small bamboo courtyard to sit around open. Jiang Yining helpless. Always have to do the landlord's friendship. Imperial soared down the mountain. Hot pot hole up. It came and went quickly. And as soon as he returned, he heard Pangguan cross his heart. Guan Zhiliang with despondency. It's still Master Pan who was dashing and enviable with his younger sibling. Pan Nanshang hastened to encourage. Brother Guan need not be discouraged. As long as there is a proud son in the heart. And maintain the ancient enthusiasm. The senior brother believes that even 3,000 years of cold ice will melt for the senior brother. Good. By the blessing of senior brother. Jiang Yining skimmed his mouth. Sure enough, this bastard's heart of theft against his master ancestor was undead. Keep yourself busy. From time to time, Pan Nanshang again amenable to Guan Zhiliang about the Taoist priests. Senior Brother Guan. Let me introduce to you this Taoist brother Tianyan. But he has opened the eyes of heaven. I'm afraid he's a contemporary walker of Tianji Guan. Oh? Guan Zhiliang looked at the Taoist priest in surprise. It's an honor to meet you at Qingyun today. The Taoist priest quickly returned the salute. Dare not, dare not, dare. The little Taoist is only a delusional disciple. Today can see Pan brother. Guan brother style. Is the real honor. Today's gathering is fate. The little rode when the 2 brothers to calculate a fortune. He's preparing a potpourri. Guan Zhiliang immediately said. Very well. If Brother Dao can calculate my marriage destiny for me and give me some guidance, I would be very grateful. He said and looked at the monk again. It is rumored in the immortal sect that a single Buddha steals chickens to accompany each other in the Jianghu, to be able to partner with Brother Tianyan. This master thinks that he is also a senior monk of the Little Thousand Monasteries. Could it be that he is a contemporary Buddhist son who has cultivated the true self golden body? Amitabha Buddha. Poor monk exactly. The monk was not polite at all. But in Jiang Yining's opinion, this was also his character. Preparing ingredients. See the contemporary group of bad actually chatting and laughing. On the contrary, Lin Kong and Wang's senior brother on the side of the awkward accompaniment. Jiang Yining simply 2 flying letter paper crane. Sent with Li Shuya and Su Baiyue. It was important not to lose face with Qing Yun,
and not to make an awkward conversation for himself later.
Su Enli came very quickly.
Except that senior sister Su brought another person.
The Wugu school. Fairy bell. Bells could be heard ringing in the distance. This guy is like a little loli. Walking with a bounce. Wrist and ankle. The bells don't stop. No wonder it's called the Bell Fairy. Moon Jiejie in every breath. Jiang Yining smiled. This accent. Rather.
I didn't expect that with senior sister Su's house cold wind.
She still had girlfriends in other immortal sects. Yo!
Fairy Cold Moon and Fairy Bell are here together.
Please. Please. Please.
Pan Nanching just as if he was the master of the small courtyard.
Oh. Yuner Jiejie is here too. Su Baiyu didn't open her mouth.
But the little loli enthusiastically ran next to Yu Shuiyun and giggled as she spoke.
Guan Zhiliang, however, looked at Li Shuya, brotherly. I have great respect for your character.
I didn't expect that brotherly would also come over.
Today's great joy.
I didn't expect a gathering of Qing Yun to be able to meet many handsome people.
When chatting and drinking freely. As he said that,
he actually pulled out 2 large sealed jars of liquor from his storage ring.
Good. A great man. As it should be.
Meets with the spirit to drink for the king.
Chivalry and friendship with Wudu shown. Brother Guan. Let me interject a little more. Dare I ask? What is your dream?
The crowd all turned their heads. What makes Jiang Yining more speechless as Guan Zhiliang picked up.
He looked like he had eaten the bitterness of love. My dream is my master ancestor. Jiang Yining's teeth hurt. What's this all about?
His own brother's bookishness came suddenly.
The dream mentor possessed not slow. Let's just say. Qing Yun's own family. Just close the door and ask. How to see everyone to come to this set. Key.
Guan Zhiliang he also answered seriously.
This may be the sympathy between the contemporary outstanding. Even homely and cold as senior sister Su. Under the guidance of Fairy Lori. No. Under the guidance of Fairy Bell. She also chatted with Yu Shuiyun on the side with laughter. For a while. The atmosphere was actually harmonious. Fondue on the table. Pan Nancheng hurriedly bowed. Tough Brother Jiang.
I didn't expect to end up troubling Brother Jiang for a while. Guan Zhiliang also got up to greet him. I see that the people who are friends with Senior Brother Jiang are all outstanding people.
So I think that Senior Brother Jiang is also extraordinary. But before, I was uninformed and had never heard of.
Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. Actually because of the convergence of this yard cattle and horses. So that he was impressed with himself. It's true that in the eyes of a genius, there's only geniuses? What's the difference between a genius and a genius? He laughed. Senior Brother Guan is overpraised. Senior Brother is just an idle grower of spirit fields. All senior brothers and sisters just eat well. Li Shuya was not happy on the spot and slammed the table. A great man does not need to be self-effacing. This senior brother of mine is more of a great man than all of you present.
Oh? What did Brother Li say? The crowd all looked at him at once.
Li Shuya leisurely drank a cup for himself.
No way to tell. This, on the contrary, made Pan Nancheng and Guan Zhiliang even more curious. Jiang Yining of course understood what Senior Brother Li meant.
And was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut.
Hurriedly, he said, Senior brothers and sisters, open and eat.
Taoist leisurely smile up. Not tightly and slowly said, Xiaodao will not be sold. According to the Taoist, just based on one point, Brother Jiang can be Feng's senior fancy,
is enough to prove extraordinary.
The monk folded his hands and concurred.
Amit Ba Buddha. If the liar says it's extraordinary, it must be extraordinary. Drawing a laugh from the crowd. Suddenly, Pan Nanchang let out a cry of alarm. Lai Xiao Xiao. How dare you put a compulsion on me again? He went so far as to pick a golden riceworm out of the bowl. Everyone looked at Fairy Bell. I'm just kidding. Everyone's looking at me like this. Pan Nanchang smiled bitterly. Everyone be careful. Look at your own bowl. After his reminder. Sure enough, the crowd has identified a golden riceworm from the bowl. Only Yu Shuiyun and Su Baiwei were spared. G. No fours. No fours. Just to clean out the pots and pans. Yu Shuyun and Su Baiwei smiled like they knew it already. Crowd. Jiang Yining is considered completely sure. That's right. One is not wrong. Things are like things. One of these people is a contemporary bad, joyfully unpleasant Pan Nanchang. Deceiving the teacher and stealing the ancestor, Guan Zhiliang. Lolita Demonis, Lai Xiao Xiao. Gangster small Taoist. Search for wealth and treasure, golden monk. Even if masterly. Inspiring a great man's speech at the drop of a hat. And asking people about their dreams when they first meet. Is also not something that normal people do. It should be, dream mentor Li Shuya. As for Sister Su. House-cold socialization. Year-round moonlight clothing. Whether it was considered bad or not was unknown for the time being. But Jiang Yining also defined her as a quirk. Cold white moonlight, Su Baiyu. Instead, Acacia Holy Maiden, Yu Shuiyun. Now seems to be normal. But according to the things to be seen, this normal needs to be with a question mark. The three of them, himself, Brother Lin, and Senior Brother Wang, were the real constant. Several days in a row. These people, who fought and watched the fights during the day, were polite enough to come uninvited to the Green Bamboo Peak for a small gathering after the incident. Jiang Yining was helpless. The master teacher didn't know where to go in the wild and didn't come back to town. Well, in just 7 days, the gathering of the immortal sect ended. Jiang Yining heard that in the end, a group of highly respected great powers ended up tearing themselves apart after all. Reasoning of the major immortal sects, all the immortal sects gathered in the Black Sea Thunder Zephyr to seize the seed trials, which would also slow down the output of the Green Cloud Dan. Peak Master 1 even disliked it back. If I don't eat or drink for a year, I will only be able to produce 150 pills. And by dividing 50 pills, Qingyun has already taken care of the greater good. After all, it is my Qingyun research and development. If it's a big deal, we'll all go to the Black Sea Thunderbolt. Qingyun's output is a little less, but it's still enough for ourselves. The immortal sect argued. In the end, it was the Master Palmers who wrapped things up and gave the program. The promise was to free up 100 Green Cloud Dan per year to the 9 immortal sects at a price of 10,000 spirit stones apiece. However, the 9 immortal sects also had to send people into the Black Sea Thunderbolt to collect the Xianling Xianhei grass seeds. And outside of the spirit stones, the number of seeds were exchanged for the Green Cloud Dan. This is the greatest commitment and righteousness of the Green Cloud Sword sect. The 9 immortal sects had praised that it was still sect leader Chang who had a great heart of benevolence. Jiang Yining smiled upon hearing this. The master teacher's hand is good at counting. Or it is a young conspiracy. But the 9 great immortal sects believe in the number of 150? Perhaps they have already discussed the desired expectations. All a bunch of old foxes. Chapter 56, Treasure Hunting. Parting of the Ways. Jiang Yining is a heavy burden. But the barreled two that do not want to give up. Just short of crying bitterly. A mouth the tiger big brother. If it wasn't for the fact that the two demons had different brains, they would have thought that the tiger demon was his own big brother.
What was even more astonishing was that the tiger demon even affectionately called Elder Brother Xiong again.
This one. Jiang Yining could only say.
Bear Dick is playing a handful of don't have a bear face.
What about the tiger demon? Highlighting a hand of death without memory. Didn't think the previous backstab was sharp enough? Sunrise and sunset. In the blink of an eye. It had been dozens of days. Jiang Yining paralyzed in a recliner. I don't know what happened to Master.
There were still 2 more, Green Cloud Dan, that hadn't been swallowed.
And I didn't know if the settling time she had mentioned was enough.
There was also the picking of the seeds, which was well done with the cooperation of the Lord of the 10,000 Peaks himself. The pine trees at the top of the mountain grow tremendously slowly.
Today it's just shy of 15%.
Lin Bitterstrength's progress in carving the array was getting faster and faster. And he had already completed the burning of more than 50 sword deities.
Jiang Yining sidestepped, looking at the spirit field and thinking about life.
Spirit field has long been planted with all the white moon boneflower grass.
The usual expenses still have to come from this. As for the
30,000 spirit stones collected by the master every month.
Hey! Don't mention it!
Even Xion Laoer have planted their own Xianling Xianxi grass.
Of course. 100 years of copies. Purely used to eat raw.
Since the 1,000-year portion of Xianling Xianhei grass was also handed over to Alchemy Peak for breeding, he was left to supervise Xiaoya's cultivation all day long,
occasionally drifting off. I wonder if it's too harsh. After the ghost mother went to the mountain,
Xiaoya other things do not need to bother themselves.
Hey!
Lin Yuan doesn't give himself any trouble either.
Jiang Yining couldn't help but sigh. Throughout Green Bamboo Peak, everyone seemed to have their own things to do? Just be overly idle yourself.
This leisure.
Instead,
I somewhat miss the days when a bunch of nasties would drink and brag in the yard every day.
Jiang Yining suddenly woke up. Something's not right. This signal is very wrong. What brings this herd of cows and horses to mind? It seems that when people are too idle, they can really get sick. My old self wouldn't have done this. Still,
this belongs to the aftermath of a booze-fueled binge.
Empty and lonely? No. Gotta find something to do. By the way, the last time I rescued Lin Kong, some cracks appeared in the Red Dragon. And I haven't been able to go to Senioring to get it repaired yet. Red Dragon itself is a precious treasure refined. Repair materials how to be a precious treasure it. Finding and breeding treasures is imperative. Jiang Yining timely awakening. Reflection. Almost degenerate. They are asking for longevity. A group of bad really terrible. Non-essential. Do not come and go. Gradually, Jiang Yining's thinking returns to active. He began to count the.
There are still 4 major medicinal garden wasteland not plowed.
With their current identity of Qing Yun treasure hunting rats, at any time to go should not be a problem.
The place of great enlightenment.
Stubborn stone into a treasure. It is time to hit the idea. That is, the master does not know where to go to the wild. Still not dead back. Just as he was thinking, a tall figure, windy and hot, landed in the courtyard. Aya. Master. You're finally back. These days wild. Tough, what's going on? Feng Yuqin seemed a bit happy. Went out with your Uncle Lang. Oh who?
Jiang Yining nodded his head repeatedly.
Master. Speaking of which, disciple is discussing something. And it's still somewhat related to Uncle Lang. Oh? Tell me about it. Jiang Yining quickly said. Master. The great ability to dojo. Stubborn stone into treasure. You do not want to discuss with Uncle Lang. The head master uncle. Let the disciple to see. If there is a spiritual treasure suitable for cultivation, let the disciple breeding to try can become a treasure. Our green bamboo peak in their 50 to 50 well. Feng Yuqin laughed, you play this idea? Alchemy peak and not tried. Breeding results are slightly better. But also good limited. Jiang Yining patted his chest. Can disciples be the same? Qin Yun treasure hunting mouse. Judging the growth of spiritual plants. If I say second, who dares to say first? He. That's true. Go. Master will take you there now. A dark room. Jiang Yining couldn't help but lose it. Master sect leader. You're usually here in seclusion and enlightenment? Standing sect leader teased. How about it? Are Qingyun's treasure hunting rats? Have they found any spiritual treasures? Jiang Yining smiled. There is rather. A cushion that sold well. But didn't show a growth value. Obviously a refined magic treasure. An ancient lamp with red oil and a wick showing the value, 13%. There is growth value. At least it means there is room for growth. But unfortunately, for this type of spirit, Jiang Yining didn't know how to cultivate it. Nowadays, in his storage ring, he was still keeping the pearl gifted by the green fish spirit. Unless, like Tupperware, there are still some breeding methods that can be masked. Standing sect master saw Jiang Yining staring at the ancient lamp. Yo! Not bad. You really see it. Fancying this ancient lamp of masters? This wick is taken from the spider silk of the Dan demon realm. The Guanqing demon spider. Which burns for 10,000 years and doesn't turn to dust and fly. I also found it transformed into a spiritual object. And was thinking about what would be appropriate to refine into a magic treasure. Since you kid took a fancy to it, senior uncle will give it to you. Jiang Yining shook his head back and forth. Sect master uncle. The kid is just looking at it. To come also useless. You give me belongs to waste. Maybe along with the master uncle enlightenment for a long time. Can really become a treasure? That is its home. Feng Yuqin glared. What's wasteful or not? If senior uncle wants to give it away, just take it. Jiang Yining didn't know how to answer. Standing sect master smiled but didn't care. Taking down the red oil ancient lamp and giving it to Jiang Yining. Okay. You kid just take it. I have what good things early by your master hua off. There is nothing to send you. Junior sister. Let's go. Senior brother is so poor here. There's no need to look around. 3,000 mountains. Jiang Yining controlled the sword dipper, which was a few sizes larger, and carried his master. Master. Where are we going? Your senior uncle Lang isn't usually at condensation peak. Preferring to meditate in the 3,000 great mountains. Oh. A certain mountain peak that was already far away from the range of the 13 peaks of the green clouds. Not the top of the mountain or the foot of the mountain. Somewhere in an alcove halfway up the mountain. A cold and clear cultivator meditated on the ground. Jiang Yining and Feng Yuqin came with their imperial swords. Soleil. Good news. Peak Master Ling opened his eyes and quietly looked at the two. Nor did he open his mouth to answer. Feng Yuqin is indifferent. Quickly said Jiang Yining's request. Peak Master Ling frowned. In front of this plant, bony rotting demon inflammation flower. From the beginning of the discovery, I have been here for 100 years of meditation. Has long been mutated. May be able to break through 1,000 years of portion. Other than that, it's nothing. Jiang Yining had long ago lucked in his eyes. Growth value, 29%. It depends on the natural nurturing of heaven and earth. And it's still a long way from 1,000 years. Jiang Yining turned his eyes and swept around again. And soon, Found another black vine. Like iron wire. Growth value, 3%. Sure enough, there is more. He didn't hide it and truthfully gave. Uncle Lang. The fine black vines behind you have already become a spirit for the first time. Cold Peak Master twisted his head and reached out. Pop. Ripped right off a piece. Indeed. Slightly tougher than weeds. Jiang Yining. That's a good judgment call. It's really rough. I was afraid she would uproot me. Peak Master Lang frowned in thought for a moment and rose bashfully. All right. This place is for you to breed. No matter what the result is. Bone eroding demon inflammation flower, I'll take it. Black vine depends on your own chance. After saying that, he directly left with his sword. This made Jiang Yining have one more impression of her. Coming out straight and not saying much. Feng Yuqin skimmed Jiang Yining. Okay. The teacher should help all help. The next look at your own. The next step is for you to see for yourself. Keep the noise down. And be responsible for the consequences of disturbing others. There are many green cloud hermits retreating in the 3,000 great mountains. Even if afterward. For the teacher to find a scene for you. You hit also in vain. Instead. Jiang Yining's eyes brightened slightly. Then Master find a few more people to talk to. Maybe there are also spiritual plants? Feng Yuqin waved his hand. Not familiar. Jiang Yining secretly slander. Master said not familiar. Afraid not just not familiar. Perhaps there is friction. Otherwise, he would have reminded himself of the consequences? Looks like it's better to be honest. Don't make more trouble. He looked at the bone-eating demon inflammation flower and wondered again. Master. Why is Senior Lang guarding this flower? Is it also for Master? Before the 10,000-year-old Firelingji is also. Cut. Feng Yuqin disdained. What do you know? Bone-eroding magic inflammation flower, although there is a trace of fire genus. But your cold uncle just said that it has been mutated. She walks the ice road. Bone-eroding demon inflammation flower, at that time if there is a melting of ice and fire. She may be able to use this to enter the way of ice and fire. This is the magic of nature. Nowadays. Up to the immortal. All cultivators are seeking the path. These spiritual grasses. Spiritual plants. Is also a direction to imitate. The nature of heaven and earth. Magical and incomparable. Human beings are always small. We must learn to sense the nature of heaven and earth. Feng Yuqin said and waved his hand again. Forget it. It's pointless to talk about this with you. You won't be able to reach. In your life. What? Speak nicely and look down on people again. Jiang Yining not fork. Chapter 57, Fighting a Bear Without Looking at the Master? A day with a goal is always a fulfilling day. Jiang Yining stayed in the 3,000 Great Mountains. Shaking his eyes for half a month. It's just hard for Lin and drudgery empty. Following to stay here. Burying his head to carve the formation. Jiang Yining had intended to give him a few days vacation. But the drudge himself disagreed. Saying that he was gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the sword formation. This was true. As the 108 Giant Peak Sword Formation had already completed more than 90 sword asters. Once successful, Lin Kong himself will be able to burn a set of 108 Giant Peak Sword Formation. And as long as he gets together enough spirit stones for 108 flying sword treasures. At that time, it will be enough to fight with Jin Dan. Crucially, Jiang Yining still had to go back for 2 hours every day to pick the seeds. And instead, Lin Kong was here to help keep watch. At first, it was supposed to be a daily trip for the old bear. As a result, on the third day, it was beaten up when it ran wild and rushed the hermit in the big mountain. Bear dick that cries and sobs. Jiang Yining told it to take note of the mountain.
and simply began to go back and forth with his own imperial sword.
When the matter here is over, then we will call on the master, or even Peak Master Lang, to seek justice together. Anyhow, it is also my green bamboo peaks bear. And you have to look at the master when you fight a bear. Outside also from the heart. But in Qing Yun, you can't get away with it? No longer can there be the sect leader's uncle. Wan Feng Master. Good thing. The two spirit plants are growing well.
It's just not the same when you've been infected with a great power enlightenment. As were the 3 spiritual plants at the top of the mountain in the beginning.
On the same day,
the black vine surpassed 100 years' worth of servings.
The bone-eroding magic flower has even broken 2 levels in a row.
But because of the artificial breeding and ripening of the relationship, it is still 1,000 years of the level of strange treasure.
Today, the black vine finger thick.
Growth value of 100 years of copies of 99%. The eye is about to be 1,000 years of copies.
Card point 1 day. Bone-eroding demon inflammation flower.
39% of 1,000-year-old portion.
3% growth from 1 fertilization. Once every 4 hours.
9% growth 3 times a day.
If it goes well, wait for another 7 days and it will step into the treasure level. At least it is also considered to be an explanation to Uncle Lang. Just thinking about. Black vine finally breaks through the 1,000 year mark. Jiang Yining was overjoyed.
It was another 7 days in a flash.
Bone-eating devil's flower, 99% of millennial copies. Stuck point. On that day,
Jiang Yining invited his master,
who in turn called in Uncle Lang. As soon as the Cold Peak Master landed, Feng Yuqin rushed to say it in detail. Just listen to my disciple. He's about to break through when he says he's about to break through.
Master Sect Leader has recognized him as a Qing Yun treasure hunting mouse.
Peak Master Lang was also dry, sitting directly on the ground. He began to meditate.
She immersed herself for a while and stopped practicing again.
You guys can go. I'll just keep watch.
Feng Yuqin smiled and sat down.
I'll stay here with you too. After she finished, she waved her hand at Jiang Yining and Lin Kong again. You two go. Jiang Yining was actually concerned about Karatsuchi.
If the bone-eating magic flower is stuck at 99%,
what about black vine?
I'll have to continue breeding it myself.
However,
looking at the face of the cold uncle can be compared to 10,000 years of cold ice.
Or honestly leave some things,
afraid of not be able to grasp their own.
The master's father is barely able to adjust. Listen to 2 sentences.
But the 2 of them hadn't gotten very far with their imperial swords.
Suddenly, the sky sank.
Jiang Yining is too familiar and hurriedly turned back.
A full 19 Skyfall spiritual rhythms. Mastermind. Feng Yuqin smiled.